Chapter 1, What Golden Monkey? That's the great sage equal to heaven. Ha ha ha, what great sage equal to heaven? Never heard of it, just a trashy golden monkey. A mere D-level battle spirit. And you really think you're some peerless genius? Sun Tao, we've found more suitable teammates. You should leave the team on your own. A D-level battle spirit will only hold us back. Sun Tao, although you ranked first in grades, your battle spirit level is too low. So, the guaranteed admission spot originally meant for you will be given to Wu Yong instead. We hope you understand. In the 439th year of the War Soul era, Jiangnan Province, China, on the rooftop of Changbei Resettlement Community in Suzhou City, a figure was practicing staff techniques, the long staff moving like a dragon, following his body's motion. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet they didn't hinder Sun Tao's staff techniques in the slightest. Thrusting, sweeping, snapping, cleaving, lifting, clouding, deflecting, and blocking, each movement flowed seamlessly, every strike brimming with immense power. On this rooftop, Sun Tao and his staff became one, surging with overwhelming momentum like a dragon soaring through the heavens, roaring as he rose. Break for me! Suddenly, Sun Tao let out a thunderous shout, leaping high into the air as his vital energy surged, channeling all his strength into the tip of his staff. Behind him, the faint silhouette of an ape could be seen, wielding a staff with both hands. With a single strike, it shattered the wooden training dummy made of ironwood into countless fragments. Ding! Completed the beginner's task. Martial training practiced the Great Sage Staff technique 100 times. Reward obtained, Bronze Cloud Staff *1. Lotus Medicine Pot *1. New beginner's task obtained, first test of skill. Task description, eliminate 200 demons under level 10 and defeat 5 level 10 boss monsters. Mission reward, Fate Spell Draw Attempt *1. Chi Gathering Technique *1. Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Sun Tao panted heavily, his emotions unable to calm for a long time. After a long while, a faint red glow appeared on the horizon. Facing the rising sun, Sun Tao stood with his staff, feeling the surging energy in his body, and let out a long sigh of relief. Since I've crossed over, I'll make sure everyone knows I'm not trash. What I've lost, I'll take back with my own hands. 3 days ago, while playing Black Myth, Wukong, Sun Tao accidentally crossed over from Blue Star to this world where everyone awakens battle spirits after a grueling 36-hour battle with the Tiger Vanguard. He became a high school senior with the same name and surname. In this world, demons run rampant and secret realms abound. Only by awakening a battle spirit and becoming a battle spirit master can one find a glimmer of hope. However, battle spirits are also divided into tiers, classified into 8 levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The strongest is the SSS level battle spirit. Once awakened, it triggers celestial phenomena and causes all beasts to roar in unison. It possesses terrifying combat power that surpasses ordinary mortals. The worst are E-grade battle spirits, mostly ordinary objects or weak beasts commonly seen in daily life. Utterly unremarkable after awakening, they might not even be stronger than an average person. 3 days ago, Sun Tao appeared at the awakening ceremony site during his transmigration. When he awakened, thunder roared across the sky like a monumental event. 2 golden beams shot from his eyes straight into the heavens. His entire body shimmered with golden light, surrounded by spiritual energy. At that moment, everyone was stunned, thinking they were about to witness the birth of an SSS-level battle spirit. Sun Tao even blurted out the name Great Sage equal to heaven. But unexpectedly, when his awakening ended, the awakening array announced it was a D-level battle spirit, the golden snub-nosed monkey. Neither the school teachers nor the government officials could believe it. A battle spirit capable of triggering celestial phenomena turned out to be just a D-level golden silk monkey. It wasn't like they had never seen a battle spirit master awaken a golden silk monkey before, so they subjected Sun Tao to various tests. But in the end, they had no choice but to accept the result. Perhaps each golden silk monkey's constitution is different. This golden monkey effect is just a bit more expensive. Upon learning that Sun Tao's battle spirit was a D-grade golden monkey, everyone mercilessly mocked him. The team leader, who had previously agreed to form a team with him, bluntly stated they had found a more suitable member and hoped Sun Tao would voluntarily withdraw from the team. Recalling these humiliations, Sun Tao clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! The great sage equal to heaven himself was mistaken for a golden monkey by them. This is absolutely unacceptable. 1 week later is the Battle Spirit College entrance exam. As long as I can become the national top scorer, I will definitely vindicate the great sage. Great sage, you must bless me. No one knew that when he awakened. He simultaneously bound a cheat system, the Black Myth system. Currently, the system only has 3 functions: Destiny Lottery, Missions, and Trials. With the Destiny Lottery, Sun Tao can activate it once a month to draw various destiny templates, ranging from powerful figures like Erlang Shen, Neza, Wang Lingguan, and giant spirit god to weaker ones like Wolf Scout, Wolf Captain, and Ling Shuzi. All kinds of characters are available. The Destiny template allows Sun Tao to acquire the abilities of corresponding targets. Tasks will appear periodically, and upon completion, various rewards can be obtained. As for trials, they are currently grayed out, likely requiring certain conditions to unlock. After successful binding, the system gifted Sun Tao one Destiny lottery opportunity. Sun Tao, blessed by the luck of the gods, actually drew the Destiny template of the Great Sage equal to heaven. This is what caused such terrifying awakening phenomena. Unfortunately, the Destiny template requires consuming spiritual essence points to gradually unlock the Great Sage's divine powers and strength. This also led to the misjudgment of the God-level Great Sage Battle Spirit as a mere D-level Golden Silk Monkey Battle Spirit due to its low unlock progress. Currently, Sun Tao has only obtained one divine-level martial skill, the Great Sage's Staff Technique. From the Great Sage, other abilities like Fiery Golden Eyes, Bronze Head and Iron Arms, Body Freezing Spell, 72 Transformations, and Somersault Cloud are all beyond his grasp. Chosen 1, Sun Tao, Level 1, Combat Power 8, Battle Spirit, Divine Level Great Sage equal of Heaven 1%, Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique 1, Basic Meditation, Equipment, none, Spirit Points, 0. Looking at his pitiful attribute panel, Sun Tao let out a slight sigh. I still need to kill more monsters to accumulate spiritual essence. Thinking about hunting monsters, Sun Tao immediately took out the 2 rewards he had just obtained. Bronze Cloud Staff, Perfect Grade Weapon, Combat Power, 260. The Rui Iron Rod can extend or shrink at will. The only difference from a typical Rui weapon is its weight of just 5 kilograms. Yet it's exceptionally sturdy, truly a fine rod. Trait, Indestructible. This weapon will never break or wear out. Lotus Medicine Pot, Spirit Artifact Grade Marvel. Combat Power, 380. A miraculous gourd capable of absorbing liquids, with a capacity of 5 liters. Placing herbs inside automatically produces healing elixirs, and it can be consumed up to 5 times a day. Trait, Battle Frenzy. Drinking it fully restores all conditions and grants the Battle Frenzy effect, boosting all attributes by 40%, reducing pain perception, and doubling reaction speed. It's actually a perfect grade weapon and a spirit tier rare artifact. Sun Tao was utterly shocked. In this world, all items are classified into 9 grades: common, fine, perfect, extraordinary, spirit, legendary, epic, mythic, and divine. Any item above the perfect grade is considered an incredibly rare treasure in the eyes of ordinary people, firmly held in the hands of major adventure groups, aristocratic families, or national governments. Every item of perfect grade or higher can provide a massive combat boost to battle spirit masters, and even the most mediocre effects can fetch prices in the millions. As for mystical artifacts like the treasure Lotus Medicine Pot, if Sun Tao were willing to sell it, the price would be simply immeasurable. With these 2 treasures in hand, I can easily solo dungeons on my own. Chapter 2, The Man Who Fought Wolves Alone, Seeking Support. Votes appreciated. The Bloody Forest, a nationally renowned low-level adventure zone, is located in the southern suburbs of Shuzhou City. Inside, the scenery is beautiful and resources are abundant, with various low-level magical creatures such as blazing wolves, greenwood monkeys, shadow leopards, and raging giant bears. Additionally, there are many unexplored secret realms, making it a popular training ground for novice battle spirit masters to team up and gain experience. At this moment, a squad of battle spirit masters was making their way through the forest. Among them was a figure clad in leather armor, with brows and eyes as if painted. A broad chest paired with long legs wrapped in black stockings, a sight that made it hard for anyone to look away. Miss, we're about to enter the territory where the blazing firewolves roam. Please be extremely careful. Behind her followed 3 middle-aged men dressed in black battle armor. One person held a sword, another carried a shield, and the third wore a pair of exaggerated gauntlets. It was he who had just spoken. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I know I'm here to gain experience and won't take any reckless risks. Rest assured, Miss. Both of us are level 23 battle spirit masters. The Crimson Forest is nothing to us. Exactly. We'll get you to level 30 within 3 days, ensuring you top the National Battle Spirit College entrance exam. The other 2 spoke up casually, their tone quite relaxed. After all, their team had a balanced lineup, all being veteran battle spirit masters above level 20, so they naturally had the right to relax. We should still be careful. This is an adventure zone. After all, who knows what kind of boss might appear. If the young lady gets hurt, none of us can bear the responsibility. After a moment of thought, the steady Uncle Wang spoke up in a serious tone. The other 2 didn't care at all. It's even better if a boss comes, letting them become Mrs. Experience Points is their honor. Alright, stop fooling around, Li Shueyo scolded with a laugh, tucking her hair behind her ear. She smiled and said, as Uncle Wang said, we should all be careful not to capsize in a ditch. since the young lady has spoken, let's perk up and get to it. Ha ha ha, let the boss come at us even harder. The three of them formed a combat formation, protecting Li Shuao in the center as they slowly advanced deeper into the bloody forest. But as they ventured further in, each of their expressions gradually turned peculiar. What's going on? The ground is littered with the corpses of blazing wolves. Not a single one alive? Could a major adventurer team have come through? Impossible. We didn't receive any news. Look, the brains of these blazing wolves have been smashed. Judging by the marks, it looks like heavy weapons such as hammers or clubs. A hammer? Could it be that brute ox hammer from the Starlight Adventurer team? Not likely. He's a level 32 battle spirit master, there's no reason for him to come to the Bloodbark Forest. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and even Uncle Wang, the highest level among them, wore a serious expression. With so many blaze wolves dead, it might summon the boss. Before he could finish, the group heard a distant howl of wolves. Howl, howl. Continuous wolf howls echoed through the crimson forest. Uncle Wang's expression changed abruptly. Oh no, the blazing wolf king is summoning the pack. Wolves from all directions will rush here. Turning back now would mean running straight into the approaching blazing wolf pack. There's no way they could hold them off with just their small group. The only way forward is to find that mysterious adventure group, only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Li Shuao clearly thought of this as well. Gripping her staff tightly and speaking in a solemn voice, Uncle Wang, let's move forward. After walking some distance, the group arrived at a vast plain. The moment he saw the scene before him, he froze in shock. About 100 meters ahead of them, a young man clad in black leather armor was wielding a long staff, single-handedly battling a pack of wolves. His staff moved as an extension of his body, seamlessly blending offense and defense as he dodged the attacks of the blazing firewolves within a confined space. Occasionally, he countered with swift strikes from his staff. 30-odd blazing wolves surrounded him, yet they were being beaten back as if he had them encircled. Ha ha ha, good, you even know how to call for backup. Hearing the howls of the wolves around him, Sun Tao burst into laughter. The great sage's staff technique truly lived up to its reputation as a divine-level martial skill, dodging and weaving. These blazing wolves couldn't even touch him. No matter how many there were, they were no match for him. They were merely delivering experience and spiritual essence to him. He dodged the pounce of a blazing firewolf and suddenly leaped onto his bronze cloud staff. With a thought, the bronze cloud staff instantly extended a section longer. With the force of descent, Sun Tao unleashed the pillar-splitting mountain technique in one swift motion. Bang! Wherever the long staff struck, the blazing firewolves met instant death or severe injury upon contact. The dozen or so surviving blazing firewolves stared at the figure in their midst, continuously emitting terrified low growls. Ding! You have slain a level 8 blazing firewolf, gaining 10 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. Ding! You have killed a level 7 blaze wolf, gaining 9 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. Ding! You have killed a level 6 blaze wolf, gaining 9 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. Ding! You have killed a level 7 blaze wolf, gaining 9 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. You have leveled up to level 5. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Listening to the rapid-fire notifications ringing in his ears, Sun Tao took out a gourd and took a hearty swig. His stamina was instantly restored to full. The golden ape shadow behind him let out a roar towards the sky. The 4 people nearby were completely stunned. They couldn't believe there was someone so fierce. Sun Tao had been training here for a full 4 hours. During these 4 hours, he successfully mastered the Great Sage's staff technique through combat, wielding the copper cloud staff with even greater ease. There was none of the unfamiliarity from his past life, where he was shattered by the Tiger Vanguard in just 3 punches. In these brief 4 hours, he killed over 80 blazing firewolves and 2 blazing firewolf kings. He had almost completed half of the mission and even leveled up 5 times. 4 hours, level 5. If this speed were to be made public, it would immediately cause an earthquake-like sensation. You should know that the monsters in this world are not those foolish computer programs. The higher the level of the monster, the higher its intelligence, making it impossible for them to just wait around to be slaughtered. Even if a high-level battle spirit master is guiding you, experience points are distributed based on contribution. Even with an expert's help, you can level up at most twice a day. It's impossible to level up 5 times in 4 hours like Sun Tao did. It's simply unheard of. At this rate, I might even reach level 10 today. If I can find a few more wolf packs, I could probably complete all the quests. Sun Tao happily thought to himself as he slayed monsters. The only downside in the bloody forest was how cunning these magical beasts were. They never stayed in one place. Sun Tao spent most of his time just trying to find paths and locate monsters. No choice, everyone in Destiny is directionally challenged. After all this killing, it will probably take at least a month for the Blaze Wolves in the Crimson Forest to recover their original numbers. Now, hearing that the Blaze Wolf King was summoning his minions, Sun Tao was thrilled. This saves me the trouble of running around. With a swing of his staff, He instantly struck down the last blazing firewolf. Sun Tao stood with his staff, raising his eyes to meet the wary gaze of the blazing firewolf king. Suddenly, his eyebrows arched as he turned his gaze toward the nearby woods. Who's there? A single glance sent tremors through the hearts of Li Shuayo and the other three. We. At that moment, steady Uncle Wang sensed the tremors in the ground and his expression changed abruptly. He turned to Li Shuayo and said, "Bad news. The wolf pack is charging at us." Chapter 3, Such a big, thick stick. Seeking golden tickets, Uncle Wang looked so panicked because the number of wolves summoned by the blazing firewolf king this time was simply overwhelming. Amid the endless howls of wolves, one crimson-furred ferocious wolf after another emerged from the mountain forest. Black smoke curled from their mouths as they bared their fangs, glaring at the crowd with vicious eyes. Blazing Fire Wolf. Level 9, Combat Power 80, Skill, Flaming Embrace. These blazing wolves aren't particularly strong in combat, even their alpha wolf only has a combat power of around 130. Not to mention the level 32 Uncle Wang, even the other two level 23 Battle Spirit Masters could easily defeat them. But the problem is, their numbers are simply too overwhelming, scattered around. There are at least 100 of them, including 3 or 4 wolf kings, with so many blazing fire wolves surrounding them at once. The sheer momentum is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Uncle Wang's original plan was to find that mysterious squad that killed the blazing firewolves and cooperate with them to fend off the wolf pack. Unexpectedly, the mysterious squad was nowhere to be seen. Only Sun Tao stood there alone. This couldn't help but fill Uncle Wang and the others with despair. Watching their figures, Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. Encountering an adventurer group within the danger zone was far from a good thing. You should know that sometimes, human hearts are even more terrifying than monsters. Who knows when these people might suddenly stab you in the back. Sun Tao was slightly stunned as his gaze swept over their faces. What a beautiful girl, but why does she look somewhat familiar? Since the Wolf King was still alive, Sun Tao didn't look closely, just glanced briefly, feeling as if he had seen her somewhere before. Seeing the wolf pack growing larger, Uncle Wang knew they couldn't delay any longer. Young man, we're the adventure team from Huarong Group. The wolf pack is too large. If we get surrounded, none of us will escape. Let's join forces and fight them together. Huarong Group, the top-tier commercial conglomerate in Shangnan City, specialized in trading monster materials, arcane potions, and similar goods. Even among the top 5 conglomerates nationwide, the resources and wealth they control are absolutely unimaginably terrifying for ordinary people. Huarong Group? So it's her. Upon hearing the other party introduce themselves, Sun Tao suddenly remembered Lei Shuayo, the top beauty of their school and the eldest daughter of Huarong Group. Who would have thought she'd come to the Crimson Forest to level up? Glancing at the group and seeing the surrounding wolf pack growing larger, Sun Tao knew they couldn't delay any longer. Looking around, his eyes suddenly lit up. Head to that big rock over there. Sun Tao pointed to a large rock nearby and said to Li Shuayo and the others. Uncle Wang instantly understood his thoughts. These blazing wolves weren't particularly strong in combat. As long as they could climb onto that large boulder, they could avoid being surrounded by the pack. Even if 1 or 2 occasionally jumped up, they wouldn't pose a threat to them. The group didn't dare to linger and quickly scurried up the large boulder. Meanwhile, the blazing fire wolf king in the distance merely stared coldly at the group, showing no movement at all. Seeing them climb onto the rock, Sun Tao also withdrew his gaze. Gripping the bronze cloud staff, he once again faced the blazing fire wolf king. Standing atop the large boulder, Li Shuayo noticed Sun Tao hadn't joined them and urgently called out to him. What are you going to do? Behind Li Shuayo, the other 2 battle spirit masters stared at Sun Tao's retreating figure in fury. What does he think he's doing? Provoking the Wolf King? Is he trying to get himself killed? Who gave him the courage? If the Wolf King goes berserk, none of us will survive. Even Uncle Wang felt Sun Tao was being a bit overconfident. Hearing the noise behind him, Sun Tao dug his pinky into his ear and said loudly, "You guys take care of yourselves. I'll come back after dealing with the Wolf King." Upon hearing Sun Tao's words, the 2 people behind Li Shuayo grew even angrier. Who does this kid think he is? If you want to die, don't drag us into it. Madman, all talk and no action. You're courting death. Ignoring the voices behind him, Sun Tao focused his attention on the blazing fire wolf king in front of him. This blazing fire wolf king stood over 2 meters tall, its body covered in powerful muscles. Crimson fur fluttered in the wind, like dancing flames burning in the air. 3 claw marks stretched across the wolf's face, adding a fierce edge to its appearance. At this moment, it was also staring fixedly at Sun Tao, its body slightly crouched, with a continuous low growl rumbling in its throat. From the surrounding wolf pack, over a dozen wolves suddenly lunged forward, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Sun Tao. It's over. The sight instantly sent Uncle Wang and the others on the boulder into a panic. A dozen blazing firewolves, even a level 30 plus defense specialized battle spirit master might not withstand them. That guy's done for. Li Yang, Get ready to fight. Uncle Wang's words suddenly caught in his throat as he stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Sun Tao turned nonchalantly to the left. With a sweeping motion of his long staff, he unleashed the technique sweeping away 1,000 armies. The staff's shadow carrying wind and sand as it instantly sent the charging blaze wolves flying. The flung blaze wolves crashed into the pack, knocking others to the ground, where they whimpered and howled, unable to get up for quite some time. Witnessing this scene, the blaze wolf king's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Howl! It let out a howl, and the surrounding blaze wolves immediately halted, encircling Sun Tao but not daring to advance. Sun Tao held a staff in one hand and beckoned to the blaze wolf king. Come on, let's duel. The blazing wolf king's eyes burned crimson, flames licking at its jaws as it spat out a fireball the size of a fist. Bang! The fireball was instantly batted away with a single swing of a staff. The blazing wolf king kicked off the ground with tremendous force, transforming into a streak of scarlet light as it lunged towards Sun Tao. Sun Tao rolled on the spot, narrowly evading the wolf king's claw strike, and countered with a swift staff blow to its ankle. A piercing pain instantly surged through the wolf king's mind. A tormented, frenzied cry erupted from its jaws. Its eyes grew increasingly wild with madness, but Sun Tao moved with such monkey-like agility it was almost unbelievable. He kept dodging and weaving, making it impossible for the blazing wolf king to even graze his clothes. Take this strike from your grandpa, son. With a loud roar, Sun Tao leaped into the air, a golden ape phantom manifesting behind him. With a single strike of his rod, the flame wolf king's health bar instantly dropped by more than half. Li Shueyo stood on a large rock, watching Sun Tao's heroic figure, completely captivated by him. Oh my god, he's so strong. His rod is so thick, so big. Sun Tao moved with graceful agility, continuously dodging the flame wolf king's attacks while relentlessly striking the wolf king with his bronze cloud rod. In just about a minute, the blazing fire wolf king was covered in wounds. Its health bar was now reduced to a sliver. The ferocity in its eyes had turned to fear. It began to feel afraid. Finally, the blazing wolf king spat out another fireball, then let out a howl with its jaws wide open. The surrounding blazing wolves immediately became restless and lunged at Sun Tao without hesitation. Originally, Sun Tao had planned to strike the blazing wolf king dead with a single blow, but with these wolf pups charging at him, he had no choice but to deal with the blazing wolves first. Seizing this opportunity, the blazing fire wolf king turned its head and fled deep into the crimson blood forest. Damn it! Don't run! Witnessing this scene, Sun Tao's eyes nearly burst with fury. The boss that was almost within our grasp actually ran away. Chapter 4, Li Shueyo's Invitation, Seeking Golden Tickets. Li Shueyo and the others stared in shock at the scene before them. This. The two battle spirit masters behind Li Shueyo frantically rubbed their eyes, hardly able to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? How can his damage be so high? He just knocked out the blazing firewolf with a single strike. What kind of stick is that in his hand? It can even grow and shrink. He dodged that? Is he cheating or something? Could it be that these blazing firewolves are actually weak? The two exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. What are you waiting for, Uncle Wang? Hurry up! Li Shueyo's voice rang out behind the group, snapping them out of their daze. The Wolf King has already fled. These wolves are nothing to fear. As long as we can make them fear death, this crisis will be resolved. Without hesitation, Uncle Wang and the others jumped down from the boulder and rushed towards Sun Tao's direction. Sun Tao looked at them, his heart instantly filled with anxiety. Damn it! Don't come over here! My experience! My spiritual essence! Seeing someone coming to steal the kill, Sun Tao immediately swung his staff faster. By the time Uncle Wang and the others reached the blazing firewolf and began attacking with their weapons, indescribable shock once again spread across their faces. Is this blazing firewolf really this tanky? Li Yang stared in disbelief at the ferocious blazing firewolf before him. His full rage slash had only left a deep wound on its body. Keep in mind, his battle spirit was the ghost head blade, whose innate skill was heavy slash. Ordinary monsters under level 20 couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. How can these flame wolves, not even level 10, possibly block this? These flame wolves have been enhanced by the Wolf King. Be careful when fighting them. Uncle Wang was breaking out in a cold sweat on the side. Just now, he had seen Sun Tao cutting down these flame wolves like chopping vegetables, thinking these wolf monsters were trash. Now it seems that it was simply because Sun Tao's damage was too high. Can instantly kill a blazing firewolf. The trio changed their strategy, adopting a divide-and-conquer approach to jointly take down lone blazing firewolves. With the three joining in, Sun Tao's battle became much easier. In just 3 short minutes, hundreds of wolves were either dead or had fled, left behind the corpses of over 50 blazing firewolves. Ding! You have slain a level 8 blazing firewolf, gaining 10 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. Ding! You have slain a level 9 blazing firewolf, gaining 10 experience points and 2 spirit energy points. Ding! You have slain a level 10 blazing firewolf, gaining 10 experience points and 3 spirit energy points. Ding! You have slain a level 12 blazing firewolf, gaining 10 EXP and 3 spirit points. You have leveled up to level 6. Chosen 1, Sun Tao. Level 6. Combat power, 655. Battle spirit, divine level great sage equal of heaven, 1%. Skills, great sage staff technique, 1. Basic meditation. Equipment, bronze cloud staff. Treasure lotus medicine pot. Spirit points, 223. Awesome. The mission is almost halfway done. Opening his mission panel, Sun Tao couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Beginner mission, first test. Mission objective, eliminate 200 monsters under level 10, 116/200 completed, and kill 5 level 10 bosses, 2/5 completed. Mission reward, fate spell draw attempt *1. Chi gathering technique *1. Among the wolf pack summoned by the blazing fire wolf king earlier, there were also a few lesser wolf kings, which were counted as boss monsters. At this rate, if I can find that wolf king and make it summon its underlings a few more times, I might just complete the mission. Sun Tao felt an itch in his heart, eager to chase into the forest immediately to find that wolf king. On the other side, Uncle Wang and the other two still seem to be in a dream. Are we actually alive? This can't be a dream. We actually survived the blazing fire wolf pack. Even Li Shuiyao's pretty face turned rosy. With that, she leveled up 3 times at once. If she could maintain this speed, she might actually reach level 30 before the Battle Spirit College entrance exam. Young man, what's your name? Would you like to team up with us? Sun Tao carried the bronze cloud staff and took a swig from the gourd at his waist. He shook the gourd, 3 sips of wine remained. Time to gather some herbs to brew more. Hanging the gourd back on his waist, Sun Tao turned and smiled at Li Shuiyao. I'm Sun Tao, also a high school student at Xiangnan No. 1 High. So you're Sun Tao, that special effects master who awakened a D-level golden silk monkey. Upon hearing Sun Tao's name, Li Shuiyao immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Special effects master? What the heck? Sun Tao was utterly confused. Seeing the strange expression on Sun Tao's face, Li Shuiyao instantly realized she had misspoken. Her delicate face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Thank you for today. How about we team up to level together? I am the A-grade battle spirit, Green Jade Lotus, with a healing skill called Jade Light. Moreover, we have a level 32 battle spirit master and 2 level 23 battle spirit masters on our side. We definitely won't hold you back. Hearing Li Shuiyao spill all their secrets in just 2 sentences, Uncle Wang broke into a cold sweat beside her. Oh dear, my young lady, love is fine, but being love-struck is not. You've only known him for such a short time. How could you reveal all your cards to him like that? Sun Tao, carrying a stick, sized up the group, clearly pondering Li Shuiyao's suggestion. After a brief moment of thought, he waved his hand and said, forget it, I still need to chase down that wolf king later, so I won't join you. I'm used to being alone and going my own way. I'm not comfortable teaming up with others. Hearing Sun Tao's refusal, Uncle Wang breathed a sigh of relief. When encountering powerful strangers in the wild, the best choice is to stay away from them. Thankfully, he didn't agree to team up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to persuade the young lady. Carrying the stick, Sun Tao began to deal with the wolf carcasses on the ground. Dragging out a large backpack from the corner, he began stripping valuable materials from the blazing fire wolf's body. The wolf fangs and claws were all magical materials that could be sold for money. The wolf blood had medicinal properties, so he filled some in a gourd where it would automatically refine into healing potions. Unfortunately, Sun Tao's backpack wasn't big enough. He could only take select portions of the best wolf meat and hide, leaving the rest behind. Watching Sun Tao handle the materials, Li Shuiyao spoke up. You can sell these materials to our Huarong group. I can offer you a favorable price and even prepay you with a spatial storage bag. As for tracking the Wolf King, we have a way, but the condition is, you'll have to team up with us. Sun Tao didn't know why Li Shuiyao insisted on teaming up with him, but there was no reason to refuse a free spatial pouch. Spatial pouches are special items that can only be crafted by spatial-type battle spirit masters. They allow the user to open a portable space, and while they don't provide any combat power, they are incredibly practical. Due to the scarcity of materials, they have always been in short supply in the market. Even the smallest spatial pouch can sell for over 5 million on the market. Sun Tao figured he had nothing to lose, so he readily agreed. Since you've already given me the spatial storage, why don't you just take these wolf carcasses too? These blazing firewolves are in pretty good condition. I'll give you a friend's discount. 500,000. If Sun Tao were to sell these himself, he'd get at most 300,000, and he'd have to haul them back and forth several times. Might as well sell them to Li Shuiyao and her group right now. But to his surprise, Li Shuiyao waved her hand dismissively and said, 1 million. We'll take all the materials. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao's eyes immediately lit up. Money is beside the point. It's mainly because we're classmates that I'll help you this once. Li Shuao nodded with a faint smile on her face, looking just like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. But next, you'll have to accompany us into a secret realm. At Li Shuao's words, Uncle Wang instantly became anxious. Miss, he had barely started speaking when Li Shuao raised her hand to stop him. She fixed her blazing gaze on Sun Tao. Sun Tao was also somewhat surprised. He took a deep look at this little princess of Huarong group and revealed a meaningful smile. So this is your scheme. Chapter 5, Bronze Secret Realm. Nightshade Forest, votes please. Li Shuao's invitation came somewhat unexpectedly to Sun Tao. It seems they came specifically for that secret realm. But if they knew about this secret realm, why didn't they bring more people? Instead, they're hastily forming a team with me? Sun Tao couldn't quite figure it out. Actually, he misunderstood. Li Shuao initially came just to level up, with no intention of entering that secret realm. After all, that secret realm was quite challenging, and Uncle Wang's team alone would have a hard time clearing it. But after witnessing Sun Tao's extraordinary combat power, she began to reconsider. With Sun Tao on their side, they might actually stand a chance to give it a try. After all, that secret realm contains nightshade grass, which can enhance the mental strength of plant-type battle spirits. If consumed, it would bring considerable benefits to Li Shuao. That's why Li Shuao was so eager to invite Sun Tao to join the team. While Li Yang and the other were tasked with collecting the wolf carcasses, Li Shuao took a pouch from her waist and handed it to Sun Tao. This is my personal spatial storage bag. It's 10 cubic units in size, not very large, but generally sufficient for now. Take it for the time being, and I'll get you a better one when the opportunity arises. Sun Tao scratched his head, hesitated for a long moment, and finally took the spatial storage bag embroidered with a small pink rabbit. It's fine. It's just a temporary solution. I'll definitely get a cooler one later. Sun Tao consoled himself inwardly, tossed the bags he had brought over to Li Yang and the others, and casually placed the Gordon bronze cloud staff inside. To be honest, having a spatial storage bag really makes things much more convenient. Tell me about that secret realm. While the others were processing the wolf carcass materials, Sun Tao took the opportunity to ask Li Shuao for information about the secret realm. That secret realm is called the Dark Night Forest, a bronze-tier realm that only allows battle spirit masters below level 40 to enter. Many families in Shangnan City are aware of it. Inside are Shadow Moon Grey Wolves around levels 12 to 20, with 3 bosses in total, the Jackal Predator, the Jackal Hunter, and the One-Eyed Wolf King. Li Shuao spoke while taking out a tablet from her backpack, swiped a few times, and handed it to Sun Tao. On it was information about the Shadow Moon Jungle. According to our investigation, these 3 bosses are likely not the final bosses of the secret realm. There should be a hidden boss deeper inside, which we suspect can only be encountered by challenging the hell difficulty. This is a special secret realm with variable difficulty, which is assessed based on the overall strength of the entering team. However, due to level restrictions, higher-level battle spirit masters cannot be sent in, which is why no one has ever seen what the hidden boss actually looks like. Sun Tao was flipping through the information on the Nightshade Forest. He had only read about such secret realms in textbooks before. This was his first time encountering one in reality. Secret realms are a type of subspace entrance that can appear anywhere. In this world, people categorize the secret realms based on the difficulty of the monsters and the resources they yield, dividing them into bronze, silver, gold, emerald, diamond, and eternal tiers. Among these, secret realms at the gold tier and above are under government control, and not just anyone can enter. In the Dark Moon Forest, there is a herb called Dark Moon Grass, which can enhance the mental strength of plant-type battle spirits and also provide some benefits to other types of battle spirits. My target is the Dark Moon Grass. You can have first pick of any other rewards found in the secret realm. Hearing Li Shuao say that, Sun Tao had no reason to disagree. He immediately nodded and said, sure, but after clearing the secret realm, you'll have to help me track that Wolf King from earlier. Li Shuao smiled faintly and extended her delicate hand. Deal. She then took out a wristband from her pocket and handed it to Sun Tao. This is a team bracelet. Once worn, it allows you to form a team, share experience with teammates during battles, and also grants immunity to your teammates' skill damage. Sun Tao took the bracelet and put it on, thinking to himself that he now had over 200 spirit points. With the secret realm adventure about to begin, it's safer to boost his strength. Ding! Would you like to spend 100 spirit points to upgrade the Destiny template? Yes. As Sun Tao's thought flashed, the spirit essence points on the panel were instantly deducted, and a golden light flickered across his body. Ding! Destiny template proficiency increased. Skill acquired, Raging Ape Force. Raging Ape Force, passive, when attacking, every 5th strike is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Grants additional physical attribute bonuses upon leveling up. Increases attack speed by 10% when using a staff. As the Destiny template leveled up, Sun Tao suddenly felt a strange surge of heat flowing through his body. continuously providing him with strength, and an inexplicable mantra surfaced in his mind. It seemed he could even cultivate it. Passive skill? Could this be body refining cultivation technique? Sun Tao's heart leaped with joy as he hurriedly opened his attribute panel. Chosen 1, Sun Tao. Level, 6. Combat Power, 773. Battle Spirit, Divine Class Great Sage Equal of Heaven, 2%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 1. Basic Meditation. Raging Ape Force, 1. Equipment, Bronze Cloud Staff. Treasure Lotus Medicine Pot. Spirit Energy Points, 123. Seeing his combat power increase by over 100, Sun Tao couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy cow, what a powerful skill. Just by unlocking it, my combat power increased by over 100 points. In this world, combat power isn't just about simple attribute points, it's a comprehensive reflection of one's physical fitness, mental strength, battle spirit level, skills, and equipment, as determined by the will of the world. While numbers are numbers and combat power is combat power, the combat power displayed on the attribute panel generally reflects one's average strength. For instance, an average battle spirit master around level 30 typically only has about 300 combat power. Even Uncle Wang, decked out in top-tier gear, barely exceeds 500 combat power. Sun Tao now has a staggering combat power of over 700, nearly 800. Absolutely terrifying. Unaware of this, the others continued their journey after processing the wolf carcasses. This time, they headed deeper into the Crimson Forest. We're here. Half an hour later, the group arrived in front of a cave. Li Shuao took out a stone stained with black blood from her bag and placed it in a groove at the cave entrance. The entire cave instantly trembled as countless blood-red threads surged out from within. Before the group, the threads twisted and entangled, forming a circular portal over 2 meters tall. The secret realm gate is already open. Let's hurry in. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm, a hint of anticipation appeared on Li Shuao's delicate face. Sun Tao gently touched the secret realm gate, his face full of curiosity. So this is the entrance to the secret realm. Wait a minute. Just as everyone was about to enter, Uncle Wang suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him as he looked seriously at Sun Tao. Student's son, venturing into the secret realm is no joke. Since we've formed a team, I hope we can be honest with each other. At the very least, let me know about your battle spirit and skills so we can coordinate better inside the secret realm. Exactly. At least let us know your general skills and combat power. Otherwise, who knows if you'll slack off later. That's right. If you're unwilling, you can still leave the team now. The other two also chimed in agreement. Oh, Sun Tao glanced at them, shrugged indifferently. Might as well tell you, I'm a D-grade battle spirit. Golden Silk Monkey, a level 6 battle soul master with over 200 combat power. My main skill is staff techniques. Level 6. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's eyes instantly widened in shock. Even Li Shuao was stunned. If she remembered correctly, Sun Tao was someone who awakened his battle spirit in the same batch as her. And now, he's already reached level 6 in such a short time. That's faster than taking a plane. Others refused to believe it. In their eyes, Sun Tao had to be at least level 20 or higher, otherwise, there was no way he could have taken down those blazing wolves so effortlessly. Level 6, lower than his own level. How is that possible? Uncle Wang was also annoyed. Brother, if you don't want to say, you don't have to. There's no need to lie to us. Exactly. If you're only level 6, then what does that make us? Unawakened trash? Sun Tao spread his hands helplessly. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. In the end, it was Li Shuao who spoke up. Forget it, the secret realm's gate can't stay open for long. Let's not waste time and hurry inside. Chapter 6, Bring on the Hell Difficulty, Seeking Support. In the end, it was Li Shuao who spoke up, and the 5 of them stepped into the secret realm. Amidst a flicker of light and shadows, when Sun Tao opened his eyes again, they found themselves in a dense forest of withered branches. This was Sun Tao's first time entering the secret realm, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. It had been broad daylight outside, but unexpectedly, night had fallen the moment he stepped in. A waning moon hung high in the sky, its cold light casting airy shadows over the dense forest ahead, making the broken branches and fallen trees look like terrifying demons. From the forest came intermittent gusts of chilling wind, like mournful wails from the underworld, adding an inexplicable layer of eeriness to the entire secret realm. Drip. Entering the secret realm of Dark Night Forest, detecting team combat power. Combat power detection complete. Matching dungeon difficulty. Difficulty matched. Hell. Clear conditions. Eliminate Jackal Predators 0 out of 100. Defeat Jackal Chieftains 0 of 3. Slay the Alchemist Werewolf Mon 0 of 1. Introduction. In the distant past, there was a mad alchemist who attempted to use alchemy to obtain divine power. In the end, he failed, and the terrifying force turned the town he was in into ruins, transforming all its residents into gnolls that now roamed the area endlessly. After reading the dungeon's introduction, Uncle Wang's expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? How could it be hell difficulty? Uncle Wang couldn't believe it. This dungeon was no secret in Shuzhou, and many people had come to investigate it. Some families even specifically organized a group of level 39 individuals, fully equipped and combat ready, barely meeting the dungeon's entry threshold, yet they could only unlock the hard difficulty. Little did they expect that this time, they directly triggered the hell difficulty upon entering. Could it be that some hidden conditions were met? Uncle Wang couldn't quite figure it out. What? Is there any problem with the hell difficulty? Sun Tao frowned slightly. Li Shuiyao let out a bitter laugh. Hell difficulty doesn't just mean all the monsters in the dungeon are replaced. Every single mechanism and trap will be different from the previous difficulty levels. In other words, all our previous strategies for the secret realm are now useless. It's like starting from scratch to conquer a new one. Uncle Wang's expression darkened as he added to Li Shuiyao's words. Moreover, the monsters in the secret realm are inherently stronger than those outside. Even the regular mobs in normal mode are comparable to elite monsters out there. As for the mobs in hell mode, they're practically equivalent to bosses outside. And that's just the mobs. The boss enhancements will be even more terrifying. With that, he let out a long sigh. Miss, we can't handle this secret realm. To be honest, even if all four of you were level 39 battle spirit masters, we still wouldn't stand a chance. Why? Li Shuiyao was utterly confused. Uncle Wang explained. Because the secret realm boss is different from the ones outside. The bosses outside have relatively lower intelligence, simpler attack patterns, and no special skills, but the bosses inside often have special mechanics. You must find a way to counter them within the secret realm to have a chance at defeating them. Normally, when entering an unfamiliar secret realm, we would steadily test the boss's mechanics 2 or 3 times before taking action. This secret realm is too high level and difficult for us. Forget about the boss. We'd probably struggle even with small monsters. Secondly, we lack any strategy. We don't know where the boss is, what it looks like, or its attack patterns. Miss, I dare not risk your life. Uncle Wang's words couldn't help but shake Li Shuiyao's resolve. Venturing into the secret realm is no child's play. Life is only given once. Without absolute certainty of victory, who would dare act recklessly? But after all the effort they put into entering the hellish Nightshade Forest, how could they just turn back without accomplishing anything? She felt a bit unwilling to give up. This, Li Shuiyao hesitated, biting her lip as she weighed the pros and cons. The small monsters in hell difficulty are equivalent to the bosses outside. Sun Tao, who was standing nearby, instantly lit up upon hearing this. There's such a good thing. Killing small monsters outside only gives a few spiritual essences, while a boss can contribute dozens. If it's really as Uncle Wang said, then killing monsters in this secret realm must yield an abundance of spiritual essences. Small monsters already give dozens, so wouldn't a boss give over 100 spiritual essence points? At this thought, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel excited. Previously, he had spent 100 spirit essence points to upgrade his destiny proficiency once, only to find that the next upgrade required 300 spirit essence points. If he wanted to fully unlock the destiny template of the great sage equal to heaven, who knew how many spirit essence points it would take? Now that there was a place where he could farm a large amount of spirit essence points, how could Sun Tao possibly let it slip by? Moreover, according to the principle of treasure chests in secret realms, the higher the difficulty of the realm, the richer the rewards upon clearing it. The materials dropped after defeating the boss are even more precious and rare. Hey, you guys aren't scared, are you? Sun Tao's voice rang out. Uncle Wang sneered. This is called strategizing before acting, never fighting a battle you're not sure of winning. What do you know? TCH. Scared is scared. If you wait for a 99% chance of winning every time, what's the point of fighting? Sun Tao curled his lip and directly pulled out the bronze cloud staff from his waist pouch, slinging it over his shoulder. When it comes to secret realms, you fight for the hellish difficulty. It's rare to get into a place like this. If you want to leave, go ahead. I don't want to waste such a great opportunity. It's even better if you leave, no one to compete with me for monsters. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang flew into a rage. Arrogant. You're asking for death. Do you even know what the hell dungeon means? You think you can solo it? Do you really believe you're invincible? The other two were also furious. Yeah, right. Who do you think you are? Some kind of god-level battle spirit awakener? And you dare to solo a dungeon? Ha! What a fool rushing to his death. Even Li Shuiya felt that Sun Tao was being overconfident. Sun Tao, maybe we should just call it quits this time. Let's leave and come back after we level up. Sun Tao shrugged indifferently and walked straight past her. Suit yourself. Watching Sun Tao's retreating figure, Uncle Wang shook his head helplessly and cursed under his breath. Madman. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he quickly turned to Li Shuiya. Miss, This guy is a complete lunatic, you mustn't join him in his madness. Faced with Uncle Wang's persuasion, Li Shuai gave a faint smile. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I know what I'm doing. Only then did Uncle Wang let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, Li Shuai abruptly changed the subject. But he does have a point. It's rare to enter a hell difficulty dungeon, wouldn't it be a shame not to even try the small fry? After all, we're already here. Ha! Uncle Wang nearly choked on his own breath. Li Shuai said, striding towards Sun Tao with her long, beautiful legs. Hey, miss, wait for us. Reluctantly, Uncle Wang followed along in a huff, prioritizing Li Shuai's safety despite his unwillingness. Chapter 7, Great Sage Staff Technique Upgrade, Seeking Support. Under the serene moonlight, countless withered branches resembled demonic arms, and the howls of jackals could occasionally be heard from the forest. The decaying thicket obscured everyone's vision, and as they ventured deeper, a thin layer of mist began to rise around them. Sun Tao, carrying the cloud copper staff, scratched his head in slight frustration. He got lost. This kind of jungle map where you can't see the path is what he hates the most. He keeps getting lost from time to time. Behind him, Li Shuai and the other three caught up, and seeing Sun Tao standing at the fork in the road looking troubled, they chuckled lightly. Adventuring in secret realms is a task that requires teamwork. Li Shuai gave Zhang Min a meaningful glance from behind. Zhang Min stepped forward, extended his hands with eyes tightly shut, as two ethereal blue birds fluttered out from his left and right palms. His battle spirit is a sea-great breeze bird. Though not strong in combat, it can split into a clone to scout from the air, capable of invisibility and tracking and excellent reconnaissance skill. Li Shuai explained to Sun Tao from the side. Sun Tao nodded, thinking to himself that if he had such skills, maybe that boss wouldn't have gotten away today. Without keeping everyone waiting long, Zhang Min opened his eyes and said to the group, the left path leads into a graveyard. The green winged sensed danger there and didn't dare get too close. The right path goes to a dilapidated village, where many gnolls are roaming. The village is laid out in a circular pattern, with roughly 30 or so gnolls on the outskirts. The center is divided into 3 sections, each with a large gnoll as the core, surrounded by about 20 smaller gnolls. The smaller ones seem to be armed with bows, while the larger ones wield wolf-tooth clubs. Oh, and flying further into the village, there seems to be a vast sea of red flowers. Unfortunately, it's too far, my green-winged bird couldn't reach it. After listening to Zhang Min's intelligence report, Uncle Wang nodded and said, good work. Rubbing his chin, he analyzed. According to the initial introduction of the secret realm, that dilapidated village is probably the so-called town, with the gnolls as its residents, so they're still wandering near the town. And that graveyard is likely where the final boss is located. That flower field is also suspicious. How could such a lush flower field grow in such a ruined place? It probably holds the key clue to defeating the boss. I suggest we first attack the village on the right, then explore the graveyard on the left. After listening to Uncle Wang's analysis, Li Shuai nodded and said, Uncle Wang, you're more experienced. What do you think we should do next? Uncle Wang looked up at Sun Tao. Let's go over first and see if we can lure out a gnoll to fight, trying to take them down one by one. If we have to fight so many gnolls at once, none of us will be able to handle it. We'll test the strength of the small monsters first, and then we'll basically know whether we can clear this dungeon. Sun Tao scratched his head. Alright, so we take the left path and pull out one monster, right? Uncle Wang nodded, and Sun Tao immediately stepped toward the left fork in the road. After just a few steps, Sun Tao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Li Shuai asked curiously from behind him, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Sun Tao's expression turned grave as he scanned the surroundings. Be careful, there's killing intent. Hearing Sun Tao's words, everyone immediately tensed up and raised their weapons in alert. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bone arrow shot out from the dense woods, speeding straight toward Li Shuai's face. Ah! Li Shuai let out a scream, her mind instantly going blank. Oh no! Is my journey into the secret realm going to end before it even begins? Am I going to die here? Before she could even begin to grieve, Sun Tao swung his staff with one hand, effortlessly knocking the bone arrow away. Howl! Howl! As the bone arrows appeared, the howls of gnolls echoed through the dense forest, and dozens of them wielding short bows emerged slowly from the trees. Their eyes were blood red, fixed on the group with an unmistakable glint of madness. Hyena Predator. Level, 13. Combat Power, 280. Skill, Toxic Shot. A level 13 mob actually has a combat power of 280. That's even stronger than regular bosses outside. Plus, it's a troublesome long-range monster, making it impossible to use terrain for kiting, which makes the fight even harder. Not good. They have Hatred Chain. Miss, let's retreat. Hatred Chain means attacking one small monster might trigger a whole group to attack, making it impossible to pick them off one by one. Plus, these gnolls are troublesome archers. Once surrounded by them, there's a real risk to our lives. so Uncle Wang starts thinking about retreating. Just 10 gnolls, what's there to fear? You all fall back, Sun Tao said disdainfully, continuing to walk forward. This guy, he's got a death wish. Miss, let's get out of here quickly. Uncle Wang glanced at Sun Tao as if looking at an idiot, certain in his heart that this guy was already doomed, without even a shield. Charging forward like this would surely turn him into a sieve under the arrows of those jackalmen. All he wanted now was for Li Shuiyao to leave immediately, but the next second, he froze completely, staring ahead in disbelief. Sun Tao's pace quickened gradually, transitioning from a brisk walk into a light jog. The gnolls also began shooting at him one after another, but the incoming bone arrows were either dodged by his agile movements or deflected with his bronze cloud staff. In the blink of an eye, Sun Tao charged into the midst of over a dozen gnolls, thrusting his long staff and piercing straight through one gnoll's chest. Then with another sweeping strike, he instantly sent 3 or 4 gnolls flying, before they could even get up. Each was struck on the head with a club and killed outright. How is this possible? How can his damage be so high? A level 13 monster was instantly wiped out. Are these gnolls all made of paper? One hit and they're dead? Li Yang and Zhang Min exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. The other gnolls, seeing their companion fall, let out a howl and quickly gathered together, swiftly drawing their bows and unleashing a volley of arrows at Sun Tao. Oh no, it's an area attack. With his staff-type weapon, he can neither block nor dodge it. Uncle Wang's heart trembled, and he instinctively took a few steps back. If the situation turned dire, he would flee with Li Shuiyao. But the next second, he felt his worldview being shattered once again. Sun Tao stood his ground, facing the rain of arrows without a trace of panic. With both hands gripping the bronze cloud staff, he spun it swiftly, twirling it like a flower, creating an impenetrable defense around himself so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Dozens of bone arrows struck the staff's whirl, all deflected away, not a single one managed to hit Sun Tao. Ding! Successfully used Great Sage Staff Technique to defend against a ranged attack. Great Sage Staff Technique leveled up. Acquired Staff Art Insight. Halting his staff flourish, Sun Tao gazed at the gnoll in the distance, his eyes flashing with golden light. Finished attacking? Now it's my turn. Chapter 8, The Battle Aura-Wielding Gnoll Leader. Just as Sun Tao and his companions were dealing with the gnolls, the soil at the fork in the road where they had previously gotten lost began to shift. Before long, a small skeleton crawled out from underground. Ha, did someone just pass by? The little skeleton struggled to pull itself out of the dirt, looking around in confusion, but not a single shadow could be seen. Strange, I could have sworn I heard something, the little skeleton muttered as it sat on a nearby rock, pulling out a bone fragment from behind its backside. The boss said, if you meet people, give them this bone fragment. It can awaken him in the graveyard to help fight the gnolls. Otherwise, with the help of the knight's spirit, they won't be able to defeat those big wolf dogs. Thinking of the boss's plight, the little skeleton's face couldn't help but droop with sadness. Sigh, I wonder when the boss will finally be free from that state. Adventurers, come quickly, die. Bang! A powerful overhead staff strike landed on the hyena predator's head, smashing its skull in an instant. Ding! You have slain a level 13 gnoll marauder, gaining 130 EXP and 23 spirit energy. Ding! You have slain a level 14 gnoll marauder, gaining 134 EXP and 24 spirit energy. Ding! You have slain a level 13 gnoll marauder, gaining 130 EXP and 23 spirit energy. Awesome! The rewards here are indeed plentiful. Listening to the constant notification sounds in his mind, Sun Tao was exhilarated. These jackal raiders, just one is worth 10 blazing wolves outside. The key is they're also easy to fight. Sun Tao could take down a dozen jackals in just a few minutes. On the other side, Li Shuiyao and the others were still in shock, their mouths hung open, faces filled with disbelief. No way. He took down a 280 power hyena raider that fast? Did you see that just now? None of the arrows in that sky-covering volley hit, he deflected every single one. Even Li Shuiyao's eyes were filled with curiosity. Uncle Wang, how much combat power do you think this guy has? Uncle Wang smacked his lips and said somewhat guiltily, judging by the current situation, it's at least 350 or above, possibly even exceeding 400. 400, Li Shuiyao's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed up, so you're saying he has at least 400 combat power at level 6? Uncle Wang nodded, only more, not less. Moreover, I suspect he has other secrets. With such combat power, there's no way he could have the trashiest D-level battle spirit, it must be at least S-level or SS level. Miss, this person is mysterious. We absolutely must not make an enemy of him. Li Shuiyao's face was full of excitement. After learning how formidable Sun Tao's strength was, she couldn't help but entertain some other thoughts. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I know what I'm doing. Hey, do you guys want these gnoll corpses? Sun Tao's voice snapped the group out of their daze. He casually sipped from a liquor flask in one hand while poking at the gnoll corpses with a stick in the other. Li Shuiye came running over. We haven't seen much of these gnolls before, but based on experience, their claws and teeth are usually valuable. The rest needs to be tested in the lab before we know for sure. Sun Tao nodded and slung the stick over his shoulder. Alright, you can have all these corpses. Just let me know how much they're worth later. Don't let me lose money. Li Shuiye revealed a row of white teeth. Smiling brightly, guaranteed profit. The group continued forward and, guided by Jiang Min's Windbird, quickly found the other two teams of patrolling gnoll marauders. This time, Li Shuiye felt a sudden impulse and wanted to join the battle herself. As a result, it took Li Yang, Jiang Min, and her more than 10 minutes of strenuous effort to defeat just one gnoll. And this was only possible because Uncle Wang helped tank the damage for them, otherwise, the three of them might have been wiped out the moment they encountered the enemy. At that moment, they finally realized that it wasn't that these gnolls were weak, but rather that Sun Tao's strength was simply overwhelming. After dealing with the 30 or so gnolls outside the village, Sun Tao and his companions stood on a small hill, looking at the village ruins in the distance. According to the intelligence from the swift-winged bird, there were 3 gnoll chieftains inside, each leading about 20 gnolls, occupying the surroundings of the village. Uncle Wang, how do you think we should fight this? Li Shuiye lay on the small hill, observing the gnolls not far away. They gathered in small groups, clearly ideal for pulling aggro, with the central gnoll wielding a spiked club while riding a wurg. If we send someone to lure the monsters, we'd likely draw out a whole swarm at once. Uncle Wang sighed nearby. Normally, we'd first test if we can pull them out to fight. Otherwise, there are too many monsters inside once surrounded. We'd wipe. Alternatively, we could separate the minions first, focus fire on the boss, then circle back to clear the ads. But this method demands high team strength, and our squad setup is too weak to pull it off. Li Shuiye nodded. It's fine to spend more time. Let's try pulling the monsters out first and see how it goes. Uncle Wang nodded his head deeply. From the battle just now he could sort of see that only he and Sun Tao were estimated to have the combat power within this team. He had to stay by Li Shuiye's side to protect her safety, and the task of pulling monsters could only be left to Sun Tao to carry out. Observing the surrounding terrain, Uncle Wang quickly selected an excellent place for an ambush. Sun Tao, you wait to go inside the village to lure a few monsters. Sun Tao? Uncle Wang just wanted to tell Sun Tao about his plan, only to turn his head and realize that Sun Tao had disappeared at some point. Jiang Min weakly pointed to the trail not far away. He just walked past. Uncle Wang probed and realized that Sun Tao had already carried the stick all the way to the village entrance. What's this guy doing? One person on. Isn't that a pure giveaway? Uncle Wang was furious. This Sun Tao is too confident. You can't fight 24 jackals by yourself even if you have high battle power. Really think it's hitting the wildlife out there? Seeing Sun Tao walking to the entrance of the village, he grinned at the jackals not far away. Carrying the stick, he pens an international friendly gesture at them with his left hand. Yo, Sun Thief. Seeing Sun Tao's gesture, in the village, a group of wandering jackals had their hand movements stalled, and then it seemed that all of them were enraged. Their eyes were red, and their mouths wailed and howled with excitement. Taking his bow and spear, he charged towards Sun Tao. The big jackal man in the center even roared. His body violently erupted with crimson airwaves, driving the seated wolves underneath him, and with the sound of breaking wind, he pounced towards Sun Tao. Fighting! Uncle Wang on the small hill couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Surprisingly, it's a jackal leader with a fighting spirit. Hearing Uncle Wang's alarmed cry, Li Shuiye's heart was shaken and she could not help but worry about Sun Tao. Chapter 9, The Jackal Chief, Requesting Tickets. Fighting Qi, strictly speaking, was not a separate skill. It's more of a form of energy manipulation that all creatures can theoretically learn and master. During these 300 years of demonic invasion, humans have also discovered that there are quite a few wild monsters and bosses that possess the ability to use fighting Qi, and without exception, they are all very difficult to deal with. Fighting aura not only enhances the user's physical fitness, making its movements faster and stronger. Moreover, with a special technique, one could also use a Do-Chi technique and explode with great power. When adventuring in the wilderness and exploring secret realms, the last thing people wanted to see was this kind of boss that possessed fighting spirit, and such bosses were more than twice as hard to fight as the others. Uncle Wang also didn't expect that this was only the bronze secret realm, and before he could even see the final boss, he encountered a jackal leader who was able to use fighting Qi. The difficulty of this secret realm was too high. Jackal Chief, Knight Soul Status, Rank, 19, Battle Strength, 820, Skills, Red Lotus Fighting Spirit, Death Blow. Seeing the terrifying battle power of the jackal leader, Uncle Wang directly turned his head to Li Shuiye. Miss, let's go. This secret realm can't be passed anymore. At least we can't get through it alone. Li Shuiao's face was full of resentment, but she also knew that a boss with more than 800 battle power was no longer something they could fight right now, only opt out. However, now that Sun Tao was still fighting in front of them, it seemed a bit inappropriate if they were to leave now. What about Sun Tao? But Uncle Wang's mind was now filled with hurrying to take Li Shuiao out of the secret realm. How could he care about Sun Tao? Gu, my missy you don't look at what time it is now. Sun Tao has messed with so many jackals and is already dead. Although he's strong, he's definitely not a match for 24 jackals. Plus there's a boss that can fight on the opposite side. He won't be able to carry the damage alone. We have to hurry or we won't be able to leave when they get a whiff of us. According to Uncle Wang's experience, generally this kind of canine demonic monster tends to have a particularly keen sense of smell, so he was afraid that these jackals would target them after Sun Tao's death. Li Shuiao bit her lip, unable to make up her mind. Is the only way to abandon your fellow man? She looked back in Sun Tao's direction, not expecting to freeze again. It wasn't just Li Shuiao who froze. Uncle Wang also froze. Li Yang and Jiang Min also had their mouths wide open, not realizing that battles could still be fought this way. Seeing only Sun Tao seeing that a large number of jackals in the village had been attracted by himself, without any hesitation, he directly put away his stick and turned around without looking back, all the way to the middle of the dense forest. Some of the fast-running jackals followed and rushed in, but in the next second, their corpses flew backwards out of the woods at an even faster speed to land hard in front of the jackal leader. Looking at the jackal minions whose heads were smashed to pieces, the jackal leader roared in anger and raised the wolfsbane in his hand, and the many jackals stood in place and started to shoot arrows with their bows. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Countless arrows rained towards the woods not far away. This time the rain of arrows could be more than twice as strong as the patrols encountered before. Not only were the arrows fast, but they were also ferocious in force. Even if they were shot at the branches, they could directly break the branches. Hey! Hey! Good timing! Look at the flower of my stick! Sun Tao let out a loud laugh and rotated the copper cloud stick with both hands, dancing the stick flowers around his body. The rapidly rotating club acted as a shield, knocking away or bouncing off all incoming arrows. After shooting several rounds in a row, the jackal leader then raised his wolfsbane and roared, "Tell all the jackals to stop shooting." By this time, the small dense forest in front of them was already densely packed with the bone arrows of the jackals. The jackal leader seemed to be very satisfied with the result. Holding his chest and grunting twice, he gave a look to the jackals on the side and told them to go in and carry out Sun Tao's body. 5 jackals with bows and arrows, hunched over, slowly entered the dense forest. Bang! 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 But soon, after 5 crisp clangs of the bat came from inside the dense forest, there was no more movement. The jackal leader wasn't intelligent enough to understand what was happening, seeing as he had waited for half a day and didn't see his little brother come out. So 5 more jackals were sent in. Bang! 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 There were 5 more crunching sounds, and the jackal leader instantly burst into a rage. Now where did it not know that it was clear that the human was still alive? Ow! With an angry growl, the jackal leader picked up his own wolfsbane and charged into the dense forest with the remaining 6 jackals. It wanted to see what kind of trick that human was playing this time. As soon as he rushed in, the jackal leader saw his minions that he had sent over earlier lying neatly in a clearing not far away. Seeing this, the jackal leader was instantly on guard, his hands gripping his wolf's toothstick, his body bulging with fighting chi, and constantly shrugging his nose to sniff the smell in the air. Bang! Before he could discover Sun Tao's trail, another crunching sound rang out of thin air. The jackal leader hurriedly turned his head to look at the location where the sound came from, only to see a headless jackal fall limply to the ground. Bang! Then there was another crunch. Another jackal fell, being teased back and forth. The jackal leader instantly became furious. It roared and made both jackals come to its side to see how this human could still sneak attack. The 2 young jackals had just leaned over when the jackal leader caught a glimpse of a branch twitching slightly to the side. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly wielded his wolf tooth rod and swung out a pizzicato wave of fighting chi to hit that large tree, instantly blasting the entire tree into a sky of debris. Bang! Bang! But, at the same time there were 2 crunching sounds. The jackal leader turned his head to look behind him, only to see Sun Tao holding his club in one hand, and the last jackal in front of him collapsed softly, blood slowly flowing out from his neck, emitting a strong bloody odor. Seeing the jackal leader look over, Sun Tao grinned. "Take a swig of huckleberry wine. I'm done with your minions. Now it's our turn." Roar! The jackal leader roared, fighting chi rising from his entire body, holding a wolf toothstick and smashing it directly at Sun Tao's head. Death blow! Sun Tao grinned and directly held his stick with both hands, doing a hegemony carry, blocking the heavy blows of the jackal leader. The tremendous force even caused the land under Sun Tao's feet to crack open with fissures. After testing the strength of the jackal leader, Sun Tao grinned and said, "Is that all the strength you have? Not enough. Not enough. Activating the raging ape power, countless chi forces converged in his hands. In the shocked gaze of the jackal leader, the shadow of an angry ape slowly emerged behind Sun Tao. As he let out a roar, he directly pushed the jackal leader backward several steps with its seated wolf. Sun Tao carried the copper cloud stick with a golden aura wrapped around his body, his eyes glowing with golden light, and his eyes staring at the jackal man chief with a deadly stare. Ready? I'm going on. Recognize the break. Open. Chapter 10, Who is the boss? Recognize break, fire ice pre-skill. Consume mana to activate. Can recognize illusions, mists and enemy weaknesses. Completing the weaknesses to break can cause a stiffening blow. Opening the knowledge break skill required Sun Tao's mana value to be consumed, as the level of raging ape power was not yet high. With his current mana value, it would have to be open for a maximum of 3 minutes before he would have to rest his pussy. But if you count the precious medicine in the gourd, that's a different story. The Pauline medicine pot can be used 5 times a day, and I've already used it once today, and there are still 2 jackal leaders and a bottom of the level boss to come, so it's best to not use the medicine if you can. Sun Tao was calculating in his heart, and had already made up his mind to fire away and solve the battle in 3 minutes. After opening the recognition, Sun Tao's eyes glowed with gold. The opposite jackal leader along with the seated wolf underneath it had a clear view of the veins and fighting chi running routes around his body and Sun Tao's eyes. 17 or 18 golden points of light spread all around the jackal leader. Those were the weaknesses identified by sense. As long as they were broken, they could be knocked into a state of stasis. Time was running out. Sun Tao did not have the slightest hesitation. His feet stomped, and his entire body was like a lightning bolt quickly rushing towards the jackal leader. The jackal leader roared explosively and raised his wolf-tooth club and smashed it down towards Sun Tao. Left flash, right dodge, light stick, heavy blow, a set of movements Sun Tao did in a smooth flow, followed by a poke stick, violently poking at the jackal leader's chest. The golden light floating on its chest violently dispersed. The huge force made the jackal leader clip his seat wolf and retreat a few steps in a lousy manner. His chest was stuffy and he was a bit out of breath, and for a while, he actually did not move. Sun Tao will not let go of such an opportunity. Continue to close to the front. A stick sweeping, a stick force cleave, and then is not hesitate to retreat a big step. Ow! The seat wolf let out an angry growl as he bit the air. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. It'll be your turn later. Sun Tao rotated his stick and observed the movements of the jackal leader. The blood bar on its head had already been mostly beaten by Sun Tao, so as long as he found the right opportunity to do another set later, he would be able to kill him. Shaking his head, the jackal leader recovered from the stiffness he had just experienced, and looking at Sun Tao not far away, he seemed to feel that he had been provoked and growled angrily. In the next second, it unexpectedly tumbled down from the seed wolf, carrying its own wolfsbane and its own seed wolf with a deadly stare at Sun Tao. Asterisk 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 you have a second stage? Sun Tao was slightly surprised, not realizing that a small boss in such a secret realm even had a second stage. Keep in mind that many of the elite level bosses out there don't have a second stage, but this is not a big deal to Sun Tao. Anyway, no matter the first stage or second stage, this guy is not his opponent. The jackal leader raised his wolfsbane and pointed it at Sun Tao, and the seated wolves that it had unleashed suddenly snarled and lunged at Sun Tao. The jackal leader followed closely behind, wielding a huge wolf-toothed club and attacking Sun Tao with an unstoppable momentum. Without the burden of the jackal leader, the speed of the seed wolf was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Sun Tao and opened its mouth to bite at his neck. But in Sun Tao's state of knowledge, all their movements were clearly seen by Sun Tao, and he knew exactly what he was going to do next. Without waiting for the seed wolf to open its mouth, Sun Tao took the first step to dodge, and then he struck the seed wolf's waist with a stick, and sent it flying out with a hard tease. Then, without looking at the seed wolf's side, he directly raised his stick with both hands to block the jackal leader's heavy blow. Madaka! The wolf-tooth rod and the copper cloud stick clashed with each other, emitting a violent sound that shook the surrounding withered trees and branches. Ah! Get the hell out of here! Sun Tao roared. Veins rippled on his neck, his body's strength flowed, and he fiercely kicked the jackal leader in the chest. Kicked it out so hard that it smashed 3 boulders in a row before stopping. Immediately afterward, without the slightest hesitation, Sun Tao directly rushed up with his entire body, and the raging ape shadow emerged behind him once again. During the running process, a steady stream of raging ape power was poured into the copper cloud stick by Sun Tao, covering the long stick in his hand with a thin layer of golden light. Chopping stick style, when he arrived in front of the jackal leader, Sun Tao's entire body leapt up high, raised the iron rod, and directly smashed it on the jackal leader's head. Boom! Enough force to open mountains and crack rocks instantly surged out. The earth crumbled, and the surrounding dust directly flew up several feet high, and that jackal leader also completely turned into meat paste. Drop! You have killed the level 19 jackal leader. Gaining experience asterisk 530. Spirit value asterisk 120. The seat wolf that fell not far away saw this scene, and the entire wolf was terrified, whimpering with its tail between its legs as it tried to escape. Before it could run a few meters away, an iron rod lengthened violently in the smoke and poked it straight to the ground. Phew! Sun Tao twirled his stick blossom and stepped closer to the seat wolf that had fallen to the ground. In a cold voice, he said, "What's the hurry? I'll send you on your way." Bang! Drop! You have slain the level 19 Jackalman leader, Seat Wolf. Gaining experience asterisk 230 and spirit value asterisk 54. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is the boss? On the small hill, Li Shuiao's few people looked at this scene in shock. One person single-handedly took on a group of jackals, one of which was a level 19 boss monster. And surprisingly won. This guy is the monster, right? Uncle Wang's entire body was dumbfounded. His own battle spirit was a B-ranked cracked black bear, which was itself known for its strength. But he had to admit that an attack like the one Sun Tao had just made, he didn't even dare to think about it, not to mention hitting it. Sun Tao's combat power is at least 700 upwards, or even 800 after all, and his stick skills are out of this world, so he can completely bring his combat power into play. This kid's positioning is so windy, and his battle sense is simply terrifyingly strong. Could this be talent? The shock in Uncle Wang's heart could no longer be described in words. Until the light of the upgrade flashed, Li Shuiao and the others were still a bit incredulous. This is the end? How come this secret realm gives me a feeling that it's not that difficult either? It's not hard? You go up there and try it. That jackal chief can send you to your death with a single blow. Brother son, he's too good. He can take down such a powerful boss. Shock. Admiration. At this moment, Li Shuiao's few people were convinced of Sun Tao. Obviously, the end of the group was bound to be destroyed, but it was actually hardened by Sun Tao alone. The strength is also too over the top. Uncle Wang, let's go and meet him. Li Shuiao opened her mouth and said, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Sun Tao with a streak of color in her eyes, clearly more interested in this person. The four of them came down from the mountainside, and Sun Tao had rested almost as much as he could. Only his mana had not yet recovered up. It's a good time to take advantage of this time to organize the stuff dropped by the jackal leader. Turning over the corpse, 3 shining items came into view. Chapter 11, Bronze Wall, Iron Wall, Millipede Split, Request for Support. 3 pieces of equipment. A small boss unexpectedly burst out 3 pieces of equipment, which made Sun Tao's heartbeat a few points faster. 1 green, 2 white, 1 fine and 2 mortal item props. It's worthy of being a hell difficulty secret realm. Even a small boss can explode so much equipment. Sun Tao exclaimed. This world's magic equipment explosion rate has been very touching. The boss outside the secret realm usually does not explode things, or only drop some material. As for the ones within the secret, the burst rate is also pitifully low. Usually the bottom boss of the level will symbolically drop a few pieces. It was also generally fine grade equipment, with very few perfect grades. And in the midst of this secret realm, just the small boss dropped 3 equipments, including 1 fine grade equipment. Mind you, there were 2 other jackal chiefs like it, plus a level bottom boss. How much can be gained after the fight? Sun Tao could not even think about it. Tap on the properties of the 3 props. Tattered Knight's Medal, fine grade, battle strength, 130, medal representing a knight's honor, which seems to be engraved with the name, Saul's. Wearing this knight's medal reduces the amount of damage taken and can inspire 3 fighting choppers per day. Feature, Fighting Spirit / Activate the fighting spirit in the order of the knight and inflict ranged damage on the enemies in front of you. The first fine grade equipment was actually a medal, which surprised Sun Tao. Among the magical equipment, the burst rate of jewelry type equipment like rings, medals, and necklaces was the lowest. I didn't expect to get one here. It's still a medal that reduces the ability to take damage and unleash skills that are nothing short of warrior ecstasy. It's not bad, but it's of little use to me, so it's more practical to sell it. Seeing Li Shuiao's few people coming over, he handed this medal over. How much do you charge for this thing, you Huarong group? Li Shuiao took a look at the medallion and immediately said in surprise, it's actually a fine grade medallion. The battle power isn't low, and it can also release skills. This is something good. After thinking for a moment, Li Shuiao quoted a price to Sun Tao, probably between $2 and $3 million. It'll sell for $2 million. Sun Tao's heart is blossoming. This time his standard of living can be greatly improved. Together with the corpses of those demonic monsters that he had fought earlier, he might even be able to buy some cultivation resources to aid in his cultivation. Okay, then you help me dispose of it. And by the way, these corpses are also for you, and the money will call me together then. Good. Li Shuiao nodded and commanded Li Yang and Zhang Min to go up and clean up the bodies of those jackals. Gather some of the useful stuff together. The remaining 2 are mortal props. Jackal Rod, mortal grade weapon. Battle strength, 89. a wolfsbane handmade by the jackal chief, has a chance to ignore defense when attacking, and inflicts bleeding damage when attacking. Trait, bleeding. When attacking, it will cause the opponent to bleed according to the strength of the attack. Greedy Brigade Boots, Mortal Grade Shoes. Battle Strength, 65. Short boots made by jackals, especially good for running. Increase your agility. The wolf tooth stick was of average quality, plus Sun Tao had the copper cloud stick in his hand. This thing was of no use to him, so Sex also gave Li Shueyao to deal with it. As for the Greedy Brigade Boots, Sun Tao wore them directly on himself, after bouncing around for a while. Not to mention, magical gear is just better than regular shoes. It made his entire body feel a little lighter. A few people took a short break, ate a meal in place, and waited until Sun Tao's state had recovered more or less, and once again headed to the middle of the village. The remaining two groups of jackals were naturally no match for Sun Tao, and this time, they had the help of Li Shueya. Although it couldn't directly kill the monsters, it could help Sun Tao lure all the little jackals away so that he could deal with the jackal leader without worry. Drop. You have killed the level 19 jackal leader. Gaining experience *530. Spirit value *120. Drop. You have killed the level 19 jackal leader. Gaining experience *530. Spirit value *120. After killing these jackals, the rich experience made the crowd upgrade in succession. Li Shueyo directly rose from level 3 to level 6. Even Li Yang and Zhang Min had each risen a level, and Sun Tao even rose 3 levels in a row, and was only one step away from level 10. Mandate, Sun Tao. Rank, 9. Battle Strength, 984. Battle Spirit, Divine Qi Tian De Shang, 2%. Skills, Great Sage Stick Technique, 2. Basic Meditation Technique, Raging 8 Power, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick, Pauline Pill Pot. Spirit Points, 2,778. Beginner's Quest, Bullseye. Mission Statement, destroy 200 level 10 or less demonic monsters, 116/200 destroyed, and kill 5 level 10 bosses, 5/10 destroyed. Mission Reward, number of times of extraction of Heavenly Destiny spells *1. Chi Gathering Technique *1. Looking at his skyrocketing spirit embodiment points, Sun Tao's face was almost smiling. Earned big. It's a big profit. It's true that we still have to go down to the secret realm. It was a pity that the jackals in this secret realm were all over level 10. Otherwise it would have been better if they could have completed the novice quest together. More than 2,000 Ling Yun now. We're going to fight the bottom boss of the level next. Should we strengthen it? After thinking for a while, Sun Tao still decided to strengthen it. Only with increased strength can you gain access to better resources. Drops. Is it possible to consume 300 spirit embodiment points to upgrade the Heavenly Fate template? Yes. With a flash of golden light, Sun Tao only felt a warm current flowing through his entire body, and his physical quality was once again improved. Drops. The proficiency of the Heavenly Fate template has increased. Obtaining the skill, Bronze Head and Iron Arm. Bronze Head and Iron Arm, Divine, in the face of impending damage. You can transform yourself into an immovable stone statue to block. A successful block restores mana and inflicts stalemate damage to the enemy. Bronze Head and Iron Arm, passive effect. Each upgrade can additionally improve physical fitness and have a chance to be immune to damage when facing a lethal blow. *******. Divine Technique. Seeing his newly acquired skill, Sun Tao's eyes widened. Being able to block damage, as well as being able to inflict stiffness on the enemy and restore mana, is simply a godly skill for fighting, and there was also a chance of immunity to lethal damage, greatly increasing Sun Tao's margin for error when fighting. This made Sun Tao couldn't help but also want to raise his Heaven's Destiny template proficiency, so he might even be able to obtain a god tier skill. Drops. Is it possible to consume 900 spirit embodiment points to upgrade the Heavenly Fate template? Dropping. The proficiency of the Heavenly Fate template has increased. Gaining the skill, Millimeter Diversion. Hair Split, Divine Level. Pull out hair to manifest 3 splits to fight with yourself against the enemy. The splits have half of the main body's combat power, and will directly disappear after 3 attacks. Surprisingly, it's a hairy split. Seeing the acquired skills, Sun Tao's heart was more than ecstatic. This is the signature skill of the Great Sage. Finally, I've been driven out by myself. With this skill, Sun Tao was no longer afraid of a siege. If the opponent had a large number of people, he or she would pluck a few hairs out, blow gently, and summon countless doppelgangers to fight against each other. Hey, it's just a righteous cluster ***** from now on. Chapter 12, he can still split. Sun Tao, have you ever felt strange? Li Shueyo suddenly leaned over and asked Sun Tao in a low voice. Sun Tao was still immersed in the joy of the upgrade and didn't understand what she meant by that. Strange? What's strange? Li Shueyo stroked her chin. These 3 jackal leaders are all able to release fighting chi, and the attributes of the fighting chi are different. One is the fire-attributed Red Lotus fighting chi. One is the water-attributed Cold Frost fighting chi. and one is the Earth-attributed Black Rock fighting chi, which is quite unusual. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang, who was on the side, also nodded and said, indeed, generally speaking, demonic monsters of the same race tend to master fighting chi of the same attribute when cultivating fighting chi. But it is indeed a bit unusual for the 3 jackal chiefs to master 3 kinds of fighting chi, and they also each exploded a knight's medallion. It stands to reason that even if the explosive rate of the knight's medallion is high, it shouldn't explode on every boss. In this way, these knight's orders, on the contrary, feel a bit like quest props. Li Shuya reached out and pulled out the 3 knight medals in her bag. Upon closer inspection, all 3 medals have the exact same battle bonus and description characteristics. The only difference is just the name on the medal. The names are Souls, Carlos, and Ro, respectively. Sun Tao took a medal and scrutinized it for half a day, guessing, could it be that these jackal leaders were knights before they transformed? That's why they have this knight's medal. Uncle Wang nodded. Very likely. This also explains exactly why these 3 jackal chiefs have different fighting aura attributes. Sun Tao scratched his head. But what can we do if we know this? Uncle Wang explained to him. Through this we can analyze the bottom boss of the level in advance. From the copy introduction, the bottom boss should be that werewolf alchemist Munz. It's possible that he's also become from a human just like these jackal leaders. And then alchemist. A cloth armor long-range profession as soon as it sounds like it. The skills are most likely related to alchemy potions. And I don't know if it's a status or damage alchemy potion. Listening to Uncle Wang's analysis, Sun Tao was very impressed. Worthy of being a senior battle soul master, he was able to analyze so many paths in just one name. Unlike myself, whatever the hell you do, I'm a stick in the mud. If 1 stick doesn't work, 2 sticks. After the crowd rested a bit, they moved on. Not far through the village is a sea of red flowers. The phantom moonflower on the other side. Li Shuyo suddenly exclaimed. Sun Tao turned his head to look, his face puzzled. Didn't I tell you before that there's a herb inside the spectral night jungle called the spectral night grass, which is able to enhance the mental strength of plant-based martial souls, and is also a little helpful for other martial souls. This phantom moon petiole flower is equivalent to an upgraded version of the phantom night grass. Not only can it greatly increase the spiritual strength of plant-based martial souls, it also has the possibility of awakening a second soul skill. Other types of martial souls that eat it will also be able to increase their spiritual strength and also enhance their what attribute resistance. Li Shuyo explained to Sun Tao, but soon she frowned again. It doesn't make sense. The phantom moonflower is usually found in the midst of the level 90 gold mysteries. How can there be one here, or such a large piece? Sun Tao grinned. In short, it's just good stuff. Li Shuyo nodded. That's right. A pixie moon pigeon flower can be sold outside for at least 2 million a plant. Such a big piece. Sun Tao. We're rich. Li Shuyao's eyes were sparkling with little stars, and her mouth was dripping with saliva as she looked at such a large piece of the phantom moon pigeon flower. Just as the crowd was about to go up and pick it, a bark suddenly came from the wooden house in the center of the sea of flowers. Woof woof woof. 4 gray wolves the size of calves violently scurried out of the cabin, showing their teeth and growling low at the crowd. Alchemy Gray Wolf. Rank, 23. Battle Strength, 712. Skills, Berserk Bite. Alchemy Bloodline. Not in any way weaker than the Grey Wolf of the Jackal Leader. There were 4 of them as soon as they appeared. It put the crowd on alert. I said why Zoro and the others are suddenly so excited. So it's because a guest has arrived. Suddenly a voice came out of the hut. Sun Tao's few people looked up, only to see a silhouette slowly walk out of the hut. He was slim, with short blonde hair underneath eyes that always squinted and smiled, a slight grin on his face, a cane, and a neat suit and vest, the manner of an English gentleman. Sun Tao fixed his eyes on it. Alchemist Munz. Rank, 25. Battle Strength, 834. Skills, Alchemy Mist. Unstable Potion. 5. 5 bosses. This time, not only Uncle Wang, even Li Shuya was not calm anymore. Why are there 5 bosses at the end? Even though these wolves may not be bosses, their battle power is too terrifying. It's over. It's finished. It's really over. Seeing these 5 bosses, Sun Tao became excited instead. If we can kill these 5 bosses, they'll definitely explode. Li Shuyo was about to collapse. Big brother, what time is it? And you're still thinking about a big explosion? Let's just not get blown up big time. Uncle Wang also spoke up and said, it's not in battle mode yet. We can still walk. Everyone slowly back up and don't attract the boss's attention. As soon as Uncle Wang's words left his mouth, he saw Munz, who had just come out, suddenly fling out a glass bottle. A green mist quickly spread out in all directions. It's rare to have a guest. Everyone don't rush off. Accompany my pets to have a good time. The green mist enveloped the surroundings, and Sun Tao merely inhaled a mouthful of it before seeing a mildly poisoned status appear on his status bar. The light of jade. Li Shuyo lifted her staff and held up a blinding green light. blocking the green mist outside. Looking at the 4 gray wolves that were gradually approaching, he couldn't help but look a little desperate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's no way to back out. It's really over. I'm sorry, Sun Tao. I'm the one who got dragged into this time. If it wasn't for the fact that I had to come to the secret realm to take a risk, you wouldn't have encountered this kind of danger. Li Shuya gripped her staff tightly, her pretty face filled with self-blame. Sun Tao carried the stick and shook his head. Put that sad face of yours away. It's a little too soon to give up just like that. Facing the 4 gray wolves, Sun Tao stomped his feet hard. The entire group quickly charged towards the gray wolf. Seemingly sensing that they were being defied by Sun Tao, the 4 gray wolves suddenly growled loudly. Majestic. The 4 people on the side immediately looked as if they were dead, their mouths crying out that they were finished. But in the next second, Sun Tao wiped his hand behind his head and placed it in front of his mouth to blow gently. Hair splitting, 4 or 5 Sun Tao instantly appeared in front of him, waving their iron bars and charging towards the gray wolf. Seeing this scene, Li Shuyao's several eyes were rounded and their jaws were about to drop in shock. He can still split. Chapter 13 Werewolf Mun's Request for Support. Sun Tao's doppelganger instantly battled the 4 gray wolves. Being armed with the Great Sage Stick technique, they used it even more than Sun Tao himself. The iron rod rolled over and over in his hands, beating the gray wolf to a pulp. The gray wolf roared angrily, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Sun Tao's doppelganger's clothes. As for Sun Tao's original self, he was holding his breath and his eyes flashed with golden light. Turning on knowledge break, the entire figure flickered and instantly appeared behind a gray wolf. The copper cloud rod was raised high in the air, and with one blow, he struck the top of this gray wolf's head, knocking this gray wolf into an instant stasis. Afterwards, the shadow of a furious ape even emerged behind him, running the furious ape strength. In a direct and powerful move, the great sage opened the sky and beat this gray wolf into meat paste with a single blow. Drop! You have killed the level 23 alchemy gray wolf, gaining experience asterisk 490, spirit value asterisk 115. It all happened so fast that the crowd hadn't even reacted yet. Sun Tao then killed a gray wolf. Li Shuyo blinked. Looking at the still motionless Muns, he said to Uncle Wang, "It doesn't seem impossible to fight. He didn't move a muscle while we were wolf hunting." Uncle Wang took a look and realized the same. Muns just stood aside and quietly watched the battle between Sun Tao and a few gray wolves. There was always a light smile on his face, his squinting eyes unchanged. Is this guy a poser? No sooner had this thought arisen than he saw Muns suddenly clapping his hands together. What a great body. Looks like my cuties are going to need to use some real skills. With that, he pulled out a bottle of red potion from his pocket and slammed it on the ground. The moment the potion bottle broke, a red smoke spread quickly, captured by the 3 remaining gray wolves and quickly inhaled into their mouths and noses. With the inhalation of the red gas, the 3 gray wolves were as if they had fallen into a state of madness. His eyes fiercely became crimson, and a crimson thread of blood began to emerge from his body. The speed of the attack was surprisingly more than twice as fast as just now. Instantly Sun Tao felt the pressure coming up. His own doppelganger was starting to get bad at dodging the gray wolf's attacks, getting hit several times in a row. The silhouettes became illusory. Realizing that this was not going to work, Sun Tao simply manipulated his detachment to focus all 3 gray wolves together. The entire person then stood on the stick, and together with his 4 doppelgangers, he used the splitting stick style at the same time. Bang! The powerful force directly caused the brains of these several gray wolves to burst, and their huge corpses fell limply into the sea of flowers, rendering the phantom moon piscian flowers more and more vibrant. Drop! You have killed the level 23 alchemy gray wolf, gaining experience asterisk 490 and spirit value asterisk 115. Drop! You have killed the level 23 alchemy gray wolf, gaining experience asterisk 490 and spirit value asterisk 115. Drop! You have killed the level 23 alchemy gray wolf, gaining experience asterisk 490, spirit value asterisk 115. The upgrade glow that suddenly lit up her body caused Li Shuiyao to be a bit incredulous. That's the end of it? That easy? Compared to Sun Tao, this A-class battle spirit of his own was simply like a joke. Gulp! Uncle Wang swallowed even harder. To be able to kill a level 20 boss in seconds at less than level 10. This is too unbelievable. The two of them, Zhang Min and Li Yang, were even more stupefied, and hadn't even reacted yet. Sun Tao collected his stick and stood, slowly exhaling a cloudy breath. Taking out his own gourd and taking a sip, he returned his status back to full, and in the process entered the state of battle. Surprisingly, I can solve my little cutie. You also. Before Muns finished his lines, Sun Tao rushed up with his copper cloud stick. A thud of the bat knocked him to the ground. Muns stumbled up from the ground, that once gentle face now replaced by an unspeakable wave of wildness and anger. The shards of his glasses scattered around his feet as if he was in a state of suppressed rage. It's rude to interrupt. Since you want to die, I'll send you to hell. It's time for you to see true power. Mun's voice was low, and the killing intent revealed between his words was like substance, causing the air around him to freeze. He raised his voice to the sky, and the sound pierced through the thick clouds, causing the branches of the surrounding trees to shake. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and the originally calm night sky instantly changed in wind and clouds. The clouds came in like a tidal wave, enveloping the world in an oppressive darkness. A bright moon was unusually bright and fell straight down to Mun's. Mun's roared, veins rippling vaguely under his skin, his muscles expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye, his clothing being held up by the force, falling apart and fluttering in the wind. His limbs gradually lengthened, and sharp claw blades sprouted from his fingertips, flashing with a cold light. Looking at Mun's, who had completed his transformation in an instant, Sun Tao blinked. How come you have a second stage too? Werewolf Alchemist Mun's. Rank, 25. Battle Strength, 950. Skills, Berserk Claw Strike, Bloodlust, Howl of Terror, Kiss of Death. What a terrifying battle. Even when Sun Tao looked at it, he couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being the bottom boss of the level on Hell difficulty. The intensity just wasn't the same. 900 plus battle power. Not far away, Li Shuiao's pretty face was already completely devoid of any blood color. She looked at Sun Tao, her eyes full of worry. What? Over 900 battle power? Uncle Wang and the three of them also saw the battle power of Wolfman Mun's, and were directly scared to death, with no intention to fight at all. Miss, now that we have Sun Tao dragging us around, let's hurry and run. Feeling the terrifying aura of Mun's, Uncle Wang unconsciously took 2 steps back and bitterly urged Li Shuiao to run. However, Li Shuiao just shook her head, stating that Sun Tao was still here, and that she absolutely could not run away from the battle. Uncle Wang was a bit helpless. His own battle power was just over 300, and he was not at all sure that he could protect Li Shuiao when he faced the 900 plus battle power of Mun's. Giving a wink to Li Yang and Zhang Min, he told the two of them to see that the situation was not right and just knock out the lady and leave. Himself, he was secretly wary of the direction of the Mun's. If Sun Tao couldn't hold out, he himself would have to drag this werewolf even if it cost him his life. It's all you, causing me to become this ugly shape again. I will wash away the shame with your blood. Mun's roared and swung his sharp claws towards Lucian. Looking at the constantly rushing Mun's, Sun Tao's figure slightly ambled and sighed. So much hair. That is, I don't have Guangji right now, or else I will make sure that you know the power of the fiery flame blade technique. Mun's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance with Sun Tao, and with a wave of his hands, a claw-like grab towards Sun Tao's chest. In the state of battle, Sun Tao's reactions were extremely swift, and with the help of sense breaking, he kept dodging the Monans. With the sight of his body, the colleague who dodged the claw attack, the long stick in his hand had turned into a black shadow, precisely blocking the sharp claws swung by the werewolf. The two intersected with each other, emitting a loud sound like the clash of gold and iron, stirring up a circle of airwaves. The four of them, Lei Shuiao, stood not far away and couldn't help but stare in disbelief as they watched the battle between Lucian and Mun's. Holy, is this guy still human? Chapter 14 Extreme Dodge. Killing the werewolf, seeking golden tickets. Feeling that tremendous power, a look of shock also appeared in Mun's eyes. His own werewolf bloodline was a high-level bloodline extracted from among the S-class magical beasts. Since acquiring the werewolf bloodline, he had never encountered an opponent whose strength was comparable to his. Whatever the enemy is, it will be torn apart by its own claws. But this human in front of him was able to block his attacks and even press him. How is this possible? Could it be that his battle spirit was even more powerful than an S-class magical beast? Without leaving much time for Mun's to think, Sun Tao blocked his sharp claws with a stick and also gained momentum. Taking advantage of the fact that Mun's was unable to use his strength in mid-air, he directly drew the rod back, and then the strength of his entire body converged, and the shadow of the angry ape emerged behind him, shining a stick at the werewolf's legs. And you want to break my legs? Dream on! Howl of terror! Roar! The werewolf Mun's growled, and the roar was as if it was substantial, causing the movements of Sun Tao's hand to stall slightly. Mun's figure swayed gently, instantly causing Sun Tao's club to fall short. Thanks to the fact that Sun Tao was already proficient in the Great Sage's stick technique, he was not affected too much after swinging his stick in the air. Collecting his stick and standing up, Sun Tao looked towards Mun's, who was not far away. The golden pupils instantly saw through the darkness of the night, taking in all of Mun's weaknesses. You fellow, you're still a bit strong. When I kill you, I'll make sure to make you into a puppet and work for me properly. Mun's licked his sharp claws, his eyes glinting with brutal ferocity. Sun Tao held his stick flower and smiled disdainfully. A man is not a man. A dog is not a dog. You don't want to be a man but want to be a dog. It's really ridiculous. Mun's was furious, always proud of his werewolf bloodline. Now that he was so despised by Sun Tao, how could he not be angry? What do you know? This is my first step to becoming a god. Saying that with a growl, the sharp claws of his hand swung wildly, waving dozens of red lights toward Sun Tao. Frenzied claw strike. Sun Tao also reacted quickly, his body's mana converging. The entire person stayed put, instantly turning into a bronze statue. Copper head. Dang, 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 dang. The claw light struck Sun Tao's body, surprisingly making a resounding sound like the clashing of gold and stone. Li Shuiyao on the side looked dumbfounded. This werewolf's clawed light hit aside enough to make a fist-sized crater. It was enough to see how powerful the claw light was. If Li Yang was allowed to go up and resist it, he might have to fall to the ground in 2 hits. Even Uncle Wang is expected to resist 4 blows at most. And Sun Tao surprisingly resisted a dozen times and was fine. That terrifying claw light didn't even leave a lead on him. It's downright scary. What kind of skill is this? With such a strong defense, it's already no different from being invincible. Li Shuiyao sighed from the sidelines. Unfortunately, it seems like Sun Tao can't move while using it, or else the skill would really be invincible. Uncle Wang also nodded and sighed with slight regret. After blocking Mun's berserk claw machine with his copper head and iron arm, Sun Tao's figure shifted. The golden flowing light flashed all over his body, and the long stick in his hand was directly extended, but he made a poke stick style. Mun's couldn't react in midair and was directly stabbed in the chest by the iron bar. The entire person quickly flew out backwards. Boom! The backwards flying Mun's ruthlessly smashed into the cabin in the center of the sea of flowers, directly destroying the fragile cabin in an instant. An endless stream of smoke stirred from the cabin. This is too much. No matter how many times I see it, I'm still amazed. Li Yang and Zhang Min sighed from the sidelines. Sun Tao's fighting style was just too fierce. The stick was deadly, and the fists reached the flesh. It's hard to imagine he's only at level 10. How strong would this be if he was allowed to rise to level 30? If you go up to level 50, level 100, just imagining it sent shivers down the spine of both men. Never offend him. The two looked at each other, both seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. Damned humans. It's been hundreds of years. I haven't been injured this badly. The ruins not far away suddenly shrugged, and Munz pushed away the crumbling stakes and looked viciously at Sun Tao. I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush you bit by bit. As he spoke, Mun's feet exerted force, and his entire body leapt up, his body overflowing with incomparable darkness. Sun Tao's pupils shone with golden light. See your opponent's trajectory and swing straight out. The copper cloud stick and the wolf claw kept colliding, and ping-pong banging sounds were heard in the air. The two figures continued to collide in the air, and Sun Tao's Great Sage stick technique continued to improve during the battle. Dropping. The Great Sage's stick technique is upgraded, gaining the stick technique, spreading feet, spread foot, divine level, when performing a dodge. If it triggers limit dodge, it will leave a doppelganger in place to automatically attack the enemy, and can accumulate a layer of stick potency. Listening to the system prompt that sounded in his head, Sun Tao's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In the next second, under the swinging claws of Munz, he dodged and completed the extreme dodge. Leaving a stump in place, he struck a blow to the head of Munz in front of him. In Sun Tao's eyes, Mun's body was full of flaws, and through the battle just now, he had even scratched the surface of Mun's attacking habits. Extreme dodging was easy for Sun Tao. Attacked by Sun Tao's residual shadow, Munz first froze, then let out a furious roar. The werewolf power in his body was utilized to the extreme, and the speed of his attacks continued to increase, but it's also getting more and more unstructured. On the contrary, Sun Tao's side was coping more and more comfortably. He even had a feeling that this werewolf hadn't been nerfed. Waiting for Munz to show a crack, Sun Tao made a pokestick directly to Mun's shoulder. Taking advantage of his unsteady figure, Sun Tao quickly bullied his way forward and swung out several sticks in succession. The rod was covered in exquisite light, and the iron hoop at the top was even hidden with clouds emerging. The ferocious attacks landed on Wolfman Munz in succession, causing the alchemist to scream in agony. He retreated back and forth. Even his pace was a bit unsteady. Poof! With a muffled thud, the werewolf Munz dropped to the ground, against the ever-approaching Sun Tao. The ferocity and brutality of the beginning had long since disappeared from his countenance. In its place, it was full of shock and fear. No, 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 don't kill me. I can tell you the secret of eternal life. Munz changed his previous ferocious appearance and begged for mercy at Sun Tao. At this moment, he was truly afraid. The blood bar on his head was down to the last thin sliver. As long as Sun Tao struck another stick, he would be able to completely kill him. Immortality? Sun Tao smiled disdainfully, looking up and down at this ugly appearance of Munz. If I have to become like you to gain eternal life, this eternal life is not to be had. The reason why Sun Tao said this was entirely because he was relying on the fact that he had the battle spirit of the Great Sage of Qi Tian in his body. Immortality is only the most basic ability for the Great Sage. Eternal life wasn't even half as tempting to him. Besides, the werewolf was too ugly to negotiate with. Bang! With a swing of the bat, the corpse of the werewolf that had lost its head fell limply to the ground. Four props that shimmered in various colors were popped out. At the same time, an icy system beep sounded in Sun Tao's head. Drop. You have killed level 25 alchemy werewolf muns. Gaining experience *530. Spirit value *160. As the experience poured in, golden light flashed on Sun Tao's body as he rose 2 levels in a row. Instantly rose to level 11. Drop. You have cleared the Bronze Mystery Realm, Spectral Night Jungle, Inferno level, and have received an additional reward, Trial Mission Ticket, Black Wine Mountain. Chapter 15, A Bountiful Harvest, requesting golden tickets. Seeing Sun Tao defeating Wolfman Muns, Uncle Wang and several others were incredulous and couldn't believe their eyes. I'm not blinking, am I? A 900-point battle power boss was just killed alive by him? Li Yang exclaimed exaggeratedly. Not to mention that this was a secret realm of hell difficulty. Even if it was normal difficulty, the final bottom boss of the level wasn't easy to beat. It usually takes the precision of a full team to get through without injury. And now, Sun Tao had actually soloed the secret realm of hell difficulty by himself. Even more, the only role of the few of them in this was to cooperate with Sun Tao to open the secret realm. Thinking about it this way, Li Yang even felt quite important. After all, without himself, Sun Tao couldn't even enter the secret realm. Li Shuiyao's eyes were even more colorful. Her heart's curiosity about Sun Tao had reached its peak. This guy, what the hell is he? Even in the top circles of Shuzhou City, Li Shuiyao had never seen someone as talented as Sun Tao. A less than level 10 battle soul master could chase after a level 25, 900 battle power boss and explode the hammer. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I don't think anyone would believe it if I told them. Web novels don't even dare to write like that. Perhaps he can be invited to go to that secret realm with me. Li Shuiyao pinched her chin, and the more she thought about it, the more feasible she felt. Seeing that the boss was defeated, several people also descended from the small hill and leaned over in the direction of Sun Tao. Sun Tao was currently flipping through the several pieces of equipment that were blown out by the werewolf muns. Berserk pill formula, fine grade, required secondary job, pharmacist. After learning, you can obtain the method of making the berserk pill. Berserk elixir, after taking it, you can enter a berserk state, with attributes increased by 30% and attack speed increased by 50% for 5 minutes. Side effect, half an hour of weakness after taking it. Surprisingly, it was the method of making pills. A hint of joy flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. In this world, battle soul masters could learn secondary skills according to their battle soul's characteristics. The ordinary ones were cooks, miners, blacksmiths, pharmacists, tailors, etc. And the more advanced ones were array masters, puppet masters, and artifact smiths. The combat power of a top-tier subclass is not in any way weaker than that of a normal A-ranked battle spirit. Pharmacist is one of the advancement professions for pharmacists. I didn't expect this secret realm to have potion formulas produced. It simply gave Sun Tao a surprise. Surprisingly, it's a potion formula. Sun Tao, you're rich. Behind him, Li Shuiyao's voice suddenly sounded. She walked up with a smile on her face and looked at the introduction of the Berserker Dan formula. Combat type elixir. Although there is a half hour of weakness, it can increase the combat power by at least 40%, enough to complete a turnaround in the life and death moment of a battle. This formula, if sold to us, is worth at least $5 million. $5 million. Hearing Li Shuiyao's offer, Sun Tao sucked in a breath of cool air. One hadn't heard it wrong, but a fine-grade Dan formula could be sold for so much money? Seeing that Sun Tao was puzzled, Li Shuiyao explained to him. Generally, the formulas and drawings produced inside this kind of secret realm are particularly valuable. After all, this isn't a one-shot deal. Our group has its own specially trained pharmacists. Once they learn this formula, they will be able to start making the Berserker Dan, and by then, not to mention 5 million, even if it's 50 million, they'll be able to earn it back. Saying this, Sun Tao was able to understand. The Huarong group was rich and powerful, plus it was already in the business of magical materials. The cost of collecting Berserker's Dan was even lower. As long as they trained a few apothecaries skilled in making Berserker's Dan, the money invested up front pays for itself quickly. Well, sell it to us? I can take $6 million. Li Shuiyao's eyes burned. A Berserk Dan formula was definitely not her goal. She valued Sun Tao's potential more. Getting the relationship with Sun Tao right was more important than obtaining 100 Berserker pills. Sun Tao was ecstatic when he saw that she had gone up by $1 million in a like manner. Counting those materials and equipment from before, his income from this trip to the secret realm was almost small 10 million. Sell, of course. Throwing the Berserker Dan formula to Li Shuiyao, both of them felt that they had earned numbness. The next one is also a fine grade outfit. Fang gloves, fine grade weapon. Battle strength, 186. Gloves strewn with fangs that will deal great damage when they hit the enemy and will cause some bleeding effect on the enemy. Feature, bleeding. When attacking an enemy, it will inflict a bleeding effect that lasts for 3 seconds and can be stacked for 5 levels. Gloves equipment capable of increasing combat power by 186. Its characteristics made Uncle Wang's 3 eyes widen. Uncle Wang, as a boxer who uses gloves, is even more slobbering. What a powerful trait. If the attack speed is fast, won't it be able to cause a bleeding effect all the time? Compared to this boxing glove, this mortal grade boxing glove of mine is simply the trash of trash. It even cost over $800,000 in the first place. Hearing Uncle Wang say this, Sun Tao smiled faintly and directly threw the gloves to him. Here, Uncle Wang froze, not understanding what Sun Tao meant by this. I don't want this. I don't want it. We didn't even help you. We don't have the face to ask for this equipment. Uncle Wang hurriedly handed the gloves to Sun Tao, but Sun Tao didn't take it. It's okay la. Without you guys, I can't enter the secret realm yet. You can have these gloves. At those words, Uncle Wang couldn't help but feel a touch inside. He resisted the urge to shed tears and choked out. Okay, I'll take this boxing glove, but I'll still pay you. And this counts as my $1.5 million purchase. Sun Tao shrugged. As you wish. The remaining 2 were mortal grade materials. Spiked claws, mortal grade material. Special materials obtained from werewolves, added when performing weapon forging, can give weapons a bleeding effect. Unstable compounds, all grades. After taking it, you will randomly get one of the 6 effects of blood restoration, power, haste, retardation, stun, and nausea. None of them were of much use, and Sun Tao directly threw them all to Li Shuiyao to deal with. In addition to these things, they had a very important material to collect. Yuzuki flower, transcendent material, can greatly increase the spiritual strength of the martial soul. The first time you take it there is a chance to obtain the second soul skills. Plant-based martial souls can get additional bonuses. Resistance exists. Ineffective when taken multiple times. Can be used to upgrade the potion. Holding the collected phantom moon pigeon flower, Sun Tao was somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that in addition to boosting the strength of the martial soul, this could also be used to upgrade the medicinal fluid. In this sea of flowers outside the cabin, apart from the phantom moon pigeon flower that was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, Sun Tao and the others had collected a total of more than 20 plants. Sun Tao divided 10 plants and gave all the others to Li Shuiyao, because they had previously agreed that Li Shuiyao didn't want any of the items in the secret realm, and only wanted the phantom moon grass. Now although the phantom moon grass had not been found, the more precious phantom moon pigeon flower had been found. Looking at Li Shuiyao's joyful appearance, Sun Tao seemed to remember something. Say, is there a boss we haven't fought yet? Hearing his words, the crowd froze. Then it occurred to them that they did have a graveyard left to explore. Could it be? Hidden Boss. Chapter 16 Ghost Rider Haska, requesting golden tickets. After resting for a few moments, the few people began to move to the other side of the graveyard. It didn't take long for a few people to return to the same fork in the road as before. Ha! Sun Tao suddenly gave a strange eek as he carried his stick. Li Shuiyao was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Sun Tao stabbed the small skeletons scattered on the ground with his stick. I remember not having this when I first came here. Could it be a new hidden level? Before a few people could study it clearly, the small skeleton on the ground suddenly shrugged. Sun Tao immediately carried the stick and stared at it with narrowed eyes. Darn it, don't keep poking my bones, they won't even be put together later. With a whirlwind, the small skeleton on the ground pieced itself together and stood up under a mysterious force. Seeing Li Shuiyao's several people looking at him as if they were on the verge of an attack, the little skeleton immediately waved his hand. Don't be nervous guys, I'm not the enemy. It pulled out a bone chip from somewhere behind it. You're all adventurers, aren't you? This is what our boss told me to give you. Go to the graveyard in front of you and smash this bone fragment to summon our boss. Any questions you have, he will answer. Hidden tasks. Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao glanced at each other, both seeing the color of surprise in each other's eyes. I didn't realize that there were hidden quests in the middle of this secret realm. Sun Tao took the bone fragments in the hands of the little skeleton, and the few people continued to move forward. It wasn't long before they came to the edge of a graveyard lined with tombstones. Woohoo! The wail of the shadowy soul echoed in midair, and Sun Tao played with the bone fragment in his hand, snapping it to the ground. In the next second, the air seemed to freeze as an intimidating pressure suddenly appeared. The ground in front of the crowd suddenly cracked open, and a hazy figure slowly emerged from the mist. Strange adventurers, I need your help. Sure enough, it's a hidden mission. As soon as he heard this person's opening statement, Sun Tao had already determined in his heart that this was definitely a hidden quest for the secret realm. Otherwise, the guy would be lighting up the blood bar by now, accompanied by the dull sound of hoofbeats. A spectral knight clad in red armor stepped out of the mist. Ghost Rider Haska. Rank, 25. Battle Strength, 870. Skills, Charge, Trial Spike, Night Shield, Rift Chop. Surprisingly, It was a ghost rider that was no weaker than werewolf Mons. Unfortunately, it didn't light up the blood bar, so I couldn't hit it. Sun Tao felt some pity in his heart and continued to listen to him. I am Knight Commander Haska of the Empire's Red Lotus Knights, and I came to crusade against the alchemist Mons by order of the Empire. But he is so powerful that even the brothers under my command were brutally murdered by him and turned into jackals. Adventurers, I would like you to help them with their deliverance, and at the same time help me continue my crusade against the Mons. And as a favor, you can take my token with you, which will temporarily activate the Order of the Night and awaken the remnants of the spirit within it. In the crusade against the Mons, you throw out my token and I will come out to help you. Hearing Haska's words, Uncle Wang suddenly looked strange. It's not a hidden mission at all. It's the secret mechanism. No wonder. He had wondered before that. As a bronze mystery realm that was less than level 20, these jackal leaders and the final bottom of the level boss were just a bit overpowered. I thought it was because of the hellish difficulty, so I didn't think much of it. I didn't realize that it was entirely because they hadn't found the right secret mechanism. The point is, Sun Tao even fought. This nifty is outrageous. The so-called secret realm mechanism means that in the secret realm, there are many ways to weaken wild monsters or bosses, some of which may be attribute mutual restraints, and some of which may be terrain restraints. When used well, it can drastically reduce the difficulty of clearing the secret world. And in the midst of this secret world, Ghost Rider Haska is certainly a typical secret world mechanic. Uncle Wine guessed that the normal path would be for the secret explorers to come to this side of the graveyard first to get help from the Ghost Riders when they realized that the Jackal leader couldn't be beaten, then use its token to awaken the remnants of the spirit in the Order of the Night to help in the fight against the Jackal leader. And finally, during the boss fight, you can even summon Haska to help out. In this way, the difficulty of the secret realm would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. But they did none of this. Sun Tao directly relied on his hard power to muddle through. This is outrageous. The others had obviously thought of this as well, and their faces went weird. Sun Tao was still picking at his ears and didn't react to what feat he had actually accomplished. If you can find my brother's knighthoods, I can help you fuse them together into a true knighthood. After Haska finished speaking, Li Shuiao immediately pulled out 3 knight medals from her belt pouch. Is that what you're talking about? Seeing the fragment of the knight's medal in Li Shuiao's hand, Haska was a bit nonplussed. You're done with the Jackal leader already? The crowd nodded. Haska was a little unconvinced. I mean, you defeated the Jackal leader who had 20 Jackal marauders guarding him and also had a fighting spirit without my help? The crowd nodded. Haska fell silent, the corners of his mouth twitching. You guys are pretty good then. Receiving the actually 3 knight medals from Li Shuiao, his eyes were filled with remembrance. Afterwards, a blinding light of fighting chi lit up in his hand. The 3 knights' metal fragments slowly fused together under the manipulation of his fighting chi. Gradually, a brand new order of chivalry was formed. Knight of the Order of the Red Lotus, fine grade, battle strength, 432, medal representing the honor of the Order of the Red Lotus, with no one's name on it, signed automatically when worn. Wearing this knight's medal reduces the amount of damage taken and allows the use of spirit summoning. Features, spirit summoning, summon a knight spirit with charge, fighting / knight shield to assist you in battle. The spirit possesses 60% of the user's battle power. Existence time, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. A medallion that could be used to release the fighting spirit chopper turned into an extreme medallion capable of summoning a knight spirit. Not only can you reduce the damage you take, but you can also summon a front row knight spirit out to fight. It's simply a perfect fit for the secondary class of Battle Soulmaster. Li Shuiao immediately widened her own eyes, her mouth watering. Looking at the newly made knight's medal, Haska nodded with satisfaction. Give it to Li Shuiao. With the medallion done, let's get together and get the hell out of Mons. To be honest, he's quite strong. Without my help, you guys would probably have a hard time defeating him. Haska was just about to move when Sun Tao carried the copper cloud stick and snapped the back of his head somewhat awkwardly. No need to go. Mons we've already played. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Haska's mouth opened wide. And this you have fought? The crowd continued to nod. Let me confirm. The Monans you're talking about would be the Monans that can summon 4 alchemy grey wolves and have a werewolf form themselves. Sun Tao nodded and rummaged around in his belt pouch, pulling out a spiked sharp claw that still had bloodstains on it. Looking at the spiked claws in his hands, Haska fell silent. It is indeed the sharp claws of Mons. He let out a long sigh, and his figure seemed to be quite illusory. I didn't expect you guys to be so strong. Now that Mons is dead, my mission is complete. Thank you, adventurers, and in return, my armor is yours, in the hope that it will continue to fight for freedom. With that said, Haska had a relieved expression on his face as his figure gradually began to dissipate. Only a red armor was left to fall from midair. Red Lotus armor, perfect grade, battle strength, 462, the armor of the Red Lotus Knights in battle, having survived hundreds of battles, is able to increase the user's defense and life recovery speed, and is able to unleash the Red Lotus Flame, which burns the enemy. Feature, Red Lotus Flame. When turned on, his body burns with Red Lotus Flame, increasing his magic defense and dealing burning damage to surrounding enemies, and rebounding magic damage to enemies that deal damage to him. Surprisingly, it's a perfect grade armor. Chapter 17. That's a different price. Looking at the armor's exaggerated battle power and terrifying characteristics, Uncle Wang couldn't help but scream. Not only does it increase your defense, but it also deals burning damage to the surrounding area and rebounds damage. It's a warrior's artifact. With this characteristic of Red Lotus Flame, Uncle Wang dares to say that even if you use it until level 50, you don't have to change it. Sun Tao, are you selling this armor? If you give it to us to operate, you can at least sell it for $30 million. Li Shuiyao's eyes were red. Perfect grade armor. It was the first time she had seen it. It was important to realize that perfect grade magical equipment was strictly controlled by the state on the market. Even money can't buy it. Even their family, which owned such a large industry as the Huarong Group, had only 13 perfect grade magic props at home. $30 million? Upon hearing Li Shuiyao's words, Sun Tao, who had always loved money, shook his head. Forget it, I won't sell this armor for now. I happen to be short of armor right now. Keep it for yourself. The Red Lotus armor Su has a very gorgeous look despite its common name. The entire chest of the armor was an unfurling pattern of red lotus petals surrounded by fine scale-like armor, protecting the vitals while looking majestic. The surface of the armor flowed with subtle golden lines, which seemed to contain life under the sunlight, sometimes flickering, sometimes dimming, like the breath of a flame, and anyone who took a glance at it could feel the sizzling heat in it. The belt is in the shape of a dragon's head, with sparkling gemstones set in the eye area, flashing crimson as if flames could spew from it at any time. The lower half of the skirt armor is also in the red lotus shape, with streamlined gauntlets that seem to be red lotus petals layered on top of each other to form a perfect protective net. In one word, cool. Such handsome armor simply grew on Sun Tao's aesthetic point. How could it be sold so easily? Whether it was strong or not, Sun Tao wanted it. After all, strong is only a momentary thing. Handsome, for life. Putting the red lotus armor on his body, Sun Tao couldn't be more satisfied as he carried the stick and kept turning his body. Anyway, this trip to the secret realm, he had already made a fortune, and he wasn't too bad about the tens of millions. Seeing that Sun Tao was not selling, Li Shuiya was also slightly saddened. She couldn't say anything though. After all, before entering the secret realm they had all agreed that they didn't want anything in here, just the phantom nightshade. Well, this trip to the secret realm is over here. Looking at Sun Tao, Li Shuiya was a little bit eager to speak. Why, do you still have something to say? Seemingly noticing that her gaze was too direct, after Sun Tao's eyes looked over, Li Shuiya slightly lowered her head, and her pretty face swished and turned red. Uncle Wang's few people looked at each other with joyful expressions. Sun Tao's strength. They had been completely convinced, if the young lady could establish a good relationship with him, no matter now or in the future, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. With that in mind, the three of them had the good sense to walk a little farther away, giving the two some space to be alone. Well, can I add you to my FMS? Next time there's a secret area, we can explore it together. Li Shuiya took the initiative to open her mouth, and Uncle Wang's three faces had a cutout expression on them. Good, that's it. The lady took the initiative. No one can resist. My cell phone is out of battery. Sun Tao snapped his cheeks and said in embarrassment. He hadn't really lied. He had been so focused on practicing the Great Sage Stick technique for the past 2 days that he had forgotten to charge his cell phone. Plus, I was in a hurry to get out of the house and didn't have my cell phone on me at all. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Shuiya was practically crying. It was so hard for him to ask for a boy's contact information, and he made such a poor excuse. Could it be that you don't see yourself? Seeing Li Shuiya's expression that looked like she was about to cry, Sun Tao was a bit anxious. He fumbled to explain. Oops, why are you crying? I'm telling the truth. I didn't bring my cell phone out. It's really dead. Seeing Sun Tao's flustered appearance, Li Shuiya suddenly snorted out a laugh. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but her face was a snicker. Pulling out a pen from his fanny pack, he grabbed Sun Tao's palm and wrote a series of numbers in his palm. Alright, I believe you. I have to call you afterward anyway. Here's my number. Send me a message when you get back and I'll transfer the money to your card. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget anything related to money. Sun Tao patted his chest and promised to send her a message when he returned. In a couple days, we have a group that's going to explore the Skeleton Cave. Do you want to join us? I can pay for your ticket. Skeleton Cave. Sun Tao's heart was stirred. The most famous secret realm within Shuzhou City had a difficulty level of roughly silver, There were a total of 9 floors, distributed with magic monsters from level 10 to around level 50, with a high density of monsters and a high burst rate. It was simply a paradise for battle soul masters. Because of its high level of danger, it has been controlled by the Shuzhou municipal government, and only 1,000 people can go in every day. And if you want to go in, you need to pay $2 million per person for the entrance fee. Previously, Sun Tao wanted to go there to practice leveling, but only stopped because he was too shy to pay the entrance fee. I remember that the minimum requirement for the skeleton cave is a squad of 10 people to enter, right? Li Shuao nodded. That's right. This adventure was initiated by the young master of the Lingyao group, Su Wei, and those who participated are basically people from our circle. Counting me, there are a total of 5 people. We agreed that each of us could only bring one person to accompany us, ready to see our own true fighting prowess and a demonstration of our potential. At those words, Sun Tao immediately raised his eyebrows. Don't you still have Uncle Wang? Just let him accompany you. Li Shuao sighed. To tell you the truth, there's a guy in here that I really hate who's been chasing me. I want to take you there and kill him in the process. Sun Tao let out an oh so subtle cry. You should have said so. This is another price. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Shuao was directly confused. What? You need to listen to what you're saying. I let you pretend to be my boyfriend and you're charging me? Am I, Li Shuao, some kind of a? Don't worry, I'm very professional. As long as you pay me, I'll do whatever I'm told to do, and I'll punch whoever I'm told to punch in the face. Sun Tao bared his big teeth and grinned. Sensei, whatever he has in mind for you, as long as I make a move, I'll definitely restrain him into submission. Li Shuao almost laughed at Sun Tao's words, shaking his head feebly. Tell me how much. Sun Tao thought for a moment. Like me, this kind of expert. The appearance fee how to be a 3 to 5 million. For the sake of our classmates, give you a discount. 8 million. Is our friendship as classmates worth $200,000? 9 million? Li Shuao had a bit of a headache and hurriedly raised her hand and said, forget it, 480 is 480. Do you have any other requests? Of course there is. First, you help me out with the tickets, and we'll both equally split the output inside that secret realm. Second, you can't make a move on me. If you need to act, you have to specify in advance, and you have to add money depending on the situation. Sun Tao rambled through his fingers. 30,000 for holding hands, 50,000 for kissing, and if I have to act submissive, I won't do it for less than 100,000. Harder. Li Shuao's fists hardened. She had never seen anyone so brazen. Clenching her silver teeth, she held back the anger in her heart. Any more? And this relationship is limited to the secret realm adventure. If it negatively affects me after coming out and there's a scandal, you'll have to be responsible for me. There had been an exchange of words for half an hour, and the two men finally came to an agreement. Looking at Li Shuao's face, which was both shy and angry, helpless and at the same time snickering, Uncle Wang sighed. Miss, this is being held to death. Chapter 18, Fixation Technique, Qi Gathering Technique, Seeking Support, Leaving the Secret Realm. Sun Tao found the blazing fire wolf boss that escaped earlier with the help of Li Shuao's few people. A few clubs down and send these bosses straight to their deaths. Drop. You have slain the level 10 blazing wolf king, gaining experience *32 and spirit value *5. Boring. A couple of strikes and you're dead. Not challenging at all. Sun Tao muttered under his breath, thinking that this wolf king could still summon his minions, and kept his strength collected when he fought. As a result, until he died, this wolf king hardly didn't say a word. Wolf king, I'm still recruiting when you've finished my little brother. Drop. Complete the newbie quest, Bull's Blade. Destroy 200 level 10 demonic monsters, 5 level 10 bosses. Get the rewards, the number of times of extraction of heavenly destiny spells *1. Qi gathering technique *1. Acquisition of newbie quest, debutante. Mission statement, pass a trial mission. Mission reward, Qiankuan scroll *1. Divine destiny spell extraction, can extract character spells from a specified divine destiny template. Qi gathering technique, divine, passive effect. Increases the speed of mana recovery. Accumulates stick power during attacks. Up to 3 layers. Active release instantly releases all stick power. Increases attack damage and bludgeoning damage. Another divine skill. Truly worthy of being a great saint. Sun Tao sighed. There was still one more chance for a divine fate spell extraction. Maybe he could even draw out a divine tier skill. Suddenly glancing at Li Shuao on the side with his afterglow, his eyes turned and an idea instantly popped up. Do me a favor. Li Shuao's head was full of question marks. Hadn't she just promised to help him dispose of these Wolf King corpses? What more favor does he want from himself? What does he mean by reaching out? Want to hold your own hand? What the hell? So many people are here. Don't know to find a place with less people. Looking at Sun Tao extending his palm to himself, Li Shuai inevitably began to ruminate, and her little face swished red. What are you going to do? So many people are here. Sun Tao shook his hand somewhat impatiently. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up. Li Shuai had a red face and secretly glanced at Uncle Wang and the others, who were dealing with the blazing Wolf King's corpse and didn't look this way. Not noticing in the slightest, a few people were grinning behind their ears, full of a knocked-out expression. Whoa! Holding hands. So sweet. As expected of a young lady, the charm is simply impeccable. Placing her small hand on Sun Tao's hand, Li Shuai beamed. I'm only holding it for you because you brought me to fight the secret realm. Don't misunderstand. Sun Tao? A slap on the back of Li Shuai's hand. What are you doing? I'm asking you to blow into my hand. Li Shuai was embarrassed. Her hand was raised in midair and she couldn't raise it, nor could she withdraw it. Glaring, he exclaimed. And you didn't say so. Gamblingly, he seemed to blow towards Sun Tao's palm, and deliberately sprayed some saliva out. Ha! How grown up to spit. Sun Tao wiped his palms on his clothes in disgust. Click on Use Divine Destiny Spell Extraction directly in your mind. Drops. Selected Heavenly Fate Template Qi Tian De Shang. Successfully extracted the spell. Fixation. Fixation technique, divine level. By exercising mana and shouting the word fixation, the opponent can be immobilized. The higher the intelligence, the shorter the fixation time. Sure enough, it's another god-ranked spell. Listening to the system beep in his head, Sun Tao was ecstatic inside. Surprisingly, the Great Sage's signature spell, Fixation. This is cool. A control art that can directly immobilize your opponent. And the fixation time is surprisingly related to the opponent's IQ. Fixation, X, IQ test technique. Sun Tao looked at Li Shuai, who was still sulking on the side, and was a bit foolish inside. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Shuai pouted, annoyed at Sun Tao's actions just now. Never mind. It just doesn't look very smart. Must reckon to set for a day. Sun Tao shook his head, thinking that he was still too kind to only think of using the fixation technique when fighting monsters. Well, it's getting late, so I'm going to head back, and you remember to put today's money on my card. Seeing Uncle Wang's several people dispose of the blazing Fire Wolf King's corpse, Sun Tao put away the copper cloud stick and spoke to Li Shuai. Li Shuai nodded. Don't worry, we'll be able to get rid of these things soon. You'll get your money tomorrow. Okay, let's go. We'll be in touch. Sun Tao waved his hand in a dashing manner and walked alone towards the outside of the forest. The blazing wolves in this area had all been taken care of by him, and there was little danger. So Sun Tao wasn't worried about Li Shuai's safety. Li Shuai reached out her hand, still wanting to call out to him, but opened her mouth and finally didn't shout. Really? Not even waiting for me, making it look like I'll eat you. Only when Sun Tao's figure completely disappeared did she stomp her foot and pout. Coming out from inside the scarlet forest, Sun Tao didn't make much of a stop. He got to the station as fast as he could and caught the last bus back to the city. The atmosphere in the carriage on the return trip was completely different from the one on the way there. Exhaustion dulled the joy of the harvest, and there were some squads that lost their teammates forever. Every face wore sadness and silence, but the sorrows and joys of anyone are not connected, and Sun Tao was not affected by the atmosphere. He sat in the last shot and excitedly clicked on his attributes. Mandate, Sun Tao. Rank, 11. Battle Strength, 1340. Battle Spirit, Divine, Qi Tian De Shang, 4%. Skills, Great Sage Stick Technique, 3. Basic Meditation Technique. Raging 8 Power, 1. Copper Head and Iron Arm, 1. Hair Splitting, 1. Fixation Technique, 1. Qi Gathering Technique, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick. Pauline Pill Pot. Spirit Points, 1267. Previously, in order to fight the boss, he had leveled up the Heaven's Destiny template by 2 levels and spent all of his Spirit Rhythm points, and then after fighting the boss, he fought some wild monsters and resaved his Spirit Rhythm points to more than 200. It was a pity that raising 1 level of proficiency now required 4,000 Spirit Rhythm points and could not be upgraded for the time being. It can only be used to improve skills a bit, casually. The Raging 8 Strength and the Qi Gathering method were raised to level 2, directly spending more than 1,200 Spirit Rhythm points. Looking at his current panel, Sun Tao could only use the word magnificent to describe it. After all, there wasn't that Battle Soul Master that could have 4 god-level skills at level 11, and the battle power went straight to 1300. It's outrageous, Sun Tao unconsciously thought. Those classmates of mine, even if someone is at the same level as me, I'm afraid their battle power isn't half as high as mine. In fact, Sun Tao still overestimated his classmate. Even the schoolgirl Li Shuai, who carried an A-class battle spirit, was now only over 300 battle power. Others have even failed to break even 100. No pride, no complacency, the The Sun Tao at this moment was very different from the one he was during the battle, a little less sharp and a little more bashful. Although I'm already considered powerful in my class now, compared to those true geniuses, it's still far from enough. Although Battle Soul Masters below level 40 are basically no match for me, the second rank is a hurdle, and once I meet an expert over level 40, I'll only be able to run away. After a Battle Soul Master reaches level 39, he needs to undergo a Battle Soul promotion, and once he succeeds he can become a second order Battle Soul Master before his level can continue to rise. Compared to the first order Battle Soul Master, the second order Battle Soul Master had stronger attributes, higher battle power, and also possessed the skill of summoning the Battle Soul Void. It was simply not comparable to the current Sun Tao. Sun Tao understands very well that wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. Before he truly grew up, he would never expose his true Battle Soul rank. His goal was never to be invincible at the same level. Instead, he became the strongest Battle Spirit Master in the world. I possess the heavenly destiny of the Sage of Chi Tian. Mustn't disgrace the great sage. Sun Tao had a confident gleam in his eyes. He firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to become the strongest Battle Soul Master in the world. Coo. There was a gurgling sound from inside his stomach. Sun Tao rubbed his stomach with a slightly bitter expression. He had been out for almost a day. He hadn't eaten lunch. He hadn't eaten dinner, and his stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Even a great saint has to be fed. Chapter 19, First entry into Black Wine Mountain, requesting golden ticket votes. By the time Sun Tao returned to the resettlement neighborhood, it was already past 8 p.m. After 8 o'clock in Shuzhou City, the lights are bright, but all this prosperity has little to do with the city's northern resettlement neighborhood. The streets in the neighborhood are old but not dirty, and the streetlights on both sides give off a dim light. The old people and children taking a cool ride play in the square, and the happy laughter echoes continuously in the night sky. Sun Tao walked on the walkway of the neighborhood and looked at the silos, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Brother Sun, you're back. A tender figure rushed out from the hallway and jumped into Sun Tao's arms. Sun Tao slightly lowered his body and smoothly embraced the incoming person. Little glutinous rice, did you listen to mommy today? Sun Tao hugged little sticky rice with a smile on his face. Little Naomi raised her head and barred a kiss on Sun Tao's face. Of course, I ate my own dinner today, and ate 3 green vegetables, and my teacher taught us to sing Little Star today, and my mom said I sang it beautifully. Looking at little Naomi's proud appearance, Sun Tao said with feigned surprise, wow, really? Our little glutinous rice is so great then, it's really grown up. Behind little sticky rice, a charming figure hurriedly ran and was relieved to see that it was Sun Tao holding little sticky rice. Su Nua, you've gone to cling to brother Sun Tao again. Hurry up and come down. Zhou Yang purposely made a stern face and chided little Naomi. In return, little Naomi made a face at her and then crouched down on Sun Tao's body cuckoo snickering. Zhou Yang looked at her helplessly and said to Sun Tao with a slight apology, sorry to bother you again. Sun Tao laughed and stroked little sticky rice's head. No bother, I love little sticky rice too. Zhou Yang is a single mother who has been living next door to Sun Tao with her little glutinous rice. I heard from others that little Naomi's father was a Battle Soul Master who sacrificed his life 3 years ago during a magical beast invasion. Then his parents became very ill and spent all the family's savings, but they could not bring the old man back. You can only move to a resettlement neighborhood to eke out a living. By the way, brother Sun, I heard that you have awakened your battle spirit. Isn't it a very, very powerful battle spirit? Little Naomi flashed her big eyes and asked Sun Tao. Her father is a Battle Soul Master, so she worships Battle Soul Masters the most, and wants to become an excellent Battle Soul Master in the future. Sun Tao smiled and scraped little Naomi's nose. Of course, don't look at what your brother Sun is. It must be a particularly powerful battle spirit. Oh, carrying the little glutinous rice towards the building, Zhou Yang watched from the side, a light smile surfacing on his face. After sending little Naomi home and playing with her for a while, Sun Tao returned to his home. After casually eating something, Sun Tao sat on the bed and took stock of today's harvest. The first and biggest thing is still the leveling up in battle power. Entering the secret realm, he leveled up to level 11, and by the way, he also completed the novice quests and obtained 2 god tier skills. There were also many good things obtained in the secret realm, all of which were handed over to Li Shueyo to deal with, conservatively estimating that there must be more than $10 million. When the money comes down, I guess I can go buy a house within the city. However, Sun Tao still decided to stay here first, because after the Battle Spirit College entrance examination was over, he definitely had to go to Kyoto. It would be more cost-effective to take the money and buy a house in Kyoto then. This money now could be used to buy some cultivation resources, such as spirit potions and the like, to increase the speed of cultivation. In this world, in addition to going outside to fight magic monsters to upgrade, A battle soul master's cultivation could also be cultivated by absorbing the free energy of the outside world through a variety of mind techniques and meditation methods. Continuously improve your energy strength to achieve upgrades. It's just that this kind of cultivation is really not half a star slower than going out to fight monsters, so people tend to just use it as a supplement. And the main way to upgrade is to go out and fight monsters. By the way, it seems like I got a trial mission ticket today. Sun Tao took a look inside the system space, and sure enough, there was a golden card floating in the middle of his mind. With a flip of his hand, he removed it from inside the system. A gold-colored card with 3 small seal characters in masculine script, Black Myth, printed on the front. The reverse depicts a high mountain and a dilapidated Zen garden. It had 3 big words written on it, Black Wind Mountain. Is this the ticket for the trial mission? It doesn't feel like it's anything special. Sun Tao took the ticket and flipped it over a few times, opening the word Introduction. Trial quest ticket, Black Wind Mountain after use. You can enter the special trial map Black Wind Mountain, defeat the final boss to unlock the Destiny mural, and freely enter and exit the trial world. Can be used 0/10 times. After failing 3 times in the trial, you can open the performance mode and separate a strand of your soul to enter and simulate the trial without taking up the number of times the ticket is used. Looking at the description on the words, Sun Tao frowned slightly. Only being able to use the trial quest ticket 10 times meant that if he could only fail to clear it 10 times, the ticket would be wasted. But the good news was that as long as he could clear the level within 10 times, he would be able to enter the Black Wind Mountain trial world indefinitely in the future. It was equivalent to obtaining a carry-on secret realm on your own. Thinking of this, Sun Tao was instantly energized. Black Wind Mountain is too familiar to him. Several bosses, Guangji, Guangmo, Lingshu Z, White-Clothed Showman, Ghost, Jinchi Elderreach are old acquaintances. Back when he first played Black Myth, he was stuck in Black Wind Mountain for 3 days before he could clear the level. What skills each boss had, he could dodge with his eyes closed. So now, seeing this Black Wind Mountain's trial mission ticket, Sun Tao was confident and said with a disdainful face, "Humph, little Black Wind Mountain, watch me take it in 2 hours." Throwing the card in his hand, he transformed it into a golden door of light in midair. Taking out the copper cloud stick from his belt pouch, Sun Tao's gaze was resolute as he walked into the portal of Black Wind Mountain with his head held high. The moment Sun Tao stepped into the Black Wind Mountain, the wind and clouds suddenly changed over Shuzhou City as countless dark clouds converged and lightning flashed and thunder roared as if it were an angry roar. Go go go, swim swim, willing to be a horse and cow for copper, being a man that is better than being a demon, not afraid of the life of Hades. On the mountain path of Black Wind Mountain, a demonic aura filled the air, and 2 wolf demons were roaming around. A wolf demon shook its head, doing a limerick, and glanced at a hairy peach on the ground. Look, fate to fortune owns. The wolf demon picked up the peach and laughed. The other wolf demon was also full of smiles. Big brother is really blessed with a mouthful. Maybe it rolled down from which mountain? The wolf demon who picked up the peaches laughed and wiped the peaches on his clothes. Just in time to be hungry. This peach is quite sensible. One bite down. Suddenly screamed miserably, and threw the peach out as soon as he could. Sun Tao only felt a burst of dizziness, and the whole person suddenly current out of a puff of smoke. What am I? Turning into a monkey? Looking at his hands covered in monkey hair, Sun Tao was filled with shock. Good little monkey, how dare you toy with your grandfather? I'll make sure you know what's in store for you today. Hearing the familiar shouts beside his ears, Sun Tao came back to his senses. So, this is the trial mission? He himself had unexpectedly become a Heaven's Destiny monkey. Chapter 20 Terrorizing Black Wind Mountain, requesting golden ticket. Seeing the 2 wolf demons killing over, Sun Tao did not panic. Pulling the copper cloud stick out of his ear, he casually struck it. Bang! As the swords and sticks clashed, Sun Tao's face instantly changed drastically. This force, it's not right. Afterglow glanced at another wolf demon raising its knife to slash. Sun Tao hurriedly flashed his figure and dodged the attacks of the 2 wolf demons. Roll backward a few times in a row and pull away. Golden light flowed in Sun Tao's eyes as he quickly probed for clear information about the 2 wolf demons. Wolf Scout, rank 3, battle strength 642, skills, blade technique, chopping. Wolf Rex, rank 3, battle strength 632, skills, swordsmanship, shield strike, level 3, 600 plus battle power? It's a lie. Sun Tao's heart was shocked. More than 600 battle power was already equivalent to a small boss inside the secret realm. Surprisingly, in the Black Wind Mountain is just a few small demons at the door. It was enough to see the terror of this Black Wind Mountain. The small demons at the entrance had over 600 battle power. So how much battle power should the elite monsters and bosses at the back have? 2,000? 3,000? Sun Tao didn't dare to think about it. One could only fight the few wolf demons in front of him first. Yay, take your life. The wolf scouts waved their long swords and howled as they charged at Sun Tao. It seemed to have learned some routines, and the long blade in its hand was covered in a layer of gray light. A slash came swiftly and fiercely. Sun Tao dodged and dodged, reciting the chi-gathering method in his mind. The strength in his body surged into the long stick in his hand, waiting for the wolf scout to outlive its moves. It directly backhanded a stored heavy club to its head. The tremendous force directly caused that wolf scout's brain to burst. In the next second, the wolf scout's corpse unexpectedly turned directly into countless ashes. It was then blown by that clear wind and fell onto Sun Tao as much as it could. It seemed as if something had been absorbed by him. What's this? Experience? Sun Tao had some doubts in his mind, but he didn't have time to think about it, because Wolf Rex had already rushed in front of him with his sword and shield raised. At the moment of its attack, dodged to the left, instantly triggering Spreadfoot, leaving a residual shadow in place. He joined Sun Tao, both monkeys holding their sticks, and struck at Wolfrex with a flurry of blows. A set of light stick combos hit Wolfrex, rendering him unable to move. A final heavy stick sends it to the sky. Unsurprisingly, Wolfrex also turned into a cloud of ash and flew. Drop. You have killed a level 3 Wolf Scout, gaining experience *32, spirit value *18. Drop. You have killed a level 3 Wolfrex, gaining experience *32, spirit value *18. Listening to the system prompt in his head, Sun Tao instantly collapsed a pussy face. That's too little experience. The moment the two wolf demons died, an old voice came from mid-air. No matter how many times I come here, I can never change this nonsense nature. When Sun Tao heard it, he understood that it was the Black Wind Mountain land that was speaking. A few steps ahead, and sure enough, I saw a land temple less than a man's height a short distance away. Sun Tao pulled a monkey hair from his head, and as if by instinct, he casually transformed it into a clear scent. Plugged in front of the land temple. The land temple was already dry branches suddenly withered wood, growing a peach blossom. A white smoke floated out from the shrine and landed beside Sun Tao, transforming into a pale figure. It looked only as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child, with crutches in one hand, an itchy scratch in the other, a full beard, and an oddly large head. Sun Tao recognized at a glance that this was that Black Wind Mountain land. Not to mention, I used to watch it on the computer, but this time I can see it with my own eyes, and it's really exactly the same as in the game. Little God, it is the land of Black Wind Mountain, waiting here for a long time. After Black Wind Mountain land finished speaking, he looked closely at Sun Tao, carefully sizing up his face. Couldn't resist taking a few steps closer. So very much like. Sun Tao was startled by his sudden approach, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to inquire, he realized that he couldn't move at all. Well, it's just as dumb as the game's chosen one. Sun Tao thought helplessly, and could only honestly watch as the land eunuch began to talk about the background. Further on, there is the Guanyin Zen Garden. Back then, it was also full of incense, but it's just a pity that fire. Later, the Zen Garden was rebuilt. But what's the use of fixing a Zen garden if people's hearts are burned out? The landlord rambled on, and Sun Tao listened quietly. It looks like this trial quest is the same as the first one inside the game, which is to fight the black bear spirit. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from the deep mountains in the distance, startling the landlord. You don't remember this place, but there are a lot of people here who miss you. Little monkey, help yourself. After saying that, the landlord turned into a white smoke and disappeared into the land temple. Sun Tao felt like he could move again. Good. The next step is to kill Guangji, battle Big Head, and fight Black Bear with the fire shield. Sun Tao is full of confidence. After all, this first time he can play countless times. The road to the Spectre is more familiar than your own home. Drops. Obtains Shrinking Green Talisman *1. Earth Shrinking Green Talisman, special prop can be used within the trial quest to instantly return to the nearest land temple. Ooh, it's so exactly like inside the game. Sun Tao weighed the Earth Shrinking Green Talisman in his hand and couldn't help but feel some emotion. I thought crossing over was the limit, but I didn't think I'd ever get to play a real-life version of the Black Myth Goku. Shaking his head, he put the Shrinking Green Talisman into his backpack and continued on his way. Brother Hiroki, I'm coming. 5 minutes later, a monkey hair slowly floated down from mid-air, revealing the figure of Sun Tao. He was filled with stupefaction and looked at his hands with a look of disbelief. I can't believe I was beaten to death by a bull guard. He had just traveled all the way, collecting all the materials he could, and smoothly arrived at the gully guard. I thought that the guardian would be just a target to teach the player fixation, just like inside the game. As it turned out, I didn't realize that the guy was incredibly oppressive. Holding a 10-foot-high long axe, he hacked Sun Tao to death in 3 or 2 strokes. He didn't even react before he was sent packing with the heavy axe of the bull guard. This nymphets. Sun Tao was somewhat helpless. After dying, he knew that there were only 3 lives in a trial. Once all 3 lives are dead, this trial is declared a failure. If he failed all 10 trials, the trial quest ticket would disappear, and he would lose the chance to clear Black Wind Mountain forever. I don't believe it. A small guard can still stop me. Sun Tao once again rushed to the bull guards with his stick. The bull guard carried a heavy axe in a majestic manner. Looking at Sun Tao, who appeared in front of him again, spinning his great axe, he said in a jarring voice, "You monkey, here to die again." Sun Tao did not say much, giving full play to the nature of the mute providence man, directly began to gather chi, not waiting for that bull guard to have action. Directly a move to store power, heavy stick smashed down. Bang! Slammed over the head by a gang. The bull guard stomped back a few steps. There was a sudden burst of anger. "Bold! How dare you come to Black Wind Mountain to spread wildness?" Swinging his great axe directly, a powerful move of force-splitting Huashan was made in a smooth manner. Boom! The tremendous force smashed a fist-sized crater in the ground. Sun Tao even felt the ground shake. The splash of rocks was still a bit raw when it hit Sun Tao's face. What a bull guard! I'd like to see how much you're capable of. Chapter 21, The Battle of Guangji, requesting golden tickets. The guards of the house. Rank, 8. Battle strength, 1730. Skills, natural strength. Brute impact. Now that's like a goalkeeper guarding a mountain. Sun Tao fought with the bronze cloud stick and the bull guards. Unlike the bulky ones in the game, the bull guards here are extremely skilled in martial arts. A big axe was as if it had no weight in its hands, flying up and down, not giving Sun Tao a chance to attack at all. But Sun Tao is not your average man of destiny. He's a super divine destiny man with a fixation, a copper head, and a hairy split. How is it possible that you can't even beat a little bull guard? Last time he was careless and didn't flash. The bull guard caught the opportunity and took it away with a silky little combo. This time, he took out 12 points of his spirit and watched the movements of the bull guards with a deadly eye. Sun Tao's eyes are golden light. After turning on the knowledge break, the movements of the guards of the bullock yard will be unobstructed. The pace of his feet did not stop, constantly dodging and dodging the attacks of the guards. Damn little rats, eat your grandpa ox's axe. Su was tired of being dodged by Sun Tao. The bull guard roared angrily, raising his great axe and leaping high. He was about to chop down at Sun Tao's head. A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes as he pointed directly at him and shouted, "Set!" Ding! With a crunching sound, golden mana appeared on the head of the guardian. Special runes then outlined and flowed, forming a fixed character on its head. The guardian was instantly fixed in midair by a mysterious force, unable to move in the slightest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Tao directly plucked off a handful of monkey hair and gently blew on it. 4 or 5 monkey doppelgangers manifested with their rods and charged up towards the guardian. Bang! 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 The club of the doppelganger quickly landed on the body of the bull guard, causing its blood bar to drop rapidly. Sun Tao, on the other hand, stood still and activated the chi gathering method. At the last second when the immobilization spell was about to end, he struck a heavy stick with 3 layers of stick power stored up at the bull guard. Bang! The iron rod struck the top of the bull guard's head, knocking it back a few hard steps. The bull guard roared and tried to counterattack, but the blood bar was already over half. Before he could make a move, he heard another set, from mid-air. Ding! Once again, the bull guard was immobilized by the golden light, and the Black Wind Mountain land climbed out of it. It's been a long time since I've used it, and the fixation works just fine. Since you're an old friend from the mountain of flowers and fruits, there's no harm in teaching you a trick. Here, give me your hand quickly. Sun Tao's heart rejoiced when he saw the landlord. Sure enough, hit the half-blooded landlord and he'll come out. But I've already learned the fixation technique. What else can he give me? Is it even possible to upgrade the fixation technique? With doubt, Sun Tao raised his hand, and with a flick of the Black Wind Mountain land itchy scratch, a golden light flashed by. A golden fixed character instantly appeared in Sun Tao's hand. Drops. Gained experience infusion of fixation. Fixation level +1. Sure enough, it's been upgraded. Sun Tao was delighted and hurriedly opened the system. An upgraded fixation spell that strengthens the damage dealt to the target during fixation. Along with the upgrading of the fixation technique, Sun Tao's inner sense of this spell was still rising. He had a vague feeling that if he upgraded his fixation technique by a few more levels, he might be able to achieve group fixation. Unfortunately, my magic power is not very deep. It's fine if I meet some stupid stuff, but if I meet a stronger demon, I can only fix it for an instant. The landlord was still rambling on, and he hadn't finished his sentence. The bull guard then shuddered, instantly detaching himself from the effects of the immobilization spell. The landlord jumped straight up and said in a hurry, "These stupid things, they don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Boy, quickly use the divine ability you just learned to subdue him." As he spoke, the landlord directly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in front of Sun Tao. That was a pretty fast run. Sun Tao shook his head and laughed lightly. Seeing the bull guards once again rushing with their axes, he dodged straight away, taking advantage of the gaps in his attacks to keep stealing attacks with his light stick. Waiting for the fixation to turn good, he reached out and the guardian was once again fixed. This time, Sun Tao didn't give it another chance, and directly greeted it with a set of silky smooth small continuous moves, taking the last vestiges of the guardian's blood belt away. Drop. You have killed a level 8 bull guard, elite. Gaining experience *84, spirit value *32. After taking out the bullet guards, Sun Tao continued on and walked to the second land temple. Very familiarly, he plucked off a hair and turned it into clear incense and inserted it on the incense burner. At once the land temple activated and the landlord once again incarnated from the white smoke. If we continue to go forward without knowing the depth, I'm afraid we're going to suffer greatly. Let me change you into a golden cicada, and you can follow the firelight in front of you to explore the reality of this mountain. The landlord's walking stick pointed, and a wave of mana instantly wrapped around Sun Tao's body. Let him instantly transform into a special golden cicada. The art of change. It's truly magical. Sun Tao's heart was pleasurable. This was the first time he had experienced these 72 changes. It was truly magical. Feeling the mana outside of his body, he gradually gained a bit of clarity about the art of change within him. Maneuvering the golden cicada, he flew forward, bypassing various demons along the way, and in the process glancing at the big head of the specter that was wandering on the road. Let's beat Hiroshi first, then we'll tackle Big Head later. Sun Tao looked at the back of the big head and couldn't help but remember the fear of being dominated by it in his last life. When I played Black Myths in my previous life, I was stuck for more than 3 hours in Big Head's place in order to ensure my gaming experience. Head ironing without reading the guide, I finally had no choice but to go online and look for tips to read. As it turned out, I didn't realize that the way to do it was to go around and kill Hiroshi first. It could make Sun Tao furious. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake and go straight to Guangji. After you take Akatsuki, come back and fight Big Head for 300 rounds. When I take my wide father, let's see if I'm done with you or not. Bypassing the patrolling wolf demons, he smoothly arrived outside Hiroshi's courtyard. The figure shifted and instantly changed back to the Heaven's Destiny monkey appearance. Ha! Another monkey! A voice came from the yard. Sun Tao fixed his eyes on a human wolf demon wearing a monk's robe. He wielded a two-headed sharp blade that burned with a fiery flame as he slashed at the ground. Guangji, leader, rank, 12, battle strength, 2356, skills, swallow return, fire dance, fire cyclone, red tide slash. Such high battle power. I'm afraid this is not going to be a good fight. Looking at Guangji's terrifying battle power, Sun Tao's face turned white and his heart secretly screamed. Seeing that Sun Tao did not reply, a ray of tyranny flashed in Guangji's eyes as he rotated the red tide in his hand and said slowly, "Why don't you put down your stick and learn some Buddhism with me?" Sun Tao couldn't reply and could only send him a full-strength heavy stick. Scholar, and listen to the Dharma. Being struck with a stick, Guangji instantly raised his red tide and his body transformed into a stream of light, instantly rushing towards Sun Tao. Before Sun Tao could react, he only felt a flash of fire in front of him. The whole thing was cut down to the ground. His body also burned with a blazing flame, constantly giving him scorching damage. So fast. Sun Tao was shocked to see Guangji setting up the swallow return starting stance again. Hastily raising his hand and pointing, he shouted, "Set!" In an instant, the infinite golden light fixed Guangji in place. Hair-splitting, Sun Tao and his own doppelganger took advantage of the opportunity to charge up, and it was an output. Taking advantage of the last second of the immobilization spell, he rolled backward to pull away after hitting a heavy club. Damnable rats! Eat my sword! Recovering from the immobilization spell, Hiroshi roared. His entire body pulled back, flinging out the red tide in his hand in the process. The red tide transformed into a flaming roundhouse spear and instantly attacked Sun Tao. Sun Tao couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the flame roundhouse. Then there was a flash of fire before his eyes as Hiroshi swung up in place with Akatsuki and swooped down in an instant. I was being paranoid. You merely look like him. In the raging flames, Sun Tao gradually turned into a hare and slowly floated back to the land temple. Chapter 22. Is this trial just a monster? Seeking support, Brother Guangji, are you that fierce? Resurrected from the land temple, Sun Tao couldn't believe it. When did Hiroki get so fierce? Not only are the combos flawless, but the damage is so high that you'll get yourself killed in a few moves. This is still a fight. Sun Tao's face was a mask of pain. After using up this challenge opportunity, there are still 9 more chances. Go ahead and feel out Hiroshi's moves. If you can't, you'll have to level up before challenging. Sun Tao thought. Once again carrying his stick on the road, cleared out the small monsters along the way, and gained 300 points of spiritual aura. Once again, I came to the entrance of Hiroki's compound. Through the doorframe, Sun Tao psychologized himself up. It's fine, the district is just Hiroshima. If you fight seriously you can easily take it down. Why don't you put down your stick and learn some Buddhism with me? Flames rose in all directions within the temple, and in an instant, the flaming sword arrived in front of Sun Tao. A few knives down, Sun Tao, who couldn't dodge, was already on fire. The bloodstains scuffed down. Sun Tao was as anxious as a large minion at the moment. I just hate that I can't speak. It was on fire and rolling around. It wasn't until he had rolled all his stamina bars that he came face to face with Hiroshi hitting a fire blade and swallowing back. A sword swung down and flames filled the sky. The Heaven's Destiny monkey collapsed powerlessly to the ground and transformed into a golden monkey hare. Yikes. With this death, Sun Tao was directly ejected from the trial mission and returned to the middle of the real world. He grabbed his hair and screamed in a frenzy. So close to passing Hiroshi. Just now Guangji was just a sliver of blood short, and at the critical moment Sun Tao rolled without air, did not avoid Guangji's fire dance whirlwind, and was directly taken away by a set. As it stands now, it's a struggle for me to beat Guangji, let alone the fact that there's Big Head, Guang Mao, Ling Xiu Zi, the white-clothed showman, and the black bear spirit behind me. To be on the safe side, it's better to level up to level 20 before coming to the trial. Sun Tao lying on the bed a little depressed, for his own just surprisingly did not beat Guangji. How not convinced? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The next second, sat straight up from the bed. No way, I must pass Hiroki today. The uptight Sun Tao directly pulled out the trial ticket and entered the trial mission again. Half an hour later, Sun Tao reappeared on the bed, eyes a little dull. Inside his head still echoed Hiroshi's sentence. I'm being paranoid, but it's just that there's a resemblance. Drops. Failed 3 trials in a row. Achievement earned. Is this trial just one weird one? This Hiroshi is too hard to fight. Sun Tao was a bit tearful. The difficulty of this trial quest gave him a feeling like a 1-week Destiny person fighting a 3-week boss. Not only are the values high, but the movements are thieves. One would be instantly killed in seconds if one couldn't dodge. We can only try the martial arts mode first, and after we've familiarized ourselves with the boss's attack movements, then we can consider the matter of clearing the level. If we continue like this, we'll only be wasting the opportunity of the trial for nothing. Sun Tao sighed. Having died 6 times in a row made him feel as if his body was falling apart. This trial quest is turning him into a Heaven's Destiny monkey though, but the pain and damage perception that should be there is fed back to him. After dying 6 times in a row in such a short period of time, even he felt a bit overwhelmed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he ran the Angry Ape Strength Heart technique in his mind. Soon, a mysterious power began to gradually flow within him. A steady stream of heaven and earth spiritual chi converged from all directions, forming a spiritual chi loophole in Sun Tao's head, and madly surging into his body from the Baihui point. This kung fu! At the same time, a stream of arcane inheritance memories suddenly surged into the middle of Sun Tao's mind. That was the full technique of the Angry Ape power, capable of allowing Sun Tao to cultivate directly from a term mortal to the heavenly immortal realm. Translated into this world's power level, it would be a divine battle soul master of level 300 or higher. To be able to directly cultivate to level 600, it's already considered a divine grade upper grade battle soul heart technique. Sun Tao's heart was shocked. In this world, the battle soul mind technique was divided into 6 grades from top to bottom according to their power: divine, holy, heavenly, earthly, Xian, and yellow. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Generally speaking, Xian-ranked and yellow-ranked battle soul mind techniques could only be cultivated up to the 3rd rank is the limit. If you wanted to continue to increase your strength, you had to obtain a higher level battle soul heart technique. And what was recorded inside the General Battle Soul Academy were some Xian and yellow level battle soul mind techniques. In order to obtain a more advanced battle soul mind, one must join a national organization or some multinational group to obtain it. However, Sun Tao had a divine grade heart method right now, and it was estimated that he wouldn't have to worry about the battle soul heart method for a very long time. Sun Tao pondered in his head and began to sink his mind into the mysteries of the Angry Ape Strength. The more he participated in the Raging Ape Strength, the more shocked Sun Tao became. This Gong method, it was simply too divine. It could be said that even if one looked at the entire world, this Raging Ape Strength was definitely considered the topmost battle soul heart method. And, according to the memory inheritance records just obtained, this Raging Ape Strength is a special mind method created by the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong, based on the great piece of heavenly immortal determination that he learned, specifically for the monkeys and monkeys of the mountain of flowers and fruits, cultivated to the highest level. It was able to seamlessly connect to the great grade heavenly immortal decree. I didn't realize that the Raging Ape Strength had this kind of origin. Sun Tao let out a sigh of relief. So it turned out that the Raging Ape strength was a simplified version of the great heavenly immortal determination. No wonder it's so powerful. At the same time there was some regret in my heart. Just the simplified version of the Raging Ape strength was already so terrifying. So how powerful would it be if it was the complete version of the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Decree? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Why didn't Sun Wukong pass on the great piece of Heavenly Immortal Decree to his monkeys and monkey sons back then? That's because it's the only one who's a spirit monkey, and its monkeys and grandchildren are just ordinary monkeys. Even if it had passed down the great Heavenly Immortal Decree, no monkey would be able to cultivate it. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Tao had a system in his body, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to refine the Raging Ape power. After all, this was created by the great sage for Monkey Sun, and Sun Tao, a human, could not cultivate it at all. Crossing his legs and starting to transform the Raging Ape strength, a mysterious and incomparable enlightenment enveloped Sun Tao, causing his strength to begin to increase by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, he was blessed with a wave of clarity that surged through his mind. Drops. On the way to practice, my heart felt something. Level of Raging Ape strength +1. Unlocking the characteristic, the 5 viscera are sturdy. Sturdy viscera increases life cap by a small amount per level, less prone to internal injuries when taking damage. All delayed damage effects weakened by 50%. After only a few moments of cultivation, Sun Tao was surprised to find that his fleshly body had become much stronger. Even today's 11 consecutive level-ups weren't so noticeable. Moreover, the previous dark wounds on his body were being repaired as he cultivated the Angry Ape strength. Chapter 23, Red Wanted. Zhao Tianming, seeking golden tickets. After cultivating for a night, Sun Tao felt like he could do it again. Pulling out the trial ticket, he once again entered Black Wind Mountain. Hey, Hiroki, I'm coming. 15 minutes later, Sun Tao was once again lying lifelessly on the bed. 3 lives, 15 minutes total, with another 6 minutes of that in a hurry, averaging only 3 minutes of play with Hiroki at a time. Hiroki, you wait for me. Thinking of the fire knife torture just now, Sun Tao was furious. Getting up and dressing directly, he prepared to go inside the Scarlet Forest again today to upgrade, making sure to level up to level 30 before the War Soul exam. After all, there were too many geniuses in this world, and if he didn't have enough strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to get the top spot in the college entrance exam. If you can't even get the high school entrance exam, what's the point of talking about giving the great sage a proper name? After a simple breakfast, he went out just in time to meet little Sticky Rice, who was going to kindergarten. Little Gnome clung to him, making noise about going on adventures with him. It wasn't until he was slapped twice on the buttocks by Zhou Yang that he gradually became honest. Brother Sun, remember to bring me a present. At the entrance of the kindergarten, little Nuomi waved goodbye to Sun Tao with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, be good today too. Sun Tao smiled and waved, seeing little Nuomi being brought into the classroom by the teacher before turning to leave. Sorry for the trouble this morning. On the way to the station, Zhou Yang kept apologizing to Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and replied with a smile. Sister Zhou is too polite. I also quite like little Nuomi. It's not really a trouble. Zhou Yang pulled her sideburns and covered her mouth with a light smile and said, do you have time tonight? To celebrate your awakening of the battle soul, why don't I buy some food and have dinner at my house tonight? Looking at Zhou Yang's absolutely beautiful face, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. Zhou Yang is not really that old despite having children. Having gotten married at 24, she is now not even 30. After having a baby, she looks even more plump and flavorful. On top, she wore a khaki jacket with a small white camisole underneath. Underneath, she wore light blue jeans, and her legs were straight and long, especially that strong capital. And I don't know if it's a bit exaggeratedly large because of the birth of the child. Her slender waist was full, and she had a better figure than the average little girl. Human wives are fantastic. Not knowing what image came to his mind, Sun Tao's old face flushed, buckling his cheeks. He stammered, today it depends. I'm going to the Scarlet Forest later, I don't know when I'll be back. Zhou Yang seemed as if she didn't notice Sun Tao stealing glances at her, a light smile on her face. Okay, then I'll do the grocery shopping later and meet you at home at 6 o'clock. Sun Tao was still trying to find some excuse to refuse. Just as the bus he was waiting for came, he hurriedly spoke to Zhou Yang. Okay, I'll call you when I get back, he said, and ran to the car as if he were fleeing. Looking at Sun Tao's fleeing back, Zhou Yang didn't know what came to her mind, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Arriving at the Scarlet Forest, Sun Tao breezed to the area of the blazing firewolves. After yesterday's sweep, there were very few blazing wolves in this area. Sun Tao walked for half an hour without finding one, continuing to head deeper into the jungle. The woods in front of him grew denser as he continued to advance. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Scarlet Forest, a ragged silhouette was running for his life. From time to time, There was also black and red blood dripping down onto the ground like sulfuric acid, burning the ground and emitting a pungent corrosive odor. Zhao Tianming lumbered through a dense forest, cursing as he ran. Damn! Mother asterisk 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 Ursu you! Didn't he just eat a few people? Why do you keep chasing after me? And send out the Dragon Teeth Squad to come and arrest me. If I didn't have Compound 8 in my hand, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Even so, he was now severely injured, and it was estimated that he couldn't even defeat an average second-ranked Battle Soul Master. One must know that he was a 163 ranked 4th ranked Battle Spirit Master, and he could fight hundreds of second-ranked Battle Spirit Masters with one hand on a normal day. If I remember correctly, up ahead is the territory of the Blazing Firewolves, and there seems to be a hidden secret realm inside that no one has ever discovered. Although the secret realm is more dangerous, this is my only chance, Zhao Tianming pondered in his mind. Listening to the commotion coming from behind him, he quickly made up his mind. Although running into the Scarlet Forest might get him wrapped up by the Dragon Tooth Squad, he had no other choice. In his current condition, he couldn't run far at all. If he waited for the Dragon Teeth Squad to catch up, he would surely die. Only by entering the Scarlet Forest and using the hidden secret realm to recover from their injuries would they be able to find a chance to escape. Inside himself was the Wind Wolf Battle Spirit, which itself had the ability to heal itself. So as long as he gave himself time, he would be able to recover his battle power to the fullest. It was his only chance of survival. With this thought, he braced himself for the injuries on his body and flew towards the Scarlet Forest. Not long after he left, 5 or 6 silhouettes drilled out of the jungle, led by a beautiful policewoman with a hot body and fiery red hair. She crouched down to examine the blood on the floor. The blood is still warm. Zhao Tianming is just ahead. He can't get far. She was just about to get up and go after her when a boy pulled her aside. Su Yu, Zhao Tianming is a 4th-ranked Battle Soul Master after all. We'd better be careful and wait for the large group to come before chasing after them. Su Yu shook off his hand and angrily rebuked. By the time the army comes over, the people will have long since run away. It's so hard to catch a chance. How can we let him get away so easily? Saying that, Su Yu didn't care and directly rushed towards the inside of the forest. The man sighed at the sight and said to his teammate aside, "Rush to notify the local security bureau. Issue a red wanted notice. Blockade the entire Scarlet Forest, and then mobilize air support to notify all the Battle Soul Masters inside to come out. Have the Security Bureau send out officers in groups of 4 to conduct a carpet search. We must catch Zhao Tianming today." The Scarlet Forest wasn't small, and if they relied on their Dragon Tooth Squad to search alone, it wouldn't be easy to find Zhao Tianming's trail. The point was, as a senior member of the Beast God sect, who knew if Zhao Tianming still had any desperate cards in his hands, he did, and want any half-assed accidents to happen to his players. Soon, air support from the Security Bureau arrived over the Scarlet Forest. All Battle Soul Masters in the forest. This is the Shuzhou City Security Bureau, currently hunting for the red wanted criminals. Please proceed to the entrance of the forest in an orderly manner. Verify your identities and leave quickly. All Battle Soul Masters in the forest. This is the Shuzhou City Security Bureau, currently hunting for the red wanted criminals. Please proceed to the entrance of the forest in an orderly manner. Verify your identities and leave quickly. Listening to the announcement coming from the airplane, many of the Battle Soul Masters who were fighting had slightly startled faces. The Security Bureau is chasing a fugitive? Do we need to make such a big fuss? Red wanted notice. This fugitive is afraid that it's not simple O. It's estimated that it's at least a 3rd-order Battle Soul Master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 3rd rank. I'm not even at level 30 now. Won't I be instantly cool when I encounter it? Most of the people who ventured in the Scarlet Forest were 1st-ranked Battle Soul Masters, who weren't even necessarily level 40. Faced with an atrocious red notice, "Don't you leave and wait for death?" One by one, the Battle Soul Masters quickly returned to the forest entrance. Only Sun Tao, because he was too far in, didn't even hear the broadcast from the sky for a while. At this moment, the copper cloud stick in Sun Tao's hand flashed with golden light. Chopstick style, a stick blasted down, and a werewolf holding a shield in front of him was directly blasted backwards, instantly exploding into a sky of blood mist. Drop. You have slain the level 14 Blazing Fire Werewolf. Gaining experience asterisk 83 and spirit value asterisk 42. Chapter 24, Attack in the Forest, requesting golden ticket votes. Unbeatable. Collecting his stick and standing, Sun Tao looked at the werewolf corpse not far away, a smile on his face. Sure enough, it's not that I've gotten weaker, but the little monsters inside Black Wind Mountain are too strong. Sun Tao regained his confidence. These few times when he entered the Black Wind Mountain trials, not to mention bosses like Guangxi, even small monsters like the normal wolf scouts and wolf guards, he fought very hard. It made him wonder for a moment if he had become a vegetable. Now it seems that it's entirely because all the little monsters in Black Wind Mountain are too strong. Is this the gold standard for demons? Sun Tao thought in his heart, and his hands moved without stopping, receiving the body of the blazing fire werewolf into his belt pouch. Unfortunately, the distribution of monsters here is too scattered. It takes half a day to find the monsters, and the spirit containment and experience are given low. If only we could enter another secret realm. Sun Tao sighed and carried his stick and prepared to go to the next monster. Before he could get very far, he heard the sound of an announcement coming from a short distance away and frowned slightly. The security service is after a wanted man? Or a red notice? The commotion is indeed not small. It looks like this fugitive is not simple. Although he didn't know how strong this wanted man was, but to be issued a red notice by the security bureau, he must not be a simple person. To be safe, it was better to withdraw from the Scarlet Forest first. With this in mind, Sun Tao no longer stayed, simply packed up and turned around towards the outskirts of the Scarlet Forest. Sun Tao's figure ran and swept, weaving between the trees at such a fast speed that he ran hundreds of meters away in a few breaths. I didn't realize that the Great Sage Stick technique had footwork within it, and this speed is too fast. It's simply no weaker than a normal wind-type battle spirit. After half a day of practicing, Sun Tao had also brushed more than 500 spirit embers, just in time to level up the Great Sage Stick technique. I didn't realize it gave a skill bonus. Body Light. Body Light, divine, passive skill that greatly increases movement speed in non-combat situations and reduces stamina consumption when dodging. After gaining Body Lightness, Sun Tao was fast and his hand and foot coordination was greatly enhanced. Sweeping through the branches between the trees, he saw that he was about to reach the outskirts of the Scarlet Forest, when suddenly Sun Tao's expression changed. The whole thing came to a halt on the trunk of the tree. Pulling the copper cloud stick from his belt pouch, he looked around warily. The smell of blood. It stinks. The golden light in Sun Tao's eyes flickered, and with a glance, he saw the black and red aura not far away. Hiding it so well was discovered by you. Kid, you're not simple. Seeing Sun Tao's eyes staring at him with a deadpan look, Zhao Tianming also knew that he had been exposed. Shaking his body and getting up from the ground, Zhao Tianming's eyes were resentful as he twisted his newly recovered arm. Unfortunately, life is not very good. Pay attention in your next life. After saying that, 6 blood-red sharp blades popped out from the knuckles of both hands, rushing towards Sun Tao with scarlet claw light. Feeling the other party's furious aura, Sun Tao's expression stared. It's at least a battle soul master of the 2nd rank or higher. This guy is the wanted man. Sun Tao's mind raced and instantly understood. The other party's breath was unsteady, obviously injured. Because of this, he didn't turn and run. After all, this guy was at worst a 3rd-order battle soul master, and if he turned around and ran, he would only die. However, in a head-on battle, by taking advantage of his opponent's injuries, he might not be without a chance of survival. Kid, die for me. Scarlet claws. While Sun Tao was thinking, Zhao Tianming had already rushed in front of him with a face full of grimace, his scarlet claw light coming with endless killing intent. Sun Tao had discovered himself, and if he let him go now, it was highly likely that he would snitch on the Dragon Tooth squad behind him. One must not neglect any hint of exposure. Therefore, in Zhao Tianming's heart, Sun Tao must die. Besides, in his opinion, this guy was nothing more than a novice battle soul master who hadn't even entered the 2nd rank. Even if he was seriously injured, he could still be easily decapitated. There will be no impact. Therefore, the moment the two met, Zhao Tianming had a murderous intent. The blade light in his eyes filled the sky. Sun Tao's face changed slightly, and it was too late to dodge. He subconsciously stiffened his body and instantly transformed into a stone statue of fine iron in place, fending off Zhao Tianming's claw light. Copperhead. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly used this life-preserving divine skill. The claws lighted up his body, and 1 second Zhao Tianming's face was grim, but the next second he changed violently and drastically. Madaka! Crisp sounds of gold and stone clashing rang out as the claw light blasted into Sun Tao's body, erupting with a powerful aura. The tremendous force even shook Zhao Tianming back 3 steps. What kind of skill is this? Zhao Tianming was astonished. Surprisingly, I can't even break my blood-colored sharp claws. Could it be a god-level skill? Zhao Tianming's heart was shaken beyond belief. This Scarlet Claw was a real advanced skill. Even a 2nd-ranked Earth Battle Soul Master who was known for his defense couldn't block a single blow of his own. Even though he was in bad shape now, that hit just now should still be no problem to decimate a 1st-ranked Battle Soul Master. But he was blocked. Not only was it blocked, it was even recoiled by the opponent's skill and almost fell to the ground. Are all the 1st-order Battle Soul Masters this powerful now? In the next second the fine iron stone statues on Sun Tao's body turned into fragments and fell off one after another, with shock still lingering on his face. Sure is scary. Is this the strength of a 2nd-order Battle Soul Master? Even after being seriously injured, it's still so terrifying. Seeing the end of Sun Tao's skill, Zhao Tianming had already come back to his senses as he laughed fiercely and leapt up again. The light of the sword flashed in his hand, and the silhouette of a giant wolf even emerged behind him. So what if it's a god-level skill? You're just a first-order ant. Die for me, Zhao Tianming roared. His right hand formed a claw and directly lunged at Sun Tao from the sky, ready to directly split him in half. This claw was even swifter and more domineering than the claw-like just now. The intense lock of killing intent made Sun Tao feel his chest tighten a little. Oops. What to do? Sun Tao let out a cry of alarm. His left hand was already raised, ready to perform the fixation technique to block the blow and give himself a chance to escape. Before he could cast the spell, he heard a stern and angry voice from midair. Stop! Red Lotus Chop! An unrivaled and domineering blade chi instantly swept in from the distance. Not good. It's Suyu coming. Seeing the blade light coming, Zhao Tianming's pupils shrunk slightly, directly giving up on attacking Sun Tao. He clasped his head with both hands and forced his arms to resist this blade light. Bang! The air waves rolled over, and Zhao Tianming was directly hit by this blade light. The entire person flew out backwards and slammed down hard on the ground. Put! Zhao Tianming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had just eaten Suyu's blow hard, causing the blood chi in his body to flip violently, and his injuries were once again aggravated. Sun Tao looked in the direction where the knife light was coming from, only to see a red-haired beauty, wearing a special combat uniform and holding a long knife. Behind him, the airwaves churned as if they were violently burning flames, and a lotus flower-like shape faintly appeared. In the center of the stamen, there is also a long knife suspended, up and down, constantly flashing bright knife light, like that blue dragon supine moon, sharp and incomparable. Chapter 25, Hidden Secret Realm, Silver Moon Empire, requesting support. Zhao Tianming, you have no way to escape. Suyu's face was as cold as frost, carrying his own large sword slowly forward. Zhao Tianming fell to the ground, his face resentful. Suyu, I've only eaten a few ordinary individuals. Why do you keep going after me so hard? Suyu cold face, raised his long knife and angrily rebuked. A few ordinary people? You've roamed the country to commit crimes, and so far you've caused 86 lives and hundreds of injuries. What do you call this a few people? Besides, each and every one of you evil god sect crazies deserves to die. Honestly explain, what exactly is your plot to come to Shangnan? Looking at the angry expression on Suyu's face, Zhao Tianming laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, want to know? Not until you catch me. Dodging into a claw, an earth-shattering wolf howl escaped his mouth, calling aside Sun Tao's heart. Something horrible seemed to be floating in front of his eyes. In the next second, a golden light flashed in his eyes, instantly becoming clear again. Looking at Zhao Tianming's figure, Sun Tao couldn't help but look horrified. Surprisingly, it was a mind control type skill. If he hadn't been in the recognized state, he would have really fallen into his trap. On the contrary, on Suyu's side, he was not affected in the slightest in the face of Zhao Tianming's horrifying howls. The long blade stood upright, and the radiant blade light slashed out instantly. No good. Zhao Tianming was shocked, not expecting Suyu to be completely unaffected by his skills. Tried to turn back to defend, but was ultimately half a beat too slow. Bang! As the blade slashed down, Zhao Tianming once again spat out blood from his mouth. Kill! Red Lotus triple strike. At the same time, Suyu had already rushed up, holding a large sword. The whole person was like a windmill turning, directly slashing down on his head. Looking at Suyu's overbearing and incomparable blade, Zhao Tianming's face was terrified and wanted to dodge and escape. However, it was firmly locked by Suyu and could not run away at all, only barely able to raise his hand again to beckon. But how could a hasty stance be a match for Suyu's great sword? 3 consecutive slashes came down, swift as lightning. One slash cracked the claws, the second slash broke the defense, and the third slash cut solidly at Zhao Tianming's chest. His entire body was like a heavy blow, and his face was instantly as white as paper. Frighteningly white. The entire person flew out backwards and fell hard onto the ground. And this was still the result of Suyu's collection of strength. She was trying to capture Zhao Tianming alive, not really to kill him. Zhao Tianming knelt on the ground, blood dripping continuously from his chest. The whole person's breath was shriveled, and the steel claws on his hands were chopped off by Suyu in unison, and the pain caused him to tremble uncontrollably. You made me do it. Zhao Tianming raised his head, his eyes red, revealing a desperate madness. With a swipe of his left hand at his waist, he pulled out a syringe of sky blue potion and slammed it into his neck, injecting himself. Ah! Zhao Tianming shouted madly, his entire body's veins rippled, his body swelled more than double, and his aura continued to climb. Berserk waves of air swept out in all directions, stirring up a large area of smoke and dust. Feeling Zhao Tianming's aura, Suyu closed his sword and stood, his face incomparably grave. Compound 8. It was this small blue potion that allowed Zhao Tianming to escape their Dragon Teeth Squad search many times. Not only could this item fully enhance Zhao Tianming's attributes, it could also allow him to temporarily shield himself from pain and directly enter a berserk state. We must stall him. Just hold on until Li Xian and the others come over. Suyu cautiously moved her feet. The first few times she fought with Zhao Tianming, she knew how fierce this guy would be after taking Compound 8. It must not be taken lightly. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Zhao Tianming's figure had disappeared, and in its place was a 2-meter-tall green-haired werewolf. Its eyes were crimson, its body was covered in muscles, and wisps of clear wind were wrapped around its legs, constantly emitting a powerful might. Sun Tao, who was tens of meters away from Zhao Tianming, was directly dumbstruck. Asterisk. This is the true body of the Battle Soul. The Battle Soul True Body was the signature skill of a 4th-ranked Battle Soul Master. The ability to transform into your own battle spirit to fight directly. Extremely powerful, able to maximize the combat power of a Battle Soul Master. This guy isn't a 2nd-order Battle Soul Master. It's a 4th-order Battle Soul Master. Sun Tao's heart trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Su Yu, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face and was standing by with his large sword. That guy Li Xian is too slow. Why hasn't he come yet? She thought anxiously to herself. With her current strength alone, it was impossible to defeat the 4th-ranked Zhao Tianming. After all, he was only a level 124 3rd-order Battle Soul Master, and it would be good if he could save his life in the face of a full-strength Zhao Tianming. One can only drag it out as long as one can. Compound 8 only has 3 minutes. Just drag that out and he'll go into serious injury. When the time comes, it's my chance. Suyu pondered in his heart, looking at Zhao Tianming not far away. He secretly swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but tighten the large sword in his hand. These small movements were caught in the eyes of Zhao Tianming on the opposite side of the room, who had a frantic look on his face as he licked and fiddled with his claws, gasping for air under his breath. After eating so many people, I haven't eaten a 3rd-ranked Battle Soul Master yet. I can't wait to change things up today. After he said that, he stomped his legs and a green-colored ripple flashed through the air, and Zhao Tianming's entire body instantly disappeared in place. Seeing Zhao Tianming disappear, Suyu was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword in defense. In the next second, Zhao Tianming appeared out of the air on the side, grabbing Sun Tao by the neck and running wildly towards the depths of the Scarlet Forest, leaving behind a dumbfounded Suyu still in place, blinking her eyes, not knowing what had happened. After a moment, Suyu then reacted. This guy is going to run. Suyu's nose went askew with anger, and it was only then that he remembered that Zhao Tianming had already injected Compound 8 multiple times. If he continued to inject it, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all, and he wouldn't even need to do it himself. It would automatically explode. So, what this guy just injected was definitely not Compound 8. Got myself cheated. Suyu, who figured this out, no longer hesitated. His feet stomped, and his entire body shape was like electricity, chasing after Zhao Tianming in the direction he disappeared. In the blood-colored forest, the light was dappled and foggy, and Sun Tao was carried by Zhao Tianming through the intricate forest. He was practically in tears. Who did he invite? Why did these two suddenly take him away when they were having a good fight? Hey, kid, don't blame me. Blame it on your bad luck. But it's lucky for you that you can still enter a hidden secret realm before you die. Zhao Tianming held Sun Tao hostage and kept walking through the dense forest. A weird smile on his face and a hint of imperceptible madness revealed in his tone. Sun Tao was being choked by Zhao Tianming, so he couldn't talk back at all and could only struggle desperately. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and no matter how hard Sun Tao tried, he was unable to break free from Zhao Tianming's bonds. As for Zhao Tianming, he seemed to be exceptionally familiar with this forest, and in 7 turns, he bypassed the territories of quite a few ferocious magical beasts. As the two of them continued to go deeper and deeper, the surroundings became more and more bizarre, and even the air seemed to be filled with an ancient and cold aura. Finally, just as Sun Tao immediately couldn't support himself and was about to pass out, Zhao Tianming arrived at a hidden cave entrance that was covered by vines. Zhao Tianming threw Sun Tao aside roughly, his eyes glittering with fervor. This secret realm is really still here. Sun Tao rubbed his neck and raised his head with difficulty, looking towards the cave. Only a system prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Does it enter the level 40 hidden mystery realm, Silver Moon Empire? Both the human bloodline and the werewolf bloodline need to be present to open the entrance to the secret realm. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Sun Tao's heart was shocked. Surprisingly, it's a level 40 hidden secret realm, and it also requires the presence of both a human bloodline and a werewolf bloodline to open it. No wonder this guy wants to grab me over here. That means I'll be useless after I open the secret realm, and he'll kill me. When the thought came together in Sun Tao's mind, he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. He began to think desperately about how he was going to get out of the break later. Chapter 26 Your Grandmother. Putting Sun Tao down, Zhao Tianming slowly stepped forward and forcefully peeled away the vines at the entrance of the cave, revealing a bronze iron gate buried deep inside. Ha ha ha, Sure enough, it's still here. Seeing that the iron door was still there, Zhao Tianming burst out laughing. When I found the secret realm back then, I didn't have a werewolf bloodline yet, and there was no way to open it. But now that my wind wolf bloodline has become a great success, it's time to enter it. Zhao Tianming touched the iron door, his eyes filled with crazy greed. Sun Tao moved his body behind him, laboriously pulling out a gourd and filling it, already having a way to break the situation in his mind. Nowadays, there is only one word: drag. Though I don't know what kind of potion this guy injected himself with before and suddenly became so fierce, but it is certain that the potion must not be long. And there may be strong side effects, otherwise this guy wouldn't have chosen to take himself captive and run away, but would have finished off the redhead before taking himself away. So if Sun Tao wanted to get out now, the best way was to stall for time. As long as the time for the other side's potion passes, there might be a silver lining. I still have the fixation technique and hair split in my hand, and the copper head and iron arm has already cooled down by half. So if I can really stall him until the time for the medicine to take effect passes, the deer is still up in the air, Sun Tao thought in his heart, and his eyes watched Zhao Tianming's movements with deadly accuracy. Zhao Tianming over there lowered his palm and turned his head to grin at Sun Tao. You don't have to worry. I can't afford to kill you now. This hidden secret realm requires 2 bloodlines, human and werewolf, to be opened. You can't have one without the other. As for whether you live or die after entering the secret realm, it depends on your luck. With that, he popped out his sharp claws and made 3 bloody marks on his palms, wiping them on the right side of the iron door as he did so. The blood slowly seeped into the middle of the iron door, gradually lighting up with a burst of red light. Seeing that the iron door reacted, Zhao Tianming turned around and licked his sharp claws, smiling sardonically at Sun Tao. Kid, being able to enter a hidden secret realm before you die is considered your honor. Knowing that many battle soul masters spend their entire lives without seeing the possibility of venturing inside a hidden secret realm, in your next life, remember to thank me properly. Sun Tao shrank backward and pretended to have a horrified look on his face. Wait, I'm going to die anyway. Is it okay if you let me be the one who understands? Zhao Tianming's hand paused in midair with a wry smile on his face. Trying to stall? You think you still have a way to live? Even if the rejuvenation potion fails, you, a tiny first-ranked battle soul master, won't be able to escape from me. But well, you have a point, Zhao Tianming said, walking to the side to sit down on a big rock, looking at Sun Tao with a smile. You've got 3 chances to ask questions, and I'll send you on your way afterward. Sun Tao gulped and observed the cooldown time of the copper head and iron arm. Who the hell are you? Why are you interested in a level 40 hidden secret realm? Zhao Tianming laughed. That's 2 questions, but for the sake of you helping me open the secret realm later, I can tell you. My name is Zhao Tianming. I'm the red-robed protector of the evil god sect, nicknamed Crazy Wolf, and I'm a rank 163 4th-ranked battle soul master. As for this secret realm, don't look at it as just a level 40 hidden secret realm, but there's a secret hidden inside that can further upgrade the werewolf bloodline. Hearing Zhao Tianming's self-introduction, Sun Tao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Evil god sect, red-clothed protector, 163 levels of 4th-ranked battle soul masters. No wonder it's so fierce. Sun Tao had initially thought that Zhao Tianming was at most a 3rd-order battle soul master, but he hadn't expected to have underestimated him. Looking at Zhao Tianming's fierce face, Sun Tao suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Pretend to look like you've come to a realization. Zhao Tianming. So you're Zhao Tianming. Sun Tao's reaction caused Zhao Tianming to freeze. Are you famous? What? You heard my story? Looking at Zhao Tianming's expression, Sun Tao was inwardly delighted. Great. This guy isn't too bright to make a fool of himself. I've long heard that Crazy Wolf Zhao Tianming is a renowned 4th-order battle soul master with a chivalrous heart, and today I've seen that he really lives up to his name, and is truly imposing and powerful. In order to save his life, Sun Tao is also a spell, vigorously searching the stomach inside the few idioms a brain out. Grandma, you kid don't fall into my hands, or I'll make sure you look good, Sun Tao thought viciously in his heart, but his face was smiling. I told you that it's Big Brother Zhao who wants to enter the secret realm. I'll help out no matter what I say. Not for anything else, just for the name of you, Zhao Tianming. I'll go to the bottom of the fire. I'll do whatever I have to do. Hearing this compliment from Sun Tao, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but show a few smiles on his face. So old me is so famous? Zhao Tianming rubbed his head, not remembering when he had such a good reputation. You're a talker, kid. I'll try to give you a hard time later. Sun Tao smiled awkwardly. As long as I can help. A small life in the district. Brother Zhao can take it as long as you want, but there is just a sentence that I don't know if I should say. Speaking here, Sun Tao deliberately paused and pretended to look sad. Seeing this, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but come closer. What's the word? Say it. Sun Tao looked up at Zhao Tianming and saw him approaching over and said slowly, "That phrase is, I'll ing you up." Sun Tao roared and suddenly stormed up and kicked Zhao Tianming directly in the face, standing up with a backflip in the process. Caught off guard, Zhao Tianming had no defense at all, and was instantly kicked in the softest nose by Sun Tao, wailing and stomping backward 2 steps. He covered his nose, his eyes instantly crimson, and his aura around him instantly went berserk. "Little, you seek death," Zhao Tianming roared, his voice trembling slightly from anger. His figure rose up, pouncing on Sun Tao like a ferocious mad dog, his killing intent condensing around him, ready to kill Sun Tao on the spot. Facing Zhao Tianming's attack, Sun Tao didn't panic at all. His body was surging with mana, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he pointed at Zhao Tianming with an explosive shout. Set! In an instant, golden runes enveloped Zhao Tianming's entire body, firmly fixing his entire body in mid-air. Seeing that Zhao Tianming was immobilized, Sun Tao hurriedly pulled out the copper cloud stick from his bag and activated the chi gathering technique, and a stream of heaven and earth aura continuously surged towards Sun Tao. It was poured into the iron rod in his hand. Sun Tao knew that although Zhao Tianming didn't have a high IQ, he was after all a 4th-ranked battle soul master, and the fixation method wouldn't be able to control him for long at all. One must strike the strongest blow in the shortest possible time. If the blow doesn't work, you must go far away. With this in mind, Sun Tao operated the chi gathering technique while pulling out 4 hairs from the back of his head and gently blowing on them, instantly summoning 4 doppelgangers in front of himself. Without the need for Sun Tao to open his mouth, the 4 doppelgangers rushed up with their sticks and surrounded Zhao Tianming with a pounding. As for Sun Tao's side, he had also accumulated 3 layers of stick power. The copper cloud stick was covered in golden light, and he stepped forward with the stick in his hand. The whole person jumped up high, and slammed his head down at Zhao Tianming. Chopping stick style, Sun Tao exploded with a roar, his iron club breaking through the air like a mountain collapsing and the sky crumbling, his berserk aura firmly locking Zhao Tianming's circumference, bound to kill him with a single blow. In the next second, Zhao Tianming broke free from the binding spell and saw Sun Tao's club coming. His face instantly changed drastically. No good. Is this guy really a first-order battle soul master? Chapter 27, Space Ring, requesting golden tickets. Looking at the golden iron rod in Sun Tao's hand, Zhao Tianming's heart was filled with horror. Being fixed by Sun Tao's fixation technique, he only felt that 1 second he was roaring angrily, and the next second 3 or 4 Sun Tao with sticks appeared around him to pummel him. And fronting this Sun Tao, the stick in his hand even made himself feel a hint of threat. Zhao Tianming tried to raise his hand to fend it off, but his movements were too slow. Without waiting for him to parry, the copper cloud stick, which was full of gravity, landed violently on him, smashing his entire body fiercely out. In the next moment, Sun Tao's eyes resumed as he tightly gripped the iron rod in his hand and made a pokestick. Die! The copper cloud stick lengthened violently and instantly stabbed at Zhao Tianming's chest, piercing straight through. Zhao Tianming's eyes were filled with shock, and he wanted to speak, but he couldn't. The next moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, the green light dispersed, the hair on his entire body began to fall, the sharp claws of his hands disappeared, and his body shape slowly recovered from the 2-meter-tall werewolf to the appearance of a human slowly. The time for the light return potion is over. Zhao Tianming's entire body was like a seriously ill person after returning to the light. His face was horribly pale, his muscles contracted and shriveled, and his vitality couldn't stop flowing out. How possible? Zhao Tianming was unwilling in his heart. He himself had gone through a lot of trouble to escape from the Dragon Tooth Squad. As a result, he had actually died at the hands of a first-order battle soul master, someone he treated like a mole. It's just a slip of the tongue. Had he known this, he might as well have been caught by Sasuyu. That way he's at least decent. But now, it's useless to say anything. Sun Tao's iron rod stabbed through his chest, coupled with the side effects of the light return potion. The vitality in his body continued to drain away, and even the recovery ability of the werewolf bloodline could not save him at all. You boy! With his spiteful eyes staring deathly at Sun Tao, Zhao Tianming pointed at him and roared, "The evil god sect won't let you go." After bracing himself to finish with his last breath, Zhao Tianming completely closed his eyes and his body leaned back, completely collapsing on the ground. Drop! You have killed 163 level 4th rank battle soul master Zhao Tianming. Gained experience asterisk 117421. Spirit value asterisk 13242. Phew! Hearing the system prompts coming from his ears, Sun Tao was relieved, and his tense mind completely relaxed. This was the first time he had ever killed someone, and it didn't feel at all the same as killing a magical beast. Wraiths were all monsters after all, and there was little psychological burden in killing them. But killing is different. Of course, Zhao Tianming was prepared to lay a deadly hand on him, and Sun Tao naturally wouldn't have any psychological burden in killing him. It's just that, the first time you kill someone, it's inevitable that it will be a bit difficult, and your mind will need to be adjusted slowly. When he thought that he, as a rank 11 battle spirit master, had crossed over and killed a rank 163 4th rank battle spirit master, Sun Tao could not help but have his heart pounding. Crossed over 150 levels. Who would believe it if I told you? Sun Tao shook his head with a bitter smile. This kill was a complete fluke. Zhao Tianming himself was seriously injured, and after fighting with Su Yu, who possessed the strength of a third-order battle soul master, he was even more injured. Coupled with the negligence and carelessness under Sun Tao's bout of lulling, he was able to sneak up on him and hit him with a full-strength heavy stick. The last thing was that the time to use the light return potion that he had swallowed earlier was over, and the powerful side effects backfired, causing the life force to drain away like crazy. It was only under the influence of various factors that allowed Sun Tao to accomplish this feat of killing a 4th-ranked battle soul master over 100 levels. As soon as he thought of the system prompt just now, Sun Tao couldn't wait to open the system panel to check up his attributes. Mandate, Sun Tao. Rank, 21. Battle Strength, 3216. Battle Spirit, Divine Qi Tian De Shang, 4%. Skills, Great Sage Stick Technique, 3. Basic Meditation Technique. Raging 8 Power, 3. Copper Head and Iron Arm, 1. Hair Splitting, 1. Fixation Technique, 1. Qi Gathering Technique, 2. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick. Pauline Pill Pot. Spirit Points, 14. 489. Boy. Straight up 10 levels. Battle Power broke through 3000. And gained over 13,000 Spirit Embodiment Points. Looking at his attribute panel, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. With so much Spirit Embrace, it's time to let go of the upgrade. Right. This guy is a 4th-ranked battle soul master, and he probably has space equipment. Thinking of this, Sun Tao immediately ran to Zhao Tianming's side and rummaged through his body. Soon, a silver wolf's head ring was found on his right hand. Sure enough there is. Sun Tao was ecstatic and immediately gripped the spatial ring from his hand. Concentrating his mental energy, he probed into the middle of the spatial ring, because it had lost its owner. The spatial ring was not defended against Sun Tao at all. It took only half a second to break in. This spatial ring was roughly 200 cubic meters in size, and although it was only the most ordinary spatial ring, it was still much larger than Sun Tao's current spatial package. It was filled with all sorts of miscellaneous magical materials, as well as a bunch of equipment of various qualities. It was basically some fine-grade magic equipment. It was a pity that they were all too high-leveled, starting at over 140 levels, and Sun Tao couldn't use them at all right now. I can only see if I can sell it to Li Shuiyao to get rid of it when the time comes. On top of that, there were a bunch of bottles and jars, and a pile of gold nuggets that had been piled up into a small mountain. This is really rich. Sun Tao took out a glass bottle and opened the lid. A rich heaven and earth aura instantly emanated out. This is an extreme grade spirit liquid. Extreme spiritual liquid. A heavenly treasure capable of accelerating the cultivation of a battle soul master, containing rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Even if it was not used for cultivation, taking a sip when injured would instantly replenish the vital energy. Generally speaking, at most, there were only ordinary spirit liquids on sale in the market, with prices ranging from 3 million to 8 million. Extreme spiritual liquids of this quality were all strategic materials that were firmly controlled by the officials, and there were hundreds of bottles of extreme spiritual liquid in small bottles like this one in Zhao Tianming's spatial ring. In addition to these things, there was a safe that had been placed in a separate location, alone on the edge of the space ring. What the hell is this? Sun Tao took the safe out, and there was a token on it. The token was very old and didn't look anything special, but it always exuded an aura that made Sun Tao uncomfortable. The back is engraved with a pattern like a large octopus, connecting to Zhao Tianming's identity. Sun Tao guessed that this token was probably related to the evil god sect. Inside this safe is also presumably important information about the cultists. Unfortunately, there's no way to open it yourself, so you'll just have to find a chance to give it to an official later. Sun Tao put away the token and the safe, rubbing the ring on his hand in a very happy mood. With the space ring, this pink space package can be retired. Zhao Tianming is really a great person. Not only did he give away experience and spirit energy, but he also gave away so many good things. How could Sun Tao not be happy when his level had increased? His spirit energy had skyrocketed, and there was such a great harvest? But now there was another problem in front of Sun Tao. That is whether or not to turn in this space ring. This guy is a beggar hunted by the security bureau. If I hand over his body, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this space ring. Sun Tao pondered in his heart. If this was all turned in, he might not get a single hair. Nope. Might as well get a good citizen banner from security and a $500 bonus. Regardless of what the outcome was, Sun Tao could be certain that the harvest would definitely be less than it was now. After all, This was the life's work of a fourth-order battle soul master. Suddenly, he saw a bronze and iron door on the side and had a flash of light. Perhaps I can bring this corpse inside the hidden secret realm to destroy it. Chapter 28, The Might of a Stick, Requesting Tickets. Hidden secret realms were different from ordinary secret realms. Once the hidden mystery realm was opened, regardless of whether the battle soul master cleared it or not, its entrance would disappear, never to be accessed again. Therefore, using the hidden secret realm to carry out the destruction was definitely the best option for Sun Tao. The average level 40 battle soul master's battle power is just 800 points out. And even if it's a difficult level secret realm, 500 points of battle power is basically enough to get through. I have more than 3000 battle power now, and so many spirit embodiments to upgrade. It's completely fine to single-handedly brush this hidden mystery realm. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianming is already dead, and I still need to capture a live werewolf to open the secret realm. Thinking of this, Sun Tao no longer hesitated. Waving his hand, he put Zhao Tianming's corpse into his spatial ring and prepared to go to the middle of the Scarlet Forest to catch a werewolf over. 10 minutes later, Sun Tao returned to the bronze iron door carrying a knocked-out werewolf. Sun Tao smeared his blood on the iron door, and information about this hidden secret realm immediately appeared before his eyes. Drop. Entering the hidden secret realm, Silver Moon Empire. Difficulty, Hell. Level requirement, 0, 200. Number of persons required, 0 to 10. Requirements for opening, Human Bloodline 1/1. Werewolf Bloodline 1 of 1. Introduction. In the distant past, Gudra sacrificed his kingdom to the evil gods in order to gain the power of immortality, and was reborn as a blood, enslaving his subjects. In order to expand his empire, he created such monstrous beings as werewolves, and as more and more werewolves were created, they weren't satisfied with being oppressed by the Bloods, and blew the horn for a counterattack. Bloodline detection is complete. You have been automatically matched with the camp, Demon Hunter. As the bronze gate slowly opened, a blinding white light suddenly surfaced in Sun Tao's eyes, illuminating him. The light flashed, and after a moment of dizziness, Sun Tao opened his eyes, finding himself on top of a wilderness. The werewolf in his hand was long gone. Surprisingly, it's a camp secret realm. Sun Tao didn't expect this to be a camp secret realm. Compared to other kinds of secret realms, camp secret realms are more complicated. Not only do you need to kill the required bosses, but you also need to beware of the battle spirit masters from other camps. However, this was not a problem at all for Sun Tao, because the other camp's werewolves were the ones he had captured from inside the Scarlet Forest. Intelligence is almost 0, and it won't affect him at all. Ha ha ha, it's equivalent to me soloing the camp secret realm. This is really cool. Pulling out his copper cloud stick, Sun Tao began to explore the wilderness in front of him. Without going far, he saw several bodies lying not far away. As Sun Tao approached, the corpse suddenly began to twitch and twist as it stood up. Interesting. Zombies? Sun Tao wasn't busy attacking, and a flash of golden light in his eyes surfaced their attributes. Wolfsbane Walker, level 35. Battle strength, 930. Skills, wolf poisoning, corruption eating, level 35. Over 900 battle power. It's worthy of being a hell-level hidden secret realm. Sun Tao sighed, and casually struck a stick. The tremendous force directly hammered the Wolfsbane Walker's head, instantly emptying its blood bar. 7 or 8 Wolfsbane Walkers crawled out of the ground, and Sun Tao delivered a few more strikes to help send them to their deaths once more. Drops. You have killed a level 35 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Drops. You have killed a level 35 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Drops. You have killed a level 35 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. It was a little further along the wilderness trail, killing a dozen or so Wolfsbane Walkers in seconds along the way. The richness of the spiritual embodiment made Sun Tao cry out. After going all the way forward and over a small hill, Sun Tao found a village not far away that was under siege by the Wolfsbane Walkers. A village? It looks like there should be a quest clue over there. Unlike ordinary secret realms like the Spectral Night Forest, many of the quests inside the camp secret realm required the Battle Soul Master to explore on his own. If you can't find quest clues, you don't even know where the boss is located. Jogging along, he rushed in with his copper cloud stick raised, only to see Sun Tao's iron rod sweeping across. In an instant, dozens of Wolfsbane Walkers were cut off. More Wolfsbane Walkers howled and rushed up, and were directly carried away by Sun Tao's 2 sticks. In 3 tries, the Wolfsbane Walkers were cleaned up. A guard in skimpy leather armor stepped forward. Thank you, Demon Hunter. These werewolf venom walkers are blocking the north passage, and a couple of red flame werewolves from who knows where have run near the northern church. Can you help us destroy them? Dropping. Get the quest to destroy the purged church. Killed Wolfsbane Walkers 0 for 200. Red Flame Werewolves 0/3. Mission reward, Red Wolf Armguard. Sure enough, it's a mission clue. Sun Tao hurriedly nodded his head and accepted the task, took the map handed over by the guards, and bypassed the village entrance, heading towards the church in the north. Drops. You have killed a level 34 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *311 and spirit value *127. Drops. You have killed a level 35 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Drops. You have killed a level 37 Wolfsbane Walker, gaining experience *328, spirit value *133. Along the way, he hacked and slashed his way through the Wolfsbane Walkers that rushed up. I also got lost in the middle of it and took several detours before I found the northern church on the map. Finally, after half a day's detour, looking at the church in front of him, Sun Tao happily put away the map. Killing wolf venom walkers along the way had almost made him vomit. Stepping through the doors of the church, 3 wolf-bodied, humanoid monsters prowled the crumbling compound. Looking at the 3 red flame werewolves, Sun Tao couldn't help but think of Guangji, who had been tormenting himself last night. Damn it, let's collect some interest from you guys first. Spinning the copper cloud stick in his hand, Sun Tao charged straight up. Roar! When the 3 werewolves heard someone enter, they immediately turned around and let out an angry growl at Sun Tao. The body immediately burned with a blazing flame. Red Flame Werewolf, Elite, Level, 40, Battle Strength, 1328, Skills, Sacrifice, Wolfsbane. 3 Red Flame Werewolves with more than 300 battle power. If any other Battle Soul Master encountered them, they would probably have to fumble for a while. However, facing Sun Tao, their 300 or so battle power was simply not enough. Raising his stick, Sun Tao activated his chi gathering skill and directly slammed down a heavy stick with full stored power. Smash me! The iron rod wrapped in endless might slammed down in the middle of the 3 werewolves. Boom! A loud bang instantly resounded throughout the wasteland. The terrifying force smashed a huge crater in the ground, and earth and rocks splashed around. A powerful shockwave spread out to the surroundings like a wave, sending the 3 surrounding werewolves flying out in an instant. Drops. You have killed a level 40 Red Flame Werewolf, gaining experience *642, spirit value *321. Drops. You have killed a level 40 Red Flame Werewolf, gaining experience *642, spirit value *321. Drops. You have killed a level 40 Red Flame Werewolf, gaining experience *642, spirit value *321. A golden light lit up on Sun Tao's body. He upgraded. Chapter 29 Mounts and Clues, Request for Support. The dust settled and Sun Tao landed firmly on the ground. Hiss! Looking at the area in front of him that had been emptied by his own stick, Sun Tao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Since killing Zhao Tianming, this was the first time he had used a fully stored heavy stick. He thought that this heavy stick would be powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. The power of a stick far exceeded Sun Tao's imagination. Is this the power of the great sage of Qi Tian? Sun Tao was ecstatic in his eyes. With 30 years of power in this stick, I wonder if the boss at the bottom of the barrier can resist it. Earlier, Sun Tao was worried if he would be stuck in this hidden secret realm. Now it seems completely unfounded. I didn't realize that a fully stored heavy stick with 3,000 battle points would be so terrifying. I'm still not using my spirit embrace. If I used it all to raise my heavenly fate template and skill levels, I'm afraid the power would only be stronger. By that time, I'm afraid a 3rd-ranked Battle Soul Master won't even be my opponent. Sun Tao's heart stirred within him, and he couldn't wait to use all of his spiritual energy to upgrade now. However, as my strength rises, the copper cloud stick is already a bit insufficient, and I remember that after clearing Black Wind Mountain, it seems that I can obtain the forging drawings for the Scale Stick Twin Snakes and the Beast Stick Bear Warrior. I wonder how powerful those 2 sticks are when used. Sun Tao thought darkly and casually collected the bodies of the 3 werewolves. It was thought that they were just elite monsters that couldn't pop anything good. But while collecting the 3rd corpse, a bone flute surprisingly fell from him. Phantom Wolf's Bone Flute, fine grade, a bone flute made from the leg bones of the Phantom Wolf. After blowing, it can summon a level 5 Phantom Wolf for riding, increasing movement speed by 30% when not in battle. I can't believe I swiped the mount. Sun Tao's heart was ecstatic. This was good stuff. Compared to industrial items such as cars and motorcycles, curiosities that can summon mounts have been high on the market. It even comes with a price tag a lot of the time. Although this thing cannot directly increase the combat power, but the style is handsome. Some of the mounts were even able to go up to the sky and enter the earth, not being restricted by the terrain in the middle of the secret realm. The key is also the ability to collect as you go, which is very convenient. As a result, many Battle Soul Masters wanted to match themselves with a mount the first time they had money. In the market, even the most trashy Sweatblood BMW Reigns could be sold for $7 or $8 million. It could be more expensive if the style was slightly cooler, like this one in Sun Tao's hand. If taken to auction, selling tens of millions of dollars is not a problem, but he wasn't about to sell. With such a cool ride, it's definitely a good idea to get high on your own first. Taking the bone flute, he blew slightly, only to see a large amount of black mist drifting out from the bone flute. Ow! A melodious wolf howl came out of the void. A moment later, a light blue ghost wolf appeared in front of Sun Tao. It was almost a meter tall, with a translucent light blue body and a seat saddle around its waist. Cool. Is this the phantom demon wolf? It's so cool. Sun Tao couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at the spectral wolf in front of him. Rolling over onto the wolf, he immediately felt like he had a different aura. Lad, wait. Just as Sun Tao was about to leave on his wolf, he suddenly heard an old voice coming from inside the church not far away, riding over on the ghost wolf. He saw that in the middle of the church, an old man dressed as a priest was hiding in the entrance to the cellar and waving at him. What are you? Sun Tao asked. My name is Rick and I'm the priest of this church. Boy, where are those 3 werewolves? Rick peered out from inside the cellar, trying to find any sign of the 3 red-hot werewolves. Sun Tao shrugged. I've already killed them all. Hearing Sun Tao say that, Rick was filled with disbelief. Just you? No kidding. That's a level 40 red flame werewolf. You'd better get in here. It won't be good if the werewolf comes back and finds you later. In the face of Rick's questioning, Sun Tao bristled and directly threw out a werewolf corpse from his spatial ring. The werewolf body that suddenly fell from the sky startled Rick below. Oh my god, it's really a red flame werewolf. Rick took a closer look and realized that it was really the same red flame werewolf that had been prowling the area before. There was a great joy on his face. Great! These 3 werewolves are finally dead. I don't have to hide inside the cellar anymore. Climbing out from inside the cellar, this old man laughed nervously and patted the dust on himself. Thank you so much, honorable demon hunter. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have been surrounded by these 3 werewolves. I've managed to find a way to destroy all the werewolves, and I must deliver it to the village headman as soon as possible. With that, old Rick turned back into the middle of the cellar and brought a large book out of it. Sun Tao keenly captured the key message from his words. What the hell is going on here? Hearing Sun Tao's inquiry, old Rick sighed slightly and blew gently on the cover of the book, blowing away the dust on the surface and revealing the words on the cover. Chronicles of the Silver Moon Empire. 300 years ago, we were a rich and beautiful land called the Silver Moon Empire. Our King Dracula was diligent and loving. The people lived in peace and happiness, and everything was so beautiful. Until one night, when a blood moon rose in the sky, His Majesty Dracula was suddenly stricken with a strange illness, unconscious for at least half a day, his whole body covered in sarcomas, and from time to time he would cough up blood. In order to cure His Majesty, the court physicians tried everything they could, but it never worked. That is, until a witch arrived and told His Majesty that the only way to cure him was to sacrifice half of the country's people, and at the same time grant him the power of eternal life. Sitting on the phantom demon wolf, old Rick rambled on about the history of the Silver Moon Empire. Sun Tao listened quietly on the side. He knew that this should be the background introduction of the secret realm, and the final clue to pass the level might be hidden in it. In order to survive, His Majesty Gudra sacrificed his own citizens and turned into the dreadful creatures of legend, the Bloods. Although the Bloods possess the power of eternal life, they cannot eat, drink or see the sunlight, and can only rely on human blood to survive. In order to maintain their rule, Gudra has converted the nobles of the empire into Bloods in droves, continuing to enslave the vast majority of their citizens. But as Bloods, they can only come out at night. In order to ensure their safety during the day, using his own blood and demon wolf bloodline, Gudra created a monstrous monster that was the primordial werewolf. Hoggle and Hog, the primordial werewolf, transformed a group of werewolves at the behest of Gudra to serve as daytime guards for the Bloods, and henceforth the day belonged to the werewolves, the night to the Bloods, and death to the humans. Rick looked up from his book, and this state of affairs continued until 100 years ago. A noble blood princess fell in love with a lowly werewolf guard, and their love for each other caused His Majesty Gudra to become so enraged that he vowed to destroy all werewolves. But centuries of rule have long since soured the werewolves on the blood. Led by Hog, the werewolves rose up and overthrew blood rule. During this battle, Gudra developed a potion that can reverse the bloodline magic in the werewolves, and if it can be injected into Hog, this potion will be able to instantly destroy all the werewolves through the bloodline power as a bond. It's just a pity that before His Majesty Gudra could use the potion, he was betrayed by the Blood Princess and was surrounded by werewolves and died. Chapter 30 Perfect Blood, Castle of Eternal Night, Request for Support. Drops. You have obtained the Silver Moon Empire Chronicles. Opening the main quest, Blood of Perfection. Mission objective, turn in the perfect blood potion formula. Mission reward, Potion of Perfect Blood. After listening to old Rick, the two also happen to be back in the village. That is, I'll just bring you back that whatever potion. Sun Tao looked to Rick Sr. Old Rick pounded his old waist. The perfect blood potion has long since disappeared in the middle of the river of history, but its formula is still around. As long as you can bring the formula over, I'm sure I can configure a weakened version of the perfect blood potion, and then we'll be able to defeat those damn wolves. The formula is in the hands of the erstwhile Blood Princess Serena, who now resides with the werewolf leader Marcus in the midst of Castle Eternal Night to the east. There are still some blood slaves inside the castle, so you'll have to be careful if you're going, and you'd better have some silver weapons on you. Sun Tao nodded. From opening the map given by the guards earlier, the symbol of the Evernight Castle did appear on it. Riding the Phantom Demon Wolf towards the Castle of Eternal Night, Sun Tao discovered another advantage of the Phantom Demon Wolf. This guy can actually read a map. Just put the map in front of it to point out where you want to go, and it will automatically find its way out. This is simply too friendly to Sun Tao. A roadie. On the way, Sun Tao remembered that he had just completed the quest and seemed to have obtained an equipment, and took it out in passing. Red Wolf Arm Guard, Fine Grade Arm Guard. Battle Strength, 332. A gauntlet made from materials from the body of a red flame werewolf, capable of increasing the user's flame resistance. Fine handguards, plain and simple. Turn around and take care of it for Li Shuya. It should fetch a couple million. Casually receiving the Red Wolf Arm Guard into his spatial ring, Sun Tao took out his copper cloud stick and cleaned up the wolfsbane walkers that were catching up behind his ass. 10 minutes later, Sun Tao rode the Phantom Demon Wolf to the outskirts of a castle. The entire ancient castle was filled with Gothic-style, deep black boulders built into the outer wall. The surface was covered with moss and vines, and the crumbling masonry revealed eeriness and weirdness everywhere. The heavy iron barred gate was flanked on one side by bats with spread wings and on the other by snarling wolf heads, and the night wind penetrated the gaps between them with a low whimpering sound. Is this the Castle of Eternal Night? Just as Sun Tao was single-handedly brushing the secret realm, the headquarters of the Chinese branch of the evil god sect, an old man in red robes came to the door of a secret room with hurried steps. He looked terrified, and kneeled directly in the doorway and said in a trembling voice, "Grand Elder, Crazy Wolf's fate card is shattered." There was a moment of silence within the door, and a hoarse voice came out. "Where did he die?" The old man hurriedly returned. "The 10,000 souls lamp shows that it's in Shuzhou City, Jiangnan Province, Shuzhou City." The voice inside the door was faintly puzzled. "I haven't heard of any old guy from the Dragon Group in Shuzhou City. Is there a situation in District 13? The old man shook his head. "Not yet." The voice inside the door hesitated for a moment. "To play it safe, have the entire 13th district transfer and destroy all the information on Compound 8 in the base, and absolutely not let those people from the Dragon team find any clues. The Godfall program cannot afford to fail." The old man nodded and bowed, ready to retreat. "Wait, send Blood Shadow and Moonsoul to Shuzhou City. The red-clothed elders of our evil spirit sect can't die in vain. If we can't find the murderer, we'll activate the evil spirit formation and have half of Shuzhou City buried with Crazy Wolf. Great Elder, drop. You have killed a level 37 blood slave. Gaining experience * 412, spirit value * 211. Drop. You have killed a level 35 blood slave. Gaining experience * 412, spirit value * 211. Carrying the copper cloud stick, Sun Tao killed all the way from the entrance of the ancient castle to the roof of the building. Along the way, he didn't know how many blood slaves hidden in the darkness had been killed. To be honest, these blood slaves weren't strong. They were mainly annoying. They liked to hide in the corners of the walls, roofs, floors and other dark corners of the old castle when they are not doing anything, and then wait for Sun Tao to pass by to give him a cold shot. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Tao's perception had been greatly enhanced after he leveled up, he might have really been caught in their sneak attack. It's not good to learn what to do and learn others to sneak up on you. You deserve to be captured and used as a blood slave. Sun Tao cursed and pushed open the door of the room on the roof. As soon as he pushed open the door, a sickeningly fishy odor hit him. It made Sun Tao frown and cover his mouth and nose. Inside, it was empty, with only an ornate Western-style coffin sitting in the large room. A stocky young man said softly as he ran his palm over the coffin, "You shouldn't have come. Serena usually hates it when people disturb her sleep. Why are you still hot on our heels when we've obviously been hiding here?" A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes as he checked up on his attributes. Marcus the Werewolf 2, Chief. Level, 50. Battle Strength, 1936. Skills, Wolfsbane, Red Flame, Death Embrace, Shadow Raid, Bloodshot Rampage, Deathwalker, with a battle power of close to 2000. One could only say that it was worthy of being the boss of a hidden secret realm. Sun Tao even felt that if he hadn't picked up the slack and killed Zhao Tianming, he probably wouldn't have been a match for this guy. "Damn demon hunter, I'll tear you apart." Seeing Sun Tao's silence, Marcus roared angrily and transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf form. Both feet stomped and leaped into the air. The two sharp claws were like big knives slashing towards Sun Tao's head. In the face of Marcus' attack, Sun Tao's eyes were calm beyond compare, and the corner of his mouth even carried a sneer. Seeing the opportunity, Sun Tao took a step back and instantly left a split stump in place, aiming a strike at Marcus. Spread the feet. Bang! The bat fell on Marcus' head. Nothing hurtful but extremely insulting. Marcus instantly became red-eyed, and his entire body fell into a berserk state. Dark red chi and blood all over his body, and his figure skyrocketed by 1 point once again. Bloodshot rampage. Marcus' eyes glowed ferociously, his limbs prostrated on the ground, and he turned into a bloody light to fiercely pounce towards Sun Tao. He was extremely fast, but no faster than Sun Tao's mouth. Set. Sun Tao pointed one hand at Marcus with a loud shout. Golden runes emerged, instantly fixing Marcus' figure in the middle of midair. Humph. A mere werewolf. Nothing more. Utilizing the chi gathering technique, the mana around his body continuously surged into the copper cloud stick in his hand. Dang! 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 Accompanied by 3 crisp clangs of the stick, the golden light on the copper cloud stick skyrocketed. Chopstick style. Boom! A powerful chopstick directly to Marcus' head. A huge force erupted from the copper cloud stick. Under the enhancement of the 3rd layer of chi gathering skill stick power, how terrifying was Sun Tao's power. A stick went down, directly smashing Marcus's head into meat paste, his body flying backwards like a ragged sack. The blood bar above his head instantly cleared. Not dead? The expected system prompt did not ring out, and Sun Tao raised his eyebrows in some surprise. Upon closer inspection, it was only then that he realized that Marcus still retained a thin sliver of the blood bar on top of his head. The flesh and blood on the neck was also slowly writhing, trying to restore the head. Hey, the life force is quite tenacious. Sun Tao was happy and twirled the stick in his hand, so he was ready to go up and send it away. Just as Sun Tao was about to make his move, a cold female voice suddenly came from the side and called out to him. Your honorable demon hunter, have mercy. Chapter 31 Blood Princess Serena, requesting support. Boom! The lid of the coffin on one side violently lifted off, and several bloody lights shot out from it, heading straight for Sun Tao's face. Facing a sneak attack, Sun Tao had prepared for it. Immediately, he did a Harrier flip and perfectly dodged off Bloodlight's attack. Turning his head to look, he saw a blonde beauty floating in the coffin. Her skin was as pale as snow, her eyes were crimson, and her long, wavy blonde hair swept in the wind, giving off a faint scent of blood. Even though the body was shrouded in a clean white nightgown, it was still hard to hide the huge peaks. Her face was clear and cold, her eyes were frosty as she stared at Sun Tao in disgust, and Sun Tao sized up Serena. In terms of appearance, he was definitely the most beautiful woman Sun Tao had ever seen. The way she held her hands and feet exuded a seductive power. The body is full-bodied and shapely, with a thin waist, wide hips and narrow shoulders. A perfect gourd-shaped body can be quite hot. The nightgown swung in the wind, vaguely revealing the long legs wrapped in black silk inside. Beautiful. Even as an enemy, Sun Tao could not help but be a bit moved. Blood Princess Serena, Chief. Level, 52. Battle Strength, 2134. Skills, Death Dying, Blood Spirit Sucking, Light of the Silver Moon, Ghost Wolf, Sea of Blood Emerging, Perfect Bloodline, So Strong, Level 52, 2000 plus Battle Power, 6 Skills. If it were any other Battle Soul Master squad with insufficient battle power, I'm afraid it would really roll over. You are the Blood Princess Serena? Sun Tao rotated the copper cloud stick and asked curiously. Serena looked down on Sun Tao from above, opening her scarlet red lips like blood. Lowly human, how dare you trespass on the ancient fortress of eternal night? Serena's eyes were crimson, and her white hands emitted a blood-red glow. As she moved, the original white pajamas on her body gradually transformed into a set of red evening gown that looked like it was poured with blood. The gown was embroidered with fine gold floral patterns, and it was breathtakingly beautiful against her crimson eyes. The deep V gown set off a pair of big thunders even more plump, constantly swaying in front of Sun Tao's eyes. The eye-catching whiteness almost made him unable to move his eyes. Die! Death Dying! Serena reached out and pointed, and a blood-colored rose bloomed at Sun Tao's feet. Terrifying death energy was instantly released. Sun Tao stomped his feet, and his entire body rose up in the air with the stick propped up, directly dodged the damage of Scarlet Rose's explosion. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Before he could hit the ground, another sonic boom sounded in mid-air. Sun Tao frowned and raised his eyes, only to see that a sea of blood had sprung up on the ground at some point. The waves churned, and countless arrows of blood-colored light stabbed rapidly from the sea of blood. Sun Tao rolled over and landed on the ground, directly turning the copper cloud stick in his hand and dancing the stick, bouncing a blood arrow directly away. Serena frowned as her hands bloomed with a light blue light. Ghost Wolf, fight for me! Bang! Black fog surged on the sea of blood, and 5 ghost wolves instantly rushed out from the black fog. Summoning? As if anyone wouldn't. Sun Tao stopped the stick and flower and plucked off a pinch of hair and blew it gently. Phew! The 4 or 5 stick-wielding doppelgangers then rushed forward and wrestled with the spectral wolf. Then, he violently bent his knees and stepped hard, and his entire body was like a discharged cannonball, shooting out explosively. The figure almost pulled out a residual shadow in mid-air, directly spanning a distance of more than 10 meters to come in front of Sai Ling Na. Holding up the copper cloud stick was a blow to the head. Tai, eat my old son's stick. What? Serena was shocked, not expecting Sun Tao to be so fast. Before the whole person could react, Sun Tao's stick was about to land on his head. There was no time to react. The gemstone on her chest flashed red, and her entire body instantly turned into a puddle of blood and water and merged into the sea of blood at her feet. Bang! The club that glittered with golden light slammed down, and the tremendous force blasted the sea of blood under his feet into 5 or 6 meter high waves. Collecting his stick and standing, Sun Tao stood on the sea of blood, his murderous aura as if he was a god of killing descending to the world. As the waves churned, Serena reassembled her form not far away, covering her chest with shock on her face. No way! How could you possibly hurt me? Transforming into a sea of blood, I should be immune to all physical attacks. Sun Tao smiled disdainfully and raised his hand to caress the copper cloud stick in his hand. It's true that you're immune to physical attacks, but you're not immune to my mana. Swish! With that, he lifted the copper cloud stick and pointed it remotely at Sai Ling Na, saying sternly, hand over the formula for the perfect blood, and I can give you a hard time. Serena bit her lip, her eyes red as blood. If you want the blood of perfection, come and get it yourself. With a sharp whistle, a terrifying sound wave swept across the entire field. The surrounding sea of blood rolled back, madly surging into Sai Ling Na's body, transforming into a blood cocoon in midair. The ghost wolves fighting the doppelgangers also abandoned their opponents and howled as they pounced into the blood cocoon. Ha! Shape-shifting? Sun Tao sneered and opened his sense-breaking, his eyes glowing with golden light, taking in the situation inside the blood cocoon. Coming directly to the blood cocoon not far away, he activated the chi-gathering skill, and a stream of strength continuously surged into the copper cloud stick. Dang! 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 3 layers of stick power were built up, and Serena was just in time to break out of her cocoon. Huge bat wings spread out behind her, a majestic blood aura surrounded her, a silver rune revealed on her brow, and distinct wolf ears and a wolf tail changed on top of her head and behind her. With a large sword in hand and a silver and red rose armor, he exuded a powerful aura. To be able to force me to use my blood demon true form, you deserve to be proud of that too, Serena shouted. The greatsword in his hand released a dazzling red light as he prepared to cleave Sun Tao in half with a single stroke. Noisy! Look at the fight! Sun Tao shouted angrily, and his entire body leapt up in the air, directly at Sai Ling Na with a swift and incomparable full-strength heavy stick. The wind of the stick whistled, the iron rod was approaching, and Serena instantly felt the overpowering and incomparable killing intent in it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a terrifying attack! Serena was horrified in her heart. There was no time to dodge, and in her haste she could only raise her greatsword to fend it off. Bang! In the next moment, the greatsword in Serena's hand directly collapsed and shattered into a sky full of debris. The copper cloud stick went on, shattering the greatsword before landing on Serena's body with great might. The tremendous force shattered her armor in an instant, and her entire body sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously as she slammed down hard on the ground. How? Serena's mind was in awe. He was a level 52 leader, but he couldn't even catch a single stick from his opponent. How strong he really is. Seeing that Sun Tao was about to raise his stick again to kill, Sai Ling Na immediately turned pale and her heart trembled furiously. Hurriedly, he raised his hand and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Don't kill me. I am willing to serve you as Lord. Please let me go. Swish! The copper cloud stick stopped at Sai Ling Na's nose, and Sun Tao cocked his head to look at her coldly. Serena prostrated herself on the ground, unable to stop trembling. Your honorable demon hunter, please let me go. I am willing to offer my soul to be your most faithful slave for all eternity, he said, and also pulled out a golden magic scroll from his arms. Soul Master and Servant Scroll, perfect grade curiosity. After using it, you can obtain the soul of the other party and sign a Soul Master and Servant contract with them, and you won't be betrayed for life. Sun Tao looked at Serena and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know how trustworthy the recognition of Master was from Serena's mouth, but this Master-Servant contract wouldn't lie. If she chose to believe her, although she might miss out on the rewards of the 2 bosses, she could obtain a blood maid, and it felt quite exciting when she thought about it that way. I definitely didn't take her in for the sake of a blood maid. She's a perfect bloodline fusion of blood and werewolf, and with a little nurturing, she'll be a great help. Aha! That's the reason. With a fleeting glance, he saw the werewolf still passed out in the corner and suddenly remembered the backstory old Rick had introduced. Sun Tao couldn't help but ask, what exactly is your relationship with him? Chapter 32 Picking Up a Maid. Serena's face was puzzled, but looking at the iron bar in front of her, she answered with a trembling voice, Marcus is my valet, grew up with me and I've always looked up to him as a brother. Nice guy, classic good brother. Sun Tao bristled. I read that you two are lovers. Serena? What? What bull asterisk 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 book? How can it be bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Sai Ling Na was instantly anxious, not even caring about the copper cloud stick in front of her, wanting to stand up and find Sun Tao to ask for an explanation. Stop stop stop. Sun Tao hurriedly pressed her down and said what old Rick had told himself. Serena was furious when she heard that. Damn humans. They don't know anything and they just write a bunch of nonsense. When I get out, I'll make sure to destroy all these damn Silver Moon Chronicles. And that old Rick, I don't think he's any good either. Who's a good man who reads wild history as if it were official history? What? The Silver Moon Chronicles are a wild story? Sun Tao was slightly stunned, then reacted. The humans in the middle of this secret realm had been ruled by the blood race and werewolves. There was no means to record history, and even if they did, it was only the appearance they saw, and a lot of things might have been imagined by the recorders. Anyway, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it must be wild enough. Never mind that, let's ignore that for now. Are you sure you want to recognize me as your master? Sun Tao put away his stick and took the master-servant contract in Serena's hand. Serena lowered her head, upset, but she had no choice in order to save her life. And there is a chance to get out of this closed world by following Sun Tao. Hog's werewolves were getting closer and closer to Castle Neverwinter, and if they continued to stay here, sooner or later, the dirty ones would find out. She valued her life more than her freedom. Leaving this world, she could see the wider world. That's what she craves. Therefore, when she realized that Sun Tao was strong, she chose to surrender at the first opportunity. Drops. You have successfully subjugated the Blood Princess Serena. The Soul Master Servant contract transformed into a golden light that shot into Sun Tao's and Serena's eyebrows respectively, and an inexplicable sense connected between the two. Sun Tao only felt that there was an extra soul in his mind, and with a slight sense of touch he was able to perceive what was going on in Serena's mind, and with a single movement of one's mind, one could simply obliterate her soul. Sensing Sun Tao's thoughts, Serena immediately blanched. Make a face of pity. After signing the Master Servant contract, Sun Tao finally had the time to properly understand the truth about the perfect blood. First, let Serena bring out the recipe for perfect blood. When he opened the scroll in his hand, it was full of unfamiliar tadpoles, none of which he could read. So this legend that perfect blood can restrain werewolves is also false? Serena sighed. The blood of perfection is real, but it's not a poison that kills werewolves as humans think. It's a blood potion that helps the bloods get rid of the daylight curse. With that, she slowly opened her mouth and told Sun Tao the truth about what happened 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Silver Moon Emperor Gudra, not satisfied with the fact that the bloods could only survive in the darkness of the night, and wanting to gain the ability to walk under the sun, used the bloodlines of the second-generation werewolves and the bloods as a blueprint, trying to create the perfect creature that blended the strengths of the two races. The subjects he chose at that time were his own daughter Serena and her personal guard, Hog's own son Marcus. The experiment went well at first, and Serena successfully fused her werewolf bloodline, retaining both the noble blood magic and the strong physique of a werewolf. The success of the experiment excited my father, and he immediately wanted to use his own blood to concoct an even more perfect potion. But the potion had just been injected into Marcus's body, and his entire being instantly went mad, breaking free of his father's soul magic, hitting on the guards watching, and turning into a monster with no sense whatsoever. Wait, why did you guys inject the potion into Marcus? Sun Tao asked curiously. Serena smiled bitterly. The so-called perfect blood is actually hundreds of alchemy potions injected into a werewolf's body, and then through the werewolf's powerful self-healing ability, these potions are absorbed and fused, and then the heart in his body is taken out, and the best of the blood extracted from it, which is the legendary perfect blood. Ha! A werewolf can live without his heart? Sun Tao was slightly surprised. If Bai Gon had this ability, he wouldn't have been ed to death by Daji. Serena shook her head. As long as the heart is put back in within half an hour it won't die. Sun Tao rubbed his chin. That means the legend that perfect blood can restrain werewolves is false? No, Serena explained. The blood of perfection can indeed curb a werewolf's ability to recover in a short period of time, and to a certain extent, it can indeed be said to restrain a werewolf. However, if we don't kill the werewolf in the meantime, when it absorbs the perfect blood, it will gain more power and go into a berserk state. Saying this, Sun Tao could understand that the most powerful thing about werewolves, aside from their agility, was their exaggerated recovery ability. This was evident from the fact that Marcus had his head smashed by Sun Tao but was still able to recover slowly. Pulls out his bone flute to summon the phantom demon wolf. That's what you're wearing to come with me? Sun Tao pointed to the armor on Serena. Serena climbed to her feet and spun around in place, the armor on her body instantly dissolving into pieces of petals as the red bloodlight recoalesced on her body into a black and white maid's outfit. Sun Tao reached out and hugged her onto the wolf's back. The fragrant jade filled his arms, making his heart beat half a point faster. It was also the first time in 100 years that Serena had gotten so close to a boy, and instantly her little face flushed, twisting his body. He wanted to open his mouth to reprimand, but once he thought of Sun Tao's terrifying strength, he ended up squirming his mouth for half a day, hanging his head and whispering, "Your sword cackled at me, Sun Tao, huh?" Embarrassed, he moved backward. Serena also instantly reacted, and for a moment, her small face became even redder. "What about this guy?" Sun Tao nudged Marcus on the ground. Serena sighed and cupped her hands to her chest, manipulating the blood in her body to coalesce into a crystal-clear ruby in her palm. With a wave of one hand, the ruby instantly shot into Marcus' brow. "This blood diamond will ensure that he doesn't lose his mind after I leave. Let him stay here. Even if Hog's men find this place, they won't hurt him." After everything was taken care of, Sun Tao patted the wolf's head, and the demon wolf carried the two of them in the direction of the village. This time, even though he didn't get the reward for slaying two bosses, picking up a blood made for nothing wasn't a loss. After the two had left, an unknown amount of time passed before Marcus slowly awoke from his stupor. Looking at the messy hall, no matter how hard he tried he couldn't find Serena's figure. "Serena! Serena!" Marcus looked around the old fortress of Neverwinter Nights like a madman. Suddenly, in a mirror, he saw the blood diamond on his brow. His right hand trembled as he gently stroked the blood diamond, still seeming to feel Serena's scent in it. Vaguely, Marcus seemed to be able to sense that he might actually lose Serena this time. "No, Serena." Chapter 33 Comrade Zhao Tianming is really a great person. Recipe for perfect blood, pseudo. A carefully crafted recipe for a potion that no one can tell is broken and can be used to submit as a quest item. Is this really okay? Sun Tao looked at the fake formula in his hand and couldn't help but ask Sai Ling Na, who was at the side. Serena patted her chest. "Don't worry, I'm a great alchemist. This recipe is not a handful, and no one has ever seen the recipe for perfect blood before. It won't go wrong. This is the legendary perfect blood formula." Old Rick took the scroll in Sun Tao's hand and couldn't wait to open it. "That's it. This is it. This is the legendary perfect blood." Old Rick excitedly ran to the room and rummaged through the boxes and began to rummage through the alchemy materials listed on the scrolls. Sun Tao twisted his head to look at Serena and asked in his heart, "You're not going to have a problem with this recipe?" Serena blinked and returned, "Don't worry. This weakness combination is an alchemy potion that we developed specifically for werewolves. The materials chosen are very cheap. As long as a werewolf smells a single wisp of flavor it will be weakened for half an hour." While waiting for Old Rick to make the potion, Serena looked over the Silver Moon Chronicles on the table with some curiosity. Just turning it over I saw a name on the title page, Wade Winston Sliffle. At the sight of that name, Serena couldn't help the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. After all that, it's this Wade guy's book. No wonder Old Rick believed perfect blood was a poison against werewolves. Seeing Sai Ling Na's face look strange, Sun Tao asked in his heart, "What? You know this author?" Serena chuckled. "I don't know him well." Sun Tao heard a hint of gnashing of teeth in her tone. "Wheat is a fourth-generation blood clan, not very strong, but especially annoying, usually has nothing to do but like to write something messy out for others to read, supposedly dreaming of becoming the most famous novelist. Not to mention us Bloods, even those lowly blood slaves know that writing novels is a dead end, but this guy just doesn't believe in it. He's writing novels when others are sleeping, he's writing novels when others are partying, and he's still writing novels when others are developing offspring. The point is, even if he writes well, every time he writes it out it's a pile of replies, and he's always getting some erotic stuff to put in it. It's simply a disgrace to our blood clan." Then he wrote a novel that no one really read in the blood race, so this guy set his sights on the human race, and I guess he wrote this book at some point. Saying that, Serena couldn't help but remember that Wade that had actually written a few brain-dead yellow books with him as the male lead and herself as the female lead. In his heart, he couldn't wait to tear the Silver Moon Chronicles in his hand into pieces right away. After listening to Serena's introduction, Sun Tao scratched his head a little awkwardly, not knowing how to explain to Old Rick later. The Silver Moon Chronicles turned out to be a novel. "I did it!" A few minutes later, Old Rick rushed out of the room excitedly holding up a bottle of potion. He ran to Sun Tao with gusto, holding up the potion in his hand. "This is the perfect blood potion I concocted from the recipe." What a surprise! The werewolf's nemesis even used some ordinary materials. "I have all of them here. Just how is this perfect blood different from what's written in the books? Shouldn't it be deep red like blood and clear as ice?" Old Rick was puzzled. Blood of perfection, pseudo, fine-grade item. When used, it weakens the recovery ability of the werewolf bloodline and causes it to fall into a weakened state. Duration, 30 minutes. Looking at the properties of the potion, Sun Tao's mouth twitched as he hurriedly explained. It might be that there are some places on our alchemy steps that we didn't do right. Do you want to try the effects of this potion first? Old Rick shook his head and handed the potion in his hand to Sun Tao. Just go ahead and try this one. There are more and more werewolves around. I'm going to have to prepare more potions before I can do that. Drops. You have completed the first stage of the Secret World quest. Obtain quest reward, Perfect Blood, Pseudo. Does it open the next stage of the secret quest? Required level, 90. Sun Tao? A hidden secret at level 40 and you're telling me I can't open the second stage quest until level 90? You're afraid you're not being funny. Sun Tao spat in his heart and suddenly rang up a secret knowledge point that his teacher had talked about before. A world-class secret realm. This is actually a world-class secret realm. The so-called world-class secret realm was a large secret realm consisting of several or even a dozen secret realms together. Similar to a cinematic universe made up of one movie, multiple entrances often exist to world-class secret realms, and each entrance enters a different secret area, with different types of secret realms, difficulties, and objectives. However, if one could complete the quests in the secret realm, it was highly likely that the second stage of the secret realm would be opened, thus entering other secret areas. A world-class secret realm often contained rich resources, a great deal of wealth, and could even develop a third-rate adventure group on the verge of bankruptcy into a world-class multinational conglomerate. That's how the Yellow Turbans Group in the imperial capital developed. Knowing that this was a world-class secret realm, Sun Tao instantly understood why the level requirement for the secret realm was 0 to 200. The level has not reached the quest opening condition, and the secret world teleportation stone is automatically generated. Mission accomplished. About to leave the secret world. Accompanied by the system beep, a fist-sized gray plane stone coalesced in Sun Tao's hand. Secret Realm Teleportation Stone, special props, capable of teleporting a team of 5 to a designated secret realm to open a secret realm quest. Secret Realm, Silver Moon Empire. The Secret Realm Teleportation Stone. Looking at the teleportation stone in his hand, Sun Tao's heart was ecstatic. This time, being taken captive by Zhao Tianming really earned him a lot. Not only did he level up, but he also gained a blood maid. Surprisingly, he ended up with a secret teleportation stone. So it seems that Comrade Zhao Tianming is really a great guy. That's a very nice thing to do. Sun Tao was so excited inside that he couldn't wait to go out into the wilderness to drag Zhao Tianming's body out and beat it again. When they returned home, they first settled Selena down and went to Zhou Yang's house for a meal. After accompanying little Nuomi to play for a while, Sun Tao returned home. Drop. The bank card arrived at $45. 000. Just after arriving home, a cell phone text message startled Sun Tao. When I opened it, it turned out to be the money that Li Shuiyou had transferred over. Got a text from her by the way. The last thing sold a total of $44,972. $100. I gave you a round up. Transferred you $45 million. Remember to check and receive it. Gave you a day of phone calls you did not answer. Hurry up and pass my FMS friend request. Flipping through the call logs, I saw that there were about 3 dozen missed calls. Sun Tao was helpless. There was no signal in the middle of the secret realm, so he put his cell phone inside the spatial ring and didn't take it out. Click on Li Shuiyou's phone number and dial it. A few beeps later, Li Shuiyou's surprised voice came from the cell phone. Big brother, you finally answered the phone. Something big has happened in Shuzhou City. Chapter 34, Trigrams and Red Tide, Request for Support. Do you know? This morning there was a red-wanted criminal who ran inside the Scarlet Forest. The Security Bureau directly closed the mountain to search for him. I heard that person is still a 4th-ranked Battle Soul Master Mile. Listening to Li Shuiyou's exclamation, Sun Tao secretly laughed in his heart. Can he not know? Zhao Tianming was the one who killed him. The body was also thrown into the hidden secret realm by him. Without this secret realm teleportation stone in the hands of Sun Tao, even if the Security Bureau has the ability of the heavens, it is estimated that they will not be able to find it. Even his space ring was still in Sun Tao's hands now. Although his heart was secretly happy, Sun Tao's mouth still pretended to be surprised. Really? A wanted criminal that powerful? Can we still enter the Scarlet Forest then? Anyway, you won't be able to get in today. The big security forces are searching inside. If you don't want to be treated as an accomplice of a wanted man, just go ahead. By the way, do you know who's leading the team to catch the wanted man this time? There was a hint of excitement in Li Shuiyou's voice. Sun Tao couldn't help but think of the red-haired beauty he met in the forest. Who? Suyu Ah. Red Lotus Goddess Suyu. Li Shuiyou's voice was plucked up a few points in excitement as she uttered the name. She is my idol. When she awakened the S-Class Battle Soul Raging Red Lotus in high school, she directly entered Kyoto Academy with a crushing force, and later on in the National Battle Soul Academy competition, she even led her team all the way through the competition and directly won the national championship. After graduation, she even directly joined the Chinese Dragon Group and became a member of the Dragon Tooth Squad. After that, he even participated in the Dragon Mountain Defense Battle, the Thunder Cliff Beast Tide Battle, the Black Cloud City Attack and Defense Battle, and other big events, making a name for himself as the Red Lotus Goddess. Li Shui's voice was getting more and more excited, living like an avid fan who was amping up celebrities with others. She's just so cool. I'd live 20 years less if I could meet her. Sun Tao took the cup of water from Serena's hand and smiled. Then it's better not to use it. She's just a normal person. On the other end of the phone, Lei Shuiyo, who was lying on the bed, rolled her eyes. What do you know? This kind of genius, as long as he casually instructs us with a couple of sentences, he can make us suffer for the rest of our lives. Shuzhou City Yinlong Command Center. So you pushed open the door of the command center with a bang. Damn. Pissed off. It was so close. Still letting Zhao Tianming that get away. An old Taoist priest in the office who was making tea was startled by the movement of Suyu pushing the door. The teapot in his hand almost flew out. Little you, when will you be able to put your temper away? My door isn't cheap. What if you push it and break it? Suyu Hofton sat down across from the old Taoist priest, picked up a teacup and tilted his head back. Yuck. What the hell? No flavor at all. Is there any wine? Bring me some. The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes and painfully picked up the teacup to see if it had been broken by Suyu. I don't have anything like that here. Tea is the good stuff. You'll understand when you're my age. Suyu drank a few mouthfuls of tea. Really feel bad. From the space belt pulled out a bottle of Wolianya, opened the bottle cap and drank. Yes. Suyu takes a painful sip and shouts how good it is, saying that this is what people drink. Don't care to break it to you. Tell me, what do you want from me? Suyu scratched his head in embarrassment. It's not that we didn't catch Zhao Tianming. We want Taoist Zhang to tell his fortune to see where that guy is hiding. The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes and pulled out a cell phone directly from his arms. Turn on the tape recorder and play the recording. Tell your fortune? Suyu, still need to tell fortunes to do things? I'll put my words here today. Suyu, will die in battle and jump from here. I won't even look for old man Zhang to tell his fortune once. Quiet. The whole office was quiet as a pin drop. Before setting out to arrest Zhao Tianming this time, Zhang Tianchen felt something in his heart and offered to help Suyu with her fortune-telling. But Suyu doesn't believe him at all. Straight up, the fortune-telling stuff is a scam. Their Dragon Tooth squad relied on strength to do things, not fortune-telling. Zhang Tianchen was also helpless. Although his fortune-telling was accurate, he also needed the consent of the fortune-teller himself to figure it out. After half a day of persuasion, he could only give up when he saw that Suyu did not agree. As a result, Suyu went away in joy and returned in defeat. This time, when he begged to come to Zhang Tianchen's side, there was really no other way to beat a dead horse. According to the intelligence they received, Zhao Tianming had a full set of information on Compound 8 and the Godfall program on his person, something Suyu had to find. Hearing her previous recording, Suyu was so embarrassed that her toes buckled to the ground and she couldn't wait to gouge out a 3-room apartment on the spot. In order to hide the embarrassment, he could only drink desperately, taking several sips in a row and almost choking himself. Suyu's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he didn't know if it was from embarrassment or from drinking. Putting his cell phone away, Zhang Tianchen laughed out loud. Well, would you be willing to allow me to read your fortune now? Suju, sure? Willingly. Suyu was busy nodding his head. Zhang Tianchen shook his head with a smile and waved his hand to put away the teacup before pulling out an ancient tortoise shell from his sleeve. And with a flick of his left hand, 5 ancient coins were instantly thrown into it. As he held the tortoise shell in his hands and chanted an incantation, a giant compass silhouette emerged behind him. The heavenly stems and earthly branches on the compass kept turning, deducing all the changes in the world. Ha! Zhang Tianchen leaned over to look at the trigrams on the tabletop and stroked his beard in confusion. Weird. Strange. This trigram. It's still a rare sight. What's going on? Where is that guy Zhao Tianming? Zhang Tianchen tugged at his beard. The trigrams say that Zhao Tianming is dead, but you'll be able to get what you want right away. Fire Earth Gene, Heaven and Earth Tai. The green dragon is in the north. The trigrams should be in your north. North? Suyu stared with his eyes, the doubts in his heart intensifying. I told you you can't trust fortune-telling. You could be the man of destiny that the great king spoke of. Bang! With a slam of the stick, the body of the wolf-headed monk fell to the ground in response, turning into a roiling point of light that was absorbed by the double-headed fire sword on the ground. Pass! Sun Tao laughed out loud. After returning today, he was thinking that he should be able to fight his way through Black Wind Mountain after he leveled up, so it was time to pull out the trial mission ticket and try it. Sure enough, it was easy to pass Hiroki. Pick up the double-headed fire blade that Hiroshi left on the ground. Drop! You have killed level 12 leader Fiery Wolf Demon Guanji. Gaining experience * 531, spirit value * 311. Acquired blade, Red Tide, spiritual artifact, Great Soul artifact, battle strength, 1692. Red waves of 3 points. searing and compelling. When equipped, you can gain the ability to transform into a wolf demon instructor, with flaming damage attached to your attacks. Finally got it. Hiroki. Looking at the introduction of Red Tide, Sun Tao was shocked in his heart. Soul weapon. This is actually a soul weapon. Chapter 35, Fire Avoiding Shield. Epic level magic treasure. The so-called soul weapon was a special kind of equipment in this world. It was able to be refined by the Battle Soul Master and worn directly on the Battle Soul. Compared to ordinary magical equipment, once a soul weapon was refined, it could be taken into the body of a Battle Soul Master, and could not be taken away by whoever it was. Moreover, it could automatically fly back to the Battle Soul Master's hand when it was not far away. In addition to being able to grow their battle power, soul weapons could also grant Battle Soul Masters a variety of mysterious and unpredictable abilities, which was equivalent to having an additional skill directly. For example, this Shank of Akatsuki would allow Sun Tao to gain the skill of transforming into Hiroshi. Guangji Sun Tao can be too familiar. In my last life, I don't know how many times I fought the boss. It was by relying on this hand of Guangji to save me from a shock. Without Guangji, Sun Tao might not even have been able to get past the first chapter. I didn't realize that Red Tide had turned into a soul weapon in here. Sun Tao joyfully picked up the Red Tide and began to communicate with the battle spirit within his body. A stream of soul power surged down Sun Tao's palm into the Red Tide. Gradually the Red Tide was wrapped around it, making it smaller and smaller. It eventually disappeared into the palm of Sun Tao's hand, and in the hands of the giant ape war spirit behind him, there was an additional two-headed fire-burning sharp blade. Feeling his battle spirit, Sun Tao nodded with satisfaction. As his level continued to rise, this battle spirit had also become somewhat Qi Tian de Shang-like from the Golden Apes at the beginning. It's just that I don't know if I'll be able to turn into a true great sage when the Heavenly Fate template is fully unlocked. Getting up, he pulled the copper cloud stick out of his ear. Sun Tao thought in his heart, Guangji has passed. The next one is Big Head. Stepping onto the familiar path, Sun Tao hacked through the small monsters all the way to the clearing where the spectral Big Head roamed. Ghost, Leader, Rank, 15. Battle Strength, 2745. Skills, Earth Splitting, Trampling, 10,000 Buddhas. Reincarnation. Stood at the intersection for a bit, waiting for chakra to return. Then he silently recited the Chi-gathering decree and stored up a 3-bean heavy stick to ruthlessly smash the Big Head's back. The tremendous force smashed the wandering Big Head and staggered him, instantly falling to the ground. Sun Tao seized the opportunity and went up for a set of light stick output. Big Head howled and stood up, his hands gathering a golden glow. Back to a slap. The lingering palm wind directly snapped a large tree on the side, but Sun Tao just flicked left and completed a perfect dodge, leaving a shadow in place. He knocked his stick at the Big Head. He himself took the opportunity to flank the output with his light stick. When one strike failed, Big Head started to raise his foot again, wanting to stomp Sun Tao to death. Seeing Big Head's movements, Sun Tao did not hesitate and directly rolled backwards twice in a row. Dodges the trample from Big Head. This was followed by a nimble forward roll, approaching Big Head while dodging his man Buddha in the process. Set. Sun Tao raised his hand and pointed, shouting in his heart. The golden runes instantly fixed Big Head's entire body in place. A set of light and heavy stick articulated attacks caused Big Head's blood bar to fall as fast as a flood. Save up your stick momentum and finish with a final 3-tiered stick momentum storage heavy blow. Straight through the Big Head with no injuries. Drops. You have killed the level 15 Head Spectre. Gaining experience asterisk 574. Spirit value asterisk 343. Ha! It's too easy. You don't even need Hiroshi. You can just pass the level without any injuries. Sun Tao was secretly happy in his heart. Thinking of his previous experience of being killed by the Big Head explosion, he finally got out of the bad breath. I think back then, he was like all the other heavenly orders who came to die for the Big Head without hitting Hiroki. As a result, he was killed in seconds by a couple of 10,000 Buddhas. I remember when Sun Tao played for the first time. He was stuck here at Big Head for an hour until his roommate couldn't stand to watch and told him that he could take a detour to fight Guangji before challenging Big Head. Passing the Big Head so painfully today is a way to avenge the jamming of the year. What followed was a light-hearted fight over Lingshu Zi, Guang Mao and the white-clothed showman. Drop. You have killed the level 17 Demon King Spirit Void Sun. Gaining experience asterisk 621. Spirit value asterisk 456. Drop. You have killed level 20 leader Guang Mao. Gaining experience asterisk 632. Spirit value asterisk 463. Drops. You have killed the level 24 leader, the white-clad showman. Gaining experience asterisk 782 and spirit value asterisk 532. The white-clothed showman was even tougher than the one inside the game. Not only did he have a handful of swift as electricity god's ghost gun technique, but he was also able to manipulate water currents and perform magical powers. If it wasn't for the fact that Sun Tao had left his hand Guangji to save his life at the end, he probably wouldn't have been able to pass him. ring the 3 flood bells that stand in various places. In a trance, Sun Tao felt that he had arrived at the door of a temple. On it were written the words Guanyin Zen Center. I'm afraid this is the old Guanyin Zen Center where Elder Jinshi is. I also wonder how strong Elder Jinshi is. Sun Tao held the copper cloud stick and pushed open the door of the Guanyin Zen Center. Raising his eyes, he saw a large, golden-headed monster in the courtyard, extremely similar to the previous apparition. Amitabha Buddha, those 3 flood bells have finally rung. The golden monster closed its eyes and first performed a Buddhist salute, then excitedly called out toward the surrounding walkers. Apprentices, the lords outside are here. They've brought me treasures. Sun Tao raised his eyes to check Elder Jinshi's attributes. Jinshi Elder, Demon King, rank, 28, battle strength, 5261, skills, greedy golden body. Buddha's light cracks the earth, chanting sutra and rituals. Buddha's light pudu, with more than 5,000 battle power. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. His own current battle power was just over 3,000, and there was a difference of almost 2,000 battle power between him and Elder Jinshi. However, he still had a large amount of spiritual energy in his own hands. Previously, I was thinking of waiting until after I cleared Black Wind Mountain to add a boost. If he couldn't beat them this time, he was prepared to use his spiritual aura to add points and raise his battle power before doing so. As Sun Tao gradually approached, Elder Jinshi suddenly paused. That smell, is that you back? Then he became angry and his body shone with golden light. You must have hidden that robe. Give it back to me. As he roared, countless dry corpses surged out all around him. Obviously the unjust souls that had been burned to death in the Guanyin Zen garden earlier. Sun Tao raised his stick to return the favor. These unjust souls he took one stick at a time. It didn't take any effort at all. Elder Jinshi jumped in place and stomped down hard on him. Sun Tao rolled backward, directly avoiding Elder Jinshi's trampling. After dodging the attack, Sun Tao directly pointed at Elder Jinshi. Set. Golden mana transformed into runes to immobilize Elder Jinshi. A brilliant golden color flowed through Sun Tao's eyes as he bullied his way forward carrying the copper cloud stick. Golden mana flowed, and the copper cloud stick in Sun Tao's hand suddenly grew longer. Powerful mana surged out in an instant, and a full-stored pokestick viciously penetrated Elder Jinshi's body. The golden mana directly exploded around Elder Jinshi, and his entire body fell to the ground howling uncontrollably. Sun Tao stepped forward and delivered another set of light stick strikes, directly transforming into a big head kowtow as Elder Jinshi prepared to get up. Boom! The consecutive attacks once again smashed Elder Jinshi to the ground. The blood bar above his head, too, had disappeared for the most part. Take the robe. Die in peace. Come on. In the next second, Elder Jinshi roared angrily and directly leapt into midair, sitting on his knees. One by one, the surrounding dryads went uncontrollably toward it. Sun Tao, who had fought Elder Jinshi once before, naturally knew that this was the boss going back to blood. Straight away, he took his stick and started thrashing the little monsters that came up to him. After a few minutes of fighting, Elder Kaneki refalls. It hadn't eaten a single small monster, and its heart exploded with anger, its palm surging with Buddha's light, and it was preparing to end Sun Tao's life with a slap. But all this was seen by Sun Tao's realization, only to see that he didn't panic. Dodging left and right to avoid Elder Jinshi's palm winds, he came to its side and used his light stick to frantically output. After saving up the full stick momentum, he directly struck the top of Elder Jinshi's head with a powerful chopping stick style. Elder Jinshi's golden body couldn't withstand this tremendous damage and instantly exploded. The smoke around them slowly drifted away, and the only thing that remained was the golden light. No, Guangji, Guangmo, I don't want this robe. Let the fire stop. Elder Jinshi's voice gradually dissipated in the air. Sun Tao also returned to the last of the flood bells in a trance. The wolf demon corpse on the tree floated away with the wind and turned into a red cloak that slowly fell into Sun Tao's hands. Fire shield, epic magic treasure. Battle strength, 7,384. Legend has it that it is a magic weapon in the hands of the heavenly king of white eyes. Immune to fire attribute damage when it is sacrificed, and will restore life value when in flames. With the accompanying characteristic, rebirth by fire. Rebirth in fire, divine, passive. After suffering near-death damage, he will be reborn in flames. The amount of blood after rebirth depends on the power of the flames. Looking at the fire-avoiding shield in front of him, Sun Tao's mouth opened wide. Epic level. Fabulous treasure. Chapter 36, First Battle with the Black Wind Great King, requesting for tickets. Coming out of Zhang Tianxin's office, Suyu returned to the middle of his own office. Sitting in his office chair, he looked across the room at the whiteboard full of case leads posted across the room and let out a long sigh. Buzz. The cell phone on the table vibrates. Suyu picks it up and looks at it. The name displayed on it is Principal Yu of Shujo City No. 1 Middle School. Suyu picks up the phone. Hey, Principal Yu, what's the matter with calling me this late? Ha ha ha, little Suwa. I heard from your family that you recently came to Shujo City on a business trip? Principal Yu's bright voice came from the other end of the line. After exchanging pleasantries with Suyu, he got down to business. This but a few days is the National Battle Spirit College entrance examination. I thought if you have a convenient time, can you participate in the school's Pledge of Allegiance? To give your younger siblings encouragement, plus cheer? TCH, alas, Principal Yu, I would love to attend the Pledge of Allegiance. But, Suyu was just about to refuse when Zhang Tianxin's words suddenly flashed in her mind. Fire Earth Jin, Heaven and Earth Tai, Green Dragon in the north. The trigram should be in your north. You'll get what you want soon enough. Opening the map and taking a closer look, Shujo City No. 1 middle school happened to be directly north of the Yunlong Command Center. Looking at the position of the two, Suyu muttered in a small voice, "No way, is it really such a coincidence? Ha, what's so coincidental?" Principal Yu didn't hear and asked suspiciously, "Oh, it's fine, I was just talking to a colleague." Suyu quickly reacted and hurriedly turned the conversation around and said, "I want to say, this is too coincidental. I also happen to want to go to the school, to see if I can find a few good seedlings." "That's great, let's make a deal." Hearing Suyu agree to come down, Principal Yu was excited. Suyu was the most outstanding graduate of their Shujo City No. 1 middle school in the past 20 years. Inviting her over to give a speech to the students who were about to take the Battle Spirit High School exam would definitely be a great boost to morale, and might even move her position as vice principal up a bit. After chatting with Principal Yu for a few more sentences and finalizing the details of attending the pledge meeting, Suyu hung up the phone. Putting the phone down, he looked back up at the whiteboard full of case clues. Suyu tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically. Project Godfall, Compound 8, Old Man Zhang, I'll trust you one more time. On the other hand, Sun Tao, who had obtained the fire avoidance mask, had already followed the guidance of the land of Black Wind Mountain and arrived at the entrance of the new Goddess of Mercy Zen Center, about to face the final demon king of the Black Wind Mountain trial quest, the Black Wind Great King, Black Bear Spirit. Step into the compound of the new Canon Zen Center. When he entered, he saw a martial monk sitting on a futon at the main entrance, and he was clad in a red monk's robe. The body was as strong as a black tower of iron. Fist-sized Buddha beads hung in front of his chest, and the muscles on his body were high and bulging, just like an accomplished monk who used martial arts to enter Zen. Black Wind King, Leader, Rank, 32, Battle Strength, 9,428, Skills, Bear Bastard Power, Gathering Chi and Dispersing Rose, South Sea Buddha Light, Thick Skin and Flesh, Mountain Guardian Sage, and Shot Like God. Looking at the Black Wind Great King's exaggerated combat power, Sun Tao sucked in a breath of cool air. Level 32, 9,000 combat points. Are you serious? Is this thing humanly possible to fight through? Seeing Sun Tao approaching, he opened his mouth with a light smile. It's been 500 years. I rebuilt the Guanyin Zen Center, bigger than before. He spoke in a neutral voice and stood up, picking up his halberd from the side. Those monks who were buried in the fire were transformed into lonely ghosts roaming the mountains. He patted his chest and said in a cold voice, "It's me. Transcend them with my own hands. I even restored those scripture remnants, one by one." Saying that, the Black Wind Great King raised his halberd and pointed it at Sun Tao remotely. "But I knew that one day, you rats from a sinking ship would still come to me." Before the words fell, the alarm bells instantly rang in Sun Tao's heart. It was too late to think about it and subconsciously had to cast Copperhead and Iron Arm. In the next moment, the Black Wind Great King rose up into the air, and his entire body spun around in the air. The large body with several hundred pounds of halberd viciously stabbed at Sun Tao's Copperhead and Iron Arm. When a loud sound resounded throughout the entire Zen garden, and Sun Tao only felt a huge force coming from him. Surprisingly, it popped his entire body out of his Copperhead. The Black Wind Great King retrieved his lance and struck a sweeping blow at the rolling Sun Tao. Sun Tao instantly dodged, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Recognizing the unfolding, Sun Tao's eyes shone with golden light, penetrating the vital points around the Black Wind Great King. A baton was swung out, carrying a thunderous force that ruthlessly smashed into the top of the Black Wind Great King's head. The Black Wind Great King's shot fell short and hurriedly returned to defense, directly using his halberd to hold Sun Tao's iron rod. Boom! The copper cloud stick heavily smashed into the Black Wind Great King's halberd. The terrifying force instantly erupted, smashing that Black Wind Great King to the point that his tiger's mouth shook violently. The land under his feet cracked with a roar, and his body was hardened and smashed down by an inch. Feeling that tremendous power, the Black Wind Great King also had a shocked expression on his face. He prided himself on his unrivaled divine power, and after becoming a demon, he had even mastered the Bear Buster divine power. Back then, even that monkey, the Monkey King, didn't seem to be much stronger than him in terms of power. But this monkey in front of him was able to overwhelm him in terms of strength. Could he really be the legendary man of destiny? Before the Black-Winged Great King could react, Sun Tao quickly drew back his stick and his entire body took a step back. Then gathering the strength of his entire body, he directly poked the Black-Winged Great King's chest with a jabbing stick. The Black-Winged Great King could not react in time and could only stifle a grunt, luckily carrying Sun Tao's poking stick hard. Bang! The force of the rebound caused Sun Tao to take a few steps back. Sun Tao looked at the Black-Winged Great King in shock. Hit the weak spot and it didn't even go into stasis. This guy's body is too hard. The Black-Winged Great King reached out and patted his chest, his body swaying gently. You don't know the transported manner, and you still dare to act wildly in my place? After saying that, its huge body instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. It rushed towards Sun Tao. Sun Tao struck with his stick, but it directly penetrated the black mist, and his entire body was also sent flying by the Black-Winged Great King. The blood bar on his head instantly disappeared for the most part. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How's this for a fight? Thinking about the experience of fighting the Black-Winged Great King in his last life, Sun Tao instantly remembered that the fixation technique could knock it out of the black wind state. Immediately, he reached out and bellowed in his mind. Set! With a flash of golden runic light, the Black-Winged Great King instantly fell out of the black mist. With wisps of golden light still on his body, he shook his head in agony. Sun Tao took the opportunity to bully his way up and swung his stick, knocking several consecutive light stick strikes on the Black-Winged Great King, and then even took advantage of the moment he attacked to use the broken stick style. A stick swung away the Black-Winged Great King's lance attack, and then he leaped up high with both hands on his stick. Between the golden light, the copper cloud stick had a great deal of light on it, and when it landed on the Black-Winged Great King, the 3 layers of stick power erupted with a bang. The intense pain made this black bear unable to resist backing up, and he could barely even hold his weapon. Dangling! With a crunching sound, the halberd smashed to the ground, and the Black-Winged Great King stumbled and fell backwards. What a powerful monkey! The Black-Winged Great King covered his chest and said unwillingly, if you have the ability to come to the top of the mountain with me for a while. Without waiting for Sun Tao to respond, he directly turned around and rushed into the sky, turning into a black wind and heading into the distance. Sun Tao was about to follow, but he saw a cloud of smoke rising not far away. It was actually that Black Wind Mountain Land. Sun Tao's footsteps lurched, remembering that it was here in the game that the Black Wind Mountain Land taught the heavenly ordained man the spell of gathering form and dispersing chi. Could it be here as well? Chapter 37, Gathering Forms and Dispersing Chi. Battle Power soars, requesting support. This technique of gathering shape and dispersing chi of his looks fancy, but in reality, it's not difficult. Black Wind Mountain Land took his own itchy scratch and collected a cloud of smoke in the air. This Black Wind monster is not a good learner, and there is no change even after a trip to the South China Sea, but he has just used it several times, and has left behind some yuan chi, which is just right for us to use. With that, he flung the collected smoke and threw it at Sun Tao. The white smoke enveloped Sun Tao's body and surged into his body in the blink of an eye. Drops. The land of Black Wind Mountain teaches you the art of gathering forms and dispersing chi. You gain the skill, gathering forms and dispersing chi. The system beep sounded, and a wave of clarity emerged in Sun Tao's mind. In a flash, he comprehended the art of gathering form and dispersing chi. Gathering form and dispersing chi, divine grade, gathering becomes form, dispersing becomes chi, hiding the form, leaving a doppelganger in place. Current after an attack or doppelganger's death, invisible and not able to be seen through by any means. Sure enough, another godly skill. Sun Tao was delighted in his heart. This gathering form and dispersing chi was worthy of the great sage's skill. It was really powerful. Surprisingly, you can't be seen when you're invisible. This alone is worthy of being a god tier skill. Moreover, Sun Tao also remembered that gathering forms and dispersing chi could also be upgraded with additional points inside the game. After upgrading, you can even store a heavy stick while in stealth. Based on this characteristic, a school of thought has even developed within the game called the stealthy heavy stick stream. In layman's terms, it's an opening shot of heavy stick, then take the opportunity to output, wait until the boss shot, then stealth, followed by another full storage of heavy stick, then continue to output. Keep looping like this until you grind the boss. That bear monster is at the top of the mountain. There are still some good things in this place. You can scavenge before you go up. After teaching the art of gathering form and dispersing chi to Sun Tao, the land of Black Wind Mountain here disappeared into a cloud of white smoke. Sun Tao then searched the temple. A Beirut immortal elixir was searched in a side hall, increasing life by quite a bit. I'm still too weak right now, so why don't I just add some points before I go? After killing Zhao Tianming and soloing the hidden mystery realm, Sun Tao had already accumulated a large amount of spirit embodiment points in his hand. Together with the previous kills of Guangji, Spectre and a host of other bosses, the spirit embracing points given were quite a lot. Thinking that the Black Bear spirit in the first stage had more than 9,000 battle power, the second stage was expected to be even stronger. Therefore, Sun Tao was prepared to use spirit embodiment to add a wave of points first to increase his battle power before challenging the black bear spirit. Drop. Your heavenly fate proficiency has increased. Current progress is 5%. Drop. Your heavenly fate proficiency has increased. Current progress 6%. Drop. Your heavenly fate proficiency has increased. Current progress is 7%. Drop. Your heavenly fate proficiency has increased. The current progress is 10%. Dropping. Skill level is insufficient to raise divine order proficiency. Consuming more than 10,000 spiritual aura. Sun Tao raised his heavenly destiny template proficiency to 10%, and if he wanted to continue to raise it next, he would need to raise the Great Sacred Stick technique and Angry 8 strength to level 10 before he could do so. As the proficiency of the Heaven's Destiny template increased, Sun Tao felt that the battle spirit in his body had undergone some subtle changes, though the likeness didn't change. It felt closer and closer to the Great Sage. Before that it felt more like a monkey, but now, it gives the impression of being alone. Sun Tao didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He always felt that there was a terrifying power lurking in his battle soul, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the slightest trace of it. It made him think for a moment that it was a psychological effect after he had consumed his spirit energy. Drop. Your skill Great Sage Stick technique has been upgraded to level 3. Drop. Your skill Great Sage Stick technique has been upgraded to level 4. A large amount of spirit embodiment points slammed down, and Sun Tao upgraded his Great Sage Stick technique and Raging 8 power to level 5 respectively, and incidentally upgraded his other spells a bit as well. A wave of enlightenment surged through Sun Tao's mind, making him feel as if he had been comprehending these means for years even as he used them. The more you do it, the better you get at it. Consuming the 16,000 spirit embodiment points in his hand to nothing. Although the spirit embodiment points were spent, Sun Tao's battle power had also increased by leaps and bounds. Mandate, Sun Tao. Rank, 23. Battle Strength, 14. 452. Battle Spirit, Divine, Qi Tian De Shang, 10%. Skills, Great Sage Stick Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Raging Ape Strength, 5. Copper Head and Iron Arms, 3. Hair Splitting, 2. Fixation Technique, 2. Qi Gathering Technique, 5. Gathering and Dispersing of Qi, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick, Pauline Pill Pot, Red Tide, Fire Shield. Spirit Points, 9. Looking at his surging battle power, Sun Tao was full of confidence. With a battle power of 14,000, I should be invincible below the 3rd rank. I'll take the national champion of this battle soul examination. It was no wonder that Sun Tao was so confident. Even if it was an SSS class battle spirit, it didn't see more than 5,000 battle power at this level, let alone 10,000, and Sun Tao had a full 14,000 battle power, although more than 7,000 of them originated from the fire avoidance shield. That was also Sun Tao's skill. All the way to the top of Black Wind Mountain, all around were fiery stupas, and in the very center was a tall tower enshrining a golden pearl. For some reason, Sun Tao felt an inexplicable attraction at the first sight of that precious pearl. There was no sign of the Black Wind Lord at the top of the mountain. Sun Tao walked forward, and suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the surrounding flames instantly rose. The old monk once told me that the eye does not see, the mind does not wander. Ordinary cultivation, entering all phases, breaking all phases, and only then can one be at ease. The Black Wind Great King's voice echoed in midair. Countless black dots rose from the top of the pagoda and coalesced into the shape of a large black bear in midair. But didn't he go crazy too when he saw the scene? The black bear that was about 3 feet tall let out an angry roar, and a powerful might swept out in all directions. The fire around them got even hotter, as if it was going to burn everything here completely. Asterisk. It's hot. Heat waves pounded his face. Sun Tao was shocked and waved his hand, hurriedly invoking the fire avoidance shield. A transparent film enveloped around Sun Tao, isolating the surrounding flames. The moment he invoked the fire avoiding shield, Sun Tao felt that the mana in his body was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, and it was leaking out crazily. What the hell? This magic treasure eats mana so much. Sun Tao was shocked before he realized that it was actually the fire avoidance shield that was consuming a large amount of mana. Scared, he rushed to close it again. After only driving for such a moment, the mana in Sun Tao's body had consumed most of it. Asterisk. Worthy of being a heavenly king's magic treasure. This mana consumption is too fierce. It's still that the Raging Ape strength has been upgraded, or else I wouldn't be able to last long with this amount of mana. It looks like this magic treasure can only be used at critical times. Sun Tao counted 1,000 times, never counted that this fire shield mana consumption is so horrible, so that he simply cannot use a few times. If only he hadn't upgraded his other skills just now, he would have smashed all of his spirit embodiment points into the Raging Ape power to increase his mana value. a martial artist could not help but shed tears of remorse. Chapter 38 Defeating Black Wind. Obtaining root weapon, requesting tickets. Boom! The earth trembles. The flames are burning. The giant bear leapt into the air and attacked Sun Tao with a titanic momentum. In the black bear state, the black bear spirit utilized his divine power to the extreme, and his terrifying bear paw slapped down heavily with a lingering palm wind. If he hadn't just boosted his battle power by a wave, Sun Tao would have only chosen to turn around and run. Sun Tao opened his eyes and opened the state of knowledge. The golden pupils watched the black bear spirit's every move. Before the other party's bear paw landed, he directly performed gathering form and dispersing chi, transforming into a cloud of smoke and instantly exiting the black bear spirit's attack range. The bear's paw slapped hard on the ground, tearing huge gaps in the hard ground. Terrifying power instantly erupted, and powerful shockwaves spread crazily in all directions. Sun Tao's doppelganger only lasted for a breath before it was viciously dispersed by the bear paw. But at this time, Sun Tao had already stored up 3 layers of stick power and slammed down on the black bear spirit. A baton struck the black bear spirit on the head, knocking it to the ground. Sun Tao took the opportunity to go up and swing the bat hard. A few consecutive heavy clubs that landed on the body of the black bear spirit. Even with its thick skin and flesh, it was in some pain. Roar! The black bear spirit was furious and stood upright, his raised palms burning with blazing flames, angrily slapped to the ground. The earth tore apart and flames erupted. The surrounding ground was instantly like a volcano erupting, suddenly erupting dozens of pillars of fire. The entire top of Black Wind Mountain was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fire shield. Sun Tao reached out his hand and the fire avoidance shield transformed into a gauze garment that enveloped him, isolating the surrounding flames. The roaring flames could only give him the slightest warmth. Seeing this, the black bear roared and lunged at Sun Tao, the movements of his hands accelerating more and more. Although the speed is fast, but lost the rules and regulations, Sun Tao corresponds to it instead of a lot of ease. Expanding his stance, he dodged under the black bear spirit's huge paw, constantly dodging the black bear spirit's large fists. The black bear spirit, however, pressed forward as if he had gone berserk, smashing more and more flames on the ground. If it wasn't for the fire shield that Sun Tao was wearing, there would have been no place for him to land here. As the battle entered the white heat, Sun Tao got better and better at fighting. Even though the black bear spirit was huge, there were only a few moves back and forth. After fighting for so long, Sun Tao had long since familiarized himself with his attacks, skillfully dodging the heavy punch of the black bear spirit. His body flashed as if synchronized with the black bear spirit, continuously retreated backward, and the long stick in his hand rose up in the same direction, fiercely poking at the black bear spirit's chest. Poke the stick. Phoenix threw the flower. The tremendous force struck the black bear spirit's chest Shigate, knocking him out of breath for a while, and he couldn't help but stagger in place. And Sun Tao took this opportunity to quickly step forward. The long stick in his hand was full of stick momentum, and he swung the heavy stick to ruthlessly smash it over on the ground. With such a succession of stick education down, even the thick-skinned black bear spirit could not withstand it. Being beaten back by Sun Tao, he once again turned into a ball of black wind and went straight to the top of the tower that was glittering with golden light. The little shrewish monkey is somewhat capable. Today this great king will not entangle with you first. This time is different from the past. No one with you to help. When I take this treasure, where can not rebuild the treasure break? After saying that, Black Wind rolled up the golden light and was about to fly away. But in the next second, the black wind suddenly blossomed with golden light. Ah! The black bear spirit continuously let out mournful screams, and even the black wind was somewhat unable to maintain it. Boom! With a loud bang, smoke rose from the ground. It was the black bear spirit that was revolted by the golden light and directly fell from the air. At this moment, it had regained its black bear-like appearance, and with its hands clasped together it kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Great sage! Oh no! Little saint! The little saint has mercy! Little saint, spare me your life! The black bear spirit changed his previous majestic and unruly appearance, and begged for forgiveness in his mouth, fearing that Sun Tao would beat him to death with a stick. I was also coerced by that heavenly court. If I didn't have no choice but to do so, who would dare to take action against that plague god who was causing havoc in the heavenly palace in a good cause? It was so terrified at the moment that even its voice was trembling slightly. Sun Tao slightly narrowed his eyes. The last life of his black myth has not yet passed. In order to ensure their own game experience, forced to not go to see the online strategy. Plus my own mind was slightly broken while playing the first level, and I didn't look at the plot very closely at all. The result was that he didn't know much about the background of the black myth, except that it took place 500 years after the journey to the west. But looking at it now, it seems that there are still shadows of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court in this matter. In his memory, the black bear spirit was Guanyin Daisha, received as a mountain guardian god. In the South China Sea purple bamboo forest purification, it makes no sense that we'll put a good poo to a mountain does not stay. suddenly ran back to the Black Wind Mountain to do a Mountain King, and with his strength, there was no way he could be a match for the great sage. This matter must have nothing to do with the wandering gods and Buddhas. The Black Wind Mountain land also suddenly burrowed out from inside the ground and spoke. This bear is right. Even if he had more guts, he would never dare to plot against the great sage. There must be someone else behind this. See someone to talk to. Black Bear Spirit busy said, moreover. This thing is evil. My come after. Simply do not know how to refine. Had to be high for the above. Occasionally cheat some small monster's pilgrimage to collect money only. If the little saint surrounds me this time, I will return to the South Sea to apologize. I'll bring back the gold band and never leave Putua again. Hearing the Black Bear Spirit's words, Sun Tao thoughtfully looked at the golden light in midair. Is this that great sacred root artifact I seeing joy? I wonder what grade of item it will be. The golden massive light seemed to feel Sun Tao's gaze and trembled slightly. The Black Wind Mountain land on the side hurriedly said, don't listen to his bull ********. Little monkey, hurry up and fetch the great sage relic back first to take a look. Sun Tao slowly stepped forward, and the golden light transformed into a small bird that was black and red and slowly landed on Sun Tao's arm. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, eyes of joy, artifacts, battle strength, not calculable, one of the 6 root organs of the Lingming stone monkey, possessing supreme wonders and possessing some of the might of the great sage. It can raise the dead and break the delusion to see the truth, and will induce greed in the possession of those who are not strong-minded. Features, fire eyes and golden eyes, divine grade. After integrating into the battle soul, obtain the talent skill fire eyes and golden eyes. See through all illusions, mazes, illusions, invisibility, and doppelganger. Immune to all mind control skills. No longer consume mana to recognize and break through. And when attacked by the enemy, break through the enemy's weaknesses to obtain a temporary invulnerability state and increase attack power. Artifacts. Seeing the introduction of Eyesight High, Sun Tao's heart was ecstatic. With the padding of the fire-avoiding shield, he was actually prepared in his mind. This Eyesight High was, if not legendary equipment, at least comparable. However, after seeing she really arrive, he realized that he had still underestimated the power of the great sacred root artifact. This is surprisingly a divine artifact, an artifact that even the state is incredibly attached to. In the entire world, only a few countries, the bald eagle, the Russian bear, Gaul, the British Empire, and China, possessed artifacts, and each country has a small number of them, but one is more powerful than the other. It's an otherworldly version of a nuclear weapon. Even in China, there were currently only 8 divine weapons, each in the hands of the 8 war gods of the dragon group, and today Sun Tao actually got one. The root artifact is surprisingly a divine artifact, and this is only the first chapter for me. There are 6 root weapons in total, which means I'll be able to obtain at least 6 divine weapons. When he thought of the game information he had read before, Sun Tao's heart couldn't help but thump. 6 artifacts. This is not to mention Huaxia. The entire United Nations will have to look at my face. Chapter 39 Mainline Mission, Requesting Tickets. As the eye-seeing happiness entered his hands, a stream of memories flooded into Sun Tao's mind. Those were fragments of the great sage's memories, intermittent and vague, but they still allowed Sun Tao to see quite a few things. Back then, I was only afraid that the great sage had discovered some secret in the Spirit Mountain, and that was why he wanted to leave and return to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits to live a clean life. But the gods and Buddhas of the heavens seemed unable to tolerate him, so the heavenly court and Buddhism joined forces. In the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits beheaded the great saint. Along with its 6 roots also major demon kings were taken away separately. It was just strange to him that neither the Buddhist sect nor the heavenly court seemed to react to the demon king taking the great sage's 6 roots. Just let them take it and don't regulate it. Maybe they want to do something like that with these rooters too. Even having him cross over to this world with the black myth system might be in these guys' calculations. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sun Tao let out a long sigh. Still not strong enough on my own. If I have enough strength, I don't care what kind of gods and Buddhas they are. I'll take them all down with a stick. As long as one has great power, it will be enough to overturn the chess game then. It is yet to be seen who will be the pawns in the end. Just as Sun Tao was pondering, a system beep sounded in his head. Drop. You have defeated the level 32 leader Black Wind Great King, gaining experience *1423 and spirit value *854. Drop. You have passed the trial quest, Black Wind Mountain. The Heavenly Fate mural, fire illuminating black clouds, has been unlocked, and you can travel to the Heavenly Fate floating tower through the Qiankuan scroll to enter the secret realm of the trial. Drop. You have completed the newbie mission, beginner's quest. Get the mission reward, Qiankuan scroll *1. Sun Tao was delighted in his heart, reached out and flipped his hand, and an ancient scroll immediately appeared in his palm. When he opened it, it was actually a splashy ink landscape drawing of 6 mountain peaks. Qiankuan scroll, perfect grade curiosity. Battle strength, 0. Non-combat state. You can open the Qiankuan scroll to travel to the Heavenly Fate Village, and you can collect living things to put into the scroll. Consuming spirit energy can upgrade the Qiankuan scroll to a Rui scroll, unlocking the 6 Dings and 6 Armors side quest. Upgrade requirements, 100, 000, 100, 000 points of spiritual energy. Sun Tao was taken aback by the scroll's upgrade requirements. He only had a few points of spirit energy left in his body after he finished strengthening earlier, and he had just fought the black bear spirit, along with some of the small monsters on the road, which only amounted to just over 1,000 spirit energy points. With 100,000 points of spiritual energy, I don't know how long it will take to brush it up. I'm afraid this is going to have to wait. No wonder I didn't find the Shin Monkey in Black Wind Mountain. It looks like I need to finish upgrading the Rui scroll before I can encounter it. Sun Tao secretly thought. The 6 Dings and 6 Armors are important helpers for the heavenly orders in the game. According to the video that Sun Tao has watched, there are 4 of them: Shin Monkey, 100 Days Dog, Cinnabar Dragon, and Een Tiger, who can help the heavenly orders with matters such as gourd upgrading, alchemy, medicine planting, and forging, respectively. I just don't know if there will be other 6 Din and 6 Armor deities later on, and what role they will play in it. Sun Tao couldn't think clearly for a while, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and reached out his hand as he was about to put the eye-seeing happiness into the ring. Suddenly Eyeshine fluttered her wings towards his chest. It immediately turned into a golden light that merged into his body and surged into his eyes, only to see the golden ape battle spirit suddenly emerge behind Sun Tao, his eyes shooting out a stream of golden light that shot straight up into the sky, stirring the dark clouds in the sky. Luckily, this was in the middle of a trial mission, or else I don't know how many people would be alarmed again. The golden light faded out, and only then did Sun Tao half crouch on the ground, covering his eyes and panting heavily. He had just felt as if his eyes were on fire, burning as if he had placed 2 fireballs in his eye sockets, burning him to the point where he just wanted to scream. But an inexplicable voice in the back of his mind kept telling him to hold back, that if he endured it, he would be able to gain great benefits. Drops. Having fused the great sacred roots, eye-seeing joy, acquired skill, fire eyes, divine, obtaining the main quest, gathering the 6 roots, return of the great sage. Mission statement: collect the 6 root organs of the great sage and defeat the remnants of the great sage to revive the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong. Mission reward: War Soul Incarnation, Qi Tian de Shang. Looking at the mission panel in his mind, Sun Tao was filled with bitter smiles. This system really looks up to him. Surprisingly, he wanted him to collect the 6 root vessels and resurrect the great sage. If the Black Wind Mountain in the first chapter alone was so laborious to fight, wouldn't the later levels be even more difficult to fight? Yellow Wind Ridge, Little Western Paradise, Ponzi Cave, Mountain of Flames, and Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. The monsters on these maps are one sicker than the other, and I hadn't even read the guide myself before. I only had a general idea of what to expect. It's simply a pony minion that hasn't even passed the Tiger Vanguard. Now asking himself to collect the 6 rooted vessels, Sun Tao felt his head swell just thinking about it. Hey, it's a long way to go. Sun Tao sighed, and suddenly saw that there seemed to be an exclamation mark lit up underneath the quest panel. Tapping on it revealed that it was actually a side quest. Side quest 1, Loyalty and Righteousness. Righteousness and Righteousness of Ma Badian. Find Ma Badian Ma Urge in Black Wind Mountain to open the Loyal Liver and Righteousness branch quest. Quest reward: Spell Ember Thunder. Side quest 2, The Dragon King of the 4 Blasphemies. Find the flying dragon scales in the Yellow Wind Ridge and locate the Dragon King of the 4 Blasphemies in various places and kill him to obtain the Dragon Pearls. Mission reward: East China Sea Dragon Palace token. Side quest 3, Endless Trial. Continue to pass the trial Secret Realm. Each time after passing the Secret Realm, the Secret Realm difficulty is increased. The reward is increased. 100 times in a row to pass the Secret Realm will get extra rewards. Mission reward: Separate settlement after each passage through the Secret Realm. Forging materials, alchemy herbs, and Linglong Inner Elixir can be obtained. Side quest 4, 3000 paths. On the path of heavenly destiny, you need more skills on your side. Try a side skill. Mission reward: Secondary skill scroll *1. 4 side quests, none of which had time requirements, and Sun Tao directly took them all. Finish them when you get a chance. As Sun Tao took the quest, he realized that a 60-hour countdown had appeared on the quest panel. With a slight sense, he knew that this was the cooldown time, and when the countdown ended, the quest panel would refresh the side quest, and he would be able to take it again then. With the eye-seeing happiness integrated into Sun Tao's body, this trial mission was completely completed. The trial panel on the system also lit up with light, revealing this mural on it, which was the fire-illuminated black cloud that Sun Tao had just cleared. According to the system's prompts, Sun Tao needed to clear the Hell-level secret realm in order to have a chance of obtaining the trial quest ticket. The higher the level of the secret, the more difficult it is. and the higher the chances of getting a ticket. Sun Tao re-entered the middle of his room with a flash in front of his eyes. The body also changed from the heavenly destiny monkey back to his own person. Master. Inside the room, Sayalina, who was wearing a maid outfit and was cleaning up, saw Sun Tao appear and her eyes lit up. With a slight smile on his face, he was about to welcome Sun Tao back. Welcome back to, and so on. Feeling the terrifying aura from Sun Tao, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end, and his entire body instantly froze in place. The mind was filled with shock. No way. This guy has gotten stronger again. Chapter 40 Qianquan Scroll, Seeking Support. Sayalina, who had fought with Sun Tao, was aware of his strength. It was strong, but not so strong that it scared him. But now, just standing there, he made himself tremble and couldn't help but want to kneel down for him. It was like seeing a real god. Couldn't even bring himself to fight back. If the previous Sun Tao had this kind of strength, she might have knelt on the spot. Wouldn't fight him at all. It's gotten stronger again. Doesn't this guy have any limits? Sai Lingna had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was glad that Sun Tao was powerful and she could hug a big leg. On the other hand, he was worried that Sun Tao was too powerful and appeared to be worthless, which would cause him to abandon him. Perhaps there's only one way to try. Which one? Serena bit her lip, thinking of Sun Tao's eyes that had stolen glances at her chest several times before, and secretly made a decision in her heart. Serena! Serena! Sun Tao reached out and waved his hand in front of Serena's eyes. I don't know what this little blood maid was thinking. Her face was suddenly as red as a monkey's butt. So the bloods can blush, too. Sun Tao has also seen it all. Ah, master, are you going to eat me now? Serena came back to her senses and subconsciously opened her mouth to ask. Sun Tao cried and laughed. What do you have to eat? I'm asking if dinner is ready. I'm starving. Serena then realized she was thinking out loud and covered her face as she quickly ran towards the kitchen. 3 minutes later, Sun Tao sat down at the dining table, looking at a dark piece of something in front of him in silence. What is it? Serena returned as a matter of course. Steak. You humans have such a hard time using the stove. I tried several times and they all fried. You didn't take the pot? Pot? What pot? I don't see any pot. Sun Tao rubbed his forehead. Forget about that. Pointing to the black charcoal on his plate, he said, is this not battered? Serena shrugged. This one is the last piece. Come on. I haven't cooked in over 300 years. It's good enough to make it like this. Sun Tao covered his face and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, agreeing to let a blood who hadn't cooked in over 300 years cook for him was a mistake in itself. Never mind. I'll just have some instant noodles. Bubbly? What's that? Late night soul salvation for the human foodie. Just as Sun Tao and Serena were having dinner together, inside the Cathedral of Porto Vaticano on the other side of the ocean, the Pope knelt reverently before the idol and prayed. Holy light refracted off the glass of the dome, spreading throughout the church like the feathers of angels. Behind the Pope, an angel curled up in 8 pairs of wings is sleeping quietly. Vaguely audible, the sacred hymns echoed through the void. Suddenly, the holy light on the huge statue of the God of Light flickered slightly. The Pope's eyes opened, and a holy pentagram flashed in his eyes. The scent of the old gods. This direction is east. Impossible. A seal has been set there by the gods. It's impossible for a deity to be born there. Could it be that the Asgard side is unruly and ready to go in and harvest the faith? The Pope thought for a moment and spoke slowly, his voice ethereal and resounding throughout the church. Sheba, come see me quickly. Not long after, the door of the church opened, and a young girl wearing a pale white nun's uniform with beautiful caramel-colored pupils, as well as long flaxen hair slowly walked in. Behind her hovered a 2-winged angel holding a staff, radiating a faint holy light. Good day, Crown Pope. The Pope nodded slightly and spoke softly. Sheba, I remember that you have a Chinese bloodline. Sheba respectfully half-kneeled on the ground. My father is Chinese and my mother is Sakura. I'm half Chinese. The Pope nodded. Just now the Temple of Light dropped an oracle. The breath of the old god is reviving in the east. I'm going to send you to China to investigate the clues of the old god. Make sure to stop the old god from awakening. All temples of light and holy knights within the Far East are at your disposal. Hearing the Pope's order, Sheba raised his head in surprise and opened his mouth wide in shock, completely lacking the calm demeanor he just had. She was merely a second-ranked battle soul master who had just awakened and had only risen to level 50. Even if the battle spirit was an S-ranked 2-winged angel of power, it wasn't as if she was given such a difficult task right off the bat. Stopping the old gods from reviving, the Pope thinks too highly of her. Although the Temple of Light and the Holy Knights in the Far East were under her mobilization, it was too difficult. It was nothing less than asking a small priest who had just condensed holy light to catch the fallen angel Lucifer. Ah, just by me? Sheba inquired uncertainly, pointing at himself. The Pope smiled slightly and spoke. Don't worry, you're definitely not the only one. I'll ask Santiago to contact China and carry out an exchange student activity, so when the time comes, you'll travel to China with the other exchange students. The oracle shows that only you can do this, and the clue to the old gods is in the Kyoto Academy. Seeing that the Pope had already said his words to this point, Chiba couldn't refuse. Obey, Your Holiness. After eating the instant noodles, Sun Tao looked helplessly at the satisfied Sai Ling Na in front of him. Oops, it's so delicious. This thing called bubbly is too delicious. Food is still something that you people can do. Serena patted her small stomach in satisfaction, feeling like she had lived all these centuries for nothing. Sun Tao closed the table slightly, clapping her hands together. She said to Serena, "Come on, I'll take you to a nice place." Hearing that Sun Tao wanted to take her out to play, Sai Ling Na climbed up in a huff, excitedly. What good place? Anything good to eat? These 100 years had suffocated her. Every day she either stayed inside the Evernight Castle and slept, watched skeletons fight in the wilderness, surrounded by nothing but retarded werewolves or lowly blood slaves, and didn't even have anyone to talk to. Now that it's so hard to get out, I can't wait to play outside every day. Sun Tao wiped his hands and took out an ancient scroll from his ring. It was the Qianquan scroll that had just been acquired. Unfolding the scroll, Sun Tao's divine sense locked onto himself and Sai Ling Na on the side. In the midst of her screams, the two turned into a ball of ink and flew into the middle of the Qianquan scroll. After including the two of them, the Qianquan scroll floated slightly and gradually disappeared in midair, and Sun Tao and Sai Ling Na only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already appeared on a sandy beach, and a small land temple stood beside them. Sun Tao moved slightly closer and understood the usage of the land temple. Just by waving one hand, a curtain of light unfolded in front of him. Above was exactly the scene within the Qianquan scroll. It was a heaven and earth of thousands of square meters in size, with 6 islands of various sizes spread around. They were named Ethereal, Shenling, Yao Ji, Chengwan, Yunin, and Dan Yi. The islands are connected by land temples and have different scenic features, or Immortal Mist or Empty Valley Ghost. The island has mountains, forests, lakes and streams. The peaks are erect and steep, straight into the sky. The peaks are often surrounded by purple electricity, as if it is the place of heavenly thunder refining. Waterfalls cascade down the mountain with a roaring sound of water. A great sun hung overhead, and the surrounding area was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see. Looking at the ever-changing scene on the screen, Serena's mouth opened wide, her face filled with shock. Good, so beautiful. Chapter 41, The 6 Islands of Qianquan, Seeking Golden Votes. Serena also prided herself on having seen a lot of the world. As a blood with an unlimited lifespan, she had also traveled to islands, to forests, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers. But never have I seen such a magnificent view. It was a beauty she had never seen before that seemed to contain the supreme truth of heaven and earth. Almost every image is endlessly charming. Sensing her thoughts, Sun Tao smiled slightly. Let the Qianquan scroll give this country blood from the secret land a little oriental aesthetic shock. This Qianquan scroll is indeed a bit out of my expectation. It's so big initially, and if you use the spirit aura you can also increase the size of the island. Could it be that a party of small worlds could be derived afterward? Sun Tao lost his smile and shook his head. These were still too far for him. Just upgrading to a Rui scroll would require 100,000 points of spirit embodiment. If one wanted to upgrade it into a small world, how much spirit energy would one have to spend to do so? Waving her hand in front of the eyes of the dumbfounded Serena. Welcome to my world. Come on, let's stroll around our new future home. Listening to Sun Tao's words, Serena's eyes widened. Pointing to the island at his feet, he exclaimed in alarm. You said it was your world. Serena was going crazy. Sun Tao doesn't know what he's talking about himself. It's a subspace, and it's still a stable, independent subspace with law fragments attached. Simply the perfect foundation for the kingdom of God. A subspace as perfect as this was something she had only seen in alchemy books. Sun Tao smiled faintly and reached out his hand. A white cloud descended from the sky and landed in front of the two. After mastering the Qianquan scroll, he automatically gained a skill called Tong Yun. Unfortunately, it can only be used within the scroll, and it doesn't move very fast, so I guess it's just for him to catch up. Taking Sailina, who was still in shock, Sun Tao slowly flew up into the sky on a white cloud and flew towards the island. The island under our feet is called Misty Island, shrouded in light clouds all year round, and is the largest of the 6 islands. In addition to that there are the 5 islands of Xianling, Yao Qi, Chengwan, Yunin, and Dancliff all have their own specialties, and I'll take you through them slowly afterward. Racked with auspicious clouds, Sun Tao took Sai Ling Na to look at the island with ancient trees, strange rocks, and gurgling streams in the forest. One step at a time, a beautiful scene. After a few more minutes, the two flew over a mountain range and saw a clearing not far away. Halfway up the mountain, above it stood a small, simple, Masonry temple with the words Temple of the Five Vulnerable. Sun Tao clapped his hands and laughed when he read it. Funny, funny. Descending into the clouds, there was still a large green stone standing in front of the clearing, with the three big words Divine Immortal Mansion written on it. Reaching out, he pressed his hand against the lapis lazuli, pouring out mana as the shimmering light in his palm flickered. There was a flash of white light on the lapis lazuli, and a beautiful woman in a palace dress drilled out of a puff of white smoke. Bowing to Sun Tao, he said, "The spirit of the Qianquan scroll has met the bearer of the scroll." Sun Tao nodded and nudged at the Temple of the Five Viscera not far away. "Introduce this place." The scroll spirit bowed and said, "This place is the Temple of the Five Viscera, which is the core of the Qianquan scroll, and also the source of aura. And the bearer of the scroll can put in spiritual energy here to upgrade the spiritual veins of the scroll, and increase the concentration of aura on the various islands. In addition to this, the bearer of the scroll can consume spirit energy at my place to summon yellow turban warriors to build an immortal's cave. Cultivating in the immortal's cave will result in a spirit gathering effect." With the introduction of the rolled spirit, Sun Tao also gradually understood the characteristics of the various islands. The Misty Island main cultivation increased the spiritual chi acquired during cultivation. If the Qianquan scroll was upgraded to a Rui scroll, the 6/6 village would also appear on the Netherworld Island. The main body refining of Xianling Island has a thunderbolt peak, which can be used to forge the body with the help of heavenly thunder and increase the cultivation of the body. The master of Yaoqi Island grows medicines, and the seeds of medicines obtained outside can be put on Yaoqi Island, which will speed up the growth of medicines and increase their medicinal properties. Green Luan Island masters the beasts. The spirit beasts raised here can refine their bloodline, and may also awaken their innate divine abilities. Yunnan Island main refiner. The island has 3 earth fire veins, can produce 3 earth fire fine iron every month, can be used for weapon building. In Yunnan Island refining weapons, the success rate is 30% more than other places. Dan Cliff Island master alchemy. The island of Woodchi full of vitality, the most suitable for alchemy, can enhance the quality of the elixir into the Dan. After listening to the Rolling Spirit's introduction, Sun Tao's eyes were filled with different colors. This Qianquan scroll is also too cool. It's just like a magic tool for on-the-go gardening. It was only that only Misty Island was currently open to Sun Tao, and to unlock the other islands, one would need to invest in spirit embodiment. Looking at the jade slip that Rolling Spirit handed over with a smile on his face, Sun Tao instantly didn't want to laugh. Xianling Island 30,000 Spirit Aura. Yaoqi Island 60,000 Spirit Aura. Changluan Island 50,000 Spirit Aura. Yunnan Island 70,000 Spirit Aura. And Danny Island 50,000 Spirit Aura. It takes 260,000 spirit points to unlock them all. It's just that it needs spiritual aura value. Rolling Spirit nodded and smiled lightly. Everything in the painting is made of aura, so it naturally needs to be nourished by aura, and you need to provide 1,000 points of spiritual energy to the scroll every month. Otherwise the scroll will decline in aura and its power will be greatly reduced. Sun Tao sighed, not expecting to come to this world and have to carry a mortgage. Placing his hand on the large green stone, it showed that 5,000 points of spiritual energy were needed to build the lowest level 1 immortal mansion, causing the shy Sun Tao to frown straight away. "Hey, I thought I had some assets, but I didn't realize I was still a pauper." Sun Tao sighed and waved his hand for Rolling Spirit to go back first. Turning her head to Serena, she said, "During this time you'll stay in here for now. Find a place to rebuild the ancient fortress of Eternal Night. Tell me what you need and I'll prepare it for you. By the way, do you have any requirements for blood slaves?" The Qianquan scroll was simply too big, leaving Sun Tao alone to manage it. He simply didn't have the time. So after thinking about it, Sun Tao decided to leave Sai Ling Nai inside and let her manage it for him. Anyway, they had already signed a soul master-servant contract, and Selena's life and death were at her mercy, so she wasn't afraid of her betrayal at all. Sensing Sun Tao's thoughts, Serena was anxious. The reason she was willing to recognize Sun Tao as her master was because she didn't want to stay in the middle of that small secret realm. Now that Sun Tao was ready to lock himself up in this subspace, wouldn't it be a big loss for him to recognize the master? Say nothing to agree. And within this Qianquan scroll, because it had just been opened, there were no creatures whatsoever. If she stayed inside, Serena would have to die of boredom. In the end, it was Sun Tao who promised to let her come out to play for 10 days every month, and only then was she willing to serve as Sun Tao's big housekeeper. Blood slaves theoretically don't have any requirements, as long as they have a lower rank than me, but I see there's work in here later on growing herbs, keeping pets, mining, and such, and it's better to have humanoid blood slaves. I personally recommend orcs, ogres, winged men, elves, and other humanoid magical creatures, which can also retain a certain amount of consciousness after being transformed into blood slaves. making it easier for me to command them. If it's an ordinary human, it's likely to become an idiot after transforming into a blood slave. Sun Tao nodded. Orcs, ogres or whatever he definitely wouldn't choose. This Chinkuan scroll of his was so beautiful. Wouldn't it pollute his eyes to let those things in? Elves and winged men would be best, but he hadn't heard of any such magical monsters anywhere yet, so he would just have to keep an eye out for them later and find a chance to catch them. Actually, if you don't mind, skeleton monsters make great laborers, not eating or drinking, working hard, just perfect hard labor. Serena's words made Sun Tao's eyes light up. Skeleton monster. It's a coincidence. Li Shuiyao seemed to have made an appointment for him to go to the Silver Mystery Realm Skeleton Cave today. There's a lot of old skeletons in there. Chapter 42 Extreme Soul Power Potion. Auction, seeking support. Li Shuiyao leaned on the sports car with a pair of exaggerated toad sunglasses. Chewing gum, he paid no attention to the astonished stares around him. Where is this Missy from and why is she parking in our neighborhood? I don't know. I think she's waiting for someone by the looks of her. Who is so damn If I were to fall in love with her, even if I were to drive a luxury car and live in a villa, I would be willing. You really don't want to suffer at all. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Sun Tao slowly came down from upstairs. Sun Tao, I'm here. Li Shuiyao stood on her tiptoes and waved her hand towards Sun Tao with a shout. The surrounding residents were shocked. Surprisingly, it's Sun Tao. This kid is so spineless. He even eats soft food. Damn, really let him have a good time. It's so hard for me. It's not true. Tell me it's not true. Not bothering with the neighbors' whispers, Sun Tao walked directly to the passenger side of the sports car, opened the door and sat in. Li Shuiyao got into the car, took off her sunglasses, and inclined her head at him. You're a hard place to find. Not even a gate. Sun Tao shrugged. Resettlement neighborhoods are like this. Want to move out or not? You've got the money in your hand anyway, and I happen to have a couple of vacant houses that are turnkey ready to move into. Sun Tao thought about it or shook his head. Forget it. It's almost time for the War Soul exam. Who knows where I'll go to school behind me. If I go to Kyoto Academy, I'm going to buy a house in Kyoto directly. Li Shuiyao thought of Sun Tao's strength and felt that he had a point. With his strength, even if he couldn't get the national top prize, it would still be easy to enter the Kyoto Academy. That's fine. I have a house over in Kyoto anyway. If you want it, tell me in advance and I'll figure it out cheaper for you. Wouldn't letting Sun Tao live in his house be equivalent to cohabitation in disguise? As the thought came together, Li Shuiyao didn't know what image came to mind, and her face swished red. Sun Tao naturally didn't know what was going on in Li Shuiyao's head, and he already had plans for the money in his hand. After clearing the hidden mystery realm last time, he had accumulated quite a bit more equipment on him, together with those of Zhao Tianming, and handing them over to Li Shuiyao to deal with. It was estimated that they could be sold for another $30 to $40 million. It was just that Sun Tao didn't know if the officials were investigating Zhao Tianming right now, and he was worried that if he made a move now, it would attract the attention of the security bureau, so he hadn't contacted Li Shuiyao. Prepare to wait until you get to Kyoto. As for the money in hand now, you can keep a couple million down for living expenses. The rest, take 10 million out to buy some common animals, saplings, flowers and plants, ready to be put into the Chinkuan scroll to enrich the ecosystem. It would be too bleak to have any animals in there. With the remaining $30 million, Sun Tao was prepared to purchase some soul power potions. Soul power potions that were specifically for battle soul masters to use to enhance their soul power. It was known as the 3 basic potions along with gene potions and cultivation elixirs. Sun Tao was now armed with the Great Sage Stick technique and the Angry Ape power, so he didn't have to worry about his physical body at all. Recently, he had also seized a batch of extreme spiritual liquids from Zhao Tianming, so there was no need to rush on cultivation resources. His biggest shortcoming right now was instead his own mana ceiling. Raging Ape strength was, after all, a feat that favored melee combat, and the mana limit raised by each upgrade was too small. Right now, Sun Tao's entire body's mana couldn't perform a couple of gathering forms and dispersing chi, let alone a millimeter hair detachment. Using it once would have drained his mana. Therefore, if Sun Tao wanted to increase his battle power, the most crucial thing was to increase his mana limit. The Soul Power Potion, on the other hand, was a potion that specialized in raising the soul power ceiling for battle soul masters, by increasing the battle soul master's spiritual strength and raising the soul power ceiling, thus achieving the purpose of raising the mana ceiling. It's just that this stuff has been in short supply in the market because of the rarity of the raw material. Relying on Sun Tao's current means, even if he had money, he couldn't buy it, so Sun Tao could only ask Li Shuiyao to see if she had any ideas. Soul Power Potion? Li Shuiyao held the steering wheel with one hand and pondered. That stuff can't be bought very well, but our family still has some channels. How many do you want? I can sell you $3 million apiece. 3 million isn't that expensive. Sun Tao had learned about the market for soul power potions. Even the most inferior low-grade soul power potions could be sold for more than 2 million outside. $3 million, at most, is the price of entry for Li Shueyo and her family. Thanks a lot. I have about $30 million on hand right now. Please help me buy 10 soul power potions. Li Shueyo thought about it and said to him, the potency of low-grade soul power potions is weaker, and if you drink too much of them you will also develop resistance. Instead of using 10 of them you should think of a way to get an extremely high-grade soul power potion. At the end of next month, there will be an auction in Kyoto, which happens to have 5 extreme soul power potions in it, so you can try to fight for them. Extreme Psionic Potion. Not only can it greatly increase the soul power cap, but with the previously acquired Phantom Moon Pigeon Flower, it can also greatly increase the probability of obtaining a second soul skill. Would Li Shueya be so kind, letting herself have the extreme soul power potion? You know, she also had the Phantom Moon Pigeon Flower in her hand. Looking at the expression on Sun Tao's face, Li Shueya knew what he wanted to say. Don't worry, I've already taken 3 extreme soul power potions after my awakening, and resistance has developed in my body, so I can still take at most 1 more, so I won't compete with you. On the contrary, I'll even help you, as long as you share 1 with me after you shoot the potion. Sun Tao was puzzled. Why don't you ask your family for help? Li Shueyo smiled bitterly. Each family's resources are limited. Even the Li family is no exception. So while we, the children of the family, may seem to be in the limelight, we actually have to fight for everything on our own. If this set of potions was auctioned off by the family, there's no way it would have been mine. When Sun Tao heard this, he was still puzzled. It can't be. You're an A-class battle spirit. Wouldn't your family give you a tilt in resources? Li Shueyo smiled bitterly. Class A battle spirit? Hee. Which of our family sons and daughters are not fed with various potions after birth? The worst can awaken a B-class battle soul out. Class A battle souls, they don't even have the qualifications to enter the genealogy, not to mention that our family is only a branch of the Li family in Kyoto. The real power of speech is still in the hands of the family head. This was the first time Sun Tao had heard Li Shueyo mention their family's situation, but she only said a few words before shaking her head and saying no more. Anyway, keep some money in your hand during this period of time. The last auction price of the Extreme Soul Power Potion was about $80 million apiece, and this time, I'm only afraid that it will be even more expensive. I'll bring some money with me when the time comes, and the 2 of us will work together, and all I need afterwards is an Extreme Soul Power Potion. There are still a lot of good things at the auction. Even if you can't buy a soul power potion, you can still shoot some other things. $80 million a pop. 5 is 400 million. Sun Tao silently calculated in his heart. That is, counting those equipments of Zhao Tianming. It seems that it is not quite enough. Luckily the auction is at the end of next month and he still has time, so he should be able to brush up. The sports car sped along and quickly drove out of the west gate of the city to a huge open field on the outskirts. It was full of parked cars, with buses and RVs going in and out of it from time to time. Li Shueyo parked the car and unbuckled her seatbelt. Let's go. This is the closest public parking area to the Skull Cave. We'll meet up with the others before we take a unified ride to the Skull Cave entrance. Sun Tao nodded and pushed the door to get out of the car, walking to join Li Shueyo. Suddenly, Li Shueyo reached out and took Sun Tao's arm. Even through the thick red lotus armor, Sun Tao could still feel the amazing elasticity and couldn't help but twist his arm. Li Shueyo instantly blushed with a pretty face, and fiercely pinched Sun Tao's soft flesh along the gap in the armor. Be honest with me. Remember what I just told you in the car? Sun Tao muttered. It's starting now? I thought we had to wait for everyone to arrive before we started. Chapter 43, Skeleton Cave. Su Wei. Within a short time, the 2 of them walked to the entrance of a large square. Inside was a bazaar that the Battle Soulmasters had organized themselves to purchase some of the items and equipment needed to travel to the Skeleton Cave. Some Battle Soulmasters returning from their adventures in the cave might also choose to dispose of some of their excess magical materials here. At the entrance, there was also a group of 6 student-like Battle Soulmasters looking around, as if they were waiting for someone. The equipment on their bodies, as well as the high-class clothing they were lined with, made it clear that they were definitely not ordinary people. Seeing Li Shueya and Sun Tao approaching, one of the girls immediately waved and shouted excitedly, Shueya, this way, we're here. This girl's name is Su Sweetie, a girlfriend who grew up with Li Shueya. It's also one of the top rich kids in Shuzhou City. When Li Shueya saw her, she let go of Sun Tao's arm and went up to her and linked arms with her. Sweets, how many levels have you practiced to? Don't mention it. A few days ago I went to the Scarlet Forest to practice leveling. I hadn't even fought a few monsters when the security bureau came and drove us away. And now I'm still half a pipe short of level 3 experience. You have to protect me later, Su Shengtian said, looking towards Sun Tao who came with Li Shueya. Who is this? Their adventure to the skeleton cave this time was organized by her cousin, Su Wei, in order to pursue Li Shueyao. So everyone was very sensible, and the people they brought with them were basically bodyguards from their families, giving young Master Su plenty of room to show off. However, Li Shueyao's bodyguard, Sweet Su, basically knew them all. I've never seen a man like Sun Tao. Looking at Sun Tao's handsome face, Sweet Su couldn't help but blush. He thought to himself whether he should ask Li Shueyao to ask him over. Anyway, she was going to be with her cousin soon, so it would be a waste to put such a good resource in her place. But the next moment, Li Shueyao's introduction directly shocked everyone's jaws. He's my boyfriend, Sun Tao. Ah, Sweet Su let out a strange cry, her eyes glaring, pointing at Sun Tao. He stammered, "He is your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Why don't I know?" Li Shueyao smiled gently and ran to Sun Tao's side, holding his arm. "Ha ha ha, just the other day, before I had a chance to tell you guys, don't look at him, he looks mediocre, but he's still very strong." Mediocre? The crowd looked at Sun Tao's handsome face and secretly spat in their hearts. With a face this handsome, you call him mediocre? And keeping in mind Li Shueyao's advice in the car, Sun Tao smiled faintly at the crowd. "Hello everyone, I'm Sun Tao, a level 10 battle soul master." Level 10. The crowd was once again shocked. This guy looked about their age. It shouldn't have been long since the awakening either. I can't believe they're all level 10. Did he turn it on? Looking at the crowd's shocked appearance, Sun Tao secretly snickered. This if he told them that he was already level 23, they must not be scared to death. Who's level 10? We still have such a powerful genius in Shuzhou City? Suddenly a frivolous voice reached the ears of the crowd, and everyone instantly changed their faces. Li Shueyao and Sun Tao turned to look. A handsome-looking boy in silver armor was seen slowly walking out of the market. He looked at Li Shueyao with a face full of surprise. Still, Sun Tao noticed that when his eyes swept over himself, a faintly invisible trace of disgust swept through the depths of his pupils. He was followed by a middle-aged mage wearing glasses, dressed in white vestments and radiating a burst of light magic. Sun Tao looked at Li Shueyao on the side and inquired with his eyes, "Is this the guy?" Li Shueyao nodded slightly and greeted him with a smile on her face. "It's been a long time, big brother Su." Li Shueyao had told Sun Tao in the car that Su Wei was the son of the mayor of Shuzhou City and had been chasing after her recently, and because of the family business, it was inconvenient for her to tear herself away from him. So it's only up to Sun Tao to make Su Wei know what to do. Sun Tao understood, and without waiting for Su Wei to approach, he immediately took 2 steps forward and extended his hand with a smile. You're Su Wei, Xiao Su, right? I heard from my Shueyao that you usually take care of her. Thank you so much. My baby is usually just a bit strong. She doesn't listen to anyone but me, so don't take it to heart if she ever says anything wrong. Let's put it this way, after Shueyao and I finalized our relationship, I haven't treated everyone to dinner yet. How about I treat everyone to a rub tonight? Sun Tao greeted extremely polite. Is that this fell on the ears of Su Wei? How to hear how uncomfortable. However, Sun Tao does not care if Su Wei is not comfortable. He is charged. How much money to do how much? Doesn't Wei Su feel good? That's right. All it takes is for him to be uncomfortable. Listening to Sun Tao's mouth with one Shueyao on the left and one baby on the right made Su Wei almost angry. He'd never seen anyone so brazen. Did you guys get a license? Just do a baby right, Shueyao called. There is no consideration for other people's feelings. Considering that Li Shueyao was in front of him, it was not good for Su Wei to get angry, so he could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart and said softly, "Dinner is not necessary. Not everyone is qualified to dine with us. Since everyone is here, let's hurry up and get going." After saying that, Su Wei stopped talking and directly crossed over the crowd, leading the way towards the entrance of the skeleton cave. No one but Sun Tao saw that a stern killing intent flashed below his eyes. "Interesting, want to kill me? Let's see if your means are tough enough." Sun Tao grinned, his heart growing more and more excited about what was to come. Take the money of others and make it go away. It's more enjoyable to just knock it out of the park with a stick as opposed to hooking up with this guy. After all, dead people don't harass others. Pay your ticket and enter the entrance to the Cave of Skulls. In a trance, the group walked into a dark cave, entering the hidden secret realm, Skeleton Cave, Level 1. Team strength being tested. Battle power detection complete. Matching secret difficulty. Difficulty, Hell. Level requirement, 0, 100. Number of persons required, 10. Requirements, kill skeleton warrior 0 of 300. Kill skeleton mage 0 of 3. Kill spirit knight 0 of 1. Introduction, in the ancient past, the god of death, Munger, in order to develop believers, gave mages the power to manipulate death, causing the empire to collapse overnight, and the originally prosperous capital city was transformed into a deep, bottomless horror cavern. Hearing the system prompts coming from their ears, except for Sun Tao, everyone's complexion was a bit taut. Holy, How could it be a skeleton cave on hell difficulty? It's over. We can't beat this. Asterisk 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 hell difficulty. We're afraid that we can't even beat the little monsters. Brother Su, why don't we retreat? Before Su Wei could say anything, a few of the other boys had already budged. They were both second-generation rich and their happy lives had just begun. There was no reason to risk their lives just to accompany Su Wei to pick up girls. Even Li Shueyo looked at Sun Tao in shock. Hell difficulty again? They'd come in to explore before and were only matched to normal difficulty. So how could it be hell this time? Is it because of Sun Tao? Chapter 44, You Go Draw the Monsters. Young Su, what do you say? Should we continue? In the group, a man in leather armor looked at Su Wei. Su Wei was also full of tangles. As much as he wanted to appear cloudy in front of Li Shueya, but the hell copy was just too terrifying. And even if he had invited a level 39 Holy Light Battle Soul Master in advance, he wasn't necessarily sure that he would be able to make it out in one piece. But as soon as he saw Li Shueyo snuggled in Sun Tao's chest, a nameless fire rose in Su Wei's heart. Damn it, isn't it just the skeleton cave on hell difficulty? What's there to be afraid of? Su Wei said loudly. I've already done the strategy before. All the difficulties of this secret world of the skeleton cave are the same content. With the strategy in hand, even if the level of the demons is higher and more intense, it's not like we don't have a chance. Please believe me. As long as we work steadily and cooperate with each other, we'll get through this. Immediately after Su Wei finished speaking, some of his juniors followed suit. Young Su, well said. If you say what to do, we'll do it. That's right. If we retreat from just one hell difficulty secret realm, we won't be able to mix in the future. That's right. Since the secret realm has measured our battle power to be able to beat the hell difficulty, then we must be fine. Looking at the crowd supporting him, Su Wei smiled triumphantly. Turning his head to look at Li Shueyo, he realized that she had been whispering with Sun Tao on the side, not even glancing at him. Do you guys still have me in your sights? Su Wei's heart burned furiously with anger, and he forced down his anger and spoke. Then let's report our levels and battle souls first to make it easier to arrange tactics. Let's start with myself. I'm a rank 5 Battle Soul Master with an A-ranked Battle Soul Thundercloud Lance. Level 39 Battle Soul Master. C-rank Battle Soul Holy Light Scepter. Behind Su Wei, the white-robed mage wearing glasses spoke succinctly. The others also popped their ranks in Battle Souls. Basically, the second generation were all B-ranked Battle Souls around level 5 or 6, and the bodyguards they brought with them were all C-ranked Battle Soul Masters around 29 or 30. The worst was Sweetly, who was still less than level 3 and basically had no combat power. After listening to the crowd, Su Wei looked at Sun Tao and asked in a deep voice, I know that Shui Yao is a rank 6 Battle Spirit Master, and her Battle Spirit is a rank a Green Jade Lotus with a blood boosting skill. I wonder what kind of battle spirit this brother has. What abilities does it have? The crowd also looked at Sun Tao. Although most of them were from the first middle school, they usually simply looked down on Sun Tao and the rest of the ordinary students, and therefore did not recognize him. Sun Tao snapped his cheeks. Oh, Brother Wei, me? I'm a level 10 Battle Soul Master. D-ranked Battle Soul Golden Silk Monkey. Class D Golden Monkey? You're that Sun Tao from Class 3? Asterisk 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 Are you the special effects master Sun Tao who had a vision so bad when he awakened, but turned out to be a D-rank battle soul at first glance? The moment Sun Tao spoke of his battle spirit, everyone, including Su Wei, instantly stared in disbelief. A hint of a mocking expression also surfaced on his face towards Li Shueya, as if to say, is this the boyfriend you're looking for? That's it? Li Shueya was still ready to say something for Sun Tao, but he pulled his hand. I am indeed a D-ranked battle spirit. Why? Sun Tao couldn't see the slightest expression on his face. What else? You still have the face to ask what's wrong. You're a loser and you have the face to rub off on our experience. That's it. A D-ranked battle spirit. It's not useful at all. It's over. This really can't be beat. Without waiting for Su Wei to speak, the others began to curse. In their eyes, a D-class battle spirit was trash. Even if Sun Tao had level 10. So what? What kind of battle power can a D-ranked battle spirit have? And it's also a ginormous battle spirit, which doesn't sound like much of a combatant. So are we going to use bananas to feed the skeletons inside? Dude, that's where you're wrong. We came to the skeleton cave to familiarize ourselves with the battle spirit and improve our battle power, not to spend time and pick up girls. You, a D-ranked battle spirit, are more suited to go to the green grassland to fight slimes instead of coming here to cause trouble, Su Wei said coldly. At those words, Li Shueyo couldn't hold back completely. No matter what, Sun Tao is also someone he brought here. They were simply slapping her in the face with these words now. She pulled Sun Tao by the hand. Wei Su, what do you mean? Su Wei shrugged. Literally just. Let me tell you, Su Wei, don't think you're so powerful. Sun Tao's strength is not something you can imagine. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to cross the secret realm today. Hearing Li Shuiao's words, Su Wei smiled disdainfully and pointed at Sun Tao. Just him? A D-ranked battle spirit master? Shuiao, have you been tricked by him? Even if he's level 10, what can he do? How much battle power can a D-ranked battle spirit have? 30 or 50 points? I'd say it's tops to get over 80. And unimaginable. I think it's unimaginable garbage. Su Wei looked at Sun Tao with contempt, his face full of disdain. But then, for your sake, it's okay for us to take him. But after the secret realm is cleared, all the rewards we have to distribute according to the team's contribution. Work more and get more. Work less and get less. No labor, no gain. Su Wei stared at Sun Tao, and it was clear that the last sentence meant something. And Sun Tao didn't care. I don't care. Li Shuiao on the side sneered and quietly said to Sun Tao, let him know what strength means later. Sun Tao gave an okay sign. Don't worry, it's wrapped. Since Su Wei had spoken, the others naturally wouldn't object. Looking at the black cave of skeletons, everyone pulled out their own equipment from their space pockets and put it on, ready for the adventure. Seeing that Sun Tao hadn't made a move, Su Wei smiled disdainfully. Brother, you don't have any equipment yet, do you? I have a spare pair of armor here. Why don't you take it first? You're not going to do much damage later anyway. Might as well draw more fire for good measure. Su Wei seemed to be kindly suggesting this, but in fact, in his heart, he couldn't wait for Sun Tao to die in the middle of the secret realm. Anyway, isn't it normal for a few people to die in a secret adventure? Thinking of this, the corner of Su Wei's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. As soon as these words came out, the others also held a smile on their faces, and their gazes looked at the expressionless Sun Tao in unison, wanting to see how he would respond. Sun Tao scratched his head, a bit helpless. Do you have to wear armor for a secret realm of this magnitude? Dude, you're crazy. Did you know that in a secret realm of hell difficulty, the little monsters are equivalent to the little bosses out there? With your little body, the little monsters inside can send you to your death with a single slash. Su Wei reached out his hand to signal for silence. It looks like you're confident in your strength. Brother, as it happens, there are a couple of fallen skeletons in there. Why don't you go and lure them over, as a contribution? Hearing Su Wei's words, Sun Tao immediately brightened up. Yeah, he was worried about finding an excuse to go solo. So many little skeletons in the middle of the skeleton cave could be valuable labor. If they could all be collected into the Qianquan scroll, there would be no worries about hard labor in the future. Chapter 45, he's opened up, isn't he? Seeking golden tickets, moving along the dark cave until there was no more trace of torches in front of them. Only then did Sun Tao invoke the copper cloud stick. His eyes emitted golden light, and the dark cave was as bright as day. Click, click, click. Before he could take a few steps, a sound of bones clashing suddenly came from the front. 5 or 6 skeleton warriors crawled out from the land, holding broken knives and swords in their hands, opening and closing their mouths at Sun Tao, not knowing what they were saying. Skeleton warrior, rank, 13, battle strength, 275, skill, crippling strike. Looking at the attributes of the skeleton warrior, Sun Tao bristled. Rubbish! With a swing of the baton, the 6 skeleton warriors instantly shattered into a field of debris. Drops! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior. Gained experience *10, spirit value *2. Drops! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior. Gained experience *10, spirit value *2. Drops! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior. Gained experience *10, spirit value *2. Listening to the system message in his ear, Sun Tao frowned. This experience and spiritual content is too low. Could it be that because he had leveled up, the experience and spiritual content of these low-level monsters had been lowered as well? Sun Tao shook his head, irritated at the thought of wasting time on this trash later. Thinking for a moment, he looked back and saw that Su Wei and the others weren't following. With a flip of his palm, he pulled out the Qianquan scroll and gently waved his hand, releasing Serena from the scroll. Master! Serena pinched the hem of her skirt and owed it to Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and said to her, there are a lot of skeletons inside this cave. See which ones are useful and we'll receive them inside the Qianquan scroll. Kill them all if you don't have any. Serena nodded and turned her head to look deeper into the cavern, a blood-red pentagram magic formation lighting up in her pupils. It's all the lowest level of skeleton warriors that have no value, but there seems to be 3 skeleton mages deep in the passage that seem to be of some use, so consider taking them in. Sun Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and slung the copper cloud stick over his shoulder. So what are we waiting for? Go! I'll take care of the skeleton mongrels. You go collect those 3 skeleton mages. With that, Sun Tao stomped his feet and his entire body turned into a stream of light rushing towards the depths of the skeleton cave. Countless skeleton warriors sleeping in the passageway had been awakened by Sun Tao, howling and crawling out from all sides. Before they could launch an attack, A bloody light violently pierced through their chests, instantly killing these skeleton warriors in seconds. Serena withdrew her palm and looked at Sun Tao's disappearing figure with a faint smile. The whole person slowly faded into the darkness. Actually, the first level of the skeleton cave isn't that big. It's just that the demonic monsters are denser, and a lot of the time, those skeleton warriors are hiding in the dirt underneath their feet or in the cracks of the walls, and you're completely unaware of when you're going to get a sudden hit like that. At the entrance of the cave, Wei Su was giving everyone a final explanation of the secret realm. He held a book in his hand, which was densely written with tips and notes about the skeleton cave. Waving his hand, he asked the white-robed mage behind him to put a light shield on everyone. This light shield is able to defend everyone against a sneak attack from a skeleton monster. So everyone try to act carefully and don't just deplete the shield. When Su Wei finished speaking, the others laughed out loud. Don't worry, Xiao Su. We're not wastes who have awakened D-rank battle souls. There's no way these trashy skeleton monsters can hurt us. That's right. Let that kid go to draw monsters. So long have not seen movement. Afraid that do not know where to hide. Oh, ha ha ha. Maybe it didn't go far at all. And we'll see him on the ground shivering as soon as we get in later. Listening to the mockery of the crowd, Li Shueya felt bad in her heart. But Sun Tao had said not to argue with these people. He had a way to shut them up. Hearing the crowd's comments, Su Wei laughed and scolded. It's better to be careful. The small monsters inside the skeleton cave aren't much of a threat, mainly because the monster density is relatively high. Often it touches a dozen or more skeleton monsters. When you fight later, remember to use ranged attacks to clear the monsters at speed. Don't get tangled up with them. Also, heading inside, there will be 3 forks in the road, and only the leftmost intersection leads to the final level boss, the Necromancer. The other 2 intersections are dead ends, one with 100 skeleton warriors and one with 3 skeleton mages. Both are tough, so be careful. After Su Wei finished speaking, the other boy nodded and said, Brother Su is right. There is only one life. It's better for everyone to be careful. Even with a full complement of level 15 adventuring groups, it's still more difficult to fight this skeleton cave. None of us are strong, and it's still a hell level difficulty. It's better to play it safe and steady. The boy had just finished speaking when Sweetie Sue suddenly screamed, Look, you guys, look at the mission panel. The crowd was shocked and thought that something had changed in the secret mission. Rush to open the quest panel and take a look. Requirements: kill skeleton warrior 13 of 300, kill skeleton mage 0 of 3, kill spirit knight 0 of 1. Only the number of slain skeleton warriors on the quest panel was jumping rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 13 to 18 and then to 25. The whole thing took less than a second. Looking at the jumping numbers, the crowd's heads instantly went a little down. What's going on here? Something wrong with the system? Goddamn system error. This is a rule incarnate. Can it be wrong? We're all here? Who's killing the monsters? Could it be? The crowd froze, unable to believe their guesses. All 9 of their party were still at the entrance of the cave ready. Only one person has entered the cave so far. At the same time, the number of killed skeleton monsters on the quest panel soared. All the clues indicate that this is Sun Tao opening a killing ring. Everyone was shocked at the idea. One couldn't help but wonder if they had entered the wrong secret realm, or misheard the secret difficulty. Could it be that this is the easy difficulty Skull Cave? Asterisk 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 really? A level 10 D-ranked battle soul master can have this strength? Could this be a fake hell difficulty secret realm? Killed 7 more. Did he encounter all these skeleton monsters in seconds? Follow it up and see if you don't. The crowd rushed up, and the remains of the skeletal warriors were everywhere along the way. The shattered and broken bones, looking at the crowd, continuously sucked in cold air. Is this guy really a D-class battle spirit? An attack this horrible? Bones are pulverized? Before the crowd could think clearly, they saw the number of skeleton warriors killed in the quest panel jumped by a massive 100. Then the number of skeleton mages slammed from 0 to 3. The crowd instantly froze in place. Jaws agape. Su Wei even screamed out directly. This can't be right. Just now, Sun Tao directly secured 100 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton mages in an instant. Those monsters aren't even in the same place. It's simply not possible. Even if he was strong, didn't it take time to catch up? Doesn't it take time to kill monsters? How is it possible to spike all these monsters at the same time? Su Wei's mind was in turmoil, and after thinking for half a day, he could only come up with one possibility. He's hung up, right? Chapter 46. What do you think you're messing with him for? The crowd jogged all the way to the end of the centermost fork in the road. Only skeleton remains were seen all over the ground, and there was no sign of Sun Tao at all. Boss! He must be at the boss! Su Wei roared loudly. If he didn't catch up with Sun Tao quickly, the entire secret realm of demonic monsters would be killed by him. It would have been fine if it was any other time, but the bad thing was that Su Wei had just used a fairness scroll to change the team's distribution mode to output distribution. They won't even get a share of the final experience if they still don't contribute, not to mention all the equipment that popped out. Damn, why didn't you say earlier if you have this kind of strength? Su-wei cursed Sun Tao in his heart for being despicable. His feet didn't dare to stop for a moment, and led the crowd to the other side of the boss area quickly. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw Sun Tao calmly waving his copper cloud stick and sweeping it across the room with a stick. Bang! In an instant, the dozen or so skeleton warriors summoned by the necromancer were swept away. Without even being able to let out a scream, they shattered into countless pieces of skeleton in the air. After killing a dozen or so skeleton warriors with a stick in seconds, Sun Tao did not stop for a second. Instead, he collapsed with a heavy step, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light rushing towards the necrotic knights not far away. Roar! The necromancer roared explosively, dancing the huge sword in his hand and swinging it down fiercely at Sun Tao. Under its terrifying power, the earth under its feet was instantly sunken, and countless cracks spread crazily in all directions from the center of it. The incomparably sharp sword chi slashed towards Sun Tao like a pike. Swish! Facing the incoming sword chi, Sun Tao's figure deftly swayed, leaving a residual shadow in place, directly dodging the necromancer's sword chi, and charging towards it at a faster speed. Approaching the necromancer's body, he only saw Sun Tao flicking his toes and lending his strength on a large rock in the cave. The entire person leapt up, and the iron rod in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. Die for me! A stick was swung out. A golden ape shadow was revealed behind Sun Tao. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Powerful mana was poured into the copper cloud stick, carrying the whistling wind of the stick and ruthlessly slammed down on the head of the necrotic knight. The berserk stick momentum landed on top of the necromancer's head, and the berserk power instantly annihilated the soul fire in its skull. Click! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracks continued to spread from the top of the necromancer's head, gradually spreading all over his body. Along with the skeleton warhorse underneath him, they were turned into debris all over the ground. Drop! You have killed the level 15 leader Necro Knight, gaining experience *82 and spirit value *21. No! Seeing that the necromancer had been seconded, Su-wei let out a cry of sorrow. I didn't realize that they were desperately rushing and still hadn't rubbed off on the boss's experience. This was a wasted trip and a hitch in the admission money for the Skull Cave. The others all looked dumbfounded at this scene. Each one of them was dumbfounded, desperately rubbing their eyes, simply unable to believe the scene in front of them. Sun Tao collected his stick and got up, turning his head to look at the crowd at the entrance of the cave with a slightly raised eyebrow. Yo, you guys are running pretty fast. You arrived earlier than I thought. The crowd stared at each other, their faces filled with intense shock. What a terrible power. What a terrifying battle. A single stick had secured a level 15 necromancer. Is he really a D-class battle spirit? They all believed it when they said he was a god-level battle spirit. Looking at the Sun Tao in front of them, the expressions on everyone's faces froze, and each of them stared at him as if they were seeing a monster, staring at him with a deadpan expression. Especially Su-wei, who wanted to find an opportunity to put Sun Tao to death, was even more pale at this moment. It was very worrying that Sun Tao would suddenly rise up and take himself out. Behind him, the white-robed mage holding the scepter even slightly lowered his head, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Under his breath, he muttered, "Interesting guy. Why are you so powerful? Just how much battle power do you have?" After half a day of silence, one of the fat men in the group finally couldn't hold back and asked with a trembling voice. The others were also staring at Sun Tao with burning eyes. They are also curious. Isn't he a D-class battle spirit? Even if it's a level 10 D-ranked battle spirit, it doesn't have much combat power. How did he get so good? The point was, this guy didn't seem to use any special skills the entire time. He just swung with his stick and secured a bunch of skeleton warriors and necromancers. It was important to realize that these monsters, even if they were protected by a level 30 plus battle soul master, they would still have to fight for half an hour. Available at Sun Tao settled the fight in 3 seconds. No one would believe this if they told you. Facing Fatty's inquiry, Sun Tao shrugged. Don't worry about this. Anyway, it won't drag you guys down. A sentence of dragging back was like a loud slap in the face of the crowd. Everyone except for Li Shueyo had their old faces reddened and subconsciously glanced to Su-wei who was on the side. What do you think you're messing with him for? It's okay now. Now not only did the experience go uneaten, but you had to pay for a ticket for nothing. It could have been a big hug, but it had to be like this. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su-wei also had an ugly face and was extremely upset, but he didn't dare to refute it. After all, Sun Tao's strength was too strong. Here again, in the middle of the secret realm, he wasn't sure that Uncle Qin behind him would be able to save him. As for Li Shueyo who was on the side, the autumn water swirled with surprise in her eyes as she looked at Sun Tao. Stinking Sun Tao, not even telling me when he's so strong. This will make Su-wei completely die. Ahem. She coughed lightly twice and opened her mouth with a smile. Now everyone sees the strength of Brother Sun. I think with our battle power, we can totally try the second level. However, the prerequisite is that everyone must listen to Brother Sun's command. When Su Wei heard this, he just wanted to open his mouth to object, but when he opened his mouth, he realized that he didn't have any reason to refute it. Generally speaking, if battle soul masters who ventured outside made temporary teams, in the absence of professional commanding talents, the person with the strongest strength would often serve as the captain. The strength that Sun Tao had displayed now could already be said to have crushed everyone. Even the bodyguards they brought with them didn't seem as powerful as Sun Tao, fully qualified to captain the team. In this regard, Sun Tao was indifferent. Anyway, no matter if it was the first floor or the second floor, he could kill it with a single stick. There's not much difference. So, he wouldn't mind taking the command position back. It saved him from having to watch out for Su Wei's disruptions while fighting. By the way, if I am allowed to be the commander, the principle of distribution remains the same. More work, more pay. Less work, less gain. No labor, no pay. Sun Tao's words made the crowd unable to resist glancing at the output panel within their line of sight. 1. Sun Tao, 100% output. 2. Li Falcon, 0% output. 3. Wei Su, 0% output. 4. Li Shuya, 0% output. Crowd. After a moment of silence, the crowd still couldn't help but look at Su Wei at the side. Why do you think you messed with him? At that moment, the white-robed priest who had been standing behind Su Wei spoke up. Forget it, the second level is still too dangerous for you guys. Even we have to deal with it carefully. The slightest mishap will result in a reunion. I suggest that this secret realm trial ends here. Anyway, it's still early. We can go to the rocky wasteland on the side to improve our strength. Chapter 47, the second level of the skeleton cave, requesting support. Hearing Uncle Chin's words, Su Wei's eyes lit up. Yes, this secret realm they already have no chance. Go to the second floor is not even more watching Sun Tao show. Instead of doing that, you should go out to the outside adventure zone and practice. The effect was a little worse, but you could ignore Sun Tao pretending to be in front of you, lest you end up drying and shattering your own Dao heart. The rest of the team was also in the middle of a collective silence. Although they didn't get anything this time, they had sort of cleared the skeleton cave floor of hell difficulty. It's a good way to talk about it and put on a bit of a show. As for the $2 million for the tickets, they haven't given it a second thought. After all, who in here isn't spending millions of pocket change a month? A mere $2 million in exchange for a pretentious qualification. They felt that it was still a good profit. Then we'd better leave. The crowd chose to leave the secret realm one after another, walking into the teleportation portal on the side one after another. Only when Su Wei's figure completely disappeared did Li Shuya turn her head to look at Sun Tao. You're not leaving? Sun Tao shook his head and looked at the entrance that surfaced on the wall after the death of the necromancer. It's not easy to come here once, so I'm going to take a look at the second level. Anyway, his purpose of entering the skeleton cave this time was mainly to collect some skeletons that could serve as hard labor. Only 3 skeleton mages had been captured now, which was still far from enough for the construction of the ancient fortress of Eternal Night. That's why Sun Tao planned to enter the second level to take a look. Anyway, with his strength, he was strong enough to sweep through the monsters on the second level. Without people like Su Wei dragging him down, Sun Tao could completely fire away. Even if the difficulty was doubled, Sun Tao was fearless. Upon hearing this, Li Shuya immediately retracted the half of her foot that had already stepped into the portal. The eyes burned into Sun Tao. You're going to the second level? Take me with you. Sun Tao frowned. Li Shuya was such a dish. Wouldn't bringing her be a distraction? He doesn't care to be someone's babysitter. Anyway, Li Shuya's previous commission was just to pretend to be her boyfriend to make Su Wei die. There was no need to take her with you when you'd already accomplished the task perfectly yourself. Instantly, he shook his head. Forget it, I haven't been to the second level. I'm still not sure how strong the monsters are. It's a bit inconvenient to bring you along. Li Shuya, I can add money. Sun Tao, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is that classmates still need to help each other. If you want to go to the second floor to take a look, I'll fight to the death to protect you. How much do you add? Li Shuya looked at Sun Tao speechlessly. Why didn't she see that he was so greedy for money before? 100,000. How's that? Sun Tao thought about it and felt that he could have asked for more. But 100,000 will only get me to take you to the second level. You'll have to pay more if you want me to bail you out. Another 100,000 minimum. Li Shuya smiled lightly. It's fine. Just 100,000. Just take me in. I'll run myself if there's danger. Sun Tao. Awesome. Seeing that the words had been said to this point, Sun Tao could not say anything. After offering to go out and immediately transfer the money, he took Li Shuya and stepped into the second level of the portal. Say, did you get a lot of stuff after beating the first floor? Do you need me to take care of it for you? The price is covered. Swish. At the entrance of the skeleton cave, with a flash of light, Su Wei and the others teleported out from the first floor of the skeleton cave. Looking at the surrounding figures, Sweet Su suddenly screamed in shock. Shu Wei-ya! Shu Wei-yo didn't come out. The crowd was startled and hurriedly looked around, and sure enough, there was no figure of Li Shueyo or Sun Tao. Really? And Sun Tao? Neither of them came out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They're not going into the second level. It can't be. The difficulty doesn't reset when you enter the second level. That's the skeleton cave on hell difficulty. Even if Sun Tao is as strong as he is, there's no way he can beat the boss on the second level. That's a level 40 Death Archer. A nightmare for a first-ranked battle soul master. Who knows? Maybe the two are just kissing inside the secret realm. Couples who just fell in love. You know. Listening to the crowd's discussion in his ears, Su Wei's face became increasingly ugly. Enough! Bang! With a roar, Su Wei directly plunged the lance in his hand onto the ground, countless thunderbolts spilling out in all directions, startling all the surrounding battle soul masters. Seeing Su Wei's face, the crowd didn't dare to say anything more. Just the look of drama on his face couldn't be hidden in any way. Observing the expressions on everyone's faces, Su Wei was simply so angry that his teeth were about to be clenched. He couldn't wait to immediately rush into the middle of the secret realm and pull Sun Tao out to kill him, but he couldn't do it with his current strength. Deadly staring at the blue teleportation light door, he waited for half a day without seeing the figures of Sun Tao and Li Shueyo appear. Su Wei instantly understood that they must have gone to the second floor. The thought of the two being intimate left only one thought in his mind. Damn Sun Tao, I won't let you go. Drops. Entering the hidden secret realm, skeleton cave, second level. Pass requirements, kill death vines 0/50. Kill obsidian statues 0/3. Kill death shooters 0 of 1. Introduction. In the ancient past, the god of death, Munger, in order to develop believers, gave mages the power to manipulate death, causing the empire to collapse overnight, and the originally prosperous capital city was transformed into a deep, bottomless horror cavern. A light flashed, and Sun Tao and Li Shueya appeared at the entrance to the second floor. Compared to the first level of the canal, the second level was undoubtedly much larger in terms of space. It was like an underground world, with countless crystalline ores hanging high overhead, emitting a dark glow, and a huge jungle not far away. The vines that grew uncontrollably snaked and twisted like giant dragons, forming a natural barrier. Sun Tao's eyes glowed with gold as he looked at the jungle not far away. This is the second level of the skeleton cave, the jungle of death. The two continued forward, with Li Shueyo holding her staff behind her, barely illuminating the path ahead. This was still mainly for her own use. Sun Tao had dark vision and couldn't use it at all. No sooner had the two stepped into the jungle than they were immediately surrounded by a thick humidity, and the air was filled with the scent of dirt, rotting vegetation, and some unknown creature, mixing into a palpitating odor. No good. There's something wrong with this smell. Just after smelling the odor, Sun Tao suddenly changed his face and activated the raging ape strength to expel the odor from his body, and instantly closed his mouth and nose and operated his internal energy. Turning around, he wanted to warn Li Shueyo to be careful, only to realize it was too late. Li Shueyo inhaled the odor, her small face red with a demented smile. Brother Sun, love me. The staff fell to the ground, the light at the top fading. Li Shueyo's face was flushed red as she lay on Sun Tao's chest, her small hands constantly groping for the red lotus armor, trying to find the buttons to undo it. Suddenly there was a sharp rustle from behind. Sun Tao immediately turned around alertly, but he only saw a black shadow coming towards them at an astonishing speed. It was a thick vine, like a living thing, twisting its body and coming straight at them with a whistling wind sound. Set. Without being able to think too much, Sun Tao directly reached out and bellowed. The golden light flashed, instantly fixing the vines in mid-air. Chapter 48 Death Vine, Request for Support. Taking advantage of the vines being immobilized by the immobilization technique, Sun Tao took the opportunity to quickly retreat while holding Li Shueyo in his arms. Golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes, and he instantly viewed the attributes of this vine. Death Vine. Rank, 22. Battle Strength, 643. Skills, Hallucinogenic Poison Gas. Death Entanglement. Sun Tao's eyes stared at the vines that were able to emit hallucinogenic magic chi. No wonder Li Shueyo was unknowingly trapped. Holding Li Shueyo in his arms, his right hand shook and the copper cloud stick instantly appeared in his palm. Utilizing the power-gathering decision, a strand of mana poured down Sun Tao's palm into the copper cloud stick. The body of the stick condensed a rich golden light. In the next moment, the fixation spell on the vine was lifted, and the huge vine twisted itself in mid-air, as if it had eyes, firmly locking onto Sun Tao's figure. Swish! The death vine swung its body around, aiming at Sun Tao's chest, and like an arrow off the string, it flew rapidly, facing the attack of the death vines. Sun Tao was not panicked. The copper cloud stick in his hand was handed over and instantly stretched out, directly a full-stored poke stick style, fiercely barrels on the body of the death vines. Bang! As the long stick approached, the death vines seemed to sense the terrifying power in it as well, stretching their soft bodies and wrapping around the copper cloud stick in an attempt to bind it securely. Seeing this scene, Sun Tao smiled coldly. Let's see who has the most power then. Die for me. Sun Tao let out a low shout, and with a wave of his long arm, he directly wielded the lengthened copper cloud stick and swept it out swiftly. Boom! The thick club smashed hard against the stone wall on the side, and the terrifying force directly shattered the death vines wrapped around the copper cloud stick into several sections. Not dead? Without the expected system prompts, Sun Tao opened his Dharma eye. Under the state of knowledge breaking, the energy lines inside the death vine were instantly visible to him, only to see that a green pathway of magical energy on the vine was gradually dissipating along with the vine breaking up. Following the energy pathway, Sun Tao found that there was actually a large green ball of light a few dozen meters underground. At the same time, 4 or 5 emerald green vines also broke out of the ground like long whips and attacked Sun Tao. I'm afraid this is the body of that death vine. Sun Tao continuously dodged away from the vine's whipping strikes, found an open space, and knocked out Li Shueyo with a palm strike to put her down. Think there's nothing I can do if I hide underground? Sun Tao gripped the copper cloud stick tightly with both hands, his eyes staring down at the death vine body below. His muscles rippled, and his long stick stabbed. The copper cloud stick instantly elongated, carrying infinite mana to directly penetrate the fragile ground, and rushed straight toward the green mass of light beneath the ground. The death vines seemed to have sensed Sun Tao's threat as well, maneuvering the vines on the ground to block in front of themselves, trying to ward off Sun Tao's attack. But Sun Tao's power was too strong. Those vines only lasted for a moment in front of the copper cloud stick before they were instantly stabbed through the copper cloud stick. With a terrifying stick momentum, the copper cloud stick broke through the earth and cracked rocks along the way, stabbing straight into the center of the green light cluster. In a flash, terrifying mana gushed out and exploded directly from within the light mass. He only felt a muffled sound coming from the ground, and the vines on the ground that were still waving wildly instantly stopped their movements and dumped heavily on the ground. It gradually withered and curled up into a gray mass of dead branches. Drop! You have killed level 22 Death Vine. Gaining experience *132. Spirit value *86. Get Death Vine seeds *3. Magic fiber *10. Listening to the system prompt ringing in his head, Sun Tao's heart was delighted. This gargoyle still knows seeds? He was still worried about where he could get some seeds of magic plants from, but he didn't expect to come across them here. After all, the spiritual chi in the Qianquan scroll was so rich that even if some ordinary plants were put in, it was estimated that they could be cultivated into spiritual medicines. If he put some magic plants in, he might be able to give Sun Tao some surprises. Death Vine Seed, Boutique Grade Props, Death Vines from the World of Purgatory, capable of sucking the blood from the bodies of living creatures and condensing the blood spirit flower. And the vines that have been tempered by magical energy are good equipment materials. Magic Fiber, Fine Grade Material, Fiber Material from Death Vines, capable of carrying magical energy well, especially suitable for compiling magic robes. Surprisingly, it's a fine grade material. Looking at the two props introduction, Sun Tao was shocked in his heart. It really deserved to be a secret realm of hell difficulty, with boutique level seeds and equipment materials popping out of the little monsters. It was no wonder that Sun Tao was so surprised. The grade of the equipment created and the grade of the material were closely related. Like this boutique grade magic fiber, if it came to the hands of a master tailor, it was even possible to make a perfect grade vestment. Not to mention that there were also fine grade vine seeds, and if cultivated properly, there could even be a constant harvest of fine grade materials in the future. As the death vines died, Li Shueyo also turned around from her coma, covering his head and sitting up from the ground. He saw Sun Tao's smirking expression, and immediately remembered the charming image in the illusion just now. His face turned red with a swish. Crossing his arms, he deliberately acted mean. What are you laughing at? You're not allowed to say anything to anyone about what just happened. Or else. Li Shueyo otherwise didn't say anything even after half a day. Sun Tao smiled slightly and reached out to mess up her hair with one hand. Don't worry, I have a lot of virtues, and being tight-lipped happens to be one of them. As long as you give enough hush money, I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. Harder. Hearing Sun Tao's reply, both of Li Shueyo's fists hardened. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have more or less let Sun Tao know what was called the Iron Fist of Justice. Say, how much? Li Shueyo gritted her teeth. Well, Sun Tao tilted his head and laughed as he looked at Li Shueyo's angry face. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Turning the copper cloud stick in his hand, Sun Tao was then ready to move on. Wait, Sun Tao. Just as he was about to leave, Li Shueyo suddenly pulled on his coat. Are we going to continue? She still had the aftermath on her face. clearly still having palpitations when she thought about what had just happened to her. I'm worried that I'll be in a more humiliating situation later. Although under Sun Tao's protection, his life may not be in much danger, but I'm afraid his face will have to be lost. This made Li Shuiyao unable to accept it in any way. Hearing Li Shuiyao's inquiry, Sun Tao nodded his head as a matter of course. Of course we should continue. It's not easy to come in here. We can't return empty-handed. Looking at the expression of fear on Li Shuiyao's face, Sun Tao understood what she was worried about. You put your hand out. Li Shuiyao was uncertain, but still obediently extended her hand. Sun Tao reached out and a golden light was instantly slapped into her palm. Li Shuiyao only felt a heat in her palms, and a warm energy instantly flowed throughout her body, isolating the external air and establishing an internal circulation within her body. This mana will help you enter a state of internal rest, and as long as you don't suffer any fatal injuries, you will be able to maintain it for at least 3 hours or more. I'm moving on anyway, so you can leave first if you're scared, Sun Tao said calmly. Anyway, with his strength, there would be no danger at all. Plus he still had the Qiankuan scroll on him, so he could summon Sai Lingna out to help if necessary. Li Shuiyao looked at the golden light in her palm, her eyes gradually firming up. No, I'm going to follow you. I can run away once, but not for a lifetime, and if I run away when things get tough, then I'll never grow up. Seeing that Li Shuiyao looked like she was ready to die, Sun Tao was filled with questions. No, it's not that difficult. What's the point of being so hot-blooded? Chapter 49, Obsidian Statue, Seeking Golden Votes. Although he didn't understand why Li Shuiyao was suddenly so hot-blooded, Sun Tao didn't say much, maintaining and not understanding but respecting. The two of them moved forward, encountering quite a few death vines on the way, all of which were cleaned up by Sun Tao in passing. These vines are still very manageable with careful caution. After all, they mainly rely on hallucinogenic gas to sneak up on you. As long as the poison gas is isolated, half of their means go. The remaining half of the equation is to address their native bodies that are hidden underground. It was also Sun Tao's copper cloud stick that could stretch out. If it was any other adventuring group, it would probably take a long half-day of fighting to force out the Deathvine's body. Passing through a jungle, the two of them, Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao, arrived at the entrance of a temple ruin. The entire shrine was made of stacked stones, and the remnants of the walls were entwined with dense green vines, as if the years had left endless traces here. The blue light overhead, spilling eerily onto these vines, added a bit of eeriness and weirdness. Once Li Shuiyao saw this horrifying scene, she was scared to the point where her pretty face turned white. She hid tightly behind Sun Tao, her hands gripping the corners of her clothes, her body constantly shaking. Her previous bravado lost to nowhere. There was a hint of crying in his voice. Sun Tao, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? This place is so scary. Sun Tao, however, appeared unusually calm, his eyes flashing with golden light as he looked up into the sky. It was clearly seen that a strange magical element in the air was continuously emanating from a certain triangular area of the shrine, spreading out in all directions like an invisible bond. Don't worry, it's definitely right, Sun Tao said firmly, then lifted his foot and stepped into the temple ruins. Following the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, the two of them made their way carefully between the crumbling stone pillars and collapsed walls, eventually arriving at the westernmost part of the temple. In front of him, there was an ancient altar, which was covered with traces of age, but one could still feel the sacredness and solemnity it once had. At the center of the altar stood a black statue over 3 meters tall. It had a stout figure and wings on its back, just like an ancient god of war, with a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. He exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. In Sun Tao's eyes, it was it that was constantly spreading mysterious magical fluctuations in all directions. Obsidian statue, elite, rank, 28, battle strength, 936, skills, aura of death, black flare orb, magic immunity, magic defeat, one of the magical nodes of the death spell. His entire body is carved out of hard obsidian, immune to most magical attacks, with unrivaled power. He is the guardian of the Purgatory Temple. Golem. Looking at the obsidian statue's terrifying battle power, Li Shuiyao secretly swallowed her saliva. She had never seen a magic monster that was immune to magical damage. And this wasn't even the final boss of the second level. It's only the elite monsters before the bosses. But even though it was only an elite monster, it still possessed a terrifying battle power of 900 points, and also has the skill of magic immunity. It can simply be described as a mage nemesis. Sun Tao, what do we do now? Looking at the 3-meter-tall statue in front of her, Li Shuiyao nervously inquired. Along the way, she now trusted Sun Tao completely. She will fight however Sun Tao says. I'll go up and fight later. You stay out of the way. And if you have skills, use whatever you have. They don't help much anyway. Sun Tao looked up and down at the obsidian statue not far away, then pulled out his copper cloud stick and said indifferently, Ha, Li Shuya was a bit bewildered when she heard that. Watching the show again? Wouldn't it be the same as inside the dark jungle? Was he so useless in Sun Tao's eyes? Li Shuya was a bit unconvinced. Don't look down on people. I'm useful too. Sun Tao glanced at her helplessly. Suit yourself. Just watch yourself. Carrying the copper cloud stick, Sun Tao paced forward and scrutinized the obsidian statue in front of him. Generally speaking, statue-type demonic monsters like this one tend to be strangely powerful and have thick blood, so one should never fight it head-on. The best way to kill it is to blast it with long-range magic, or find some terrain to get stuck in and slowly grind it down with long-range attacks. But, Sun Tao looked at the wings behind the obsidian statue and shook his head slightly. Looking at these wings on its back, I know that I'm afraid I won't be able to get stuck in the terrain this time. Plus it also had the skill of magic immunity, so blasting it with magic was probably not realistic. It looks like we can only fight it with body techniques. Sun Tao thought as his body began to operate the chi-gathering decision, and the copper cloud stick in his hand continued to condense the stick's momentum. As Sun Tao approached, the obsidian statue not far away opened its eyes violently. The sapphire-studded orb stared at Sun Tao dead in the face. Sun Tao quickly stepped forward, and the copper cloud stick in his hand had already built up 3 layers of stick power. Prepare to give the obsidian statue a head start to try the moisture. Before he could walk in, the eyes on the obsidian statue suddenly flashed with ghostly light, and 2 black rays of light instantly shot out, aiming straight for Sun Tao's vitals. 0 frame starters? Not being able to care about the stick momentum in his hand, Sun Tao hurriedly flashed his body, leaving a residual shadow in place, skillfully dodging the statue's attack. Boom! The black light grazed Sun Tao's body and landed on the ground not far away, instantly blowing fist-sized craters out of the ground. Sun Tao, on the other hand, took this opportunity to bully his way forward with the long stick in his hand like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, ruthlessly poking at the statue's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, the statue was knocked back a few steps, but then stabilized itself. Its eyes flashed with an even angrier light, clearly enraged by Sun Tao's attack. Raising the huge sword in his hand, he roared and charged towards Sun Tao. The 3-meter-high statue, like a heavily armored tank, rumbled towards Sun Tao with an unbeatable aura. In just half a second, the obsidian statue rushed to Sun Tao. Look out! Behind her, Li Shuyo exclaimed out in shock, and had already picked up her staff in her hand, ready to release her own green jade light to provide healing to Sun Tao. However, in the face of this berserk obsidian statue, Sun Tao didn't dodge or avoid it, and directly flickered his figure, dodging the charge while his light stick rose up and hit a full set on it. After saving up the stick momentum, the whole person leapt up in the air, storing up a heavy stick and slashing hard on the statue's knee. Boom! The tremendous force directly caused the obsidian statue to lose control of its center of gravity, causing it to fall to the ground on its back with a loud bang. Seeing the obsidian statue fall, Sun Tao gained momentum, and after the end of the chopping stick style, he propped up his stick and leaped up in the air, striking a powerful chopping stick style again. Bang! The chopping stick style with 2-fold stick momentum landed hard on the obsidian statue's head. Even if it was a statue carved out of unparalleled hard obsidian, it couldn't withstand this terrifying blow. A heavy blow of up to 3,000 battle points landed on his head, and even if the obsidian statue carried the attribute of damage reduction, it was instantly emptied of its blood bar. Bang! With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the obsidian statue lying on its back on the ground, turning into a pile of black rubble scattered on the ground. Drop! You have killed the level 28 elite obsidian statue. Gaining experience *219 and spirit value *103. Get magic core *3. Obsidian fragment *10. As the obsidian statue died, Lei Shuyo, who had watched the entire battle from the side, had her mouth wide open in disbelief. Chapter 15 Materials and Drawings, Request for Support. Surprisingly, it's an obsidian fragment. Lei Shuyo looked at the shards in Sun Tao's hand in surprise. Obsidian is a special kind of forging material, usually produced in the Silver Secret realm around level 80. Its hard and sharp characteristics make it an ideal material for making weapons, together with the fact that it also had the property of devouring magical energy. Just by adding a little bit to the equipment forging, it could equip the equipment with the ability to break magic. This makes obsidian gear very sought after by some warrior and assassin class battle spiritists. Prices have also been high in the market. Lei Shuyo, as being the eldest miss of the Huarong group, naturally recognized this thing. After all, Huarong Group's star product from last year, the Defeat Demon Chain, was made from obsidian. Is it worth a lot of money? Sun Tao didn't know much about this, and only thought that a single monster could pop out 10, so it must not be anything valuable. The corner of Li Shuya's mouth twitched slightly. Usually it takes 2 or 3 of these to pop out from the bottom boss of the level 80 Silver Mystery Realm. Do you think it's worth it? When Sun Tao heard this, his eyes lit up. Then this is good stuff. Weighing the obsidian in his hand, He turned his head to look at Li Shuai. I'll give you these pieces of obsidian. How about you do me a favor? Li Shuai was stunned. Although the 10 pieces of obsidian were just materials, but how could they be sold for $20 to $30 million in the market? Sun Tao just gave it to himself? Just based on his wealthy personality, Li Shuai believed that he was definitely not that kind. What favor? Li Shuai looked at Sun Tao suspiciously, not knowing what he was playing at. Not knowing what to think of. Li Shuai's pretty little face suddenly surfaced a touch of redness. This guy is not going to want to be with himself. Suddenly sending something so expensive. Hey, it's really big and straight, and I don't know how to make obsidian into a necklace, ring, or any other kind of jewelry. What kind of person comes up and gives away materials? Li Shuai heart tangled a moment Sun Tao if he confessed his own whether to agree with him. It's a simple little thing. It's whether you can help me find a master forger to teach me how to build equipment. The reason why Sun Tao said this was partly to complete the system's side quests and learn a side skill, compared to the side jobs of alchemy, pharmacy, planting, tailoring, cooking, and fishing. Sun Tao felt that forging was more suitable for him, being able to maximize your strengths to your advantage, and it also enhances the strength of the physical body, killing two birds with one stone. On the other hand, the copper cloud stick in his hand was already a bit insufficient, and the system didn't unlock the beast stick bear warrior or the scale stick twin serpents for him after fighting Black Wind Mountain. He guessed that he might have to unlock the secondary job himself in order to turn on the equipment upgrade function, but these were just his guesses for now, and needed further confirmation. Hearing Sun Tao's words, for some reason Li Shuai's face instantly turned cold. You want to be a forge? Li Shuai asked expressionlessly. Sun Tao nodded and raised his hand to show off his toned biceps. That's not true. Look at my muscles. They're practically made for forging. It's too wasteful not to go ironing. Li Shuai was a bit speechless as she pushed Sun Tao's arm away. He was about to get angry when a sudden flash of light surfaced in his mind. An idea came to mind. Turning to Sun Tao, he smiled lightly. Alright, I happen to know a forge master. I can introduce him to you then. It's just that she's a little eccentric, so you'd better be prepared. Sun Tao nodded. Don't worry, I've seen nothing. You just introduce people here. The rest is out of your hands. Li Shuai nodded with a smile and turned around to continue heading deeper into the temple. Muttering under his breath, he said, when you fall into Sister Wu's hands, let's see if I can't fix you. Sun Tao raised his head and looked at the magic elements in the sky. After eliminating an obsidian statue, the strange magical energy in the sky had indeed dissipated quite a bit. I wonder what happens after all 3 obsidian statues are destroyed, Sun Tao thought, following the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, and continued to advance towards the depths of the temple. Just as Sun Tao and Li Shuai continued to search for other obsidian statues, 2 uninvited guests were welcomed within the Scarlet Forest. 2 mysterious people dressed in black robes quickly traversed through the blood-colored forest, and surprisingly none of the nearby security bureau personnel who were searching for them found the 2 of them. It was as if these 2 were invisible. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at the grassy field where Zhao Tianming finally died. The entrance to the Silver Moon Empire had long since turned into a dilapidated bronze gate because Sun Tao had already passed through it, and there was no longer anything divine about it. This is the place. This is where the Mad Wolf's scent last appeared. The 2 black-robed men stopped in their tracks, and under their wide black robes, it was impossible to see their figures, and they could only vaguely see through their black hoods that they were both wearing a half-covered mask on their faces. One of the black-robed men with a curved moon symbol on his mask crouched down and gently pinched the dirt on the ground. In addition to the Mad Wolf's scent, there's an unfamiliar scent. The other man stood with a raspy voice. Now it seems that what Crazy Wolf is holding should not have reached the dragon team yet. It's been almost a day and they haven't done anything yet. Moonsoul stood up and twisted his head to look at the bronze iron gate not far away. It's still too early to tell. Those people in the dragon group are very cunning. Maybe they're just acting for the time being to show us. Everything is still careful, Moonsoul said, pointing to the bronze iron gate that had been abandoned. The mad werewolf is supposed to be dead. There's probably an entrance to a hidden secret realm there, and his scent broke off just past that door. She shrugged her nose. However, there seems to be a little bit of a faint scent left in the air. It should be his space ring, which was taken by another person. So as long as we find him we should be able to find a clue. Row, then it's not too late. Let's hurry up. Blood Shadow nodded. With a flash of their silhouettes, the 2 disappeared into the air once again. Not even half a minute after the 2 left, 3 security bureau fighters in special operations uniforms came out from inside the woods. They had sophisticated scanning instruments in their hands, scanning the ground constantly. Tick-tock, as he passed the bronze and iron gate, the instrument suddenly sounded a violent alarm. One of the warrior's spirits lifted as he looked at the instrument in his hand. Captain, the breath detector is responding. Zhao Tianming came here before. That captain hurriedly ran over and looked at the data on the instrument. and immediately his face was overjoyed. Hurry up and inform the Dragon Teeth Squad. We should have found a clue. Boom! As the last obsidian statue shattered into crumbs all over the ground, Sun Tao and Li Shuiao only felt that a low rumbling suddenly came from the depths of the temple. It was as if some powerful being was gradually awakening. Drop! You have killed the level 28 elite obsidian statue. Gaining experience *219 and spirit value *103. Get magic core *3. Obsidian fragment *10. Crack the death spell. Get obsidian statue drawing *1. Obsidian statue drawing, fine grade item, drawing capable of creating obsidian statues. 3 obsidian statues can form a death spell. Requirements, magic core *5. Master level organ technique, organism. Looking at the drawings in his hands, Sun Tao sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it's the drawings for the hidden vice position of organizer. Chapter 51 is Skill Book, Voiding, Seeking Golden Tickets. In this world, there were a total of 7 generalized vice skills that could be learned through vice scrolls: alchemy, pharmacy, planting, tailoring, chef, fishing, and forging. In addition to these 7, there were also hidden side jobs such as organ master, formation master, and sculptor, which not only possessed the production capabilities of a normal side job, but were also able to increase the combat power of a battle soul master. Only this type of secondary job transfer is difficult. Not only do you need a specialized transfer scroll, but you also need to have a certain knowledge base. Like the organ master, you need to at least practice alchemy and forging to a high level before you can transfer. By the looks of it, this can only be left to Li Shuiao. Sun Tao sighed. There's no transfer limit on the sub thing though, as long as you have the energy to transfer all of them. But there is a time for manpower, and there is only so much energy a person can muster. If it all went to learning side skills, there would be no time to improve your strength at all. Sun Tao still understands the truth that greed is not good enough. Therefore, Sun Tao was prepared to learn a forge for his secondary job and nothing else. Master, wait! Just as he was about to hand over the obsidian statue drawing to Li Shuiao, Serena's voice suddenly rang in his head. Please take a closer look at this drawing. Sun Tao was a bit puzzled, but still opened the drawing and looked at it. Serena scrutinized the drawings in Sun Tao's hand through his perspective. A statue of death. It's a statue of death. Serena's surprised voice sounded in Sun Tao's mind. What's a statue of death? Sun Tao curiously followed up. The death statue is the legendary purgatory god of death Samuel made out of the magic statue, in addition to being able to guard the territory, but also 3 for a group to open the death spell. If you get together 9 groups of statues, more can be upgraded to the death spell into the purgatory spell. Within the spell, all necromantic creatures will gain attribute enhancement and the consumed necromantic energy will be quickly recovered, and other beings going in the range of the spell will be suppressed by the necromantic energy, and if they are killed within the spell, they will also turn into a necromantic spirit to be controlled by the spell. The key thing is that this thing is movable. Wherever you want to set up a spell formation, just summon the statue directly. Hearing Serena's introduction, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. According to this, then this is a good thing. It was a combination of the necromantic version of the Kyushu boundary and the human emperor's streamer. However, when he thought of the conditions under which the statue was made, Sun Tao could not help but feel his heart sink. But this thing requires a master-level organ art to make. Where am I going to find a master-level organist? Serena said in surprise. Mechanical arts. I can do it. Before I fell asleep, I had nothing to do. I learned alchemy and organism, and practiced all of them up to master level, and I was able to make this statue. However, I need some obsidian and also blood essence stones. Sun Tao's heart rejoiced at his words. Serena, you are such a blessing to me. Putting away the obsidian statue's drawing. At first, he didn't know the value of this drawing, but now that he knew it, he couldn't give it to Li Shuiao even more. Gather the materials dropped by the last obsidian statue. Behind it, Sun Tao also found a hidden golden treasure chest. Pushing it open, there was a blue skill book lying inside. Voiding, fine grade skill art. When used, you gain the skill Voiding, which transforms the target into a void creature, immune to all physical damage, and doubles magic damage when attacked by magic. Duration 3 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Surprisingly, it's a fine-grade skill book. Li Shuiao's eyes widened and she exclaimed in shock. She was even more shocked when she saw the skill effect. Divine Technique. Lawful Divine Technique. There are 2 uses for this skill. One is to use it for yourself. Set it on yourself. Immune to physical damage. As long as the operation is done properly, it can be completely Jedi to turn the tide and win back. After all, French battle soul masters usually had a few magic shield skills that could withstand long-range magic attacks. Instead, there wasn't much that could be done about some warrior-type or assassin-type battle soulmaster skills. With this skill, it can be completely used as a life-saving technique. The point is, this skill is 2 minutes a pop, and used in conjunction with other life-saving techniques, it can even be seamless. The second is to lasso the enemy, doubling the amount of magic damage he takes, and then just spike him with a single high explosive spell. Both uses are quite strong. Although it was only a fine-grade skill book, in Li Shuiao's opinion, in the hands of some mages, the power was estimated to be no weaker than a normal perfect grade skill. Rao Li Shuiao, as the princess of the Huarong group, had never seen several skill books better than this one. Sun Tao, do you want the skill book? I can pay for it, Li Shuiao said softly. Honestly speaking, the fine-grade skill books on the market are about $8 million. This skill of yours is very effective and fits me perfectly. I'm willing to offer $13 million to buy it. She knew it in her heart. This skill book is truly awesome, but she's not qualified to take it. In itself, the difficulty of the second level of the skeleton cave far exceeded her combat power, and the whole time was basically Sun Tao fighting, and she was standing on the sidelines watching the show, except for occasionally brushing Sun Tao with a worthless jade light. It's not even an exaggeration to say she's a vase, so she was very self-aware and had no intention of asking Sun Tao for this skill book. Instead, he offered him to pay for it. Sun Tao looked at the skill book in his hand, not expecting it to be worth so much. After thinking about it, he directly threw the skill book into Li Shuiao's arms. Forget about money or not. A skill book is just a book. It's not a rare thing. Just take it. If there are any more secret areas in the future, just remember to call out to me. The reason why Sun Tao said that was solely because it was more troublesome to deal with skill books, and it was useless to hold them yourself. So in the end, you had to take them out and sell them. Instead of selling it to someone else, it would be better to give it to Li Shuiao as a favor. After all, the Li family's Huarong group is still quite a Jianghu position in Shuzhou City, and before Sun Tao has completely grown up, he still needs to have a good relationship with them. Plus, in this period of time together, Sun Tao found that Li Shuiao, this person, is not bad, not the kind of arrogance and domineering of the second generation of the rich, nor the kind of high and mighty mistemper, kind of a nice guy, might be able to get a regular teammate with him in the future. After all, many secret realms require multiple people to open them up. Compared to finding some strangers to team up with, Sun Tao was still more willing to find some people he could trust. Anyway, it's only 13 million. It's not like he's very short of money. He'll earn it back after a little bit of brushing a few secret worlds. Looking at the skill book in her hand, Li Shuiao was inexplicably moved in her heart. This money grubber, how could he spare not $13 million and give me this book? This sense of contrast made her feel like she was on the verge of not recognizing Sun Tao. Forget it, I'll stop more when Sister Wu tortures him. Chapter 52 Dark Elf, Request for Support. The two continued on through the ruins of the temple and found an inverted ethereal blue light shield in a clearing not far away. I don't remember this hood being here before? Li Shuiao put her hand on her eyebrow and looked at the light shield not far away from her. The aura emanating from it made her very uncomfortable. I guess the obsidian statue we just killed unsealed the boss area. Sun Tao casually replied back, carrying the stick and walking forward first. Li Shuiao hurriedly jogged to follow, passing through the light shield. The two of them hadn't taken a few steps when several sharp arrow whistles suddenly sounded beside their ears. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Look out! With a loud shout, Sun Tao stepped forward to protect Li Shuiao behind him, rotating the copper cloud stick in his hand, dancing the stick and sweeping down all the arrows around him. When he fixed his eyes, there were 7 or 8 skeleton archers standing in the darkness. Skeleton archers, rank, 26, battle strength, 723, skills, rapid fire, concealment, click. Click, click. Seeing Sun Tao's stick flower resisting the arrows, one of the skeleton archers' mouths closed up and down, commanding the other archers to attack. The skeleton archers' bone skeletons lit up with red light, and their hands drew their bows and shot arrows quickly as if they were pumping, shooting a dozen or so arrows toward the two of them. Sun Tao, in the blink of an eye, asterisk. You old sixes. Looking at the roiling arrow rain, Sun Tao cursed, reached out and directly hugged Li Shuiao to the left and leaped, directly flashing through the roiling arrow rain. Being held in Sun Tao's arms, Li Shuiao inexplicably felt a sense of security, and couldn't help but lean her head on her shoulder, quietly sniffing the scent of his body. Itchy, stop it. Sun Tao frowned and let out a low gulp, holding her and gently pointing on his toes, his entire figure constantly lending its strength on the rocks and rapidly approaching these skeleton shooters. Click, click, click. Seeing Sun Tao approaching, these skeleton archers were anxious, panicked and screamed strangely, raising their bows and arrows and still wanting to launch an attack on Sun Tao. Instead, he was directly seconded by a sweeping blow from his stick. Drops. You have killed 26 skeleton archer. Gained experience asterisk 32. Spirit value asterisk 13. Drops. You have killed 26 skeleton archer. Gained experience asterisk 32. Spirit value asterisk 13. Drops. You have killed 26 skeleton archer. Gained experience asterisk 32. Spirit value asterisk 13. Clear these skeleton shooters in 3 or 2 hits. Li Shuya was breathing a sigh of relief when a dark arrow suddenly shot sharply from among the trees not far away, and by the time she realized it was already close at hand. Ah! Li Shuya screamed and tried to dodge, but her hands and feet were so weak that she couldn't listen to herself. One could only stagger in place and watch as the cold arrow flew towards his brow. It's over. Dying here. Ooh, I'm so upset. Somebody help me. Li Shuya was desperate in her heart. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for death, a large hand suddenly reached out from the side. One grabbed the arrow that shot sharply. Click! Sun Tao squeezed hard with one hand, and the arrow made of ironwood snapped with a sound. What a terrible perception! Seemingly startled by Sun Tao's hand catching arrows with his bare hands, the sneak attacker in the dense forest did not move again after shooting an arrow. Are you coming out on your own, or do I have to ask you to come out? Sun Tao flung his long stick and said coldly to the dense forest. In his eyes, there were 3 humanoid creatures hidden in the treetops of the dense forest, and looking at their faces, they somewhat resembled the elves of legend. Sun Tao's voice echoed in the quiet forest. A moment of silence was followed by a subtle rustling sound. 3 slender, delicate-faced beings with long pointed ears, like woodland elves, slowly stepped out of the shadows. They wore emerald green leather armor with shades of red spots spread across their dark blue skin. Their brows furrowed slightly as they looked at Sun Tao with a strong sense of caution in their eyes. Dark Elf, Necromancy in Transformation. Rank, 27. Battle Strength, 783. Skills, Rapid Fire. Concealment. Sun Tao surveyed the 3 elves and narrowed his eyes slightly. Dark Elves? The reason why Sun Tao didn't do it directly was because Sailana had said in his head that these elves were very high-quality blood slave material, telling Sun Tao not to break them, and that it would be best if he could take them in. One of the elves stepped forward and gritted his teeth. Traitors of Auric, you guys are dead in the water. There's no way we're going to turn into that lowly necro archer. Sun Tao frowned and turned the copper cloud stick in his hand. Auric? Who is it? We're not under it. The elf in the center frowned and said in a deep voice. If you are not Auric's men, why are you in the middle of this death spell? Sun Tao shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth to explain. We're adventurers from other worlds, here to look for signs of the Death Shooter. As for here, it's a new area we just discovered by breaking 3 obsidian statues. Do you guys know where the Death Shooter is? The Death God statue is broken? Hearing Sun Tao's words, the 3 elves looked at each other. The one on the far left lifted his gauntlet to take a look, and the red spot on his arm had definitely dulled. The discovery made the 3 elves instantly ecstatic. It's true, Arya, the necromantic energy is fading. The death spell has really been undone. The elf in the center even closed his eyes, a silver-white curved moon pattern shining from his brow, and raised his hand to release a light blue magical owl to fly towards the outside of the light shield. It didn't take long for her eyes to open in surprise. The death spell outside has really disappeared. At the thought that the fate of her race had finally dawned, Arya couldn't help but burst into tears for a moment. She turned to Sun Tao and pounded her chest respectfully. Sorry, human brave from a foreign land. We've been tortured by Auric for so long. It's inevitable that we've lost some emotional control. Auric is the skeleton emperor who sleeps in the ground. He is a follower of the god of death, Mungur, and has great power, and has been trying to turn all of us dark elves into skeleton archers. Arya said in a clear and slightly mournful voice. As for the death archer you speak of, it is our guardian of the dark elves, our former general, Windrunner, Sylvanus. Li Shuyo listened on the sidelines, the fear in her heart gradually replaced by curiosity. She had never heard of the dark elf race. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful and normally communicative secret realm demon. Then you guys mean to stop me? Sun Tao's gaze was sharp, and he could feel an aura of death permeating these elves. It's the same as the obsidian statue outside. Plus the girls themselves say the Death Archer is their general. It also means that these elves are enemies. It seems that it can't be subdued, so we can only restrain our strength when we fight later, and not break our bodies, lest Sailor Sienna can't transform her blood slaves. Seeing Sun Tao's face, a dangerous killing intent emanated from his body. The 3 elves immediately tensed. Judging from the way Sun Tao had just caught the arrow with his bare hands, Sun Tao's strength was simply not comparable to theirs. Even if the 3 of them were added together, they probably wouldn't be his opponent. Now that they were far from the world tree, they had no ability to reproduce, and their people were dying one by one. Their idea in this situation is to keep their hands off each other if they can. Seeing that Sun Tao was ready to make a move, Arya hurried forward. You're mistaken. We won't stop you. Instead we'll help you deal with the Death Archer. Sun Tao froze, remembering the undead Knight Haska that he had previously encountered in the spectral night jungle. Could this be the secret mechanism of the second level of the skeleton cave? Battle Soul Masters have access to dark elves? Why? Listening to Sun Tao's inquiry, Arya opened her mouth and finally sighed. Shaking his head slightly at Sun Tao, he said, I can't tell you for a while. You'd better come with me and see for yourself. Chapter 53 Hidden Quest, Seeking Golden Votes. Following Arya towards the depths of the dense forest. Along the way, a number of skeleton archers were encountered, all of which were shot by the other two dark elves through gritted teeth. Arya sighed and explained to Sun Tao, "These skeleton archers are all our clansmen who couldn't withstand the transformation of the necromantic energy before they became like this." With that she began to tell Sun Tao the story of Auric and their dark elf. Hundreds of years ago, Auric was compelled by the god of death, Munger, to sacrifice his country and his subjects and become a skeletal emperor. At the time, Sylvanas Windrunner, the ranger general of the Elven Empire, was leading his own legion of elven rangers as a guest in the empire of Auric. In order to invade the elven empire of Quel'Thats, Auric took it upon himself to try to get Sylvanas to surrender and lead himself into the Forest of Eternal Song. As the Quel'Thats ranger general, Sylvanas was naturally sworn to disobey, and Auric could do nothing with her, as the Forest of Eternal Songs had no one but the High Elves who knew the way to enter it. In order to make the elves bow down, Auric built death spells to isolate the elves from the Tree of Life and constantly released necromantic energy to erode these elven rangers. Having lost the Tree of Life, except for Sylvanas, a high elf, the other elf rangers were unable to resist the erosion of the necromantic energy, and even their daily lives were problematic. In order to save her people, Sylvanas resolutely used her soul as a bridge to absorb the forces of death and transform them into energy that could be absorbed by the elven rangers. But in doing so, her body fell under Auric's control and became a death shooter roaming the death spells. And as time went on, Sylvanas' soul grew weaker and weaker. More and more elf rangers couldn't resist the death energy and were transformed into skeleton archers. The entire elf ranger was now left with less than 300 men still dying. If Auric is allowed to find the general's soul, he will surely gain access to the way to the Forest of Eternal Song. And then it will be the end of Quel'Thats and the elves for good. Arya finished with a heavy sigh. Then he looked at Sun Tao again and smiled. "Luckily, you broke the 3 obsidian statues in time to stop the spread of the necromantic energy, so we had a chance to regain our freedom." Hearing Arya's words, Li Shueyao's eyes lit up. Hurriedly tugging on Sun Tao's sleeve, he whispered, "This must be a hidden quest. Ask her quickly what we can do. Although I don't know why this item isn't in the strategy, we can definitely gain great benefits if we can complete this quest. I suspect that what's-her-name Forest of Eternal Song is a secret entrance, and Querithus might be the clue." Sun Tao also felt very reasonable after hearing this and turned his head to ask Arya, "So what can we do?" Arya turned her head as she led the two to a canyon. "Now that the death spell has been lifted, if we can bring back Sylvanas' flesh, we can open the portal to the Forest of Eternal Song." Drops, triggering the secret hidden quest to save the elves. Quest requirement, defeat Death Archer Sylvanas and bring back her corpse. Quest reward, Sylvanas Blade, perfect grade bow and arrow forging drawing. Listening to the system prompt ringing in their ears, Sun Tao and Li Shueyao both looked at each other. Both saw the color of surprise in each other's eyes. There really is a hidden mission. That's earned it. Li Shueyao hurriedly stepped forward to ask a question. "So how are we going to find out where the Death Shooter is?" On the Skull Cave Level 2 guide, it only says that the Death Archer will randomly appear anywhere in the secret area after killing the 3 obsidian statues. There is only an approximate range, not a specific location. Arya gave her a look and whispered, "Don't worry, we've got it covered." With that, he took the lead and walked into the canyon. The two of them, Sun Tao and Li Shueyao, hurriedly followed. As the group stepped into the canyon, a dark elf in emerald green leather armor stood up on the mountain walls on either side and watched the two below. Sun Tao looked at their hateful gazes and thought in his heart that if it wasn't for Arya and the others leading the way, they might have been shot into hedgehogs long ago. Slowly walking deeper into the canyon, not far away was a black mud puddle as if it were oil. In the center of the mud puddle, a divine bow was inserted, with smooth lines and exquisite design. The bow arm was carved with mysterious runes under the night sky, constantly sucking the death energy from the air. The bow also carries sharp edges to the left and right, allowing it to still be of great use in melee combat. That's where our general's soul lies. The legendary bow of Court has the Sylvanas Blade. It's just a pity that the general's soul is too weak to come out to see you now. Arya whispered to the two, reaching into his own pouch. He plucked an arrow from his pouch and placed it in the black mire at his feet and stirred it. Seeing that the arrow was covered in black muddy water and began to shine with an eerie light, he got up and handed it over to Sun Tao. "This arrow has been tainted with the general's soul aura, which has a fatal attraction to death shooters. All you have to do is to take out this arrow outside, and the death shooters will come to you of their own accord. You guys better be careful. Even though Death Archer has no soul, she still retains the general's fighting instincts from when she was alive. If you underestimate her, you're probably going to be in big trouble." Sun Tao took the arrow and opened his fiery eyes to observe it. And indeed, he felt an unusual soul aura on the arrow. The aura was both cold and fiery, possessing both the vitality of nature and the withering sense of death. It was simply a combination of contradictions. From this aura, Sun Tao could feel how powerful Sylvanas was, and this was still her weakest state. How strong Sylvanas was in her heyday, Sun Tao simply couldn't dare to imagine. Sun Tao squinted his eyes slightly, his face somewhat grave. Don't worry, absolutely bring her to you. Putting away the black arrows, Sun Tao led Li Shuiyao towards the outside of the canyon. This canyon had magic formations laid down by the dark elves that could isolate the Death Shooter's senses, so to lure out the Death Shooters, one would need to go outside and find a place to do so. Come out, Phantom Demon Wolf. Walking to the outside of the canyon, Sun Tao found an open space and pulled out his bone flute to summon the Phantom Demon Wolf, almost staring Li Shuiyao by the side into fainting. After realizing that it was the mount summoned by Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and you have a ride. Sun Tao rolled over onto the wolf and raised an eyebrow at her, patting the wolf's head. How about that? Handsome. Li Shuiyao deflated her mouth. To be honest, she was really jealous. A ride is not an industrial product like a car. It's really unattainable. Many battle soul masters had never even seen one in their lives, let alone owned one. Even if Li Shuiyao was the eldest miss of the Huarong group, she had only seen a few mounts from her own father. They were also all relatively ordinary horses, and at first glance, they were no match for this Phantom Demon Wolf. Taking Li Shuiyao on a wild run, Sun Tao ran all the way to a grassland before stopping the Demon Wolf. Looking at the flat terrain around him, Sun Tao nodded his head slightly. It's best to fight long-range units like archers that have flat terrain with little cover and don't give them room to pull us in. When he came to the center of the grassland, he pulled out a lighter from his ring and set a large clearing directly on fire. The arrow was inserted in the center of the clearing, and Sun Tao stood aside and silently waited up. I don't know how long I waited. Just as Li Shuiyao was getting impatient with waiting and wanted to ask Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the right front, and said in a low voice, "Coming." Chapter 54. Is this how you usually fight bosses? As soon as Sun Tao's words fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew up from the flat ground. A figure loomed in the wind, rapidly approaching like a ghost. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, his golden light flickering as his vision pierced through the darkness and landed on the face of the visitor. She was dressed in a black leather armor, her face hidden under the shadow of her hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with a cold light. Seeing Sylvanas' eyes looking over, Li Shuiyao suddenly winced. Cold and bloodthirsty gaze, as if it was a killing god that came out from hell. The murderous aura that came to her face, even if it was hundreds of meters away, still made Li Shuiyao's legs unable to stop trembling. Elf, souls. Sylvanas' voice was low and husky. His eyes stared deathly at the black arrow at Sun Tao's feet with a ray of crazy killing intent. Death Archer, Sylvanas, Hero, Rank, 30, Battle Strength, 2750, Skills, Windwalking, Shooting Aura, Chains of Dominance, Dark Summoning, Mourning, Winds of Silence, Hiss. Seeing Sylvanas' terrifying battle power, Li Shuiyao sucked in a breath of cool air. This battle power is too outrageous. Level 30 is close to 3,000 battle points. This is already a boss that can only be fought by a second-ranked battle soul master. 6 more skills. It's simply not something we can fight right now. Li Shuiyao tugged on Sun Tao's coat. Sun Tao, why don't we just forget about it? We won't be able to beat it with just the two of us. Sun Tao shook his head, drew out the copper cloud stick and whispered to her, "You step back and protect yourself. Sun Tao, don't be impulsive. Immediately to Battle Soul College entrance examination. Now injured is not worth it. Look out." Before Li Shuiyao could finish her sentence, Sun Tao suddenly let out a low gulp and threw his left arm around her waist and threw it backward. Phew! Phew! Almost at the same instant, a sharp arrow swished past where they had just stood, nailing deep into the ground behind them, the arrow's tail still quivering slightly, emitting an eerie blue light. Li Shuiyao was thrown by Sun Tao in such a way that her entire body rolled on the ground in a lousy manner for several times before she could barely stop, climbing to her feet and looking at the arrows not far away. She was stunned, her face pale and her eyes full of terror. Just now, if it wasn't for Sun Tao's timely reaction, she might have been killed by the arrow. Shaking off Li Shuiyao, Sun Tao's feet stomped, and his figure suddenly stormed up, charging towards Sylvanas like a ghost. The corner of Sylvanas' mouth hooked into a cold smile, quickly pulling back the bowstring. An arrow with a glimmering ghostly light broke through the air, pointing straight at Sun Tao's heart. Sun Tao's reaction was extremely fast. His body turned around and directly made a perfect dodge. The arrow grazed the corner of his coat and narrowly avoided the strike. Sylvanas' body shifted, a black wind swirling around her body, her entire body almost becoming one with the air as she quickly retreated backwards. Windward, the skill was activated, and her figure was like a ghost, transforming into the wind and fluttering recklessly. In the process of retreating, she once again drew her bow. This time 7 or 8 arrows were fired in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye, several sharp arrows were fired. forming a deathly crossnet that enveloped Sun Tao's left and right. Damn, these old sixes are really annoying. Sun Tao cursed and stood firmly, his stick dancing in the air, turning into an impermeable shadow of the stick, knocking down the incoming arrows one after another. Bang! 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 The arrow collided with the shadow of the stick, emitting a crisp metallic clash as sparks flew in all directions. Seeing her rain of arrows being blocked, Sylvanas had a cold light in her eyes and raised her longbow up with a roar. Wake up! The earth trembled as 36 skeleton archers awoke from the darkness and struggled to crawl out of the ground. You're the only one with an alter ego? Seeing that Sylvanas did not speak of martial virtues, Sun Tao was also enraged and directly plucked out a handful of hairs and gently blew. The 5 Sun Tao doppelgangers manifested out of the smoke, lifting their sticks and charging towards the skeleton archers. Each of the doppelgangers exuded an aura that was no different from that of the main body, causing the skeleton archers to be thrown into a state of confusion, with arrows flying but making it difficult to lock onto the true target. Seeing that Sun Tao also manifested a doppelganger, Sylvanas was slightly stunned, not expecting Sun Tao to have this kind of means. Reach out and push. A wind whistling up instantly swept the battlefield. Wherever the wind went, the magic elements have scattered, and those by the heaven and earth aura cohesion from the split is like a dream bubble have ruptured. Winds of silence, the special magic of the elf clan, Gale Sweep, pushes enemies away and disperses the magical elements in the area, rendering magical skills ineffective. Seeing Sun Tao's doppelgangers shattering one after another, Sylvanas had a cold smile on her face. Before she could begin to gloat, a whistling wind of sticks came from the back of her head. Sylvanas was shocked and tried to dodge Sun Tao's stick, but it was too late. Gathering chi and dispersing forms, breaking hidden strike, Sun Tao's figure violently surfaced beside Sylvanas, and the long stick in his hand was like a furious dragon, striking her undershirt with a thunderous force. Ah! Sylvanas screamed miserably as her entire body was sent flying out heavily by Sun Tao's stick. Bang! It tumbled several times in the air and fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to get up, but she heard Sun Tao, who was not far away, pointing at her and shouting, "Set! Stasis! Ding!" With a crunch, golden runes instantly wrapped around Sylvanas, holding her in place. Then, Sun Tao charged forward and landed a set of light stick combos on Sylvanas, knocking the blood bar above its head down sharply. Lei Shuiyao, who was watching the battle from the side, was simply dumbfounded. You can still fight like that? The boss with close to 3,000 battle points was surprisingly defenseless in Sun Tao's hands. That meant that Sun Tao's actual combat power was at least 3,000. She also remembered that the bosses that she and Uncle Wong's few people encountered in the middle of the easy difficulty mysteries all had to be assigned tasks one by one. All kinds of tactics, all kinds of plays, all kinds of situations are all considered before you do anything. And to fight, it was impossible to take down the boss without 20 minutes. But in Sun Tao's case, it was simply crushing. It would be fine if this was an easy difficulty boss, but this was the second floor of the skeleton cave on hell difficulty. It's comparable to a level 50 silver secret. Li Shuiyao didn't even dare to imagine how strong Sun Tao was. There was only one thought in her mind right now. This guy Sun Tao has an unlimited future, and he definitely cannot be a bad friend. Hold on to that leg while he's still on a roll. Bang! A loud bang not far away brought Li Shuiyao back to her senses. When he raised his eyes, he saw Sun Tao leaping high up with an iron rod in his hand, and golden light flashed on the rod. The rich momentum of the club came crashing down. A hard blow to Sylvanas' head. Great sage stick technique, chopping stick style. Boom! The tremendous force smashed a large crater several meters wide in diameter on the ground, and a large amount of smoke and dust instantly exploded from the ground. A huge shockwave swept wildly in all directions, almost blowing Li Shuiyao, who was watching the battle, away. When the smoke cleared, Sylvanas collapsed limply in the center of the pit. The blood bar above his head was down to its last thin sliver. Sun Tao stood at the edge of the pit holding a stick, and that back view simply made Li Shuiyao look dumbfounded. A secret boss on hell difficulty, or the bottom boss of the level. Just like that, Sun Tao was killed in seconds? A kind of tingling current instantly ran from the top of her head to her tailbone, causing Li Shuiyao's entire body to tremble as if electrocuted. Following Sun Tao was really the best decision he had ever made in his life. Sun Tao didn't notice Li Shuiyao's appearance, and after resolving Sylvanas, he summoned the phantom demon wolf to her side and said, "Done, let's go." Only then did Li Shuiyao wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. Is this how you usually fight bosses? Well, almost. Chapter 55, Sylvanas' Awakening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Li Shuiyao wouldn't have believed it at all. It was surprising that someone would be able to solo the second floor of the skeleton cave on hell difficulty. The bottom boss of this level looked like it was prepared for a team of second-order battle soul masters. Who would have thought that a level 40 or less first-order battle soul master would be able to single-handedly brush it? And it's still the effortless kind. Let's not say there's no one after, but at least there's no one before. Li Shuiyao suddenly thought of something and asked Sun Tao curiously, just how many levels are you now? Sun Tao scratched his head and looked at his attribute panel. Mandate, Sun Tao. Rank, 24. Battle Strength, 14,464. Battle Spirit, Divine, Qi Tian De Shang, 10%. Skills, Great Sage Stick Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Raging Ape Strength, 5. Copper Head and Iron Arms, 3. Hair Splitting, 2. Fixation Technique, 2. Qi Gathering Technique, 5. Gathering and Dispersing of Qi, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick. Baolian Medicine Pot. Red Tide. Fire Shield. Red Lotus Armor. Spirit Points, 2032. After brushing the first and second floors of the skeleton cave, Sun Tao's experience bar was only the last bit short of level 25. The spiritual aura value had also saved more than 2,000 points. I'm guessing I can do another wave of upgrades tonight with another brush of Black Wind Mountain. I just don't know if those Hiroki bosses will still be in there for the second brush of Black Wind Mountain. Facing Li Shuiyao's inquiry, Sun Tao thought for a moment. Level 24, I think. Li Shuiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Raider Shao? How many levels did you say you were? Level 24. Sun Tao looked at Li Shuiyao in confusion. What was she doing with such a big reaction? It took himself 3 days to level up to 24, which was already slow. Looking at Sun Tao's appearance, Li Shuiyao was going crazy. He's getting aggravated? Know what you're talking about. It had only been 5 days since the awakening ceremony, and he was at level 24. Don't be so sick. You have to know that when other people upgrade, even if they have an expert to lead them, they go to the middle of the high-level secret realm to brush the monsters. Due to the experience distribution mechanism, there is also a maximum of 5 levels a day, and the further back you go, the more experience is required to upgrade. As far as Li Shuiyao knew, the highest level of the students who awakened in the same batch as them had only reached level 13, and this was still a rich second generation from Kyoto who had awakened an S-rank battle spirit to have such a fast upgrade speed. But Sun Tao surprisingly said that he was already level 24. How could this not surprise Li Shuiyao? But that explains why it was so easy for him to fight the boss. Higher level, higher combat power. So how much battle power do you have now? Li Shuiyao continued to ask. Sun Tao looked at her. She was just talking about a 24th level and she was in a state of shock. If he told her that he had already had over 14,000 battle power, he would still scare her to death. After hesitating for half a day, Sun Tao still decided to talk about his battle power in a smaller way. About 4,000. Well, 4,000 odd and change. Hearing this number, Li Shuiyao could still accept it. What the hell? Who in their right mind would have 4,000 battle points at level 24? Is he really a D-class battle spirit? SSS-class battle souls aren't this strong. Uncle Wang was the captain of their family's bodyguards, and at level 35 he still only had over 600 in less than 700 battle power. Now you say you have 4,000 plus combat power at level 24. You're not really turned on. Looking at himself again, with 400 battle points at level 15. It was estimated that he didn't have more than a fraction of Sun Tao's. That's too big a gap. By the looks of it, you're definitely the top student in the country for this battle soul examination, Li Shuiyao said with emotion, and Sun Tao was a little embarrassed. Do your best. There are so many geniuses in the country. Who knows if there are any openers? Who else can hang on bigger than you? Li Shuiyao looked at Sun Tao with contempt, and instantly felt a bit autistic when she thought of her own pitiful battle power. Seeing Li Shuiyao across a small face, Sun Tao scratched his head. Warp, or is that too much to say? Next time it'll be 1,000 less. Make your way to the canyon where the dark elves are. Arya watched in shock as the two of them, Sun Tao, brought Sylvanas' body. So fast. She looked at the sky not far away. It didn't seem like an hour since they went out. This brings Sylvanas' body? Counting the time it took to get back and forth. Did they defeat Sylvanas in 20 minutes? Hiss. Arya instantly sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought of this possibility. Sylvanas was already the strongest of their elf clan, and although the Death Shooter had lost her soul, all her battle power was still there. Surprisingly, even she is not a match for the two Sun Tao. If Sun Tao and the others have some bad intentions, then they, the elves. Thinking of this, Arya's heart couldn't help but sink. She could only pray that Sun Tao and the others were good people. Place Sylvanas' body on the edge of the mud puddle. Only a silver moonlight fell from the sky and enveloped Sylvanas' sharp blade in the center of the mud puddle. The entire mud puddle suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the mud that was originally wrapped around the surface of the divine bow gradually cracked, and the Sylvanas' sharp blade glittered in the moonlight, once again releasing a dazzling light. This is Elohim's blessing, Arya said in surprise from the sidelines, her voice carrying an undisguised excitement. Sun Tao turned his head to look, only to realize that a circle of dark elves had gathered around him at some point. They were kneeling on the ground, hands folded and heads bowed in reverence, as if they were performing a sacred ritual. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down on them, covering them with a silver veil. The necromantic energy in their bodies also gradually dissipated in the ripples of moonlight. Just then, a warm power surged out from the divine bow. Sun Tao raised his eyes and saw an illusory soul gradually emerge from the divine bow. Sylvanas? She nodded and smiled at Sun Tao and slowly flew above her body, merging with her. As Sylvanas' soul returned, her body gradually came back to life, and those emerald green eyes opened once again. I'm back. Sylvanas stood up and the divine bow automatically flew into her hand. General! The dark elves looked up with tears of excitement in their eyes. It's been over 100 years. They finally waited for the general to return. They can finally go home. Sylvanas landed in front of Sun Tao and bowed slightly to him. Thank you, valiant warriors of the otherworld. You saved us, and may Elohims bless you forever. This is the drawing I used to build Sylvanas' sharp blade earlier, and I am giving it to you now in hopes that it will help you. After handing the drawings over to Sun Tao, Sylvanas turned around and looked at the sisters she had brought over. To go from 3,000 dead to only a few hundred left made her sad. Sisters, we have fought side by side on this land, witnessed countless lives and deaths, experienced countless trials and tribulations, and we have lost countless comrades, who are our friends and even more so our family. I know that weariness fills your hearts, but remember that we are not alone. Elohim is with us. Oryx still covets quell that's. We can't stop. We must tell the Sun Council about this as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Unopenable Portal. Watching Sylvanas inspire the elves' confidence, a familiar system prompt rang in Sun Tao's ears. Drop. Complete the secret hidden quest to save the elves. Reward for quest, experience * 4000. Sylvanas Blade drawing * 1. Sylvanas Blade, perfect grade bow and arrow. Battle strength, 635. The sacred weapon of the Dark Elf clan, designed by the Ranger General Sylvanas herself, possesses powerful magical attacks and melee capabilities, and only the most valiant archers are worthy to wield it. Characteristics, Blizzard Arrow. Can shoot magical arrows, can shoot without arrows, boosts attack speed by 300% and evasion by 50% when Blizzard status is on. Required level, 40. Forging materials, Wind Feather Leaf, Heart of Ancient Wood, Wind Vine, Wind Spinning Stone, Wind Speaking Stone, Wood Spirit Resin. Forging requirements, Senior Forger. Looking at the drawings in Sun Tao's hands, Li Shuiyao's mouth watered. The biggest daily nuisance for an archer-type battle spiritist is having to carry a large number of arrows. Depending on the needs of the battle, there are even a dozen different types to prepare. Once depleted, the combat power is drastically reduced. And this bow was surprisingly capable of shooting magical arrows, able to greatly reduce the logistical pressure on the archer battle soul masters. And the sharp edges on the bow allow the archer to not be defenseless when he gets close. How about selling me this drawing? I'll pay $30 million. Li Shuiao raised her head and asked Sun Tao. Little stars in the shape of gold coins twinkling in her eyes. She had realized that this guy Sun Tao was a blessing. Following him will not only allow you to lay down and brush the secret realm, but also obtain a variety of precious props. There are some things that others won't even see one of for a dozen swipes. Realize that some of these things can't be bought for money in the market. It's like the last Phantom Moon Pilgrim Flower, and this Sylvanas Sharp Blade, both of which are unattainable goodies. $30 million? Sun Tao looked at the drawings in his hands and his heart was delighted. There was no use in keeping this in his hands anyway, so he might as well give it to Li Shuiao to deal with. Okay, I'll sell it to you then. Just send me one when you guys make it. Throwing the drawings to Li Shuiao and whoring out a perfect grade bow and arrow for nothing, Sun Tao felt that this wave was not a loss. Seeing Sun Tao's promise, Li Shuiao was inwardly delighted. Level 40 perfect grade bow and arrow, just right for most battle soul masters. A piece of equipment that didn't need to carry extra bows and arrows. It was believed that as long as the price wasn't too expensive, every adventuring group would bring a few of them with them. A mere $30 million will soon be earned back. Both felt they had earned it. This wave is called a win-win. After handing over the drawings to Li Shuiao, the experience of the hidden quest was also poured into Sun Tao at the same time. Invisible experience poured in, filling his last sliver of experience bar, and his body instantly flashed with golden light. He's upgraded. Seeing the upgrade glow on Sun Tao's body, Li Shuiao exclaimed, "You've upgraded again? Level 25? Sun Tao let out a hum. Indeed, level 25. I didn't expect that experience would be given after completing the quest." Li Shuiao was a bit speechless. She was still most of the way from level 16 with half a tube of experience. This one to catch up with Sun Tao to monkey years and months to go. At this time, Sylvanas' speech also came to its final moments. She took a deep breath and her tone became even more impassioned. "We have risen up in desperate times countless times, and with our wisdom and courage, we have written a legend that belongs to us, and today is no exception." She raised the divine bow in her hand, which blossomed with dazzling light under the moonlight. For Elohim, listening to Sylvanas' excited words, all the elves present got excited. Raising his longbow high, he loudly echoed, "For Elohim! For Elohim!" Sylvanas turned her head to Suntao and pounded her right hand on her chest, saluting him. "Thank you, warrior of the otherworld. Next, we will return to the winged forest and guard our home. If you have the chance, you are welcome to come to Quel'Thats, and we will be sure to serve you the sweetest of elven wines." Her right hand wiped across her chest, and a green light converged in her palm. "This emerald green badge is the key to the forest of chanting, and I await your arrival in Quel'Thats." Emerald green badge, fine grade pendant, battle strength, 324, a magical pendant from the winged forest, engraved with mysterious elven spells, capable of increasing life recovery and a key to unlocking the winged forest. Feature, Fountain of Life, the user will recover life rapidly when not damaged, and the life recovery effect will be interrupted when damage is dealt. Continuity gods. Seeing the attributes of this pendant, Sun Tao instantly brightened up. What's the biggest fear in the process of brushing monsters? It's not that the range can't keep up fighting small monsters along the way. Who can't guarantee that they won't get hurt or bleed out? In case you've been fighting for half a day and suddenly encounter a boss and you're out of blood, no one can stand it. As such, the average battle soul master would bring along a few large blood flasks when venturing out in the wild, just in case. And Sun Tao mainly has his own gourd, so when he runs out of blood, he can replenish it with a sip. But there is, after all, a limit to the number of times the gourd can be used. This pendant, which can return blood as soon as it's out of combat, is simply a renewal artifact for wilderness adventures. If you sell it to some adventuring group, it's probably sold for tens of millions of dollars and someone would want it. The point is, this could still be a secret key that could unlock the entrance to the winged forest. Its value, immeasurable. Li Shuya obviously also saw how precious this pendant was, but she didn't open her mouth. After all, she had already asked Sun Tao for the drawings of Sylvanas' sharp blade, so it would be a bit rude to ask for more. At most, he could only ask Sun Tao to bring himself along when he traveled to the winged forest at that time. She was still curious about the dark elves. After handing over the emerald green badge to Sun Tao, Sylvanas raised her longbow and chanted an ancient incantation. An emerald green elven rune emerged from the bow. The elves around them looked at the divine bow in Sylvanas' hand with surprise. It was their hope to return home. It would only take a moment for the runes to transform into a portal to the winged forest, and they would be able to return home. But as time passed, the portal did not open as the crowd thought it would. Sylvanas was nearing the end of the incantation under her breath, her frown deepening and a dense bead of sweat had broken out on her forehead. What's going on? Why can't we find the coordinates for winged forest? What the hell happened to Quers? If we can't reach Quel'Thats, we're really dead. Sylvanas was anxious in her mind, desperately trying to open the portal. However, as the incantation echoed, the space around them did not change in any way, and the runes on the bow still shone with an emerald green light. But no matter how hard she tried, the portal didn't respond. Why? Why? Sylvanas' voice carried a hint of desperation as she wondered why she couldn't open the portal to the Arya forest. It was clearly the simplest teleportation magic, and there was no way he could have missed it. The surrounding dark elves gathered around. They didn't speak, just stood silently, looking at the once ranger general with confusion and helplessness shining in their eyes. The portal won't open. They can't go back. Chapter 57 Blood Descendants and Blood Slaves, Request for Rating. Looking at the elves with a sad look, Sun Tao was a bit surprised. He had thought that after completing the hidden quest, he was just waiting for them to open the portal back to the Arya forest like he had watched a live animation. Teleport yourself out in the meantime. But I didn't realize these elves had no way to open the portal home anymore. Is it another hidden quest? Sun Tao poked Li Shuyao's arm and gave her a wink. What the hell? Is this another hidden quest? Li Shuya was also confused. No way. The guide didn't say anything about that either. Sun Tao scratched his head and asked Sailorina in his heart to see if she knew what was going on. I remember from the books that creatures like elves are actually the equivalent of the world tree's parasites, that they are birthed by the world tree and are responsible for defending the world tree's well-being, and that they have eternal life because they are constantly supplied with the world tree's energy. Serena's voice rang in Suantao's mind. Now that they don't have a way to open the portal, there are only two scenarios. One is that they have lost the magical coordinates of the winged forest, causing the teleportation magic to fail. As long as they can find the coordinates, they will still be able to open the portal. In the second case, Serena's voice trailed off, sighing slightly. That's what happened to the winged forest. They couldn't create a link with the world tree, and although there's nothing wrong with them at the moment, over time, without the supply of life energy, all of these elves will slowly die. 10,000 years ago, a group of high elves tried to solve this problem by using magical energy as a substitute for life energy, which resulted in an even worse catastrophe they called magic addiction. So do you have a solution? Sun Tao asked curiously. He remembered that Serena had said before that these elves were excellent subjects for blood slaves. Could there be such a problem with becoming a blood slave? Serena said, the solution is simple. Just turn them into blood descendants or blood slaves. Bloodborne is when I use first embrace on them to transform them into blood, but I haven't tried it before, so I don't know if using it on an elf would make a difference. After being turned into bloodborne, they are able to draw life energy from blood on their own, free from the world tree. Blood slaves are even simpler. I directly implant my own blood into their bodies, turning into blood slaves controlled by them. When the time comes, I can directly transmit life energy to them, and if I can't use it, I can also make them enter a dormant state and fall into a deep sleep, and then wake them up when they need it. Hearing Selena say that, Sun Tao understood that it was actually equivalent to finding a life energy substitute for these elves. They have no way to absorb life energy on their own. They must do so through an intermediary medium. Compared to the blood slaves have more freedom and are more like a whole new race. But will these elves say yes? Sun Tao was still a bit torn in his mind. After all, the elves revered nature and loved life, and the blood's philosophy ran counter to theirs. If they knew that Sun Tao's solution was to turn himself into a blood, Sun Tao was worried that he would be shot to death by these elves with arrows just after he said it. After thinking for a moment, Sun Tao decided to find an elf to probe first. Scanning around, Sun Tao set his sights on Arya. He came quietly to Arya's side and asked softly, Arya, what happened? Why didn't you guys open the portal and why is everyone so sad? Arya wiped her tears and turned her head to look at Sun Tao, not directly answering his question. Sorry to make you laugh, I'm going to help you guys get out of here. Saying that, his hands were about to form a seal and cast teleportation magic to transmit Sun Tao away from the secret realm. Seeing this, Sun Tao hurriedly pulled her hand. Wait, what's going on? Maybe I can help? Arya sighed and tried to calm herself down. As you can see, now we can't open the portal to the winged forest and are completely stuck here. Sun Tao pretended not to understand. There's no way to get to the winged forest. Can't we get out first? Arya shook her head. This teleportation magic I have in my hands can only teleport exotic people away, up to 10 at a time, and it's simply not possible for all of us to disengage. And, Arya's words trailed off, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. We've also lost contact with the Tree of Life, and if we can't find a new source of life in time, we'll all be. She hadn't finished her sentence, but her meaning was clear. After saying that, she sighed again and shook her head at Sun Tao. You can't help with this one, so let me just get you guys out of here. Sun Tao hurriedly pulled her hand. Wait, maybe I do have an idea. On the other hand, Su Wei and the others, who had been brushing the rocky wasteland for another day after coming out of the skeleton cave, had exhausted all their supplies, killed a dozen or so monsters, and barely leveled up. Efficiency is naturally no match for the secret world. After coming out of the adventure zone, the people didn't feel like talking, so they drove their own cars and went back to their homes. Returning home, Su Wei thought about today's encounter in the skeleton cave, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even several glasses of wine couldn't quench the fire in his heart. Pulling out his cell phone, a call was made to Zhang Tiansheng, the leader of his own adventure group. Young master, after Zhang Tiansheng came over, he looked at Su Wei with a fawning face, unable to see the appearance of a third-order battle soul master in the slightest. I want to kill someone. Find me a great expert. Spend as much money as you want. The key is to be reliable. Su Wei's eyes were filled with murderous anger when he thought of today's encounter, and Li Shuiya's attitude towards himself. He would never allow Sun Tao to continue living in this world. Told Zhang Tiansheng about Sun Tao's performance one by one. Zhang Tiansheng pondered and opened his mouth. Hell-level skeleton cavern. The battle power is estimated to be close to 600 plus. He can be easily killed in seconds when he fights, which means that the battle power is at least 800 points upwards. In order to kill him, it is necessary to at least send out a second-ranked battle soulmaster of level 70 or above. However, according to his age, he shouldn't have this strength. Zhang Tiansheng was puzzled. Su Wei also couldn't figure out how a D-ranked battle spirit golden monkey, who was clearly a D-ranked battle spirit, could suddenly be so powerful. None of this matters. What matters is that I want him dead. Find me an expert. It's best if you can find a third-order battle soul master. I want to be foolproof. Zhang Tiansheng pondered for a moment. I can think of someone who definitely has the strength to decapitate Sun Tao. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the skeleton cave, a violent brawl was unfolding in a dense forest. I don't agree. Even if I die, I'm not willing to become a dirty blood. That's right, even if I have to die, I'll die as an elf. That's right, darkness can't break us, and death even less so. Several dark elves spoke up in righteous anger. The other elves nodded. They couldn't accept that it would be a betrayal of nature and Elohim to have themselves turned into a blood-feeding race. Arya was all torn up. On the one hand, she thought her sisters had a point. As an elf, She could not betray her faith. Self-absorbed, he became a blood who lived in darkness. On the other hand, they had lost their connection to the tree of life, and one could not stand by and watch his sisters die. Now that there was a way in front of him, could he really not even try? Chapter 58, The Birth of the Blood Elf, Request for Support. Sisters, I know what you're thinking, but we've already lost a lot of people. No more people can die. Auric is still breathing down our necks. The entrance to the Aria forest hasn't been opened. And what the hell is going on in Quell that is beyond us? For the sake of Quarthaz, we must live. One way or another. No matter what race we become, as long as we remain, the elves will not perish. Although Arya's voice was soft, it shook every elf's heart like thunder. The elves around them were in deep thought. I agree with Arya's proposal. After a long silence, it was Sylvanas who spoke up. However, I do understand everyone's concerns, so I have decided to select 100 people to undergo the transformation on a voluntary basis. The dark elf bloodline must not be cut off, and Quel'Thats will rise again. When Sylvanas finished speaking, the elves underneath murmured, unsure of what choice to make. I know that it's a tough decision to make, but there are things that someone has to do. Keep staying here and sooner or later Auric's minions will catch up with us. Turn into a blood and get out. At least there's new hope. Even if your looks change, your hearts remain the same. Still the great dark elves. Hearing Sylvanas say that, Arya was the first to raise her hand. I do. Then a few more elves looked at each other and raised their arms as well. I do. One after another. A steady stream of elven arms were raised, and quickly the number exceeded 100. Sitting by the campfire, Li Shueyo stared at the slowly rotating roast duck on top. After hesitating for a long time, I asked the question in my mind. Sun Tao, why did you tell them you had a solution? Are you still going to take these elves out? There were people who had tried to bring the magical beasts in the secret realm outside before, but without exception, they had all failed. Those demonic monsters were all fine in the middle of the secret realm, but as soon as they arrived outside, they were like crazy, attacking everything in front of them in a frenzy, and in the end, it was the security bureau that stepped in and killed them. Later on, the security bureau announced a rule that except for some special battle soul masters, who possessed the ability of contracting or imperial beasts, which could guarantee 100% control over the demonic monsters, no one else was allowed to bring the demonic monsters in the secret realm out. And now Sun Tao actually said that he had a way to help these elves. This made Li Shueyo very upset. Men really are big piggies. You can't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. Whenever someone else is in trouble, they run up their asses and say they have a solution. She had to admit that one by one. These elves were really too beautiful. Each one had a supermodel body, delicate facial features, and except for her skin being a bit blue, everything else was perfect, fulfilling all her fantasies about elves. Sun Tao did not answer Li Shueyo's question, but saw that the duck was almost roasted, and pinched a small piece down to have a taste. Well, that's what it tastes like. Try it. This roast duck was a roasted duck that he had bought inside the supermarket, and after buying it, he had thrown it inside the space ring, and had thought that he would be able to eat it when he took it out. Turns out I didn't realize it was sold to him just cold and needed to be heated. That's why he roasted it over a campfire, not realizing it would taste better. Tearing half of the duck and handing it to Li Shueyo, Sun Tao smiled faintly. Keep your nose out of the elf business. I have my own way. Seeing that Sun Tao didn't want to say anything, Li Shueyo skimmed her mouth and took a hard bite of the roast duck, as if she was treating it as Sun Tao. But she didn't realize that the freshly baked duck was still hot and instantly burned her tongue. Ah, hot. Li Shueyo was hot, sticking out her tongue, her small hand on the side of the fierce fan. That playful look to see Sun Tao laugh. Li Shueyo glared at Sun Tao with a puff of air. Half an hour later, Sun Tao stood in the middle of a dimly lit cave. In front of him was a pool of scarlet blood. Dozens of dark elves were drenched naked in pools of blood, with only a head showing, surrounded by burning white ghost fires. If an uninformed person came in, they would think this was some kind of hell. A few minutes later, there was a surge within the blood pool, and a blood shadow slowly emerged from it, walking over to Sun Tao. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Serena. At this moment, her face was horribly white and her breath was shriveled because she had used too much essence blood. Sun Tao hurriedly handed her the gourd he was holding. It's been hard. How's the situation? After a few hard gulps, Serena gradually got her breath back. The ceremony went well. They have absorbed the blood essence and are now fusing the elven bloodline. A few more minutes should wake them up, and the rest of the elves relying on their abilities will all be transformed, said Serena as she gave a blank look at Sun Tao. I was only going to let you knock out a few elves to capture and bring in as blood slaves at first, but who knew you'd get me over 100 elves in at once and have to convert them all to blood? If it weren't for the fact that I'm a second-generation blood, there's really no way I could first embrace so many people at once. Say, what are you going to do with this batch of elves? Sun Tao laughed. Anyway, The space inside the Qianquan scroll is big enough. Fitting some elves in is just the right thing to help me take care of it. I'm going to let them take care of the jungle and plant some herbs or something. It's also fine. The elves' craft of alchemy is also good. You can let them develop a little in that direction, Serena said, returning the gourd to Sun Tao, signaling him to take out the Qianquan scroll and let herself go back to rest. Sun Tao pulled out the Qianquan scroll, and Sai Lingna instantly transformed into a bloodlight and merged into the scroll. On the ethereal island, Serena had already used her magic and built a temporary hut, which she usually stayed in when she had nothing else to do. Since coming to Sun Tao's world, Sai Lingna was considered to have really let herself go, every day clamoring to go out shopping, wanting to buy clothes and shoes, annoying Sun Tao. In the end, it was Sun Tao who said, wait, good, bye, and bad, Li, before agreeing to wait until after the War Soul examination to go shopping. After retrieving Serena, Sun Tao redirected his gaze to the blood pool. Dozens of elves had their eyes closed tightly, their faces clear, their long hair as black as night, swaying gently with the fluctuations of the pool water. Their light blue skin gradually faded from its former color as the blood pool soaked it, becoming gruesomely white, with blood vessels showing up under the skin, and the blood all over their bodies becoming no longer emerald green, but turning a deep blood red. With the blood transforming throughout their bodies, they snapped their eyes open, their pupils flashing with a blood-colored light. Blood Elf, Arya, rank, 27, battle strength, 1205, skills, life drawing, blood magic, rapid fire, stealth. As the transformation was completed, dozens of blood elves slowly stood up from the blood pool, and the blood water slid down along their perfect and delicate bodies, dripping back into the pool and stirring up a circle of ripples. With that perfect body, Sun Tao, who was still a beginner, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he looked at it. They just walked naked to Sun Tao, kneeled on one knee, and bellowed in unison, Blood Elf Clan, see His Highness the Demon King. Listening to their outrageous names, Sun Tao couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. Serena, what are you up to again? In the Qianquan scroll, Serena was lying inside her hut, happily swiping her cell phone, which was playing a web skit she had cached in advance. Lord Demon King, the Queen has escaped again and again and again. Ah, chewy. Serena sneezed and rubbed her nose, picking up the Coke on the side and taking a sip, muttering, nasty, who's cursing me? Chapter 59, Forge Master Wu Runin, seeking support. After transforming Arya into a blood elf, Sun Tao put them on the other elves that had yet to be transformed into the Qianquan scrolls, allowing them to help take care of the forests of the Netherworld Island, planting trees and herbs and such, and releasing them when there's news of the winged forest. After Arya and the other elves stepped into the ethereal island together, the dreamlike forest made them instantly freeze. The sun shines through the dense canopy of trees, shedding dappled light and shadows, and the air is filled with the fresh aroma of earth and flowers. Everything seems so vibrant. If they hadn't sensed the world tree's aura, they would have even thought that they had arrived at the Arya forest. It's just so beautiful here. After collecting these elves, Sun Tao walked out of the cave, where Sylvanas was waiting outside with the other elves. Li Shuao stood and sulked. Seeing Sun Tao come out, Sylvanas greeted him and smiled at him. Thank you for your help. The elves will always remember your kindness. Sun Tao waved his hand. It's nothing, just a show of hands. Li Shuao muttered in a low voice with her mouth on the side. It's all working for someone, there's nothing to be thankful for. Sun Tao's smile froze on his face as he hurriedly changed the topic and asked, what are you going to do next? Sylvanas smiled faintly, not taking Li Shuao's words to heart. The number of people left is small, and the life force in my body will probably last to carry everyone for about 5 years. I'm afraid we can't stay on the second floor of the skeleton cave. Oryx minions will probably be looking for us soon. I know some dwarves that are hiding in the Black Rock Mountains on the 5th level of the Skull Caves, and I'm going to take my sisters to them, said Sylvanas as she pointed to the pendant on Sun Tao's chest. I'm counting on you for the winged forest. This emerald green badge has my scent in it. Give it to Arya. She'll know how to contact me. Sun Tao nodded and said that he would inquire for her when he went out. Once things were explained, Sylvanas asked Li Shuao to come over as well and activate the teleportation magic left behind by Arya. A light flashed, and the two of them, Sun Tao and Li Shuao, instantly disappeared in place, sending the two away. Sylvanas breathed a slow sigh of relief. Turning his head to the dark elves still in place, he grinned. Sisters, it's time to start the hunt. The dark elves held their longbows up, a fierce glint in their eyes. Kill all those skeletons. Swish, with a flash of light, the two of them, Sun Tao and Li Shuao, instantly appeared on the teleportation array at the exit of the skeleton cave. Get down there quickly and don't block the next batch of teleporters. Before the two could react, the staff in charge of managing the teleportation array on the side impatiently opened their mouths to urge the two to hurry down. Walking down the teleportation array, a group of people instantly surrounded them, all merchants who collected materials from the secret realm. High price to collect skeleton tibia. Quoted by quality. Minimum 30,000 to start. Brother, did you hit the skeleton tibia? I'll collect it at a high price. Collecting soul crumbs. Absolute top price. Brother, any soul crumbs. Collecting skull and bone powder. Collecting soul stones. A group of people were clamoring around the two. Annoyingly Shueya so much that she couldn't stand it anymore. Straight up yelling. Shut the up. Hito roars with unparalleled effectiveness. The surrounding people immediately quieted down quite a bit, and many of them even looked at Sun Tao with pitying eyes. Only after seeing the crowd quiet down did Li Shueya open her mouth. We're an adventuring group from the Huarong group, and we have to turn in what we have on us. Saying that, he also took out a document from his pocket, which was the work permit of Huarong group. Seeing that the two were from the Huarong group, the surrounding businessmen instantly lost interest. Che, it's the adventure groups and you didn't say so earlier. It's a waste of effort. That's right, the adventuring group only came with 2 people. I guess they just bought tickets to go in and have a look. There's definitely nothing good. I don't know. These 2 aren't very old. Maybe they're just going in there to fall in love for miles. Crazy, going to the secret realm to fall in love? Aren't you afraid that a monster will come out while you're kissing? The youngsters are so good at this. Listening to those people's outrageous arguments, Li Shueya was so angry that she wanted to go up and bite them to death. If it wasn't for Sun Tao desperately pulling her back, there was no telling what was going to happen. It was already almost dark when they walked to the parking lot, and after casually eating something on the way, Li Shueya sent Sun Tao back home. What's next for you? Before getting off the bus, Li Shueya asked Sun Tao. Sun Tao thought for a moment. There are still 2 days left before the Battle Soul exam. I'm going to go inside the Scarlet Forest and practice again, to see if I can rise a few more levels. Li Shueya had an expression of looking at a retard. Are you stupid? 2 days before the Battle Soul exam, the official Battle Soul Masters are coming to Shuzhou City to carve the spell formation of the Tsunyuan Tower. There will be spatial fluctuations at that time, and in order to avoid triggering a wave of beasts, all of the adventure zones will be closed. So where are you going to go to practice? Sun Tao scratched his head. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. This period of time is too busy. He engaged in forget. Li Shueya pulled out her cell phone, snapped a few messages, and put the phone away. Anyway, there's nothing much going on. I've made an appointment for you at the introductory Forge Master class, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I've sent you the address. Remember not to be late. Sun Tao nodded. Since he couldn't go out and adventure, he just happened to engage in a side job. And in the meantime, he went to Black Wind Mountain to brush up on his spirit. Watching Li Shueya's sports car disappear around the corner, Sun Tao shook his head and turned around to go home. At night, Sun Tao didn't lie at home, but entered the middle of the Qiankuan scroll. The spiritual qi in the scroll was rich and very suitable for the cultivation of the angry ape strength. Grabbing Serena's bed, he shooed her aside and sat on the bed himself for the rest of the night to cultivate. Serena just glared at him from the floor all night. On the following day, Sun Tao woke up from his cultivation. The whole person was refreshed, feeling that the power in his body had grown silkily again, and driving the mana was also more smooth and silky. Standing up, he realized Serena was still sitting on the floor, pouting and glaring at himself. What are you doing? Who are you scaring by staring at an eyeball so early in the morning? Serena clutched her chest and huffed. You stole my bed. Sun Tao raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with robbing your bed? Tell me what's going on with Lord Demon King. What strange things have you instilled in those blood elves again? As soon as she heard Sun Tao say the words Lord Demon King, Serena immediately shrunk her neck sheepishly. The bed thing was too embarrassing to mention. I'm trying to find a name for you. They need a name to call you. Lord Demon King sounds so good. It's so domineering and powerful. Sun Tao cried and laughed, sternly chortling. What a nice sound. You go and make them change it today. Sai Ling nodded her head. Then there has to be a name. You can't just keep calling it Sun Tao. Sun Tao. Sun Tao thought about it and looked at the fog island not far away and thought, let's call it Chi Tian Dishang. Chi Tian. Great Sage? Serena cocked her head and chanted the name, and for some reason, a feeling of warmth welled up in her heart. At 9 o'clock in the morning, according to the address given by Li Shueya, Sun Tao arrived at Huarong Industrial Park. Looking at the building in front of him, Sun Tao looked at his cell phone a few times to make sure he really hadn't gone to the wrong place. Does this place really have an introductory training course for forgers? Sun Tao couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Hey, the brat over there. Just as Sun Tao was puzzled, a rough voice came from not far away. Sun Tao turned his head to look, only to see a 2-meter-tall, tower-like steel Barbie waving at him. Brother. No. Sister. Who are you? You're the Sun Tao that Miss said, aren't you? I'm the Huarong Group's extraordinarily ranked forger, Wu Runan, and I'm your forging teacher for the past few days. Sun Tao blinked and sized up the fierce warrior's face several times. You shouldn't be called Wakaneo. You should be called Wikaneo. The corner of Sun Tao's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the terrifying muscles on this guy's body. For some reason, there was a bad feeling in his heart. A forging introduction. There is no need to trouble the master, right? Or find you first let the apprentice to give me a lesson. To understand some basics and then ask for your advice is not too late. Chapter 60 Thunderflame Hammer begs for golden votes, leading Sun Tao towards his own forging room. Wu Runin had a smirk if nothing else on her face. Sun Tao followed her, and along the way, he encountered quite a number of Huarong groups forges standing or sitting, who gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their gazes coincidentally falling on the two. Is this Master Wu's novice apprentice? TSK, 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 it's the 8th one this month, isn't it? Master Wu is really ruthless. I heard that this one is still a friend of the lady. Do you guys think Master Wu will come down hard? Asterisk 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 he wouldn't have offended Miss, would he? To be put under Master Wu's hand to drill. Misery, misery. The crowd murmured and looked at Sun Tao with eyes of a good show, guessing how long this guy could last under Wu Runin. Some said 3 days, some said a week, and the most exaggerated one said up to half a day before running. Hearing Sun Tao was a cold sweat. No, is this Master Wu some kind of a deluge? He had just searched online for this person, Wu Runin, and had scored quite a few perfect grade equipment. He is a renowned forging master in Shuzhou City. He felt that Master Wu was very good strict teacher out of high students. These people also said that Master Wu's strict control, ran a lot of apprentices, must be their own level is not good. This bitterness cannot stand. Do others certainly not. It was really thanks to Li Shuya that she was able to find such a master on her own, and she must be thanked properly when she turns around. Sun Tao was thinking in his heart when Wu Runin in front of him suddenly spoke, and don't listen to the others. I'm usually quite amiable and don't just scold people, but let's say it's ugly. You don't see that forging is just a basic side job. Anyone can do it, but it's not an easy thing to really hit a good piece of equipment. Sun Tao replied with a faint smile. I know, Master Wu, I'll definitely stick to it. Wu Runin nodded. That's what my last apprentice said, and he lifted the bucket after 3 days of learning. Sun Tao, selecting materials, forging, shaping, carving patterns, spirit injection, and quenching cannot be neglected in every aspect. Once there is a slight mistake, the most perfect equipment cannot be forged. So, no matter who you are, no matter what status you have, don't blame me for cursing you once you drop the ball on the forge. Sun Tao smiled and responded, it's fine, Master Wu, just scold, I can stand it. Wu Runin laughed, a little grimly, that's what my last apprentice said, and he ended up running away in 2 days. Sun Tao, well, what else could he say? You're good? After a 10-minute walk in silence, the two came to a forge room. Wu Runin pushed open the door and introduced herself to Sun Tao. This is my forge. The high temperature that came to his face really startled Sun Tao, and he almost had to pull out his fire shield. Subconsciously lucked the raging 8 power to resist the heat wave. Don't use your soul power to resist the high temperature. They are your best companions when forging, Wu Runin said with a smile, leading Sun Tao into the forging room. At the center of the forging room was a huge forging table with a mechanical power hammer attached to it, making it easy for the forger to hammer hard materials. On the left were dozens of vats containing different kinds of demonic essence blood, which could be used to quench to add the appropriate magical attributes to the forged equipment. On the side was the material area, stacked with large amounts of stone and iron, many of which were also magical materials. On the right is a large furnace. Not far away there is a console, able to adjust the temperature of the furnace in real time. And finally there is a corner of the forging room with a variety of gemstones and powders. Is the final use of forging masters to give the equipment engraved formations and injection of spirit with the material. Turning on the ignition switch of the fireplace, the blazing flames burned instantly, even vaguely bluish. First lesson in forging. Every forger should have a hammer of his own. Wu Runin pulled out a sledgehammer from somewhere, and when it fell on his hand, it turned freely like a toy. Then pick out a few large lapis lazuli from the materials section off to the side. Green sunstone. Heavy enough, hard enough, strong enough. It also comes with fire attribute damage. It's definitely the right choice for making a forging hammer. Laying these stones on the forging table, Wu Runin framed and smashed them with several hammers. Then some rocks and iron were thrown onto the stage and smashed to pieces. The so-called forging is the process of fusing a number of metals together in specific proportions, and subsequently melting them into shape and forging them into magical equipment. Now I'll teach you the simplest selection. Wu Runin pointed at the pile of stone materials in front of her and spoke to Sun Tao. The so-called selection of materials is to select the forging materials based on the characteristics of the equipment you wish to forge, and then fuse them together. Green sunstone is hard but poorly malleable, so I added copper cloud steel to increase toughness, in addition to star iron to increase weight, blazing flamestone to increase fire attribute response, and earth serpent scales to increase stability. Lastly, add a piece of thunder dragon bone to allow your forge hammer to release a brief electric shock upon striking, making it easier to remove impurities from the surface of the metal. With that, she threw the materials into the forge and watched them slowly melt. All of these materials have similar melting points, so they can be thrown in together, but you'll still need to pay attention to the forging melting point of each one when you forge in the future. Different ores have different melting points, so if you throw it the wrong way, it's likely to explode. Over time, the material in the furnace melted, forming a cloud of colorful metallic liquid. Wu Runin held a long pincer and carefully poured this mass of metallic liquid into the pre-prepared mold. The shape of the mold was that of a four-square forging hammer, which was currently being slowly filled with a burnt bright red metallic liquid. After the metal liquid had cooled and solidified, Wu Runin once again took the forging hammer in her hand and meticulously hammered and sculpted the mold. The most difficult thing amongst forging is forging and refining, and although there are now power hammers to assist, a qualified forger still needs to learn to use the hammer in his hand for forging. With each forging, the impurities in the iron are hammered out, and it's not qualified until it's refined beyond refining. Knock knock, knock knock. Wu Runin clamped the metal block and kept tapping it with a hammer, occasionally sprinkling a handful of iron powder down from the side. The entire hunk of metal was turned over and pounded constantly, and when it cooled a little, it was thrown back into the furnace fire to be calcined. The most important thing about forging is to do it all in one go. Never stop halfway, Wu Runin said, seeing the iron reddened and then took it out again to continue forging. She swung the sledgehammer, and according to Sun Tao's estimation, each blow was at least thousands of pounds of force, not in the least lower than the power of some mechanical forging hammers. No wonder she doesn't use a mechanical hammer, but fights herself. After half an hour of continuous pounding, the entire iron block was only the size of its original average. After cooling down, even the color of the hammer changed, turning into a kind of all-over silver white, with a hint of black and blue patterns on the surface, just like the veins of this hammer. A great forger can whack the magical formations out in the form of a forge, but that's a bit too difficult for you, and we usually go for the carved pattern. Saying that, Wu Runin carried the hammer to the workbench on the side and skillfully applied a layer of special solution on it, then took out a carving knife to carve magic runes on it. When the rune was finished engraving, Wu Runin threw it directly into the quenching pool on the side. The quenching was completed with a flame rising to the sky. A shining forging hammer was forged by Wu Runin. Thunder hammer, fine war hammer. Battle strength, 354. Forge hammer handcrafted by Forge Master Wu Runin, which can also be used as a one-handed warhammer. Possesses fire and lightning attribute damage, and is able to increase the success rate of the Forge Master's forging. Features, thunder and fire forging. When forging, there is a chance to attach thunder and fire attributes to the equipment. Wu Runin lifted the hammer, checked it up and down, confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it, and handed it to Sun Tao. Here, it's for you, as your gift of worship. After receiving the hammer, a system prompt rang in Sun Tao's head. Drops. Wu Runin teaches you forging experience. Gaining the secondary skill, forging. Completion of side quest 4, 3000 paths. Reward for quest, secondary skill scroll *1. Secondary skill detected. Cloak system open. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Sun Tao was ecstatic in his heart. Finally, the cloak system. Chapter 61 Cloak Forging, Request for Support. On the first day of following Wu Runin to learn forging, Sun Tao gave her a day's beating. Either you're moving material or you're on your way to move it. Once you move slow you'll still get a scolding from her. After returning home, Sun Tao collapsed softly on his bed, unable to lift a single ounce of strength. Wasn't this forging initiation really tricking him into doing free labor? Sun Tao couldn't help but start to be a bit skeptical. Li Shuiyao wouldn't be punking herself, right? Sighing, he pulled out the Thunderfire hammer from his ring and held it in his hand to scrutinize it. Forging, it's still magical. Thinking of the cloak system that was unlocked today, Sun Tao hurriedly climbed up to open his system panel. After scrolling through several times I can't see where the cloak system is. Think of the setting in the game. When he opened the Qianquan scroll, the words draped and build really appeared in the land temple. Tap on the cloak build, which shows 4 pieces of equipment to pick up, respectively. They are 100 opera noir face, 100 opera money lining clothes, 100 opera handguards, 100 opera hanging legs. Sun Tao took them out and was instantly startled. 100 opera noir mask, mortal grade soul artifact, slightly increases the battle soul power, slightly increases the spirit energy and experience value gained when killing monsters. 100 plays lining money clothes, mortal grade soul artifact, slightly increases the defense of the battle soul, and slightly increases the amount of spirit embodiment and experience value gained when killing monsters. 100 opera protector, mortal grade soul artifact, slightly increases the defense of the battle soul, and slightly increases the amount of spirit embodiment and experience value gained when killing monsters. 100 Opera Clevis, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact, slightly increases the speed of recovery of battle soul power, slightly increases the amount of spirit energy and experience value gained from killing monsters. Surprisingly, they were all soul weapons. Although it was of mortal quality, it was enough to shock Sun Tao. After taking them out and refining them all, Sun Tao only felt a majestic soul power explode within him, flowing between his limbs and bones before surging into the battle soul at the back of his head. The raging ape battle spirit within him instantly skyrocketed more than 4 times in aura. Sun Tao's pupils shrunk slightly. A mortal grade soul artifact, surprisingly so powerful. The battle power value on his panel didn't rise significantly though. However, he could feel that the soul power in his body had fully quadrupled. The battle spirit in his body even turned into an ape with armor and a face, holding a fire blade, with a red fire-avoiding cover behind him, which was mighty and extraordinary. If Sun Tao were to release his battle spirit now, no one would believe that this was just a D-ranked golden monkey. This is still just the complimentary 100 opera set. If I could wear the Divine Precious Vigorous set or the Divine Precious Great Sage set, how strong would it be? Feeling the pang by soul power in his body, Sun Tao couldn't help but fantasize. I'm afraid I'll be truly invincible by then. The real Great Sage is probably nothing more than that. The future is bright. But right now in the cloak system there are only Walker's set, Brocade Scale set, Bronze set, and Ebony set to build. Walker's suit, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact, set effect, can drink alcohol while sprinting, increases speed by a small amount. When running, you can stack a layer of attack damage per second. This effect naturally dissipates when you stop running. When running, you will gain a small amount of stick power per second. Gene Scale set, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact, when life is low, slowly restores some life, and if in water, the effect is enhanced. In water, greatly reduces ki consumption. If in water, greatly increases the damage of the Lightstick finishing stance. Bronze set, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact, after triggering the talent spread foot, articulating Lightstick will hit Lightstick Finale, deals extra damage when shattering an opponent's fixation spell, significantly reduces the cooldown time of the opponent's immobilization spell when it is shattered. Ebony Gold set, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact, increases the damage of the stealth breaking strike to a certain extent after using Gathering Form and Dispersing Chi. The black wind wrapped around yourself and your disguise while you are invisible continues to damage your surrounding opponents. Slightly increases the initial mana cost of Gathering and Dispersing Chi. The dummy will continue to exist for a longer period of time after the Chi is restored. All of them are mortal grade soul weapons. However, Sun Tao wasn't in a hurry, because he knew that when Rokuroku village was unlocked, he could look for Inhu to upgrade the cloak he was wearing. The highest it could be upgraded to Divine Precious, which was estimated to be enough for him to use for a long time. Continuing to scroll down, still at the bottom of the cloak build, you see a scroll. Toro Challenge Scroll, use it to challenge Toro. Win to unlock the Precious Toys bar. First victory earns you the spell, Yuchuan, Spirit, 6000. So it's Lord Inhu. Excuse me. Although Sun Tao had never fought, he had brushed up on a number of videos on the internet of hitting a Syncona tiger. One by one, they were abused. Himself a small minion who can't even beat Tiger Vanguard is better not to touch the porcelain first. Skip straight to it. After flipping through the cloak building system, Sun Tao realized that building these suits basically only required materials such as cotton yarn, cloud brocade, and wolf demon skin, which was a lot more than inside the game. The good thing is that these can be swiped in the Black Cloud Mountains, but before that, I seem to remember obtaining a secondary skill scroll, so I don't know what it's for. During the day, because he had been busy moving materials, Sun Tao hadn't had time to look at what this vice skill scroll actually was. Extract the reel from the system. Subjunctive skill scroll. After using it, you can raise the level of your subjunctive skill by 1 level. Common to all subjunctives. Ability to directly raise the level of a secondary skill by 1 level. Sun Tao's face was ecstatic. This was good stuff. It was important to realize that in this world, every level up of the vice rank required a huge amount of resources and experience. One of the secondary rank, every 10 levels is a hurdle. Not only need to brush skill proficiency, but also need the talent of the War Soul Master Enlightenment on the top to be promoted. Depending on the level of the secondary skills, the world generally categorizes the secondary practitioners into 8 levels: Apprentice, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Master, Sovereign, Legendary, and Divine. However, it was rumored that there were higher level side skills above the God level, but no one had ever seen them. Every year, there were quite a few battle soul masters who became vice professions, but in the 300 years since the emergence of vice professions, there had only been 100 legendary level vice professions, enough to see how difficult it is to improve secondary skills, and this skill scroll was able to directly raise the level of a secondary skill by 1 level. This meant that if there was a sub-master skill stuck at level 49, it could directly help him break through the bottleneck and spawn a sub-master out. If it was used on Sun Tao now, it would only raise his forging skill from level 1 to level 2. It's really a waste. Therefore, after seeing the effect of this scroll, Sun Tao put it away. You can use it later when your secondary skills are up. It's a pity that I can't see Serena and the girls' subclass levels, or else I could use it for them and just pile up a subclass clan master out of them. Sun Tao sighed and shook his head, withdrawing his mind and preparing to enter Blackwind Mountain to brush the monsters. Open the trials panel and select Blackwind Mountain. Sun Tao only felt that the land temple in front of him was filled with smoke, and after a period of heavenly rotation, he came to a floating pagoda. A mural slowly emerged before his eyes in the dim light. It's the very same mural of destiny that connects the Blackwind Mountains, the fire illuminating the black clouds. I wonder if the bosses have been beefed up for the second week, Sun Tao thought in his heart, reached out and slowly probed into the mural, once again entering the Blackwind Mountain territory. Chapter 62, by Lotus Root Immortal Pill, Seek Support. Entering Blackwind Mountain for the second week, Sun Tao felt completely different. He's not the same Sun Tao he used to be. Nowadays, he had obtained the Great Sage's root weapon Eye-Seeing Happiness, upgraded all kinds of equipment, and mastered all kinds of divine abilities. Terribly strong. This time, when he entered the Blackwind Mountain, there was no tension at all that he had felt before. Instead, I found the mountains beautiful and refreshing. Even the coyote demons on both sides of the road felt a lot more cordial. I don't know if Guangxi and the others have refreshed yet. I'll make sure to let them see some of my methods. Looking at the familiar mountain road in front of him, Sun Tao could not help but feel some emotion. Previously, in order to speed through the Blackwind Mountain, there were many places that he had not properly explored, and this time, when he returned as the king, he would definitely take everything in the Blackwind Mountain into his pocket. Just as Sun Tao was thinking, the figures of two wolf demons not far away slowly approached. Go go go! Swim swim! Hearing this familiar voice, Sun Tao laughed out loud. Ha ha, here comes my first kill. Sun Tao looked at the two wolf demons casually carrying their weapons and lazily walking. Can't help but laugh a little. Naive and foolish, he deserves to be killed. Without waiting for the wolf demon to pick himself up, he voluntarily undid his transformation and in a puff of smoke took on the form of a heavenly fate monkey in a 100 opera suit. Big brother, we're in for a treat. Ha 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 ha, another monkey? Haven't eaten monkey brain for a long time, it's just right to slaughter it for wine. Seeing Sun Tao, the two wolf demons laughed and picked up their weapons to approach him. Sun Tao casually knocked two sticks on their heads, directly emptying the blood bars and sending them away. Drop! You have killed a level 10 wolf scout, gaining experience *12, spirit value *8. Drop! You have killed a level 11 wolf rex, gaining experience *13, spirit value *8. Listening to the system prompt that sounded in his head, a trace of color flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. The level has increased from 3 to 10. The difficulty has really increased. If I brush it a few more times, wouldn't all these little wolf demons be higher level than me? Sun Tao's heart was pounding, which meant that if he didn't increase his strength at a fast rate, it was likely that he wouldn't even be able to defeat Blackwind Mountain after a while. But what does that have to do with him in the second week? Just be cool now. The corners of Sun Tao's mouth hooked up slightly as he carried the stick and headed inside the Blackwind Mountain. What's all the fuss about? Pull up roots. Before Blackwind Mountain Land could finish his words, he watched as the heavenly fate monkey in front of him directly pulled out a hair and turned it into sandalwood incense and inserted it on the land temple, and without waiting for him to appear, he ran off into the distance. No, what's your hurry? Don't you want to hear the backstory? Where does Sun Tao care about him? All he thinks about is to hurry to find Guangxi and send him warmth. He had to know that when he first entered Blackwind Mountain, he had been rubbed on the ground by Guangxi several times. I was wrong. You just look like him. Almost gave him PTSD. This time, for the second week, he had to show Hiroshi what it meant to be the return of the great sage. Along the way, he killed wolves when he encountered wolves and killed demons when he encountered demons. Wolf demon, kill. The guards, kill. Spectre, kill. Directly jogging all the way, he arrived in the middle of the small courtyard of the Buddha Hall where Guangxi was. Guangxi, your grandfather is here. Ha, another monkey. The wolf demon with the fire blade in hand had just turned around. A scowling monkey was seen pointing and shouting. Set, buzz, an immortal light erupted, surging mana flowed, and golden characters instantly appeared above his head. Guangxi only felt an unrivaled mana fall on him, instantly suppressing his entire cultivation completely. Actually, he couldn't even move a muscle, only a few thoughts could still flow. Sun Tao laughed sardonically, plucked out a handful of hairs, and blew gently. 4 or 5 doppelgangers instantly materialized out of the smoke, rushed forward with their sticks, and beat up on Guangxi. Sun Tao stood in place and watched Guangxi's blood bar plummet as he silently activated the chi-gathering technique in his heart. The stick's power soared, and the copper cloud stick in his hand bloomed with a golden light. Tai, Eat my old son's stick. Bang! The majestic stick power landed directly on Guangji's head, and more than 10,000 battle power instantly erupted. That terrifying force directly obliterated Guangji's physical body on the spot. Without even saying his final last lines, he turned into a roiling point of light and was absorbed by the red tide on the ground. Drop! You have killed level 24 leader Fiery Wolf Demon Guangji, gaining experience *321, spirit value *122. Yes, Sun Tao let out a loud cry of pain as he killed Guangji with a bat. Sure enough, the second weekly installment is just awesome. The demon kings who had bullied him before, he had to retrieve them one by one. Picked up red tide, expecting to get a new soul weapon. Unexpectedly, just as his finger touched the fire blade, it transformed into a bit of spiritual energy and merged into Sun Tao's body. The blade red tide has been acquired and converted into spirit aura, 3000 points. Ah, how come it's turned into a spirit embrace? Sun Tao skimmed his lips. He was still thinking about one more red tide handle to see if he could take it out and sell it for money. After all, soul weapons are not cheap, casually selling them for hundreds of millions of dollars. If I could get more of them, I would never have to worry about money in my life. But I didn't expect that the second weekly program would turn directly into a spirit universe, making Sun Tao's plan directly dead in the water. Forget it, it's fine to have spirit implications. It's better than having nothing at all. Sun Tao shook his head helplessly and rang the flood bell before moving on. Drop! You have killed the level 26 Demon King Spirit Void Sun, gaining experience *352, spirit value *158. After killing the Spirit Void Sun, Sun Tao was about to move on when he heard the voice of the Black Wind Mountain Land suddenly coming from behind him. Little monkey, don't be in a hurry. This demon still has the golden elixir bestowed by the Black Bear Spirit. That's a good thing. You mustn't miss it. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao searched the courtyard and eventually found a golden treasure box inside the main hall. That treasure box was also surrounded by white mist, which was not normal at first glance. Why didn't I realize there was a treasure chest here before? Sun Tao cursed and went forward to open the treasure chest, and a fresh scent came directly to his nose. It instantly refreshed his mind. The box flashed with golden light, and infinite spiritual energy spread out instantly. By Root Golden Pill. By Lotus Root Golden Elixir, Spirit Artifact Great Potion, it can greatly increase the user's life cap, and can be taken up to a maximum of 9 pills. Taken, 0/9. Surprisingly, it was a golden elixir that could increase the life cap. Seeing the effect of the By Lotus Root Gold Dan, Sun Tao could not wait to slap himself twice. What is the point of running so fast during the weekly program? I can't believe I even missed this kind of immortal elixir. Unfortunately, there's no use talking about it now. We can only pay attention to it when we brush up afterward, so we don't miss any more. Taking the golden elixir and feeling the surging chi and blood in his body, Sun Tao set off once again. Follow the cliffs deeper into the mountains. This time, he walked extremely slowly, leisurely all the way, sometimes picking flowers, sometimes pulling grass, as if he was traveling in the mountains. With his strength nowadays, not to mention killing a small Lingshu Z, even from the black bear spirit that retrieved the eyes to see the joy, that is also as simple as eating and drinking water. As long as he wanted to, these little demons wouldn't even be able to detect his traces. But he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he began to explore Black Wind Mountain in detail. No, it really made him discover a hint. Chapter 63, Mine Yuan Shoucheng, Seeking Golden Votes. After going down the mountain path and casually killing 2 coyote demons, he found a dark cave. There was an occasional sigh of relief from inside. Stepping into it, a demonic creature that looked like a human and a horse was sitting inside. The body, on the contrary, looked extremely strong, sitting on a boulder with a long whip and sighing continuously. Geez, what a way to go! How good is it? A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. Ma Tianba, leader, rank, 86, battle strength, 24, 368, skills, electricity, dazzling light, reed thunder, hidden sting, lightning whip, 10,000 thunder heavenly prison leader. Looking at the horrifying battle power of this horse demon in front of him, Sun Tao sucked in a breath of cool air. Luckily, he didn't have a blood bar on his head, so it didn't look like he was an enemy. Seeing Sun Tao come in, a trace of surprise seemed to flash in Ma Batian's eyes as he opened his mouth. Your Excellency doesn't seem to be a demon here. Could it be that you're also here to worship that Black Wind Great King? Listen to me. This black bear monster is strong and unreliable. You'd better leave here before it's too late. Sun Tao anxiously looked at Ma Batian, only hating that he, the heavenly fate monkey, was a mute. How could he not ask anything, but only listen to him? That Ma is also a lord with a sense of justice. Said to Sun Tao shook his head, Chi death resurrection. Gold and silver treasures are bluffing. Those little demons are deceived. The black wind monster is good at making tricks. The mouth cultivates the true nature. The belly is greedy and deceitful. I do not dare to entrust what I ask, although I do not know why your excellency came here, but you must be more careful. I am anxious at the moment. I need to depart immediately, so goodbye. After saying that, he shook his head and packed up his things and disappeared in front of Sun Tao. Drops. Completing side quest 1, Loyalty and Righteousness. Opening the Loyalty and Righteousness side quest. Quest reward, spell Eclipsing Thunder. Eclipsing Thunder, SS level passive. Thunder sting damage can be attached when attacking. Up to 5 layers can be stacked, and when stacked, it will explode, inflicting magical damage and paralyzing effect on the enemy. So strong. Surprisingly, it's an SS rank passive skill. Sun Tao didn't expect that he would be able to obtain an SS rank skill just by casually strolling through a cave. It looked like this Black Wind Mountain was still hiding many things that he didn't know about. Gotta explore it to get it right. As Ma left, Sun Tao retraced his steps on the road, ready to go to those depths and see what other secrets there were. Along the way, after killing many wolf demons and snake monsters, Sun Tao gained quite a few more spirit energies. He stepped into a bamboo forest and had just walked up the steps when he heard a clear voice. Long in the cage, but back to nature. Walked forward, only to see a green robe, beard and hair white Taoist priest is at the table, pen and ink. The back of the large green and black gourd is unusually conspicuous. The old man turned around and looked at Sun Tao with a smile. Did you see the orphan souls on your way here? The spirit is not dispersed and floats in the air. Unfortunately, your gourd is useless, and mine has recognized the master again. The Taoist man with the gourd on his back shook his head with a brush. Sun Tao directly opened his fiery eyes to see. Yuan Shoucheng, half immortal. Rank, battle strength. Skills. Looking at Yuan Shoucheng's attribute panel, Sun Tao was startled. It was the first time he'd seen a panel full of question marks. The man's name was familiar to him, though. Yuan Shoucheng? It's him. Doubts flowed in Sun Tao's eyes. In the original Journey to the West, this man was a key figure in the Journey to the West. It's not an exaggeration to say that he started the West. He had made a bet with the king of the Jing River Dragon in Chang'an City, causing the Dragon King to turn over his heavenly stripes and ask Li Shimen for help. Although the king of Tang promised, but why by the fate of the calculation? Ultimately still inevitable cut dragon platform to go through. Beheaded by Wei Zheng in a dream. His head hangs in the city of Chao. After the death of the king of the Jinghe Dragon, his grievances are hard to dispel, and his residual soul seeks revenge on Li Shimen by pulling him into the middle of the hell, thus kicking off the prelude to the Journey to the West. In terms of time, this man should have died long ago. How can you write and paint in Black Wind Mountain, surrounded by demons? Is it? He was waiting for himself on purpose? Sun Tao was puzzled and looked at Yuan Shoucheng. He stood in place as if he suddenly thought of something, reached out and sucked the gourd around Sun Tao's waist into his hand. I have a method to transcend the souls of the dead and return to the fullness of the anti-truth, which will be of help to you. With that, he quickly drew symbols on Sun Tao's gourd. Golden runes were outlined, and the gourd shimmered with a white shimmering light. Alright, Yuan Shoucheng finished drawing, laughed, and threw the gourd to Sun Tao. Suddenly there was a flash of light in his eyes and he took 2 steps closer to Sun Tao. Ha! Weird. Strange. He seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened and his fingers pinched repeatedly. But no matter how much he measured, this time he only saw a chaos. The color of surprise in Yuan Shoucheng's eyes grew more and more intense, and he suddenly stroked his beard and laughed. Good thing. Good thing. I can't believe I can't see through your destiny. Maybe this time you can really break the destiny of heaven. After saying that, Yuan Shoucheng transformed into a ball of aura and disappeared in midair. Sun Tao gently weighed the gourd in his hand and seemed to feel that there was something different about it. Drop. The gourd has been nudged by the half-immortal to open the essence system. Essence. After battle, you can collect demon spirits to obtain the incarnation stance, which slightly increases the amount of spirit energy gained after battle. Sun Tao's eyes widened. This old thing still had this ability. Not only can you increase the amount of spirit energy you gain after battles, but you can also equip yourself with the best techniques of the demons. Greatly enriches one's means of combat. Right, the essence of a ghost. Sun Tao remembered that he had a ball of essence floating in the air after he killed the specter and was unable to collect it. It looked like he had to wait for Yuan Shoucheng to normalize the gourd before he could go and collect it. Use the shrinking green charm to get to the forest where the ghosts are. Use the gourd to collect its essence and instantly gain access to the specter's stance. Zen strike. Transform into a big-headed doll and kowtow to the ground. Deduct blood if you hit it, salute if you don't, and have your face on the inside. The key is that after absorbing it, it can also increase one's defense, which is extremely cost-effective. According to the system's tips, the gourd could only hold one essence at a time, and the others had to be kept in the land temple, to be taken at any time when needed. And you can also upgrade the essence spirit up to extraordinary grade by using spirit embodiment and special materials. I don't know if the demonic creatures out there have essence spirits. It would be awesome if they could absorb them as well. Sun Tao thought darkly as he put away the gourd and continued on his way. Further on, there were no more wolf demons on the road. Instead, there was a single snake demon. Sun Tao naturally wouldn't be polite with them, carrying the stick and directly sending these demons to reincarnation. There were also some monsters made up of snake demon corpses, which were also shattered by Sun Tao's baton. In the sky, Yuan Shoucheng lay prone in the clouds, quietly watching Sun Tao's movements. With a languid gaze, he sighed and said, "The number of heaven has changed. Heaven's destiny is unknown. Even I can't see your way forward. Maybe you can really break through this time." Yuan Shoucheng sighed. He also wanted to see if this heavenly faithful man, this time, could truly break his destiny and forcefully shatter the cage of this world. "Perhaps our true destiny is due to you," Yuan Shoucheng thought, and suddenly raised his head and smiled slightly, looking towards the distant sky. "Hey!" A soft sigh seemed to come from the sky, and no one was to be seen. Only one leaf floated down, with a clear scent and an extremely thin and long leaf tip. Chapter 64 Weapon Upgrade. Beast Stick Twin Snakes, Request for Support. Sun Tao, who was in Black Wind Mountain, naturally did not know that because of Yuan Shoucheng, he had already entered the sights of certain bigwigs. Along the way, he traveled towards the interior of the Black Wind Mountain, killed Guang Mao, resolved the white-robed showman, and rang the 3 flood bells within the mountain. With a wave of dizziness, Sun Tao once again returned to the old Guanyin Zen Center. A few rods knocked out Elder Jin Qi to death, and once again, he obtained the fire-avoiding shield from Ling Suzi. The magic treasure fire shield has been acquired and transformed into spiritual aura, 5,000 points. Sure enough, just like a red tide, it turned into a roiling spirit energy surging into Sun Tao's body. If the red tide and fire shelter can have this much spiritual aura each time, then each time one brushes the Black Wind Mountain, the spiritual aura income is estimated to be around 24 to 30,000. Basically, if you brush it 4 or 5 times, you should be able to upgrade the Qianquan scroll. Looking at the soaring spiritual aura value on the panel, Sun Tao paid a thought in his heart. Now even though it looked like there was a lot of spirit energy, there were also more skills on him, together with the fact that there was still Qi Tian De Shang's Heavenly Fate template that needed to be upgraded. The tens of thousands of spirit embodiment was still a bit insufficient. If only there was one more map of the trial. Sun Tao thought in his heart that if he could have one more trial map, he could have tens of thousands of extra spirit energy coming in a day. Just now, he had already understood through the system that with this trial system, each map could only be entered once per day. If we could have one more trial map, we would have one more place to brush up on experience and spirit energy. Unfortunately, I still haven't seen the Shin Monkey. It would be nice to upgrade the gourd. Sun Tao sighed. Just now, on the way here, he carefully searched several times, and still didn't see Shin Monkey's figure. He remembers from the game that it was the Shin Monkey that he encountered after fighting Wang Mao. Unlocked Sokables and gourd upgrades. I guess it takes contacting some hidden branch lines to open the 6 Jins and 6 Armors quest. Sun Tao guessed and came all the way to the outside of the new Goddess of Mercy Zen Center and fought with the Black Wind Great King in his human form. After beating him away, he lifted up the entire Zen garden, and finally found a tiny purple gold pill that was able to drastically increase the upper limit of mana in the hall. After swallowing it, Sun Tao felt his mana increase greatly. In his heart, he was even more remorseful. What was he doing running so fast for a weekly program, even missing this kind of precious stand? Going up the mountain, after a cool battle, resolved the Black Bear Spirit, once again recaptured the Great Saint's root, the eyes to see the joy. Drop! You have killed the level 32 Demon King Black Bear Spirit, gaining experience * 582, spirit value * 428. Unfortunately, after obtaining Eye Seeing Joy, it didn't unlock the other effects of the Great Sacred Root Weapon, but was instead converted into Divine Destiny Template Proficiency, which made Sun Tao a bit depressed. Has acquired the Great Sacred Root's Eye Seeing Joy, transforming it into the Divine Destiny Template Proficiency of 1%. That's fine. Now it takes 30,000 points of spiritual aura to raise 1% proficiency, which is equivalent to gaining 30,000 points of spiritual aura at once. Looking at the heavy bright bird transformed by Eye Shine He swooping down on himself and disappearing, Sun Tao sighed, the light and shadows revolving in front of his eyes, and he re-entered the floating pagoda on the Netherworld Island. The murals on the wall dimmed, leaving only 3 clusters of light floating in front of Sun Tao. Old Mountain Ginseng, fine-grade alchemy material. Old Mountain Ginseng grown in the mountains, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and containing extremely strong medicinal properties, can be used to make elixirs. Linglong Niden, perfect grade alchemy material, the golden elixir condensed within the demon's body, an important material for refining specific immortal elixirs. Fiery Flame Woolly Gold, perfect grade forging material. Gold becomes iron when it is transported, and iron looks like gold when it comes. It can be used for weapon casting, and with the demonic beast kernel, It can be used to forge the Beast Stick Bear Fighter and the Beast Stick Twin Snake. Surprisingly, it had exploded with perfect grade materials. It was still the weapon forging material he needed most at the moment. Sun Tao was slightly surprised and reached out to put them away. Then came the land temple. Sure enough, underneath cloak forging, a weapon forging option appeared. After tapping on it, 2 branches appeared below the copper cloud stick, the Beast Stick Bear Fighter and the Beast Stick Twin Snakes. He could now upgrade the copper cloud stick into one of them. If you wanted to replace it, you would have to brush materials from the Black Wind Mountain and build a new copper cloud stick out of it. Glancing at the materials needed to build the copper cloud stick: Essence Ironstone *3, Cloud Copper Wood *10, Spirit Aura 5000. It's okay, not very hard to put together. A couple more swipes of Black Wind Mountain should do the trick. So it's not a matter of either slash or between the 2 sticks. It's just a matter of who comes first and who comes last. Sun Tao looked to the introduction of the 2 sticks. Beast Stick Twin Snakes, perfect grade weapon. Battle strength, 760. The surface carved with a double-headed snake pattern of the war stick. Its shape is like 2 intertwined spiritual snake. Winding place, hidden mystery, like a stick is not a stick. Dynamic and changeable. People cannot be defended. Features: double snake spirit dance, increase the damage of the light stick combo. The higher the number of combo, the higher the damage. If fighting in the water, it can greatly enhance the damage effect. Beast Stick Bear Fighter, perfect grade weapon. Battle strength, 822. The extraordinary iron rod inspired by the power of the bear warrior. Its shape is like an ancient wood, containing the wild power of the bear warrior. The surface is engraved with a bear and warrior totem, which can increase the user's bludgeoning rate, and possesses the magical wonders of the Black Wind King. Feature: Transform Wind Strike, increases the damage of hidden breaking strike after using gathering chi and dispersing form, and will increase the bludgeoning rate of the heavy stick if it is used with a stored power heavy stick. In terms of battle power, it was definitely the Beast Stick Bear Fighter that was a little bit stronger. But in terms of characteristic considerations, he didn't actually use the gathering form and dispersing chi much. Instead, it takes a little more time to combo with the light stick instead. In all seriousness, he belongs to the kind of playstyle that recognizes the flow of stances, not the stealthy heavy hit flow. So, when you do the math, the Twin Snake's light stick combo damage doesn't have to be weaker than the Bear Fighter's attack bonus. Thinking about it, Sun Tao still decided to upgrade the light stick Twin Snakes first, and when he had the materials afterward, he would prepare a bear warrior so that he wouldn't have to get tangled up. Throwing the materials into the land temple, Sun Tao only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a memory of building the Beast Stick Twin Snakes was added to his mind out of nowhere. The copper cloud stick in his hand flashed with green light and changed into a long stick of fine steel with a green body and snake sculptures carved on both ends. Drops. 1 weapon upgrade completed. Forging level up. Forging level raised to level 2. A large amount of forging knowledge surged into the center of Sun Tao's mind as he turned the iron bar in his hand, a smile crossing the corner of his mouth. Forging, easy as pie. The next day, Wu Runen drove to Huarong Industrial Park. In his heart, he was still thinking about the phone call that Li Shuiyao made last night. This kid, I don't know what kind of luck he's gotten, but he even got our little Shuiyao to pay so much attention. It looks like we still need to give him strength, or else he won't be able to get past Shuiyao's dad when the time comes. Wu Runen thought to herself, parked her beloved Beetle, and then moved her large 2-meter-tall frame to squeeze out of the car. I went to the cafeteria and ate 3 bowls of noodles, 10 large steamed buns, 8 buns, 6 meat patties, 5 eggs, 4 pots of soybean milk, and spent half an hour on a simple breakfast. Picking her teeth, she walked towards her forge, and along the way, Wu Runen pondered what she should teach Sun Tao today. Well, we taught material selection yesterday. Let's learn fire control today. It's a pity, he only has a month. How much he can learn depends on his own realization. Wu Runen thought, but in her heart, she was still worried if this speed was too fast and wondered if Sun Tao could keep up. After all, forging could not be as simple as the onlookers thought. It was not that one could call it forging by randomly knocking a bunch of materials together. It is not just a transformation of the metal form. It is the ultimate test of fire, strength, and even heart. Every hammer fall is the cohesion of the forger's heart and soul, the accumulated experience of countless failures and attempts of the predecessors. Ordinary forger, who is not 3 years of apprenticeship, 3 years of palming the fire, 3 years of forging before the real master. A month is just too short a time to teach anything. Dang, dang, dang. As Wu Runen was thinking, he suddenly heard a sound of iron striking. Who's pumping iron this early? Wu Runen followed the sound and realized that the door to his forge room was actually hidden, and from it was coming a clear sound of pounding. Chapter 65, Wu Runen's shock, seeking golden tickets. Listening to the sound coming from within the forging room, Wu Runen frowned. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Yesterday she gave Sun Tao access to the forge room. At this point in time, It was only possible that Sun Tao was forging in the forging room. The guess made her instantly panic a little. The forges of the Huarong group, had a limit on the amount of forging materials they could use each month. If you run out, you'll need to pay for it yourself. For a master forger like her, the amount might be a bit more, but it wasn't enough to let an apprentice waste it recklessly. After all, the group had fixed forging tasks every month, and if Sun Tao wasted her materials at will, Wu Runin would have to subsidize her own money to buy the materials to complete the tasks. Adding to that, there was a recent urgent order sent to Wu Runin to build 50 or more fine Shuafeng longswords out in 3 days. If the material is spoiled by Sun Tao, when the logistic gang makes up for it, it is estimated that the yellow flowers are cold. By then, Wu Runin's already poor wallet would probably have to add to her woes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but get a little anxious and walked quickly to the door of the forge, pushing open the hidden door as she did so. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Didn't you say? As soon as she pushed the door open, the sight before her froze her instantly. Inside the forge, the furnace fire burned brightly, reflecting a young and focused face. At this moment, he was holding a hammer, concentrating on hammering a piece of sword embryo. Each hammer fell on the sword embryo accurately, very rhythmic, just like a melodious music. Wu Runin looked at him in surprise. This skillful movement, how could he not look like a novice who had just learned forging? Causing all the words she was still prepared to chide to be stuck in her mouth. Unable to speak for a moment, looking at Sun Tao's seriousness, Wu Runin couldn't help but be a little moved. This brat, how dare you use my forging materials at will? I'd like to see what you can forge. If you mess up, don't blame me for scolding you to death. After struggling for half a day, he finally decided to give Sun Tao a chance to see what he could hit. Dang, dang, dang. The hammer in Sun Tao's hand kept falling, and the sword embryo under the pincers became sharper and sharper. After 10 minutes of continuous hammering, the entire sword body had been perfectly formed, and then Sun Tao put it into the furnace fire to calcine, waiting until the sword embryo was red, and quickly inserted it into the quenching pool on the side. Boom! The blazing sword embryo fell into the quenching oil, and a flame instantly shot up to the sky, almost burning Sun Tao's eyebrows. Only when the flame was extinguished did Sun Tao slowly lift the longsword in the quenching oil. One could only see that the longsword, which was supposed to emit a greenish-colored glow, was currently flickering with silver-white ripples. On top of the sword pattern like clouds undulated, mapping out points of cold aura, and just by looking at it, he felt an overpowering sword aura coming to his face. Perfect level? Wu Runin exclaimed, startling Sun Tao, who was immersed in the forge. But Wu Runin didn't care about him, and snatched the freshly forged Shuafeng long sword from his hands. Thousands of degrees of heat were like nothing in the palm of her hand. Stroking the cloud pattern on the sword, his fingers tapped on various parts of the blade, though he had yet to check its attributes. But Wu Runin could conclude that it was definitely a good sword. Shuafeng long sword, perfect grade weapon, semi-finished. Battle strength, 432. Level, 60. A long sword containing the power of the gale, swung with sword chi, capable of greatly increasing attack speed and penetration, and increasing attack power by 30% in the gale state. Features, sword chi, instantly slashes out 3 sword chi to attack the enemy, inflicting a large amount of magic damage to the enemy, such as in the gusty wind state. The number of sword chi chopped out is increased by 1. Gale state, attack the enemy 4 times in a row to enter the gale state. Perfect level. Looking at the attributes of this Shuafeng longsword, Wu Runin couldn't hold herself together any longer. Sun Tao had unexpectedly created a perfect grade Shuafeng longsword. Although it was still only a half-finished product, Wu Runin knew that the sword was already finished, and the next step was to carve the spell formation and infuse the spirit. These are simple enough to have hands. Instead, it was the attributes of the sword that made her freeze in place. It wasn't like she hadn't seen the Shuafeng longsword before. She had fought over a dozen of them yesterday, but none of them were as perverted as Sun Tao's. Even the perfect grade Shuafeng longsword that he had built himself had only increased his attack speed and attack power. This what sword chi vertical and gale state? She had never even heard of it. Sister Wu, how did I do with this sword? Sun Tao put down the forging hammer and asked curiously. This Shuafeng longsword was snatched by Wu Runin before he had a chance to look at the attributes, completely unaware of how well he had built it. When he came over in the morning, he saw the drawings for the Shuafeng longsword on the forging table. After reading it a few times, it seems pretty simple and I should be able to type it myself. So they found all the ingredients and were ready to give it a try. Then during the forging process, somehow, he suddenly entered a metaphysical state, and subconsciously followed the feeling of building the beast stick twin snakes to build the Shuafeng longsword. This time, when he was awakened by Wu Runin, he realized that he had actually entered a state of epiphany. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level raised to 3. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 4000. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level raised to 4. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level raised to 6. In just half an hour, his forging skill had directly increased to level 6. Sun Tao raised an eyebrow, not expecting that he would have this kind of reward for just hitting a small sword. And Sun Tao's words gradually brought Wu Runan back to her senses. She raised her head and looked at Sun Tao with a strange face. Is this sword really beaten by your own hand? A Shuafeng longsword of this quality, not to mention a novice forger like Sun Tao, even she, a master forger, wouldn't dare to say that it could definitely be created. An apprentice who had only been in contact with the forge for a day had done it. To be honest, Wu Runan didn't believe it. Faced with Sister Wu's questioning, Sun Tao thought that the other party wanted to be accountable. Hastily, he said, I'm sorry Sister Wu, I was looking at your equipment drawings placed on the forging table, and I thought it was simple after reading it, so I tried to build it myself. Not waiting for Wu Runan to open her mouth, Sun Tao added, if the quality of this sword is not up to par, I'll melt it down and retype it, and I can pay for the lost materials. This was, after all, the first time he had ever hand-built a piece of equipment, and it was normal for the quality to be substandard. Anyway, there are more than 60 million in the hand. Some materials, Sun Tao can completely afford to lose. Unexpectedly, Wu Runan laughed. Unqualified quality? How can that be? If this sword is not even qualified, then there is no qualified Shuafeng longsword. This time it was Sun Tao who was confused. Could it be that he was really a forging genius? Receiving the Shuafeng longsword in Wu Runan's hand, he looked at it carefully and didn't think it was that strong. It wasn't as good as his own copper cloud stick. Wu Runan, on the other hand, pulled out an equipment drawing from her bosom and handed it to Sun Tao. You said that drawing was easy, so take a look at this. If you can forge it, I'll teach you the true forging technique. Chapter 66, Perfect Forging. Requesting for support. Mountain Sealing Blade, Fine Grade Greatsword. Battle Strength, 549. Legend has it that the Great Sword, created by the dwarves after the weapon of the mountain god, contains the power of nature and the earth, and can greatly increase the user's strength and life value. Feature, Mountain Power. Activating Mountain Power increases attack power by 50% and each attack has a 1% chance of triggering an earthquake effect, inflicting ranged damage and slowing down surrounding enemies. Required level, 65. Forging materials, Pith of Mountain Heart, Ancient Rock Fragment, Earthquake Fruit Kernel, Earth Spirit Vein, Magic Crystal Sand Gravel, Heart of Lava. Looking at the drawings Wu Runan handed over, Sun Tao was slightly surprised. Surprisingly, it was a level 65 fine-grade greatsword. It was already considered a second-order weapon, and Sun Tao wasn't completely sure that he could forge it. After all, forging wasn't like inside a game, where you could gain forging knowledge by taking a shot at a forging drawing. Forging drawings can only serve as a guide. Really want to forge the equipment out, but also depends on whether the forger can eat through the drawings. Combined with their forging techniques, they could truly forge the magical equipment. Seeing Sun Tao's silence, Wu Runan then remembered that she had really fainted. This guy was nothing more than a novice who had only been in the forge for a day. Where to read the equipment drawings? Moreover, it was still a level 65 boutique-grade greatsword drawing, which even an average forging master wouldn't necessarily be able to read. What she didn't know was that Sun Tao's silence wasn't because the drawings were too difficult, but because he was thinking about how he could forge this great sword to perfection. Shaking his head with some disappointment, he was about to reach out and retrieve the drawing when he realized that it was being pinched by Sun Tao. Sister Wu, I want to try. Sun Tao raised his head and looked at Wu Runan with a firm gaze. Wu Runan was startled and looked at Sun Tao. You can read this drawing? Sun Tao nodded, a confident smile on his face. It's not difficult to forge this equipment. The main difficulty centers on how to perfectly fuse the earthquake fruit kernel with the magic crystal grit. If this isn't done well, then it will never reach the perfect grade. Hearing Sun Tao's reply, Wu Runan's eyes widened. After all, this drawing of a level 65 fine-grade greatsword, which she had taken great pains to obtain from a secret realm, was originally intended to be used as a drawing of her own equipment for her impact on the forging patriarch. But I didn't realize that the drawings never worked out after they arrived. It was either a substandard or a mundane product, and the best one, at one time, was just a fine greatsword. It didn't give her much forging experience at all, and with a mere glance, Sun Tao had solved the puzzle that had been troubling him for 3 months in a nutshell. Maybe he can actually hit it? A thought flashed through Wu Runan's mind and subconsciously handed the drawings to Sun Tao. In that case, you'll give it a try, and you can use all the materials in the forge at your leisure. Sun Tao took the drawings, smiled faintly at Wu Runan, and carefully studied them. He looked at the drawings while simulating the forging process in his mind, and the more he looked at it, the more he realized that the sword resembled the beast stick bear fighter. Only one of the two was a long stick and the other was a large sword. The inner logic of the forge is basically the same. It's just a slightly different mix of materials. Perhaps, in the future, I can use magical materials to forge my cloak equipment, and both should be able to achieve the same effect. Collecting his mind, Sun Tao put the drawings down and began to search for various materials within the forging room. Place them one by one on the forge. One by one, they are hammered to rod according to the drawings and then thrown into the furnace fire for calcination. As the iron took shape, Sun Tao took the fire poker and carefully pinched it out, dumping it onto the large sword mold with a brownish earthquake fruit kernel placed at the hilt. When the sword embryo had cooled down a little, Sun Tao poured it onto the forging table, holding the hammer, and hammered on the great sword. Each strike seemed to have a mana surging into the sword embryo, removing the impurities in the embryo, with just the right amount of force, neither too violent nor losing its power. Watching Sun Tao's movements, Wu Runen's face suddenly changed. This maneuver, She hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and rummaged through it. Sure enough, in one of his secret folders, he found a video. Surprisingly, it's an ancient forging technique. Wu Runen's heart was shocked beyond belief. The legendary ancient forging technique was lost with the disappearance of the last forging master, Guan Hai, 50 years ago. I didn't expect to see it on Sun Tao today. It can't be. He clearly didn't even get started in forging yesterday. He can't even hold a hammer. How can he be Master Guan Hai's disciple? However, many of Master Guan Hai's forging techniques are original to him, and how many forgers want to imitate them can't? Only Master Sekai can teach such a genius. Could it be that he is a disciple of Master Guan Hai? As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, outsiders look at the scene. Only a true forger understands the gold content of this forging technique of Sun Tao. The hammer in Sun Tao's hand fell on the sword embryo hammer by hammer, and each strike made the embryo become tighter and tougher. It was as if his entire body had become one with the hammer in his hand, and every movement was full of rhythm and beauty. As time passed, the sword gradually glowed with a faint cold light, and the tip of the sword was even sharper. Seeing that the forging was completed, Sun Tao immediately inserted the great sword into the furnace, and then even grabbed a handful of magic crystal gravel and scattered it directly. Boom! Raging flames instantly erupted from the fireplace. The temperature in the forge room instantly soared, causing Sun Tao to have to use his mana to resist. Seeing the reddish color of the sword, Sun Tao immediately pulled out the greatsword, picked up the hammer, and clanked on the greatsword at a very fast speed. As the last hammer fell, Sun Tao directly sent it into the quenching pool on the side. Barely, a large amount of white smoke rose from the quenching pool. When the smoke cleared, a large, radiant and imposing sword appeared in front of Wu Runen's eyes. Looking at the huge sword in Sun Tao's hand, Wu Runen's jaw dropped. She didn't expect that it hadn't even been 20 minutes before Sun Tao had forged this great sword. Sun Tao looked at the huge sword in his hand and handed it to Wu Runen, who was at the side, and said with a smile, "It was okay, barely made the passing grade." Wu Runen received the long sword, her face expression stagnant as she gradually fell silent. Mountain Sealing Blade, perfect grade greatsword. Battle strength, 673. Legend has it that the great sword, created by the dwarves after the weapon of the mountain god, contains the power of nature and the earth, and can greatly increase the user's strength and life value. Characteristics, Mountain Power. Activating Mountain Power increases attack power by 200%, and each attack has a 10% chance of triggering an earthquake effect, inflicting ranged damage and slowing down surrounding enemies. Hiss. Looking at the terrifying attributes and perverted characteristic skills of the great sword in her hand, Wu Runen instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Phenomenal grade forging. Surprisingly, it's a perfect grade forging. Chapter 67 Late Night Attack, Request for Support. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 500. Drops. You enter a state of epiphany. Forging experience plus 500. Drop. You have completed a perfection forge. Forging experience plus 1200. Forging level raised to 7. Listening to the system prompt that rang in his head, Sun Tao raised his eyebrows. The so-called perfect forging is a forging situation that breaks through the upper limit of the drawing, built magic equipment that was more advanced than the drawings. It was important to realize that this mountain sealing blade was nothing more than a fine-grade drawing. Even if a master forger came, it would be difficult to build it in a very short period of time. Even if you hit it, the quality won't be very high. Even if the quality was barely brought up, a large amount of materials would have to be lost, even if they were added to perfect grade materials. But Sun Tao even did it. Not only did he do it, but he even created a perfect grade greatsword with fine grade materials. A perfect build was accomplished. It directly broke through the limitations of the equipment drawings and quadrupled the power of the entire greatsword. There's no mistaking it. In an instant, Wu Runen's eyes became off-kilter when she looked at Sun Tao. It's like when you were trying to eat and thought you had in front of you, but then you tasted it and realized it was a national chef's specialty. Don't mention how thrilled you are. As a fellow forger, Wu Runin could clearly realize just how terrifying Sun Tao's talent was. It could be said that in the entire Huarong group, Wu Runin had yet to find any forger who was able to make it this far as Sun Tao, including herself. It's a genius of geniuses. As the chief forging master of the Huarong group, Wu Runin's strength was unquestionable. Even looking at the entire Shuzhou city, she was a top-ranked forging master. Every piece of equipment created in her hands was favored by many battle soul masters. He was even once crowned as Huarong's #1 forger because of it. However, today, this forging master, for the first time, saw a forging genius who possessed such a heaven-defying talent. His terrifying forging speed alone was beyond her. Such a terrifying talent made this Huarong one forging master even begin to doubt life a bit. Only, Wu Runin still had a little trouble figuring it out. She had obviously tried. Sun Tao really knew nothing about forging yesterday. How come you're so skilled today? She frowned tightly as if she was thinking about something. Could it be that he really isn't Master Guan Hai's disciple? Or was he faking it all yesterday? Why is little Shueyo paying so much attention to him? Wu Runin suddenly thought of a possibility and suddenly shouted, I know! She grabbed Sun Tao's shoulder with incomparable excitement and asked, have you awakened some hidden battle soul? Or have some hidden talent? Sun Tao didn't move to shake off her palm and smiled faintly. It's alright. It's just that it's easy to enter the state of epiphany when forging. The state of his forging just now was all seen by Wu Runin, and even if he didn't say it out loud, I believe she could guess it. Asterisk. Hearing Sun Tao's reply, Wu Runin couldn't help but burst out. The state of epiphany. That's a state of forging that all forgers can only dream of. In this state, the forger is able to perceive the slightest changes in the material, and even establish an ineffable resonance with the flame and the metal, thus creating a work of art that transcends the norm and is nearly perfect. And during the forging process, you can also gain a lot of forging experience. It is important to realize that normal forging experience is only gained when completing a new equipment forge, or completing a fine-grade forge. It's a lot less each time. This was one of the reasons why there was a strange lack of forge masters in this world. Forging experience is just too hard to brush up on, and how could it not surprise Wu Runin that Sun Tao was able to enter a state of epiphany while forging? In other words, with enough resources, Sun Tao would soon be able to catch up with her as a forge master, or even, forge master. Gollum. Wu Runin swallowed hard, wide-eyed. He turned his head to look at Sun Tao. It's like a hound that's been starving for a few days suddenly finding a piece of incredibly tasty, fatty meat. Talent. This is a top talent. It has to be taken down. Looking at Wu Runin's cannibalistic eyes, Sun Tao only felt a little uncomfortable, thinking, this guy isn't really going to eat himself, is he? Boys still have to protect themselves out there. The talent that Sun Tao displayed shocked Wu Runin beyond measure. Especially his state of epiphany that he could enter at any time was unheard of. It was as if Wu Runin had already seen the birth of a god of forging. Thinking of this, Wu Runin instantly reacted. It was necessary to hold onto this thigh before Sun Tao had completely risen to power. Sign him. He has to be signed. Wait here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Without waiting for Sun Tao to open his mouth, Wu Runin jumped ahead of him, explaining a few words to him before taking the giant sword and running out the door towards the equipment center's building. This kind of talent, she must report to the president as soon as possible, so that she can step in and sign Sun Tao up. Only in this way could they show the sincerity of their Huarong group. Seeing Wu Runin's hurried appearance, Sun Tao secretly said that it was not good. I just got so involved in forging that I didn't stop for a second. Forging is too much. Now they would definitely notice themselves, and might want to leave them behind to build equipment specifically for the Huarong group. One didn't come here specifically to become a forger. If we wait for them to arrive at the top, we'll be in trouble then. Thinking of this, in Sun Tao's mind, a thought could not help but emerge, or, run for it. With his mind together, Sun Tao did not stop and hurriedly packed up his things and ran out of Wu Runin's forging room in a puff of smoke. A few minutes later, Wu Runin ran to the forging room with a stunning beauty in tow. Sun Tao, let me tell you, this is the president of the Huarong group. As soon as she pushed open the door to the forge, she looked at the empty room and instantly froze in place. The night was low, the moonlight was thin, and the streetlights on both sides of the street flickered with a dim light, stretching Sun Tao's shadow. After coming out of Wu Runin's forging room during the day, he ran to the Qianquan scroll and brushed through the Black Wind Mountain secret realm again before building a brand new copper cloud stick. Once he came out and realized that it was dark, he hurriedly summoned the phantom demon wolf and ran towards home. After all, tomorrow is the War Soul examination, and his ID card and pass and everything are at home. Passing through several familiar streets, Sun Tao turned into a narrow and deep alley. This place was sparsely populated on weekdays, and tonight it was even more silent. Sun Tao didn't care and continued on his way. Suddenly, a sudden cold wind brushed by, and Sun Tao subconsciously stopped the demon wolf. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as his eyes swept over the corners of the street. In a cold voice, he rebuked, "Who is it?" Chapter 68, Thunder Lightning Tiger Song Kong, Request for Support. Although the alley was pitch black, but Sun Tao had unlocked Eye-Seeing Joy and gained Fire Eyes. Naturally has night vision. The whole alley was like daylight in his eyes. In Sun Tao's line of sight, a silhouette was leaning against the corner, quietly watching him. The man was wearing a black trench coat, and his entire body seemed to blend in with the night. Seeing that Sun Tao had already discovered himself, the man simply stopped hiding, pulled a cigarette out of his coat pocket and held it in his mouth. With a light snap of his fingers, a blue flame emerged at his fingertips and lit the cigarette on fire. Phew! The man exhaled a smoke ring, turned his head to look at Sun Tao on the demon wolf, and grinned. "Oh, boy, very alert. But, alas, you're about to die. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't mess with people you shouldn't." Sun Tao's face was grave as he stared at the visitor with a deadly glare, a golden light flickering in his eyes. Fully exerting his fiery eyes, he instantly probed the bottom of the outsider's bottom. Name, Song Kong. Battle Spirit, Thunderbolt Tiger, A. Level, 84, 3rd Order. Battle Strength, 3474. Skills, 3000 Thunders. Thunder Cloudbreaker, Thunder Fire Claw, 1000 Thunder Birds. When he saw the rank of the visitor, the pupils in Sun Tao's eyes shrank. 3rd Order Battle Soul Master. When had he offended a 3rd Order Battle Soul Master? Who would send a 3rd Order Battle Soul Master to kill himself? Could it be an accomplice of Zhao Tianming? Sun Tao was jittery in his heart until he saw this guy's battle prowess. Then he slowly let out a sigh of relief. It's only 3,000 points. That's okay. He himself had close to 16,000 battle points right now, and against a mere 3,000 battle points of little Karami, he didn't even need to use his skills. Who the hell is out to get me? Recently, he had been practicing in the secret realm, and the only person he had offended was Su Wei, who was secretly in love with Li Shuya. Other than that, there was only the possibility that he could be Zhao Tianming's accomplice. No, if he's Zhao Tianming's accomplice, he couldn't have said those words once he came up, but instead asked me to hand over my spatial ring. Thinking about all this, Sun Tao couldn't help but let out a cold smile and asked directly, "Did Wei Su ask you to come?" Song Kong froze. He should not have just said Su Xiao's name. How did this kid guess? A grimace ensued on his face. So what if you guessed it? You're going to die today. After saying that, the entire person rushed straight forward and blasted a fist towards Sun Tao. The golden light in Sun Tao's eyes exploded, and the energy running inside Song Kang's body was visible in his eyes. Seeing his movements, with a thought, the phantom demon wolf on his hips instantly disappeared, and with a wrong footstep, he dodged Song Kang's fist, very calmly. Song Kong is the Su family OU. Side the training of the 3rd Order Battle Soul Master, even in the entire Shuzhou city, is also counted on the best. See, Sun Tao is still only a 1st Order. Heart did not take him seriously at all. However, he did not expect that he would throw 3 punches in a row, all of which were easily dodged by Sun Tao and still appeared to be at ease. This infuriated Song Kong, who had always been proud and arrogant, to have such strength. No wonder you dared to provoke Xiao Su. But I only used 3 points of strength just now. Now I'll let you know the difference between the 1st and 3rd rank. Song Kong let out a low roar as his hands changed into tiger claws. Lightning light entwined. As a 3rd Order Battle Soul Master, he was already able to transform parts of his body into a Battle Soul's true body, displaying his true battle power. Song Kong pulled back. His hands became claws. Lightning flashed, and his speed soared more than 3 times, launching an attack on Sun Tao, striving to kill the enemy with a single strike and kill Sun Tao on the spot. Song Kang's hands were in a grappling position. Force poured into his 5 fingers, claw wind whistling, left and right open bow, successively grabbing towards Sun Tao's joints. If he were to take hold of his joints, I'm afraid that he would instantly be shaken by the lightning on his claws and be unable to resist. When the time comes, it's really a case of fish and meat. Although Sun Tao only had the strength of the 1st rank now, but after all, he was carrying the Divine Qi Tian De Shang Heavenly Fate template, and with the help of his fiery eyes, Song Kang's movements were as slow as a tortoise crawling in his eyes. Couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. He didn't even pull out his stick, just kept dodging by his stance. In terms of battle power, 3 Song Kangs were no match for Sun Tao. However, he was not in a hurry to win with a single move. Instead, he saw that Song Kang's strength was not bad and he could barely practice, so he wanted to steal a few moves from his hands. After all, although he had the great sage stick technique, it had to have a stick in his hand, and if he didn't have a stick in his hand, he would have to use his king's fist against the enemy. Now that Song Kong had come to his door, it was a bit hard to not learn a few boxing moves. Sun Tao's current fire eyes were able to break illusions, night vision, perspective, and slow vision. If performed at full strength, it also possesses the ability to forget, replay, and copy other people's martial arts moves. After all, under the eyes of fire, the operation of the energy in their bodies was as clear as the lines in the palm of their hands. Song Kong formed his hands into claws to perform a grappling technique, and with his harsh pace, the attack was ferocious. And if someone who didn't know anything about it watched, they would definitely think that he was so powerful. On the other hand, Sun Tao on the other side was constantly observing Song Kang's movements, memorizing each of his attacks in his mind. He appeared to be in a disadvantageous position, but he was actually at ease, and after fighting for so long, Song Kong hadn't touched him even once. Each attack was dodged by him. Song Kong, on the other hand, was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought, secretly thinking that this kid had drilled out from where exactly. Surprisingly, he was so difficult to deal with. After fighting for more than 30 moves, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Could it be that old monster's disciple again? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stop and coldly gazed at Sun Tao. A thunderous light flashed in his eyes, wanting to probe Sun Tao's attributes. However, Sun Tao seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of mist, making Song Kong unable to probe his specific attributes at all. This situation caused Song Kang's heart to become even more terrified, more and more determined that Sun Tao was definitely the disciple of some old monster. How else could he, a third-order battle soul master, not be able to see through the attributes of a first-order battle soul master? What? Not hitting anymore? I haven't even pushed hard enough yet? Why did you stop? Seeing Song Kong stop, Sun Tao opened his mouth to urge him instead. The takedown hasn't finished yet, so it's not a good idea to just stop. Hearing Sun Tao's ridicule, Song Kang's face instantly grimaced, but thinking of the old monster that might be standing behind Sun Tao, he secretly suppressed the anger in his heart and said with an arch, "Thunderclouds rise from the red peaks, and the waves of Su tumble." Sun Tao frowned, not understanding what he was talking about.